The vast expanse of cosmic space was silent, as expected in a vacuum, where no sound could travel. But where there is atmosphere, there is sound. Take the sun, for instance. From the photosphere to the chromosphere, and all the way to the corona, the sun boasts a layered, searing atmosphere. Temperatures are unthinkable. The surface blazes at 5,500 degrees Celsius, while the core seethes near 20 million degrees C, a nuclear inferno unlike any other. And yet, within that terrifying core, a being lay still. A figure, impossibly alive in such hellish conditions, rested deep within the heart of the sun. His body drew in the solar energy with every breath, the soundless roar of his gaping maw absorbing the light and heat. If anyone knew of this, it would shake the universe. This was no ordinary person. No human could survive here. Or could they? The entity's figure towered 5 meters high, its frame packed with grotesquely powerful muscle. Jagged bone spurs jutted from its shoulders and elbows, gleaming like cold steel. A monstrous face split into a maw lined with serrated, beast-like fangs, not human teeth, but the kind meant to tear through flesh and crush bone. Yet, impossibly, this was once a man. Once, he had a name, Yuan, a name given in hope of a peaceful life. That hope ended the moment he transmigrated. Yuan found himself reborn not just in another world, but in another universe entirely. The DC universe. And he wasn't just anyone. He was now a Kryptonian. Yes, the same alien race as Superman, the most iconic superhero of all time. But Yuan's arrival came not in Superman's time, nor in the Justice League's era. He had emerged 100,000 years earlier, during the height of Krypton's imperial expansion. Back then, Krypton's technology dwarfed Earth's wildest dreams. The Kryptonians had begun a galaxy-wide colonization effort, and Yuan was not only a central figure in this campaign, but a general, a brilliant strategist, and commander of an elite force. Assigned to explore the far reaches of the Milky Way, Yuan led his troops into the solar system, well aware of the sun's power-enhancing effects on Kryptonians. Bathed in its golden light, he became more than just a general. He became a Superman before the world would ever know the name. But power attracts power. Their expansion threatened a far greater force, the new gods, successors to the ancient pantheon scattered across the cosmos. Chief among them was Darkseid, ruler of Apocalypse, an embodiment of tyranny and ambition. War was inevitable. The guardians of OA, the so-called first protectors of the universe, watched nervously as tension grew. But it wasn't OA that struck first. It was Apocalypse. And in response, Yuan led a terrifying battalion of 100,000 supermen to war. The galaxy trembled. Stars died. Civilizations vanished. The very fabric of the Milky Way buckled under the weight of divine warfare. Darkseid himself descended to the battlefield, and for the first time, he witnessed Kryptonian strength, true Kryptonian strength, in the form of Yuan. Their first clash marked the beginning of a cosmic rivalry. Omega beams met Kryptonian fists. It was a battle of equals, but Yuan lost. Darkseid's divine essence, empowered by the new gods, proved overwhelming. Yuan was slain, his body falling as Krypton's hopes crumbled. But death was not the end. Kryptonian scientists, unwilling to let their champion die in vain, experimented on his body. What emerged was no longer just a soldier. They had created Doomsday, a monstrous weapon forged from death and rebirth. A being who could not just survive, but evolve beyond any attack. The red sun's weakening effects? Gone. Fatigue? Non-existent. Regeneration? Instantaneous. Defeat? Only temporary. Doomsday learns from death and never dies the same way twice. Even kryptonite failed. Yuan killed himself with it once, just to adapt and purge the weakness. He became unstoppable. The Kryptonians, blinded by ambition, sought to replicate him. Using fallen Kryptonian warriors, they birthed an army of Doomsdays. But only Yuan retained his mind. The rest? Mindless beasts of destruction. The new Doomsday army crushed Apocalypse, forcing Darkseid into retreat. Even his Omega beams could no longer harm Yuan, while Yuan's fists now could kill Darkseid. Their final exchange was wordless. No promises, no oaths, just a mutual understanding. They were now eternal rivals, cosmic fetters binding each other. But even as Darkseid withdrew, the horror was not over. The 100,000 Doomsdays, stripped of purpose, turned their madness back toward Krypton, toward their own people, toward home. And Yuan, the only one left with a soul, stood between the Apocalypse and everything he once loved. "Don't," he whispered, but the silence of space did not listen. Doomsday was, after all, born from death. Just as Yuan had fallen to Darkseid, his unstoppable army was crushed by the might of Apocalypse. Its forces led by Darkseid's most elite warriors, the dreaded new gods of their dark world. At that time, Apocalypse didn't even command demon hordes. Those came later, perhaps as a result of this defeat. It was this brutal war, this clash with Krypton, that likely inspired Darkseid to develop new forms of biological warfare, twisted and demonic. Because even Apocalypse had to retreat before the wrath of 100,000 Doomsdays. Yet the ultimate weapon of Krypton had one fatal flaw. After rebirth, Doomsday lost all sanity. And so, with Apocalypse routed and no more enemies left to destroy, the Doomsday army, immune to fatigue, endless in strength, turned their eyes homeward. Krypton, the very world they had once sworn to protect. Now, their bloodlust saw no distinction between friend or foe. At that moment, Yuan stood alone. He placed himself between Krypton and annihilation, facing the very army he had helped create. A force of 100,000, once his soldiers, now mindless monsters. And the battle began. A war greater in horror than the one with Apocalypse. Yuan died countless times, only to resurrect and fight again. Again and again, he tore down his former brothers, using every ounce of his strength, rage, and grief. In the end, Yuan stood victorious. All 100,000 Doomsdays were annihilated. Every cell incinerated with golden heat vision until not a single trace remained. He left nothing behind. No chance of revival. Krypton was saved. But when Yuan turned toward his people, hoping perhaps for gratitude, he saw only fear. Their eyes were wide with terror, not awe. They didn't see a savior. They saw a monster. Silent and somber, Yuan smiled bitterly. Without a word, he turned away and drifted into the stars. Before he left, he gave Krypton one last warning. Do not create another Doomsday, or Krypton will face its true end. From that day forward, the name Doomsday was etched into legend, a harbinger of annihilation. Krypton obeyed. All research into Doomsday was erased, buried, and declared taboo. They abandoned expansion, recoiling inward. In time, Krypton developed the Code of Life, a technology that allowed them to cultivate future generations based on the needs of society. Scientists gave birth to scientists. Warriors were bred for war. Purpose before identity. An efficient system, but one that killed innovation. It shackled the future. Kryptonians became prisoners of their own perfection. With every generation bred only to serve Krypton, their destiny was sealed. Their end would come, but Yuan no longer cared. He left Krypton behind and flew across the galaxy, returning once more to the solar system. Yet he didn't seek the bases or strongholds he'd once built. Instead, he dove straight into the heart of the sun. There, in the blazing core, he fell into a deep, dreamless slumber. Though he possessed limitless stamina, even Yuan's mind needed rest. Without it, madness would eventually take him. So he slept, and 100,000 years passed. Even in cosmic terms, it was a long time. Stars were born and died. Civilizations rose and fell. But within the sun, Yuan changed. He evolved, and then he awoke. A faint cracking sound echoed in the solar core. Yuan's eyelids, now covered in a fossil-like crust, slowly lifted. Two beams of golden heat vision shot out, piercing the sun's core. He blinked. Strange. It used to be red. As he stood and looked down at himself, the reason became clear. His entire body had transformed, bathed in golden radiance, like a divine statue made of living light. Every cell in his body vibrated with power. He had transcended. From the countless centuries spent absorbing solar energy, Yuan had shattered the limits of Kryptonian evolution. He had broken into the fifth dimension and was already brushing against the sixth. The power of such dimensions is beyond mortal comprehension. Fifth-dimensional beings can rewrite reality with a thought. They can erase timelines, reshape history, and undo existence. The sixth? That's the realm of creators. Gods of gods. So this is what I become, Yuan thought. I slept longer than Golden Superman. He needed 85,000 years to reach this level. I slept for 100,000. He stretched and leapt upward, accidentally sending shock waves through the sun. Solar flares erupted. The star trembled. Oops, he muttered. Need to control my power better. Then his eyes narrowed. He turned his gaze toward Earth. With his enhanced super hearing, he had caught a name. Tony Stark. Tony Stark? A frown crossed Yuan's face. Wait a minute. That's not DC. That's Marvel? His expression twisted from confusion to amusement. So, I'm not in the DC universe anymore? Interesting. And no kryptonite here, either. He grinned. I guess I really am invincible.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Is his purpose of destroying ancient weapons to prevent the world government from getting Pluto? Moreover, what was the meaning of what Yuan said to him before? What is the purpose of letting myself owe him a favor? These questions made Aokiji think hard for a while, but he couldn't figure it out. That's why Aokiji came up with the idea to talk to Yuan in the past. Hearing Aokiji's words, everyone looked at him. With that boy Yuan's personality, it would be great if he didn't take advantage of the chaos to kill the world government. Do you still want to expect him to deal with Quincy? Garp pouted his nose, seeming to be in a very good mood. That's right, his son was rescued and his life was no longer in danger. Of course he is in a good mood. Aokiji said, I don't have such an idea. Just like Marshal Warring States said, if our navy doesn't take some action, it is very likely to become a victim of the war in this war. As the marshal, I naturally don't want to saw this happen. You want Yuan to return to the navy headquarters? But if that's the case, the world government. Momoto also said with a good-looking brow. Aokiji shook his head. I don't have such an idea. I just want to confirm Yuan's views on this war. What position does he stand on? Moreover, the first half of the world government's purge, the Neo-Navy is for them, is an obstacle. In order to be able to seriously deal with the war with the Quincy, they will not allow such an uncertain factor as the Night Blade in the first half. Hearing this, everyone was slightly silent. That's right, Yuan, no one would easily ignore his existence. After all, where his strength lies, he is enough to compete with Quincy. The world government wants to clear the first half, and the Neo-Navy where the Night Blade is located is a hurdle that cannot pass. His threat is too great. If Yuan stepped in during the war with the Quincy, the world government would have enough. Even the world government doesn't want to have a war with Quincy and Yuan at the same time. Therefore, the world government is likely to take action against the Night Blade before the war breaks out. This threat must be eliminated. After all, Night Blade's base is in the first half, and it's better for their world government to make a move. This point, I believe Yuan will not understand, so King Z wants to find out about Yuan's position. The meeting continued. The Navy still had to take seriously the declaration of war against the Quench Division. After all, they were still a force under the world government. Moreover, the Quincy is also their #1 enemy, and they must be dealt with seriously. After simply explaining the reason to the Revolutionary Army, Yuan brought Vegapunk back to Moon Knight Island. After declaring war, he still has a lot of things to deal with. The world government needs to prepare, and he naturally needs it too. In the laboratory, Vegapunk, Jiaji, and Yuan are all there. Vegapunk frowned and said, eating devil fruits for items is indeed one of my researches. However, at present, there are only animal-type devil fruits that allow items to gain abilities. The animal type is a bit special. Is there any way to solve it? Yuan looked at Vegapunk. The reason why the devil fruit has the magical ability is because of the existence of the blood factor. I have copied Kaido's green dragon fruit, and I succeeded by refining and copying the blood factor. However, if I want the item to have the devil fruit ability, there must be an extra soul that can carry the blood factor. Without waiting for others to speak, Vegapunk continued, because the animal system has consciousness itself, it can be directly fused with the item, but this is very wasteful. The power of the devil fruit item is far from that of a human being. The effect of eating it. Vegapunk said, I have also studied the ability to allow objects to carry superhuman and natural systems, but the superhuman and natural systems do not have the key point of consciousness, and they all failed. His research covers various fields, and the devil fruit items are made by him. Unlike the devil fruits of the natural and superhuman types, the animal type itself seems to have its own consciousness, that is, the soul. As long as this soul is attached to the item can be made alive. Of course, this item also needs to undergo a preliminary modification of the bloodline factor before it can become a devil fruit item. The specific operation is very complicated and not so easy to do. Moreover, the effect is actually not very ideal, and the power is even more stretching. It is better to find someone to eat it. So, after tinkering with a few experimental products, he gave up. Afterwards, he was captured by people from the world government, and these items were also spread out from the island where he lived, and were obtained by others. There are also some legends in the sea. In the follow-up, the world government did not ask him to create something similar, or the same sentence, the gain outweighs the loss. After seeing Vegapunk brought back by Yuan, Gigi became a little nervous, worried that his status would be compared. He curled his lips and said, Vegapunk, you old boy, you are really going back as you live. Anyway, you haven't done much research on this thing, didn't you just give up because of insufficient funds? Now that you have the support of adults, are you afraid that you won't be able to research it? Vegapunk looked at him, since you can do it, why don't you do it yourself? Gage choked for a moment and snorted, my research field is different from yours. The two of them used to be members of MADS, so they were fairly familiar with each other, but the fields of expertise are different. At the beginning, they also knew that Vegapunk was researching this thing, but the disadvantages were too great. The price of a devil fruit started at 100 million Baileys. At that time, Vegapunk did not have the support of the world government. Have so much money to squander? When you say that you can't tinker with something useful, you give up. Yuan interrupted the quarrel between the two, and said calmly, with me, you can spend the funds as you like. Jiaji, you should study with Dr. Vegapunk and see if you can tinker with it. I have some use for this thing. Yuan didn't really know much about research, so he had to let Jiaji and Vegapunk do it by themselves. However, Yuan still had great confidence in Vegapunk. This guy was able to replicate Kaido's blue dragon fruit, which proved that he had reached the pinnacle of devil fruit research. It didn't work before, but now I really don't know. Things like copying devil fruits have come out, what else can't be done? Gage nodded, yes, my lord. I'll help you this time as a reward for saving us. Vegapunk didn't refuse either. Research, it was something he was very happy with. Now that he escaped from the world government, he didn't take away his experimental equipment or anything, and he was empty. Working with the Revolutionary Army, they don't have enough funds to spend on their own, so where can they spend it for him? It's better to stay here with the Quincy. You know, Moon Knight Island is a world-renowned entertainment place, and the number of Baileys who enter the account every day does not know how many. Although it cannot compare to a huge system like the world government, it is definitely the second richest place in the world. No, the Quincy has too many Baileys to spend. He even offered rewards to the high-level navy and the 5 old stars. This is the performance of his wealth and wealth. Although so far, no one has received this bounty, because of the declaration of war by the Quincy division, all the forces in the New World seem to have pressed the pause button. Originally, among the 4 emperors, Kaido and Katakuri were dead, and the 2 4-emperor pirates fell apart. This is a big thing. In order to compete for the throne of the 4 emperors, there should be countless pirates fighting each other, but the fact is the opposite. After the deaths of Kaido and Katakuri, the situation in the entire New World is not too chaotic, far more than the first half of this time. The section should be more harmonious. The reason for this is self-evident. Now all the forces are watching the changes, not wanting to attract too much attention during this period of time. Even the pirates who were attacked by the Navy and escaped to the New World have died down, and they dare not make mistakes in the New World. Everyone knows that the current New World is no longer the previous pattern of 4 emperors and 1 king. If Quincy wants to expand his influence, the whole New World will be brought into his hands. He is the uncrowned king of the New World. In layman's terms, now the whole New World has to listen to him. Of course, the reason why Yuan didn't expand his power was because he felt it was unnecessary. The world government cannot be swallowed by a large number of people. He doesn't need the help of other stinky fish and rotten shrimps, and he doesn't bother to manage the whole New World. Yuan's purpose is very simple, that is to destroy the entire world government, not to rule the world. He has no such idea of becoming the king of the world. After defeating Im and destroying the world government, Yuan will consider other things next, which is to find ways to break away from the shackles of this world and go to other wider worlds. As for whether there are other worlds, Yuan has no doubts about this. From the various skills on his body, and the bead in the system body in his mind, these are all products from the world of death. That world absolutely exists. There are still many secrets about him, and he will figure them out one by one. His goal is the Sea of Stars. I don't know how long the research on Vegapunk will take, but Yuan is not in a hurry, he still has a lot of time. However, preparations still need to be made. Yuan ordered people in the Dark World to look for some more powerful devil fruits, such as the Sensen fruit of the Green Cow, the Magma fruit of the Red Dog, the Blue Dragon fruit of Kaido, and the combined fruit of Barret. In the list, At the same time, the impact fruit in Yunyi's hand was also intended to be used by the people below. For this reason, Yunyi started a competition and let the people under his command compete, and the winner can get one of the devil fruits. In the end, under 10 blades, Alan of the Black Rose Killer organization got the impact fruit. Because the dark fruit is special, before there is no suitable candidate, Yunya did not choose to release it, but kept it by himself. Afterwards, in order to relieve the tension of the forces under his banner, and also to usher in the final preparation moment, Yunya planned to open a grand event for the whole world. Moonlight Island Food Festival. Anyone who arrives here can eat and drink here for free, and everything is supplied in unlimited quantities. This is an unprecedented feast. The time is in a week. At that time, no matter who you are, no matter what your status is, you can come here. Even the 5 old stars of the world government, if they have the guts, can come and participate. As soon as this news came out, people in the whole world were shocked by it. No one thought that Quincy would hold such a feast at such a tense moment. However, there are still many people who are very interested. The name of Moonlit Island is known to everyone in the whole world. Moreover, although Quincy is arrogant and domineering, he is a complete lunatic, but his behavior style is still very principled. As long as you don't cause trouble on Moon Knight Island, he will not attack you. This is also something that everyone in the New World knows. Moon Knight Island is very safe, which is also recognized by everyone. Therefore, as the food festival approached, many people went to Moon Knight Island one after another, wanting to experience this feast. And in the first half, the news of the Moon Knight Island Food Festival also spread. Many people think that Quincy is giving eye drops to the world government. When is this, and you still hold a feast for the whole world? No matter how you look at it, you are provoking the world government. However, many people are used to it. Quincy's are not courageous, so they are not Quincy's. There are a lot of idle and courageous people who went to Moon Knight Island with the mentality of joining in the fun. They wanted to see the feast of Moon Knight Island. The world government and the Navy naturally know the news, but they have no plans to go there. What did you do in the past? To die? In this tense situation, are they not stupid, running to the territory of the Quincy to give away their heads? Although I don't know if the Quincy Master held this food festival for some unknown purpose, but they have no time to care about it. As we all know, every action of the Quincy is purposeful, so this time must be the same. The world government will speculate on any actions of the Quincy with the greatest malice. There is no way, there are too many precedents of the Quincy Master. Every movement will cause chaos, and the whole world will fall into turmoil. However, in the current situation, no matter what the Quincy makes, nothing will change, because the situation is already chaotic enough. Of course, it is impossible to completely ignore it. There are secret eyeliners who intend to sneak in, and want to see what kind of plane the Quincy is working on. Here, Aokiji quietly left the Navy headquarters, rode his bicycle, and headed towards the headquarters of the Neo Navy. After a period of sailing, he also arrived at the Neo Navy, dressed up a bit, sneaked into the Neo Navy headquarters. His current identity is very sensitive. He is the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Naturally, his actions cannot be discovered by others. If he goes to the Neo Navy alone to meet with the Night Blade and is discovered, then, things will go in an unexpected direction. Go ahead. You know, the Night Blade is also the #1 enemy of the world government. With Aokiji's strength, and his coldness can affect the perception of knowledge, it is easy to sneak in. Many people on the island just felt that their bodies were inexplicably cold, and the color of knowledge radiated out, but they didn't find anything abnormal, so they didn't take it seriously. Yunya, who was sitting in the office, seemed to have sensed something, and the color of knowledge radiated out, a little surprised. Aokiji. Zifa heard Yunya's words, looked at Yunya, and asked in doubt, what? He didn't hear what Yunya said just now. Yunya replied with a smile, teacher, that fellow King Z sneaked in. Zifa raised his eyebrows, and his knowledge radiated out, but he didn't perceive anything, but he trusted his disciples very much. Why is this guy King Z here? Do you want your help to deal with Quincy? That's not clear. Yunyi's eyes flashed. He looked at the slim Xiao beside him, and said with a smile, Xiao, go outside and welcome Marshal King Z inside. He was a little surprised by Aokiji's visit, but he guessed something in his heart. Okay, brother Yunyi. Xiao nodded obediently, took 2 steps, opened the door and went out. With the position given by Yunyi, Xiao soon met King Z, and she gave a military salute sassily. Marshal King Z, Teacher Zifa, and Brother Yunyi are waiting for you inside. After King Z entered the most central house, he didn't deliberately hide his breath. He knew that his concealment would not have much effect in front of Yuan, so he simply walked in openly. Seeing Xiao coming, he was not surprised, and nodded. Okay, let's lead the way, Lieutenant General Yunya. As a regular force, the Neo Navy has a position similar to that of the Navy, but in the Neo Navy, there are no generals, and the highest is only a lieutenant general. Xiao is also one of the lieutenant generals of the Neo Navy at this time, and her strength has also improved by leaps and bounds under the guidance of Zifa and Yunyi. Although she is not as good as the generals of the Navy headquarters, she is still at the level of an elite lieutenant general. Xiao was born as an ordinary person in a small village, without a surname, only a nickname, which was chosen by the old people in the village. Like Yunyi's body, Xiao is also an orphan. His parents died in an accident, and people in the village raised her. As the mainstay of the Ino Navy, Xiao naturally has her own name and title. After all, Lieutenant General Xiao sounds weird. Xiao is a phantom beast of the animal family, Thunder and Lightning White Tiger, Feng Konglong, Yun Konghu, plus Yunyi's own surname is also Yun, and Xiao is his beloved sister, so Yunyi gave Xiao a name Yunya. For this name, Xiao also likes it very much. To the outside world, her name and title are Yunya. Lieutenant General Yunya is also a high-level member of the Neo Navy, not only because she is Yuran's younger sister, but also because she has been recognized for her strength. However, people who are more familiar with her are still used to calling her by her nickname. After a while, Xiao came over with Kingzi, and Xiao returned to the position just now, standing beside Yunya. Zifa looked at Aokiji, and nuzzled. Aokiji, what are you doing here? Long time no see, teacher Zifa. Aokiji gave a military salute to Zifa, and he respected Zifa very much. Then he looked at Yunya. I haven't seen you for a while since Wano country last time, Yaran. Yunya asked Kingzi to sit down, and looked at him. Why is Marshal Kingzi coming to my side when you have time? After sitting down, Kingzi didn't talk too much nonsense, and directly entered the topic. Regardless of Zifa and Xiao still here, he said directly, Yaran, I don't want to talk nonsense. The purpose of my trip is to know, next in this war, what stand does your Neo Navy stand on? No, it should be said what stand you stand on. Zifa frowned when he heard this. They were also discussing this matter before. The war between the Quincy Division and the world government can be said to be the most sensational event in recent times. Zifa is naturally also a little worried. In this war, what should their Neo Navy do? Should I just sit back and watch, or? The world government is cleaning up the first half, will it take action against them? How should they respond? This has to be considered. Regarding Kingzi's question, Yunya was not surprised at all. Before that, he had already guessed the purpose of Kingzi's trip. When it comes to all the forces in the entire world, no one can escape from this turmoil. Aokiji seemed to have heard something, and frowned. Do you want to intervene in this war? Yunya said indifferently, as far as the world government is afraid of me, do you think he will let me stay in the first half? They won't be at ease when I'm here. Yunya laughed. They are probably thinking about how to deal with us now, right? Aokiji didn't deny it. This is an obvious thing, Yuran, as a powerful existence, staying here in the first half, the world government can't rest assured. The world government will take action, that's for sure. I just don't know to what extent it will be done, whether to force them back from the first half to the new world, or to be furious and want to annihilate them directly. Apart from giving orders to the Navy, the world government will no longer send people to communicate with them. What is the plan of the world government? He, the Marshal, does not know. It is very likely that Yaren's actions in Wano country made the world government feel a little defensive and suspicious of their navy. During the Battle of Wano country, Yejian destroyed the ancient weapon Pluto, killed Kaido, Barrett, and the cotters of the 100 Beasts pirates, and the 100 Beasts pirates were almost wiped out. As for the navy, Nightblade just killed the Green Bull and a group of pacifists belonging to the world government, and spared the other navy. This move can be said to pull out those people in the navy who belong to the world government up. When you think about it carefully, it's hard not to think of certain situations. Aokiji sighed. I can see that the world government doesn't trust the navy much anymore, and even has a little defense, so I am worried that the navy may become a victim of the war this time. Are you blaming me for clearing out the Green Ox and others in the navy who belong to the world government? Yunya looked at Kingzi with a calm tone. The navy should have thought about getting out of the control of the world government, right? The navy is the navy, not the dog of the world government. This is the main reason why I left the navy and excluded Akainu. Regarding Wano country's killing of Green Bull and a group of pacifists, Yunya was not only hostile to Green Bull, but also had other purposes. That's what drives the divide between the navy and the world government. Asking Kingzi to owe him a favor in public was done on purpose for others to see. Except for the Green Bulls, those who have a clear attitude are of one mind with the world government, and there must be an eyeliner of the world government secretly, who will inform the 5 old stars about this matter, to make the world government suspicious of the navy. This is Yunyi's purpose. When Sengoku abdicated and recommended Aokiji, Yunya probably guessed something, and Sengoku also wanted the navy to make some changes. However, this proposal was rejected by the world government, and Akainu, a tougher person, took over. Although the tough Akainu is also difficult to control, his philosophy will not conflict with the world government, and it is more suitable for the situation at that time. At that time, Yaren was still in the navy, and this kind of prickly head needed a red dog to restrain him. The way of balance, the world government has played it well. It's just that I didn't expect that there was a thunderstorm behind, and because of a conflict, Akainu died in the hands of Yaren. The series of things that happened later, Yunya was out of control. However, in the upcoming decisive battle, Yunyi didn't want the navy to intervene. He didn't want to kill his colleagues who had a good relationship with him. Therefore, he deliberately pushed the gap between the navy and the world government. Let Aokiji owe him favors. He wants Aokiji and the navy not to intervene in the war between him and the world government. So you have this kind of purpose. Aokiji smiled wryly. He was still thinking about what Yaren's actions in Wano country were for, but he didn't expect it to be this. He looked at Yunya. You want me to don't meddle in the war between the Quincy division and the world government. This time, the world government has no chance of winning. the Navy will intervene, and the sacrifice will be in vain. Yunya did not deny it, looked at Kingsley and said seriously, the Quincy will definitely win. Although Quincy is strong, the world government may not necessarily lose. Their background is beyond everyone's imagination. Aokiji shook his head. Besides, what will Quincy do after overthrowing the world government? You and I don't know a little bit. Now the world government is still there, and the order is still stable, but if the world government is defeated, the whole world will fall into the craziest turmoil. Do you know how many people will die like this? As the Admiral of the Navy, Aokiji still has many things to consider. Although the world government is corrupt now, with the existence of the world government, order still exists. At least it can stabilize the turmoil in the sea. It will not completely collapse and make the people of the whole world miserable. But if the Quincy wins, the world government collapses, and the order that has been maintained for hundreds of years completely collapses. No one knows what impact it will have on the world. How many people will die? He had to take this into consideration. At this point, whoever wins or loses will have a big impact on the world. As the Admiral of the Navy, you should be more aware of the so-called order of the world government than I am. They are a bunch of scum. Yunya did not consider going to such a far-reaching place. After the fall of the world government, what kind of impact will it have on the world, and will the order collapse? But as long as he is there, he is order. It's just a deterrent to the whole world. Whitebeard's name can make pirates dare not run rampant on Murloc Island. Could the deterrent power of his Quincy and Nightblade be inferior to that of Whitebeard? Of course, Yunya doesn't care about power. He has even bigger goals. After solving the world government, he will not do anything to this world, nor will he establish a huge centralized kingdom and become the master of the world himself. These things may be a huge temptation for others, but for Yunya, it is not as tempting as a delicious meal. Yunya looked at Kingsley. Besides, the Quincy cannot fail. In this war, he will completely overthrow the world government. Why are you so confident in Quincy? You don't have much contact with him, right? Are you going to attack the world government at the same time as Quincy? Kingsley frowned and looked at Yunya, not knowing where does Yunyi's confidence come from. He didn't have much contact with the Quincy, right? Unless Nightblade also wants to intervene in the battle between them and stand on the opposite side of the world government? Two existences that are also feared by the world government. If they act together, the possibility of overthrowing the world government is still very high. But is it possible? Wouldn't Quincy be afraid of the Night's Edge? They have also done it in the Shamboard Islands. There are also conflicts between each other. It is impossible to join forces to deal with the world government. Do it? That's it. Yunya suddenly laughed, and the power of thunder rose from behind, drawing the Taikoguyu. A powerful momentum also erupted from Yunyi's body. Seeing this familiar move, the three present couldn't help but widen their eyes. What's going on here? Why does Yaren have Quincy's move on him? But Yunya's next words made their scalps tingle, showing disbelief. Because I am Quincy, and Quincy is me? What the world government has to face is Yaren and Quincy. Yunya grinned with the signature smile of Quincy, and his aura also became a little different. Crazy, domineering, supercilious, as if he doesn't put anyone in his eyes. This aura is exactly the same as that of the Quincy master. You. Zifa looked at Taikoguyu behind Yunya, felt the momentum, and when he looked at Yunya, his face showed disbelief. Ah, brother Yunyi, are you a Quincy? Xiao also opened her mouth wide, with a dumbfounded expression on her face. You are a Quincy, how is this possible? Yuran is a Quincy. Aokiji stepped back in shock, knocking the chair down to the ground without realizing it. His eyes were fixed looking at Yunya, a look of surprise and shock appeared on his face. They are not unfamiliar with this move, and they are not unfamiliar with this crazy and powerful aura, and they are even very familiar with it, because this is one of the most well-known moves of the Quincy master. This crazy and domineering aura is exactly the same as that of Quincy. Yunyi didn't explain anything. His body dissipated instantly. The crazy and domineering aura dissipated, and returned to Yuran's peaceful and indifferent aura. He looked at Kingsley. Nothing is impossible. Yuran and Meeker follow the beginning. It's the same person in the end. That's me. Yunya. This. Hearing Yunya's confession, Kingsley was so shocked by the news that he couldn't speak. Is Nightblade the Quincy master? The Quincy is the Nightblade? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed such an outrageous thing. It's too shocking. Boy Yunya, you. Zifa stared at Yunya, as if he didn't know himself as a disciple. Yunya, who was domineering and crazy just now, and Yunya, who is calm and gentle now, are completely different. Xiao didn't have too many ideas, whether it was Quincy master or Yaren, as long as it was her brother Yunya. Yunyi looked at Zifa, and said slowly, Teacher, regarding this point, forget it, no matter you are Yaren or Quincy, you are always you, I don't care about that. Zifa interrupted Yunya, shaking his head helplessly. This incident had a great impact on him, and now he feels a little unbelievable. Although he was a little puzzled and shocked, he still chose to trust Yunya. Yunya's feelings for him were not fake, and he was very clear about this. Because Giaminio, who used to be one of the 7 martial seas, injured him, Yunya ignored the order of the world government and directly killed Giaminio. This is also the beginning of the conflict between the Nightblade and the world government. For him, an old guy, Yunyi was able to do this, which moved him very much at the time. Later, after Yun Yi broke up with the Navy and the world government, he resolutely chose to stand with Yun Yi, left the Navy, and set up his own family. Glancing at Zifa, Yun Yi showed a smile. Zifa was still the same Zifa, and still had great trust in him. He reached out and rubbed Xiao's head, and gave her a warm smile. The familiar breath made Xiao feel extremely at ease. Yun Yi looked at Aokiji. Aokiji, you owed me a favor last time in Wano country. I hope you don't intervene in this war between me and the world government. Although I have already left the Navy, I don't want the old colleagues died at my hands. Please understand this. King Zi was a little silent, still digesting this shocking fact. His brain is not stupid. After knowing that Yuan is the Quincy Master, some abnormalities about the Quincy Master can also be explained. According to him, the Quincy is a different kind. Is it because of this that he has two bodies? When I was on Music Island, there were two figures of Quincy. It seems that one of them is Yuan. And during the Battle of the Shamboard Islands, the Nightblade suddenly appeared and blocked the Quincy. Is this a deliberate act? Or to save all their navies? Moreover, judging from all the information that has happened before, the Quincy division does rarely attack the Navy. Even if there were, the Navy that died in his hands was very few. So far, except for the Ghost Spider at the beginning and Stahlberg behind, it seems that the Quincy really seldom kills the people of the Navy. Although Huang Yuan was beaten again and again, his life was not in danger. I thought it was because of Huang Yuan's speed that even the Quincy was difficult to kill. Now that I think about it, he should have kept his hands. King Zi took a deep breath. What is your purpose? Yun Yi said lightly, overthrow the world government. Aokiji asked, what about after the overthrow? Establish a new order. You want to rule the world. Yun Yi shook his head. I don't have that much free time. I don't have much interest in power. To overthrow the world government is just that they messed with me. I don't care what happens in the world later. Do you think I will consider it? The conflict between the Quincy division and the world government can be said to be caused by a short-sighted celestial dragon. Of course, even without the Draco, sooner or later the conflict between the world government and the Quincy would have occurred. As long as your reputation is famous enough, you will be feared by the world government, and the world government will not tolerate the growth of pirates. The positions of the two sides are there, and they are inherently hostile. Aokiji remained silent. If someone else said such a thing, he would definitely say something arrogant. If the world government provoked him, he would destroy the world government. But Yun Yi said such things, but he took it for granted. Quincy and Yuan are existences that the world government is extremely afraid of, and now he knows that the two are actually the same person. When the world government faces Yun Yi, can it really win? Moreover, with Quincy's personality, he really doesn't care what happens to the world after the defeat of the world government. About this war, I will consider it carefully. King Zi looked at Yun Yi with an extremely serious expression on his face. After speaking, he took a deep look at Yun Yi, turned and left. From the beginning to the end, he never asked Yun Yi how he managed to have two bodies at the same time, and what secrets he had in him. Yuan can reveal the fact that he is the Quincy, and he already has a lot of sincerity. He must seriously consider the impact of this matter. I'm telling you this so that you don't get involved in this war. The Navy is not the running dog of the world government. If the world government really collapses in the future, the Navy will be needed to establish the world order. Yun Yi faced King Zi the back said something. Yun Yi actually didn't care about her identity being exposed. In the past, I didn't want to pay too much attention to it, so that the world government could make up its mind to deal with itself. In the case of insufficient strength, it is better to develop in a low-key manner. However, now Yun Yi doesn't need to care about these things anymore. His strength, even Im, doesn't say that he can stabilize himself. Even if Im's whole card is completely revealed, he is confident that he can contend. This is brought by strength. Again, the reason why Yun Yi revealed this matter to King Zi was that he didn't want the Navy to intervene in the battle between him and the world government. He didn't want to kill these fellow Navy fellows with a righteous heart. After pausing, Aokiji didn't reply, but walked outside, hiding his figure, left the Neo-Navy headquarters, and returned to the Navy headquarters. After returning to the headquarters, Aokiji held a meeting. This meeting only needs a few high-level officials of the Navy. They are all people he can trust. Sengoku, Karp, Lieutenant General Crane, and the current 3 generals are the highest-level people in the Navy. Aokiji didn't reveal that Yuan was the Quincy, but he did state Yuan's position. That is to be hostile to the world government. In the subsequent war, he will take action, and even stand on the side of the Quincy. Hearing this situation, the faces of the people present all sank. This is not good news. But it is also understandable. After all, if the Night Blade continues to stay in the first half, the world government will not be at ease. Standing on Quincy's side, could it be that Yuan still has a connection with Quincy secretly? Lieutenant General, he grasped an important point and looked at King Zi. It's not just that there is a connection, they are the same person. Aokiji smiled bitterly in his heart, but for some reason, he didn't tell the situation. The less people know about this matter, the better. If it spreads, it is likely to make the whole world more chaotic. Let the allies of the world government fall into distrust of the world government. Even though the Quincy has shown great strength, the world government has been gaining power for hundreds of years, and at this time there is still no allied country to jump out and sing the opposite. But secretly, some allied countries also expressed dissatisfaction. But they were all suppressed by the world government. Each of the allied countries represents countless ordinary civilians. If these allied countries distrust the world government, break up with the world government, and have opposition voices because of this shocking news, the world government will not hold back, and will definitely suppress it forcefully, and maybe even launch a demon-slaying order to destroy it? Kill chickens and monkeys? In order to deter other allies, the world government can definitely do this kind of thing. This is also a point of concern for Kingsley, so he did not reveal the news that Yuan is the Quincy, even if the people present are trustworthy. Aokiji nodded solemnly. Yuan has already told me that this time, he will fight against the world government together with Quincy. In Wano country, I owe him a favor. He told our navy not to intervene. Yuan and Quincy joined forces. Dao opened his mouth slightly, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Warring States hammered the table, and his face was extremely solemn. The current situation, even the world government cannot judge the future direction. The next decision will determine the future survival of the navy. If the war is inserted, they are likely to become victims of this war. Even if the world government wins, how many people in the navy can survive? If they don't intervene, as long as their navy dares to show a little sign, they will be liquidated by the world government. The navy is now in a dilemma. The Warring States, known as a wise general, is also a little uncertain at this time. He looked at Kingsley and asked, Kingsley, you are the marshal now, what do you think of this matter? Now the marshal is Aokiji, and the basic decision-making of the navy requires the approval of Aokiji. Kingsley took a deep breath, looked at everyone, and said in a slow tone, this time, the navy will not intervene in this battle, and even prepare to resist the world government. Aokiji, do you know what you're talking about? Sengoku stood up abruptly, staring at Aokiji with wide eyes. Huang Yuan also twitched the corner of his mouth. Aokiji, are you sure you are not joking? Rebelling against the world government. The rest of the people also showed a look of surprise. Kingsley's tone was unprecedentedly serious. I'm serious. If you do this, if you are not careful, our navy will be completely lost. Lieutenant General he looked surprised, and looked at Kingsley after taking a sip of tea. This time, the world government will definitely be defeated. This is what Yuan said personally. Yuan and Quincy join hands. Who in the world can stop them? Kingsley looked at everyone present. Lieutenant General he said, are you sure they will join hands to deal with the world government? Although this is their common enemy, but, the two of them are not so harmonious. Aokiji said with great certainty, there is no doubt about this time, it is the world government, facing both of them at the same time. Several people looked at Aokiji and looked at each other in blank dismay, not understanding why he was so determined. However, they still know Kingsley's character very well, and they will not say these words for no reason. They must have obtained some accurate information from Yuan. Hehe, facing these two monsters at the same time, the world government is uncomfortable. Garp ate the senbei with a very casual tone. He didn't object to Aokiji's decision, and even fully agreed with it. He has also been unhappy with the people of the world government for a long time. In fact, other people's perception of the world government is also not very good. Especially in the recent period, the world government seems to use them as a tool, and they don't even consider their navy's ideas. The estrangement between the two parties has long been buried. After Aokiji came to power, he did not obey the world government, and what Yuan did before only deepened the estrangement. Warring States coughed lightly, and looked at Aokiji. Things haven't reached that level yet, so wait and see. It's best not to spread these words, or else. Everyone present nodded. If the world government knew that the navy under their hands was rebellious, they would probably be liquidated without waiting for the war to come. Moreover, it is not yet the time when the navy really needs to make a decision, and Aokiji is just putting forward an opinion. They still have time to think about. In the first half, the world government's purge operation continued, and almost the entire first half of the forces were rectified. The entire first half was almost monolithic, and there were no other voices against the world government. The former Empress, Boya Hancock's Amazon Lily, was rescued by Roger Pirate's remnant Pluto Rayleigh after a battle, and then completely disappeared. It is reported that they escaped from the Windless Belt, entered the New World through the Windless Belt, and went to the territory of the giant race. Now the only one that has not been purged by the world government in the first half is the Neo Navy where the Night Blade belongs. For the Neo Navy, the world government will naturally not allow them to stay in the first half. Under the order of the world government, the navy is also mobilized. Aokiji is naturally clear about the thoughts of the world government, and it is nothing more than to test whether their navy has a different heart. At present, the navy does not want to fall out with the world government. It can only obey the orders of the world government. But when this order reached Kingsley also contacted Yunyi and told him about the situation. On the other side, the Revolutionary Army went to the Holy Land to declare war because of the Quincy division, and turmoil broke out, and they also took advantage of the chaos to escape. Vegapunk, a genius scientist who once belonged to the world government, escaped from the world government with the Revolutionary Army after that incident. Vegapunk is likely to be related to the Revolutionary Army, and has even joined the Revolutionary Army at this time. People in the world government know how dangerous Vegapunk is, especially his scientific research ability, which is unmatched by anyone in the world. This will definitely be a huge threat. Because of this, the rewards offered by all members of the Revolutionary Army have been greatly increased. The highest reward is not the leader of the revolutionary army, Drago, but the evil scientist Vegapunk. His bounty exceeds 4.5 billion Baileys, and Drago is only in the early 4 billion years. It can be seen from this that in the eyes of the world government, Vegapunk is more threatening than Drago. The rest of the Cotters are also more than 1 billion Baileys. The overall reward offered by the revolutionary army even surpassed that of the previous 4 emperors. The day of the Moon Knight Island Food Festival is getting closer. The entire moonlit island also became lively. Countless people headed to Moon Knight Island with curiosity, waiting for the opening of this feast. The Moon Knight Island Food Festival is not only about food, but also other entertainment items. Not to mention the existence of the largest entertainment city, Gulen Tizero, and the concert held by the world's #1 singer, Yuta. And most importantly, Quincy announced that they will hold a competition during the food festival. This competition is open to everyone, no matter what your status is, whether it is the 4 emperors, the former Kabuki, or the admiral of the navy. As long as you have the courage, you can go on stage to compete. The winner can get a huge bounty. There are as many as 1 billion Baileys. 1 billion Baileys is not a small amount, and it can even be regarded as a huge sum of money. In some countries, the annual income may not be so much. This is a figure that is difficult even for the 4 emperor-level pirates to come up with such a large amount of Bailey. Countless people were astonished by the generosity of the Quincy master, but at the same time, they went to Moon Knight Island with a glimmer of hope. Even if they are not strong enough to get this bounty, it is still possible to join in the fun in the past. Therefore, before the food festival started, countless pirate forces went to Moon Knight Island, and they also longed for this wealth. New World, a certain sea area. The boat of the Straw Hats is moving slowly. After the Music Island incident, they continued their journey. 1 billion Baileys. Nami swallowed with a newspaper in her hand, her small mouth slightly opened, and the sign of money already appeared in her eyes. What is a billion Bailey? Chopper curiously pointed his head over, looked at the newspaper in Nami's hand, and said what was on it. The competition, the winner, a billion Bailey. Surprised, Chopper sat down on the ground suddenly, rolled around twice before shouting, a billion Baileys. What billion Bailey? The rest of the people also looked over curiously. Oh, it's about Moonlight Island, right? Robin sat on a chair with a refreshing ponytail, her slender legs folded together, one hand resting on her chin, holding a newspaper in her hand and said with a smile, the Moonlight Island side held a feast for the whole world, a food festival. This food festival, not only Yuta's concert, but also a martial arts competition. The winner can get a reward of 1 billion Baileys. Billion Bailey? It's so shocking that people lost their eyes. Bones Brooke said yo ho 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 and then slapped his head. Oh, I don't have eyes. Moon Knight Island, is that Quincy's territory? Soran stopped exercising and asked curiously. What a big deal, a billion Baileys. Usopp also smacked his lips, not counting the amount of their bounty, the sum of their entire ship is not as big as this figure. 1 billion Baileys, I don't know how many good things can be transformed. Frankie said in a low voice. He once got a pacifist in the Chambord Islands, combined with his own transformation technology, he also tinkered with many technological products. Their Wanli Sunshine was also modified a lot by him. But because Nami didn't give money, he didn't have the capital to implement many of his ideas. Food festival? Isn't there a lot of delicious food? Luffy's focus has never been the same as other people's. When Robin said it, he only heard the words food festival. Sanji didn't know what he was thinking, but this time he rarely spoke. Of course, he is very clear about Moon Knight Island, and he also knows where ingredients from all over the world are gathered. Whether it is the first half or the New World, almost as long as there are channels to obtain ingredients, Moon Knight Island can find them everywhere. This can be said to be the dream place of all chefs. But, as for Moon Knight Island, he didn't think much about it. Because, after understanding, he knew, the Vinsmoke family is a force under Wangsu Palace. His brothers and sisters, as well as his father, are all on Moonlight Island. Nami clapped her hands, with Bailey's light shining in her eyes, and waved her big hand. Moon Knight Island is the territory of Quincy, and Quincy is Ace's uncle. We should go there should be no danger, and, 10 billion Bailey? Luffy, I will leave this billion to you. Oh, Food Island, food festival, there must be a lot of delicious food. Unlike Nami, Luffy only thinks about food, and his eyes are almost in the shape of big bones. Yo ho ho, Yuta is over there too. By the way, let's take a look at her recent situation. She should have come out of her confusion. Brook didn't care about what Yuta did to him. Too many, he still has a lot of experience. It can be seen that Yuta is just stuck in a dead end. After joining Wangsu Palace, her song style has also changed, and Brook still pays attention to it. Is it a competition for the whole world? There should be many swordsmen going there. I really look forward to it. Zoro is also a little eager to try. Then, it's decided, little ones, let's head towards Moon Knight Island. Luffy laughed, as if he was already looking forward to the delicacies on Moon Knight Island. Seeing that his companions were all in high spirits, Sanji lit a cigarette and took a puff, exhaled the smoke, and also laughed. Why think so much? Moon Knight Island is so big, it is not so easy to meet them. Besides, he is also somewhat interested in the ingredients of Moon Knight Island. It is said that the ingredients of the whole world can be seen there, which is also very attractive to him as a chef. Robin watched the lively scene with a smile on his lips. Billion Baileys, here I come. Nami licked her lips, as if she had imagined the scene after owning a billion Baileys. Just like that, the group turned the rudder and headed towards Moon Knight Island, the holy land of Mary Joya, in the newly built Pangu City. The 5 old stars sat together. After the last incident, none of the 5 of them died, but they were almost injured. One of them narrowed his eyes. The Navy has assembled and is moving towards the position of the Neo Navy. This time, no matter what, the Nightblade must be eliminated. However, there is still a connection between Yuan and the Navy. It's no wonder that Yuan let Aokiji and the others go when they were in Wano country. One person said sharply, the high-level officers in the Navy. It's time to clean up. Since Aokiji came to power, we can see his attitude towards us. Their Navy already intends to break away from our control. I originally wanted Sora to take control of the Navy, but I didn't expect that damned guy from the Quincy to run to the Holy Land, causing Sora to be injured again. Without Vegapunk, it would be difficult to completely repair his injury. Damn, recently, everything has been going wrong. Let the Navy test the Nightblade first, and later, Lord Im will make a move. Yaren is not weak, but he only has one person facing our forces and Lord Im. This time, he can't escape. Wu Laoxing has been very busy recently, and they need to deal with a lot of things. Im didn't care about this at all. After that battle, Im fell into a deep sleep again, but this time against the Nightblade, Im would wake up and attack the Nightblade. Let Wu Laoxing have some confidence. After all, only Yuan in the Neo Navy is more difficult to deal with. The others can be ignored, but they are not very threatening. This time, they are out in force. The general mobilization of the Navy, coupled with the background of their world government, can definitely kill the Nightblade completely by surprise. Yuan is strong, even in their hearts. Yuan is as powerful as Quincy. But they didn't believe that so many people couldn't take down a Nightblade. In exchange for the position of the Quincy at Nightblade, facing such a lineup, it is impossible to win. Otherwise, why didn't the Quincy master, who had the upper hand, kill them when they were in the Holy Land, but left a word declaring war and left in a hurry? It was because at that time, the high-level combat power of the Navy had already arrived at the Holy Land. Facing all the combat power of the Navy and the world government, the Quincy division did not dare to fight recklessly. That's right, Wu Laoxing and others think so. The world government's calculations are not incomprehensible. They are already prepared for the Navy. Let them do it, just to test it and consume the combat power of the Nightblade. Even the Navy needs to be eradicated if it has a different heart. Moreover, attacking the Nightblade is also in their plan. The other areas have been cleared, and the Neo Navy is short. For the thorn in the Neo Navy, it must be removed as soon as possible. Facing the Nightblade, they must also treat it seriously. The Navy is just one of their preparations, and they don't expect the Navy to be able to deal with the Nightblade. If they could, they wouldn't have let him kill Akainu in full view. This time, Im also plans to make a move. Yuan is as famous as Quincy, although Im has never been in contact with Yuan. Judging from the information, Yuan's strength may not be inferior to Quincy. It would be too dangerous to keep such a guy. They must be exterminated. In the first half, Neo Navy headquarters. Yunya summoned Anne, Binz, Tina, and others. These people all followed Zifa, Yunyi, and others to leave the Navy. They are considered the veterans of the Neo Navy, and they are also high level. In a conference room, several people were seated, all with solemn expressions. Regarding Yunyi calling them this time, they had some guesses in their hearts. The world government is going to attack them. The purge operation in the first half has been full of turmoil. As a force that does not belong to the world government, the Neo Navy, and even the commander-in-chief Yuan has conflicts with the world government, so it will naturally be liquidated by the world government. They were indeed right in guessing that Yunya summoned them this time for this matter. The news came from Aokiji, and there will be no fakes. After knowing that the world government planned to let the Navy take action against them, Yunya also raised his eyebrows. He never expected that the world government would be so decisive that it would send out all the Navy to wipe them out. Going to the new world? Is the world government going to do something? Zifa frowned and looked at Yunyi. Well, Yunya nodded, looked at everyone and said, the world government has already started to act, and the Navy is also mobilizing. I don't want to have a conflict with the Navy at this time, so it is the best choice to leave the first half to avoid the edge. Yunyi didn't want Yuan to have a conflict with the world government at this time. There is no need. Moreover, let the Navy rush to the forefront, the world government's thoughts. Yunya can figure it out. Naturally it will not do what the world government wants. Sure enough, it's still here. Tina let out a sigh of relief. She had a premonition that this day would come when the world government was purging the first half. The other people also had a terrified expression, secretly thinking in their hearts that this is indeed the case. Zifa looked at Yunya. Leave now. Zifa is in charge of intelligence in the Neo Navy, and he has not received any information from his subordinates on this aspect. However, Yunya's information should not be fake. It was probably passed on to him by Kingzi, and he didn't bother too much. Yunya nodded and said, the headquarters is not far from here. With the speed of the warship, it may take half a day to arrive here. It is time to leave. Everyone else nodded without objecting. Yunya is the commander-in-chief of the Neo Navy, in charge of everything in the Neo Navy, and his orders are absolute. This time, all members of the Neo Navy will be dispatched to leave the first half and go to the New World. There are not many members of their neo-navy, and even the total number of them is not as large as that of 4 Emperor pirates. At most, a branch of the Navy has about the same number of personnel, only a few hundred people. After all, the headquarters of the Neo-Navy was originally transformed from a branch base, and the area of the island is not that big. And after a big battle, it was damaged, and the area was smaller than before, and it couldn't accommodate too many people at all. At the beginning, those who left with Zifa and Yunyi were the members of the training camp like Ain and Binzi, as well as Tina, Lunlianer, and others who had been under Yunyi's command. People. Although there are newcomers coming here one after another, the total number of people is only a few hundred, and a few warships can be packed away. However, just as the Neo-Navy was about to leave, the large naval forces had already arrived. Oh, it looks like it's a step too late. Yunya looked in one direction, where a large naval force was heading towards. Others also found the traces of the large naval force, and they couldn't help but change their faces. Are they still a little slower? The distance between the Navy headquarters and the Neo-Navy is not very far, and the naval warships are sailing very fast, and the two sides happen to meet each other. You guys leave here first, I will rush over after I block them, Yunya said to everyone, and with a flash, he came to the island, facing the large naval forces. Out of trust in Yunyi, the others didn't say much. Following the order, several warships began to leave the port. Over there, on the warship, Aokiji was wearing a naval justice cloak, standing at the bow of the ship and looking at the same side, meeting Yunya's gaze. Eye contact with each other, Aokiji's expression froze, and he waved his hand. Fire. Boom, boom, boom. The muzzles of more than a dozen warships in the front row pointed forward and fired, and countless shells rushed towards Yunya and the others. The cannonballs were densely packed, falling like raindrops, and their power was even more terrifying than the demon-slaying order. Yunya Yingxian unsheathed, and a golden flame rose up. Everything is ashes, and the blade is like fire. The city is on fire. The scorching golden flame suddenly spread from the edge of the sword, forming a wall in front of it, blocking all the shells. When the shells hit it, they were directly vaporized by the terrifying heat. The high temperature enveloped the entire area, and the sea water began to evaporate due to the appearance of the flames, turning into water vapor and rising into the sky. And as time went by, this heat wave became even hotter, as if it was going to burn the whole world. After the proficiency is 100, the power of flowing blade Ruo Huo becomes stronger. Even if there is no swastika, the temperature at this time is higher than before. Stop. Aokiji stared, and ordered all the warships to stop, facing the fire of the sun from the night blade. No one is unscrupulous. This is a flame that can burn even Akaina's magma? King Z, do you want to attack us? Yunya stepped up to the sky, schemed over the burning fire curtain, looked down at everyone below. The flames danced on his body, the temperature of the surrounding space gradually increased, and the air seemed to be distorted. Stand up? Yaren, let's catch it with your hands free. This time, you can't run away. King Z and Yunya had already conveyed a message in the eye contact just now, but the play still needs to be performed. Taking a step forward, the cold air surged on the body, and the heat wave was blown away. Disperse some, so that the people on the Navy side are much more relaxed. The flames of the night blade and the heat wave rolling over made them very uncomfortable, and the weak ones even needed to use domineering protection. On the surface of the sea, it turned into ice crystals and condensed, spreading towards the front, colliding with the fire curtain. The contest between ice and fire, there was a sound of, and the water vapor rose into the sky. Nian, you used to be colleagues with me, so leave now, otherwise, you will be at your own peril. Yunya's tone was indifferent, but extremely domineering. Facing thousands of troops alone, his aura actually overwhelmed all of them. After hearing Yunya's words, all the Navy present swallowed their saliva. Yaren's threat was too great, and no one could ignore his words. King Z just wanted to speak, but suddenly frowned and looked towards the sky. Yunya raised his head slightly, looked at the familiar scene, and sneered at the corner of his mouth. Can't wait. At this time, above the Holy Land Maria, Im's knowledge radiated out, covering the entire front half. After hundreds of years of accumulation, his knowledge is enough to cover the whole world, and every move of the whole world is controlled by him. Seeing all the members of the Navy being stopped by Yuan alone, and feeling Yuan's sun fire, Im also squinted his eyes. The flame was really terrifying. The fire of the sun. Could it be a special race? And, this wave of life, is another kind. Im's knowledge locked on the night blade, and following the perception, his brows raised. The faint life fluctuation emanating from Yuan gave him an extremely familiar feeling. The color of knowledge is not omnipotent. The strong have a way to block the perception of color of knowledge to a certain extent. Moreover, because the distance is too far away, his sense of knowledge can't be accurately perceived, but the wave of life is indeed very familiar to Im. Ability is flame. Could it be that the Lunaria family has eaten the fire-type ability? He still has the ice-type ability. The Elysian family? Was it an experiment in that kingdom? Im guessed. Im didn't know much about the Night Blade, but only learned a little from the Navy's intelligence. It is known that he is an ability user in the form of a god of death who ate the human fruit and has the ability of fire and ice. He had never heard of this fruit, nor was it recorded in the Devil Fruit illustrated book. Even if the world government has controlled the entire world for hundreds of years, it still cannot record all the devil fruits. After all, the emergence of devil fruits is irregular, and sometimes new devil fruit abilities will appear. Even after being eaten by the strong, after being developed, the essence of the devil fruit will undergo some changes, some mutations will appear, and when it is reborn again, it will become different. However, the Navy's intelligence did not mention the Nightblade as another race. He has seen this kind of flame that is enough to vaporize steel. In Joyboy's huge kingdom, there was a flame warlord who was the Lunaria clan who ate the burnt fruit. The Lunaria family is a strong person who is born to control flames, and can develop the flame-type devil fruit to the extreme. The Lunaria family is a race that is naturally suitable for the flame system. In addition, there is also an Elijah family who is as famous as the Lunaria family, a race that is born to control ice. These two races, in the former kingdom, were called the bipolar of that kingdom. They are all very powerful races, far stronger than the Murlocs, able to survive in any environment. However, it is also because they are too powerful, they are feared by the world government, and they are almost extinct now. After knowing that Nightblade possesses the ability of fire and ice, he guessed whether Nightblade was one of the experimental subjects in that kingdom, and through some means, it was revived in this era. This kind of thing is not uncommon. Kaido, the former 4 emperors, also has the technological shadow of that kingdom. Even Charlotte Lingling may be a descendant of a surviving test subject. It's not inexplicable to have an extra Nightblade. After all, he, who has experienced it himself, knows the strength of that kingdom clearly. Even hundreds of years have passed, the influence of that kingdom is still passed down to the present. The Murlocs, long-handed tribes, three-eyed tribes, giants, little humans, fur tribes, these still active tribes all have an inseparable relationship with that kingdom. Forget it, it doesn't matter whether the Nightblade is a remnant of those races or a test product of that kingdom, but only to this extent, nothing to be afraid of, among the ancient creations. In the sky above Yunyi, dark clouds rolled, and the thunder contained in the clouds began to stir, as if they had been mobilized. Among the pitch-black clouds, there were 16 light spots flickering, and a terrifying oppressive feeling came down from the sky, making countless people tremble with fear. God kills. Im's tone was as indifferent as a god, and with his thought, the next moment, the fort above the sky suddenly lit up, and 16 world-destroying thunderbolts shot from the muzzle and rushed down. The terrifying thunder punishment is like a blow to destroy the world, trying to wipe out all those who disobey the gods. This is the blow to destroy the island. This blow enveloped both the Nightblade and the Neo Navy. Yunya raised his head slightly, a sneer of disdain appeared on the corner of his mouth, his eyes narrowed slightly and he whispered, "This is trying to kill us all, 3 times, do you think I have no temper? Swastika G Tianshuo Zanyu." Yunya snorted coldly, Zanyu Swastika, put on the virtual mask, dark red light surged around his body, and a tyrannical, bloodthirsty, and crazy aura passed from Yunyi's body out. The next moment, the dark red light dissipated, and when Yunya appeared in front of everyone again, his image had already changed somewhat. Wearing a black and white hideous mask, the original navy cloak has also turned into a black haori, and the silver fiber in his hand has turned into a long black sword with a slender swastika-shaped hilt. Different from before, this time the long sword has become more slender, with a barb at the end, making it look even more ferocious. This is the change after Zhang Yu's proficiency is 100. Zanpakuto with a proficiency level of 100 is somewhat different from other Zanpakuto. There are 4 different forms to choose from. Among them, the 3 forms correspond to the Zanyu of the 3 generations of Kurosaki Ichigo in the original work of the God of Death. Of course, they are only different in form. Yunyi has tested them one by one, and the difference in power is not very big. After all, Zanyu is just a skill, and its specific performance depends on Yunyi's own strength. And the other one is the moonless state, that is, the original work of Shinigami, the last crescent moon Tenko used by Kurosaki Ichigo. However, there are certain conditions for using the moonless state. After using it once, you need to relight and add points, starting from 0. Yunyi has never tried the moonless state, it's a bit tricky, and it won't be used anymore. At this stage, Yunya already has too many methods, and there is no need to explode the seed at all. However, it can also be used as a whole card. A navy who had seen Yunyi and Hawkeye's battle once blurted out, "This is another form of Lieutenant Admiral Nightblade, the Ghost of Death? I used it once when fighting Hawkeye. Is that the Void Death?" One of the 3 forms of the Nightblade Death Fruit. The others also swallowed. They were very clear about the information about the Nightblade and knew that there was such a thing. However, Yeren seldom uses this state. Basically, Ice and Flame have more abilities. Many people have seen Yunya in this state for the first time. Yeren, are you a capable person? King Z looked at Yunya in midair and took a deep breath, but he knew that Yeren was the Quincy master. This guy not only has 2 bodies and 2 identities, but also the moves used by the 2 identities are different, and even have nothing in common, but they are all so powerful that it is shocking. Patino Yunyi, what kind of secret does he have in him, to be able to do this? Is this the attack launched by the world government on Moon Knight Island? Quincy was able to resist such an attack. Momoto looked up into the sky, feeling the oppressive feeling, and couldn't help trembling slightly. This is not fear, but resisting that sense of oppression. It's no wonder the world government has stood up for hundreds of years. With that person around, any threat can be easily wiped out. Zhang Guo also frowned slightly, and he was surprised by the sense of oppression transmitted from the sky. Faced with such an attack, even if all the people in the Navy took action, they might not be able to resist it. However, they couldn't resist, but if it was the Night Blade, it might not be impossible. The Quincy can resist it, and the Night Blade should be able to do it too. Garp also looked very solemn. If it were him, even if he broke out with all his strength, he would not be sure that he would be able to resist and not die. The people in the Neo Navy are all extremely dignified. Facing such an attack, they can't intervene, and they can't help Yunya. They can only pray that Yunya can take the attack. Brother Yunyi. Xiao nervously looked at Yunqi in midair, clenched her hands tightly, and a worried look flashed across her face. Although she knew that Yunya was very strong, but would she be able to resist such an attack? Zifa didn't speak, and also stared at the sky. Under the gaze of countless people, Yunya moved. The sky was covered by 16 thunderbolts, and Yunya was wearing a virtual mask, raising his hand with a sword, Yuai Tianchong. With a sound of buzz, a dark red terrifying slash shot out from the silver fiber's sword edge, turning into a crescent moon slashing thousands of meters into the sky. In this blow, Yunya merged crescent sky chong and false flash. If it is said that the 5 dragons can be strengthened through the instant coaxing of different attributes, then, at this time, under the state of Zanyu Void, Crescent Sky Chong and Void Flash are also highly compatible skills. The two skills are fused into one, bursting out with stronger power. Boom! With one sword strike, the entire sky seemed to be cut open. The 16 world-destroying thunderbolts came into contact with the strike, and a deafening sound erupted. The two attacks only stalemate for a moment, and Yunya's strike directly killed the god. It was crushed and dissipated into countless light spots. Moreover, Yunya's slashing strikes are still going unabated, but their power is slightly weaker, and they are still slashing towards the sky. With a sound of chi, the ancient technological creation above the sky was directly cut off by Yunya's sword, leaving only a little mechanical wreckage floating. The holy land of Marijoya? Although it's a little far away, it's not impossible to reach. The knowledge locked on me, and also exposed your position. The Lord of the World. Yunya cast his gaze in the direction of Marijoya, sneered, and looked up. Slashed down with a sword in his hand again, Yuayat Yanchong. With a sound of buzz, the slash of thousands of meters rushed out along a straight line towards the position of the Holy Land Marijoya. Everything it passed was slashed, and the space seemed to be cut. Connecting the sky and the earth, the clouds, the sea, and even some uninhabited islands were all cut in half under this slash. Yeren, you deserve to die. Im's expression was startled. He didn't expect Yeren to be so terrifying. This sword crossed a long distance and slashed at him. Moreover, this slash made him feel threatened. Standing up suddenly, he mobilized a huge amount of armed forces, and the powerful fluctuations even slightly distorted the space. God's punishment. I'm shouted, the ability was used, and the natural disaster took shape. In the thick clouds, thunder rolled, and several hundred meters of thick thunder pillars were wrapped in armed colors. They collided with each other. Boom! With the collision of the two as the center, the space trembled, and the sea water turned into a 100-meter tsunami and hit the surroundings. A loud bang resounded throughout the entire first half. Immediately afterwards, the space seemed to be unable to withstand the collision of the two attacks. Aftermath, cracks appeared. However, the several thunder pillars still only resisted for a moment, before they were directly cut off by Yunya's slash, and the slash was still like a smashing bamboo. Earthquake. Powerful fluctuations in life erupted from Im's body. Accompanied by the faint roar of the beast, Im grasped the void with his right hand. The red wall suddenly rose from the bottom of the sea, and was covered by armed colors in the next moment, turning into pitch black. The 10,000-meter high wall was like a mountain, blocking the front of the Holy Land Marijoya. This high wall is even many times larger than the Navy's Gate of Justice. It stretches there, like a giant guarding the holy place, standing still. Block any attack. Boom! There was another roar that resounded through the entire first half. This time, Yunya's slash was blocked for a moment, and Im's huge armed force competed with Yunya's slash. The surface of the sea roared and boiled, creating a tsunami, but it was only a stalemate for a few seconds, and the next moment, the mountain-like high wall collapsed, and was cut in half by Yunya's sword. The slash was still powerful and domineering, with a speed like lightning, breaking through layers of obstacles, and slashed straight at Im. Unexpectedly. Im didn't expect that Yuren's attack would be so powerful, and he could still break his own attack with a slash from such a long distance. But after all, he has lived for hundreds of years. The three kinds of domineering have naturally reached high level, even surpassed the high level use, knowledge, and knowledge can predict the future. Let him realize one step in advance, before the slash hits him. The huge vitality it exploded suddenly, the armed color covered the fist, and it smashed down with one punch. Boom! The fist collided with the slash, and the force transmitted from the fist made Im's face change drastically. No matter how much he resisted, he still pushed back unstoppably. Im's legs had already plunged into the red earth continent, and the boundless force hit him. The red earth land under his feet was like tofu. It couldn't bear the impact and cracked every inch of it. Im's body was still pushed back. The top of the entire red earth continent seemed to have been plowed, and a long ravine stretched across the red earth continent. It's me who underestimated you, Yuren. Im's eyes suddenly became icy cold, and a huge amount of armed color erupted. The other hand held the slash, and both hands pulled it up at the same time, and Yunya's slash it abruptly changed its direction, and shot out towards the sky at an angle. But how could Yunya's slash be so easy to catch? With a chi sound, a wound on his body almost cut him in half, and the blood shot out unstoppably. However, in the next moment, under the blessing of a huge amount of vitality, the injury on his body completely recovered, as if the wound just now was an illusion. Slowly floating in the upper air, Im looked at the distant direction, squinted his eyes slightly, and said to himself, "Yeah, Blade, Quincy, what are the origins of these two people? It seems that in order to deal with them, we need let you wake up completely. Sea King kept the light by reincarnation, and you have survived since then. For you, I paid a very high price, Uranus." Im looked at a certain location in the Red Earth continent, and pulled out an inexplicable smile. 3 ancient weapons, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. The first 2 are creatures of some sort, and Hades is a product of the science of Joy Boy's kingdom. Pluto, as a man-made weapon, can be preserved for a long time. However, Uranus and Neptune are living beings. As long as they are living things, their vitality will be exhausted one day. In previous wars, Poseidon, the Sea King of that era, led tens of thousands of Sea Kings to attack the United Nations led by Im, but he was eventually defeated and his soul fell into reincarnation. Poseidon, the king of the sea, is reincarnated again and again, retaining the light of the soul. And Uranus, the king of heaven, was controlled by Im, and the biggest war in history broke out. In the original war, Uranus, the king of heaven, was seriously injured and almost died. It was Im who used some kind of devil fruit ability to save Uranus, the king of heaven, and sealed it for hundreds of years, in order to let Uranus, the king of heaven who was seriously injured and dying, be able to revive one day. Uranus, the king of heaven, is one of the strongest trump cards of the world government. After all, if he hadn't controlled the heavenly king back then, the outcome of that battle might have been won or lost. In order to save the dying king Uranus, Im also paid a high price. From the beginning of the establishment of the world government to the present, Im, the successful person of the ageless operation, has not been awake for more than a year. Most of the time is spent in deep sleep. That's the price. Im is the successful person of the ageless operation, and also the only successful person. The conditions for performing the ageless surgery are extremely difficult. Not only does it require a highly skilled doctor, but the doctor also needs to have a very high talent, able to develop the fruit of the surgery to the point of awakening. Of course, this is not the most critical point for the success of the ageless surgery. The implementation of the ageless surgery requires the most important condition. That is, the caster needs to have an inestimably huge vitality. This kind of vitality cannot be used by people with animal abilities, people with dense fruit abilities, or even the life force provided by the legendary pure gold that makes people live forever. The only thing that meets the conditions is the legendary fruit of life. Im is the owner of the fruit of life, and has all the conditions for the successful operation of immortality. At that time, Im was just an insignificant little person. The reason why he ate the fruit of life was to cooperate with the experiment of a certain crazy doctor. By chance, he became the first successful case of ageless surgery, and also the only successful case so far. Because, as long as Im is not dead, the most important factor of the immortality surgery, the fruit of life, will never appear again. Afterwards, Im, who had obtained immortality, gradually expanded his ambitions. Using some means, he alienated the relationship between Joyboy and other kingdoms, controlled the heavenly king Uranus, and united 20 kings to overthrow Joyboy kingdom, established a world government. In that battle, Uranus, the king of heaven, was hit by Pluto, the king of the underworld, and was seriously injured to the point of death. And Im also used the awakening ability of the fruit of life, shared life, and established a bridge of life with the heavenly king Uranus. Recover? For hundreds of years, Uranus, the king of heaven, has almost recovered from his injuries. However, Im also underestimated the price of sharing his life with Uranus, the king of heaven. The price is that he needs to fall into a long sleep. However, there are gains and losses. Through the sharing of life, Im has part of the power of the heavenly king Uranus. Similarly, the reason why he can perceive the awakening of other lights is also because of the power of Uranus. Im looked at the sky above, and then looked at the position of Yuan. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Pluto and Thunderspear were destroyed by Nightblade, and at the same time, they have Lunalia, Olysea, some characteristics of the family. It seems that the identity of Yuan can be confirmed. Is it for revenge? High above the sky, there are some broken mechanical parts, floating in space. The General Thunder that Im talks about is one of Joey Boy's subordinates, a general who ate the fruit of thunder, and one of the people who followed Joey Boyle from the moon to the blue sea, and that thing above the sky is the weapon of this thunder general, named Thunderspear. It was also a weapon specially designed for him in the later period of that war, to fight against Uranus, the king of heaven controlled by Im. Its power is not even inferior to Pluto's bombardment, but Pluto has a ship spirit and can move freely, and as long as the energy is sufficient, he can bombard continuously. The Thunder Spear needs a long time to store energy, and after a blow, it will be unusable for a period of time. There is also a disadvantage, that is, only those with the ability of the Thunder Fruit can control and drive the Thunder Spear, which is not as convenient as Hades. The reason why the Spear of Thunder is not as famous as the 3 ancient weapons is because this weapon was manufactured in the later period of the war. Before Joey Boy recorded the information into the text of history, he was killed by Im. The curtain fell, and the United Nations headed by Im won a victory and established a world government. Moreover, everything related to this war, the ancient kingdom, and Joyboy was deliberately erased by Im. This is a blank 100 years. Only in the historical text inscribed by Joey Boy, there is a history of 100 years of blankness. With the death of Joey Boy, the ancient kingdom fell apart, Aquaman died in battle and reincarnated, Hades exhausted his energy, was taken away by the ancestors of the Wano country, sealed up under the Wano country, lived a closed life, and escaped from the pursuit of the world government. This Thunder General escaped with his life by luck. In order to escape the pursuit of the world government, he settled on Sky Island. He is the ancestor of Sky Island people. He knew that the Thunder Spear was obtained by Im. In order to prevent the powerful Thunder Spear from becoming his weapon, he used the awakening of the Thunder Fruit to create a permanent magnetic field covering the Sky Island, so that the Thunder Fruit would be released after his death. You can't leave the Sky Island, you can only be reborn on the Sky Island, and that empty island, named Baika. After General Lei's death, his descendants found the Thunderous Fruit, but they didn't choose to take it, but put it in a shrine for people to worship. This is also the reason why the Thunderous Fruit has not appeared on the Blue Sea again for hundreds of years. Im looked towards Yunyi and the direction of the new world, with a cruel smile on his lips. However, this will be the last time I sleep. Quincy, Nightblade, no matter who you are, it is impossible to defeat me. When Pluto, Neptune, Joey Boy, and others were all around, they couldn't defeat me. I am the master of this world, the only king in this world. My strength is not something you can resist. Joey Boy can't destroy me. Quest, Yuan, you can't do it either. As he woke up longer and longer, Im seemed to have recovered his emotions. Although he was still high above like a god, he no longer had the inhuman tone that he had when he first woke up. But with a domineering, arrogant feeling, emotion is a certain kind of power, which comes from the soul, and Im's performance means that his power is gradually recovering. The ambitious man who once overthrew the rule of Joyboy and established a world government that has stood for hundreds of years will show his strength again. After finishing speaking, he glanced at Yunya's direction again. Im snorted coldly, escaped into the flowers, and fell into a deep sleep again. Did you hit it? Yunya squinted his eyes and looked in the direction of the Holy Land. His knowledge could not cover that far, but Yunya had a premonition that his slash hit Im. But Yunya was sure that Im would not die so easily. Moreover, how did the majestic wall that rose from the ground just now, comparable to the height of the Red Earth continent, appear? Is this how the Red Earth continent appeared? Is it your power, or the power of the heavenly king Uranus? What is the relationship between the two of you, dividing the world into two halves? This kind of power is indeed very strong. It seems that the current you is far from your full strength. Yunya narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. Judging from the raised walls just now, the Red Earth continent should not be a product of nature, but man-made. What is the purpose of dividing the entire pirate world into two halves? This ability is the ability of the king Uranus, or Im's ability. Is there any connection between Im and Uranus? When Yunyi crossed over, One Piece was not over yet, and he didn't know much about Im and Uranus. However, after several contacts with Im, Yunyi can be sure that Im must have some kind of connection with Uranus, the king of heaven. And, is the ability displayed by Im really the fruit of the natural disaster that he speculated? Im is a natural disaster fruit ability user, but it is only his own guess, and it cannot be concluded. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Yunya's mind. Yunya shook his head slightly, but didn't think about it deeply. When his army attacked the world government, everything would be revealed. He turned to look at the navy. The attack just now made the people on the navy side dare not make any more rash moves, and they all looked at Yunya solemnly. Yaren's attack just now was too powerful, and the aura on his body at this time is also extremely strong. Except for the calm expressions of the high-level navy, everyone else was worried. If Yaren gave them such a sword, even the marshal, the general, and others together would definitely not be able to resist. Yunya stood in midair, looking at the navy side through the still-burning fire curtain. When he fought with Im just now, he did not disband the blazing wall of fire. The hot wall of fire still lay in front of the warship, making them unable save in. The blurred mask on his face dissipated, and the cruel and tyrannical aura on Yunya also dissipated, but he still maintained the state of Tianshuo Zanyu, looked at the leader Kingzi and said lightly, Kingzi, I think I used to be a colleague. For the sake of face, I won't kill you. Go and tell the world government, since they have done something to me, then, wait for my revenge. Yunya chuckled lightly as he flashed his figure, and charged in the direction of the Neo Navy out. When Yunya turned around, the originally burning fire curtain gradually extinguished. Seeing that Yunya had no intention of doing anything, all the navy breathed a sigh of relief. Facing such a powerful night blade, they are still under a lot of pressure. King Z was silent for a while, and after Yuran left, he waved his hand, go back. On the navy side, things come and go as fast as they come. King Z didn't think too much about this matter at this time, but how to deal with the accountability of Wu Liaoxing next. This matter can be big or small. This time they can be said to be just going through the motions, and they didn't even make a move. It seemed to people with discerning eyes that they were the ones who were too frightened to make a move when they saw the strength of Yaran. However, failing to do so can be a reason for Wu Liaoxing to be held accountable. It may even be because of this matter that the 5 old stars are completely suspicious and attack the navy. These are all things that Aokiji needs to consider. He doesn't plan to completely turn against the world government right now. However, if Wu Liaoxing really plans to attack the navy, Aokiji should also consider the worst plan. Alas, Aokiji sighed lightly, scratching his scalp, feeling a little headache. The Navy executives who knew that Aokiji had been in contact with Yuan all knew that perhaps because of this incident, the world government became more suspicious of them. They should also consider how to deal with the world government. During the first half of the world government's purge, many forces knew that the Neo Navy with the Night Blade must be one of the targets of purge. Sooner or later, the world government will attack the Night Blade. It's just that I didn't expect that things would happen so quickly. Comes fast, ends fast. Before many people could react, the matter was over. The Neo Navy was not annihilated, and the Night Blade shot directly to suppress the Navy's actions. He even had a confrontation with the legendary Lord of the World. The world-destroying divine thunder that descended from high altitude is enough to destroy an island with one blow. A powerful slash across half of the sea area, the sky splits, and the sea splits as the slash passes. With every gesture, a 10,000-meter high wall was suddenly formed. This kind of power is beyond anyone's imagination. Are humans really so powerful? This is simply the power of the gods. However, this is the fact that someone saw it with their own eyes and took pictures of it. In the picture, there is a divine thunder falling from the sky, a slash across the sea, and a high wall rising from the ground. It really happened? People have to believe it? Through the newspapers, this matter quickly spread throughout the world, and many of them were skeptical. However, when they saw the video images, they couldn't tolerate them not believing it. Ever since, the whole sea exploded. This is a miracle. How could someone be able to do this? Even the former 4 emperors couldn't do this. Are they still human? Yeblade, Quincy, and the Lord of the World, they are not human beings. It is impossible for human beings to have such power. The world government has already provoked a Quincy, and they still provoke the Night Blade. What do they want? The Neo Navy seems to have left the first half and went to the New World. I don't know if they will attack the pirates in the New World. In the first half, they seem to have been committed to fighting pirates. Probably not. Who would dare to cause trouble in the New World now? The Quincy will not allow it. This time, is the war between the world government and the Quincy a Night Blade going to be inserted? Now, I don't understand the situation. Even if the world government has the ancient weapon Uranus, the king of heaven, but the Quincy also has the king of the sea in his hands, and his own strength is beyond people's imagination. Who do you think will win this war? Countless people are discussing that the incident this time far exceeded their imagination, and the consequences are beyond everyone's expectation. New World, Moonlit Island. Today is the official start of the food festival. At this time, the Moon Knight Island is extremely lively and full of voices. Fortunately, the current Moon Knight Island is big enough, so there is no crowded scene. After years of transformation, the scale of Moon Knight Island is also much larger than before, at least several times larger. And divided into several areas, each area is in charge of a very, surrounded the headquarters palace of Wangsu Palace in the center. Of course, the most famous one is the golden ship Gulan Tizero managed by the Golden Emperor Tizero. The number of people coming and going is also the largest. In the palace in the central area, except for the high-rises of the Wangsu Palace, the rest of the people are not allowed to enter. Coming out of the central palace is the gourmet area, which is distinguished by ingredients and food from different sea areas. Paradise is everywhere, and the first half and the New World are arranged in order. At this time, the food area is already full of people. During the period of the food festival, the food on the island is unlimited and all free of charge, which naturally attracts a large number of diners and big eaters. In the entire New World, only the palace of Wangsu can have such a foundation. It would be impossible for any of the 4 emperors in the past to achieve this step. There is no limit to the supply of food, which will cost not only a small sum of Bailey, but also a very strong transportation capacity. Wang Xudian stepped on the corpse of the king of sea transport, and he already had a very strong transportation capacity in his hands. In addition to the former Qianliangbeki Express, he was able to travel between the 4 seas and the first half of the voyage. The current Bucky is very prosperous, and he is very popular in Wangsu's palace. He didn't have too much ambition. Since Qi Wuhei was banned, he stayed in Wangsu Palace, and has become the chief manager of Wangsu Palace's transportation, with a high status. Originally, because of Bucky's willingness to work hard, Yunyi wanted to give him a 10-edged seat, but Bucky refused. In his words, 10 blades is too showy and too dangerous. Yunya just let him go, it's nothing important. It is worth mentioning that the reason why Bucky was able to become the general manager was because the devil fruit that Sea King used to have was obtained by one of his subordinates. Using this ability, another deep-sea route was opened up, allowing them to travel to and from the paradise, and the first half was very fast, and they would not be discovered by the navy. In another place, a huge stage has also been built. Here, there will be a competition, and anyone can participate, as long as you have the confidence. At this time, this place is also full of people, pirates, bounty hunters, gangsters, and people of different races can be seen here. These people are all aiming at the billion Baileys of the final winner. There are too many people, and they are all lawless guys, so conflicts are inevitable. However, those people who fought on the island were all directly suppressed by the patrol team of Wangsu Palace. Those who disobey will be killed directly. There was a pirate who offered a reward of more than 500 million Bailey to cause trouble, and Trafalgar Law, one of the 10 blades, solved it with one move. Everyone who saw this scene felt that a bucket of cold water had been poured on their heads, and instantly calmed down. In the most central palace, Yunya sat on the throne, drank red wine, and listened to Yachi's report. Oh, have the white beard and red hair come too? Yunya looked at Yachi, slightly surprised. Yachi nodded. The man with the white beard is over there in the duel field, while the red-haired one seems to have gone to Gulan Tizero to find Yuta. Yunya said oh, waved his hand and said, don't worry about them, as long as they don't make trouble. Yes. Yachi replied and went down. After taking a sip of the wine, Yunyi was startled suddenly, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Xiaoa, this girl, actually wants to come over. After hearing the news about the food festival, the girl Xiaoa clamored to come and have a look. He said he misses the delicious food of Bahai, but what was on his mind? How could Yunyi not know? Xiaoa is a very curious girl, she must be here for her when she came to Moon Knight Island. Yunya laughed for a while, but didn't stop him. On the other side, the Straw Hat Pirates also arrived at Moonlight Island. Looking at the bustling and prosperous Moon Knight Island, several people showed curiosity. They have heard of the name of Moon Knight Island a long time ago, but this is the first time they have come here. They haven't landed yet, and the members of the Straw Hats are extremely excited. The members of the Straw Hats were eager to try, approached the port, and landed on Moon Knight Island. Meat, I want to eat meat. One shouted to eat meat. Duel field, there should be a lot of sword masters. A person looked towards the direction of the duel field with scorching eyes. Do you have the ingredients and delicacies of the whole world? A cigarette lit and looked towards the food area. I also want to play on the biggest music stage. One looked at Gulan Tizero. I heard that Treasure Tree Atom is also sold here. I want to go and have a look. One looked at the area where things were sold. 1 billion Baileys. Bailey's light flashed in one eye. Other people also have their own places they want to go to. As a navigator, Nami has the highest status in reality, and even the Captain Luffy has to listen to her. She clapped her hands and said, since everyone has a place they want to go, although it's safe here, you should be careful. After half a day, gather at the duel field. Nami has not forgotten that the winner of the duel is Billion Pele. Half a day later, the competition over the duel field officially began. She has already made up her mind to let everyone else on the ship participate in this competition to see if they can win. This is a billion Baileys? Her eyes lit up. Nami looked at Robin and suggested, Miss Robin, let's go shopping. It's been a long time since I went shopping for clothes. Robin nodded with a smile and left with Nami. I'm going to the gourmet area to eat. Luffy cheered and ran away. Hey, Luffy, don't make trouble here. Sanji reminded, but where can I see Luffy's shadow? Sanji twitched his lips, feeling very helpless, and then looked at Chopper. Chopper, don't you want to supply medicine? Come with me, it just so happens that it's not far from the food court. Okay. Chopper picked up the small backpack and followed Sanji. Then I'll go over to the duel field first. Soran picked up 3 knives and walked towards the area of the duel field. Usopp looked at the direction Soran was walking, and his face changed. Hey, Soran, the duel field is on the other side. I know. Soran's face darkened. He stopped, turned around and came back, but after taking 2 steps, he went in the wrong direction again. The corner of Usopp's mouth twitched, but fortunately he was used to it, and he said tiredly, forget it, I'll go with you. Soran's face darkened, and he didn't speak. The rest also have their own goals and are moving towards their own goals. Sanji held a bunch of ingredients in his hands, and wandered around the ingredients area of the food area by himself. Just now, Chopper had separated from him. Huh? I actually have ingredients from all over the world. This is, the golden fruit from the North Sea, the sake from the South Sea, oh, is there even the water meat from the 7 islands of water? Looking at the dazzling array of ingredients, he was very excited. Be surprised. Unexpectedly, all the ingredients that can be obtained in the world are really delivered to Moon Knight Island? This is a big deal? But as he was walking, a voice stopped him, and when he turned his head to look, his face suddenly changed. You. It really is you, Sanji, I thought I was wrong. A blue-haired young man wearing a Germa 66 combat uniform and a Shamit hairstyle on his head came over. Behind him, it's the android army of the Vinsmoke family. The person who came was none other than a member of the Wensmoke family, Wensmoke Niche. Now because of the food festival on Moon Knight Island, the people in Wangsu Hall don't say martial law, but there are patrols patrolling everywhere. And the cyborg army of the Vinsmoke family can just be used to play this role. You guy, why are you here? Sanji's face was extremely gloomy. Although he knew that the Vinsmoke family was here on Moonlight Island, it was so big that it was not so easy to meet them. It's just that he didn't expect that not long after he landed, he met the guy he didn't want to meet. This is the palace of Wangsu. As the 10 blades under Quincy, if we don't appear here, where else can we appear? On the contrary, it's you? It's a surprise to me to meet you here. Neji looked Sanji up and down. The tone was a little joking. It just so happens that I met you here, so I will take you to meet your father by the way. He has long wanted to see you. After the sons of Jiaji experienced a severe beating by Yunyi, their emotions recovered. At first, Yunya didn't think too much about it, thinking that he just frightened them, but later found out that it should be related to his unique soul fluctuation. When Pluto's ship spirit and the giant sea kings from Murloc Island saw Yunyi for the first time, they felt the unusual soul in Yunyi, and they couldn't help but feel fear. This is the fear from the soul level. Yuji, Neji, and others who have lost their emotions have more sensitive perceptions in this area, so they have inexplicable fear. Although their emotions have recovered, their personalities cannot be changed. Nig's character is still arrogant, cold, and conceited. Of course, it is not as extreme as in the original book. Seeing his brother whom he hadn't seen for a long time now, Nig also had some malicious thoughts in his heart. Get out of the way, I don't want to see him. Sanji narrowed his eyes and said bluntly, it's up to you. Let me see how you've grown since you left the Vinsmoke family. Neji grinned, rushed towards Sanji, and punched Sanji down. Damn it. Sanji's face was extremely gloomy. When he saw Neji rushing, he was also ready to fight back. The right leg was raised, covered with armor, and collided with Neji's fist. With a bang, the two retreated at the same time. Oh, actually mastered domineering? It seems that he has grown a lot over the years. Nig was a little surprised. It seems that his younger brother has also grown a lot in these years. Although he didn't use domineering and lightning in his attack just now, his physique is not something ordinary people can resist. It's not bad that Sanji can take his attack. However, I am a combatant under the Quincy division. Domineering is not uncommon here. Neji sneered, and the jet of air from his boots made him speed up suddenly, and rushed towards Sanji. On the fist, the ability that belongs to the bloodline factor was used, and the thunder and lightning exploded, and it was covered with domineering, and punched it again. You are still the same as before, and you are bleeding the same blood, it really makes me sick. Seeing the thunder and lightning surged from Neji's fist, Sanji showed disgust. He knew that this was being killed by Geiji, the reason why it was transformed using the bloodline factor. Although they have all kinds of abilities, they lose their emotions and become machines that only know how to kill. This kind of emotionless family disgusted him very much. Sanji's face was gloomy, and he spun on the spot. Because of the friction, his right leg became red and hot, and the high temperature radiated out. He bent his right leg and said, Devil's feet. Lean meat kick. Sensing Neji's movement, Sanji's eyes were fixed, and he kicked the whip leg directly, colliding with Neji's fist again. Boom! This time, the two collided in a stalemate. At the center of the collision, a wave of air hit the surroundings, and a loud bang sounded, attracting the attention of the people around them, and they began to discuss. Who is it that dares to make trouble here on Moon Knight Island? Are you not afraid of death? It's true that you have become much stronger. I never thought that you, who have not been transformed successfully, will have strength comparable to mine, but, if you only have this level, you will not be able to escape my palm today. Nig was surprised again, surprised by Sanji's strength. You know, when Sanji was a child, he couldn't even take a punch from them. It's just that he didn't expect that the current Sanji has become so strong that even he can't defeat him in a short time. But that's what's interesting. The two retreated at the same time, then rushed out again, and collided. Boom boom boom. The two exchanged dozens of moves in a short period of time. To say that Sanji's strength is not too weak now, as one of the main forces of the Straw Hats, plus Rayleigh's guidance on the use of two-color domineering before, his strength is stronger than that of the same age group in the original book. But compared to Nizi, he is still a bit inferior. After joining the Wongshu Palace, Nizi and others have also strengthened a lot in strength. Not only have they mastered the use of domineering energy, but their own abilities have also been developed and become stronger. Neji showed a sneer, and a flash of lightning struck out from his hand, making Sanji's movements stiff for a moment. Seizing this opportunity, Neji clasped Sanji's right leg with his right hand, and pulled it violently, making Sanji's body stiffen. The center of gravity was out of balance, and he was knocked into his arms. An elbow hit Sanji's chest. The powerful force made Sanji groan and spit out blood from his mouth. Although you have become very strong, but I am a combatant under Master Quincy, and the battles I have experienced are beyond your imagination. Neji didn't stop, grabbed Sanji's right leg, wheeled him up and smashed him hard on the ground. Boom! A huge pothole suddenly formed, smoke and dust rose everywhere. Sanji was smashed into the pothole, his body curled up because of the pain. Neji glanced at Sanji, and lightly ordered the clone soldiers behind him, take him away. Yes. The soldier behind him responded, grabbed Sanji and headed towards the area of the Vinsmoke family. I'm really looking forward to the expressions of my father and the others when they see Sanji, but, would I be a bit harsher? Forget it, manly man, there is no harm in getting a beating, and there is nothing wrong with what Master Quincy said. Nika touched his chin and thought about it, but then shook his head. Why bother so much? If you beat them, you will beat them, and they are often beaten in Wongshu Palace. It wasn't Yunya who hit it was the other 10 blades who hit it. It's not a big deal to become stronger just by hitting it. In the palace of Wongshu, the position of the 10 blades is not fixed. Except that the position of the chief executive, Mr. Alien, is fixed. The rest rely on their superior strength. As long as you think your strength is enough to replace a 10 blades, you can apply for a challenge. If the challenge is successful, then, you can take over the position and take over this person's position as the new 10 blades, or you can directly become the last 10 blades. Now 10 blades, but there is still a vacant position? This is what Yunya agreed to. As long as you have the strength to defeat other 10 blades, then, you can become the new 10 blades. The 10 blades in Wongshu Palace, except for the quota that Yunya set at the beginning, are all relying on their strength. This is also one of the reasons why Bucky refuses to become 10 blades. It is too dangerous for him to be watched by others. Now, the 10 Blades of Wangsu Palace are the most powerful people in Wangsu Palace, and these members of the Vinsmoke family naturally coveted the position of 10 Blades. The strongest Tizalo, Hawkins, and Yechi dare not provoke them, and they dare not grab the father's position, nor can they beat them. However, Kibsun, Feld, and the new 10-Blade Luo and Yuta, they often go to challenge. Of course, the result is miserable. Whether it's Kibsun, Feld, Luo, or Yuta, they are all existences they can't beat. Kibsun and Feld, the two former kings of the Dark World, are top-notch in terms of strength and planning. In addition, after the 10-blade position needs to rely on strength, the two of them also felt the pressure and began to work hard and practice hard, not being pulled from the position of the 10 blades. Not to mention Luo and Yuta, their talents are infinitely strong. At this time, their strength has surpassed that of Kibsun and Feld, and they even faintly threaten the strength of the top three. The people around saw that the people from Wangsu Hall took Sanji away, and they didn't take it seriously. After all, there were too many people coming to Moon Knight Island this time, and it was not uncommon for some brain dead to make trouble. But they couldn't make any waves, so they glanced over here and left. However, among the crowd, a civet cat with a small backpack happened to see Sanji being taken away, and wanted to run over, but was blocked by the crowd. Sanji was taken away by the people of Wangsu Palace? What happened? Chopper watched Sanji being taken away, and suddenly had a premonition that something was wrong. This can't help but remind him of the scene when Luo Bing was taken away by CP9. I found it. I must inform everyone of this news. Chopper was very anxious, took out the phone bug from his backpack, and informed everyone of the situation here. After knowing this situation, several members of the Straw Hat group including the phone bug became extremely dignified when they heard what Chopper said. Start to gather towards Chopper's position. Robin looked at Chopper and asked calmly, Chopper, what happened just now? Why was Sanji taken away by the people from Wangsu Palace? Chopper was about to cry, and gestured with hands and feet. I don't know what happened. After I came back from shopping, I saw that Sanji was taken away. I wanted to go and check, but there were too many people here. By the time I ran over, he had already been taken away. Nami frowned. With Sanji's character, it is impossible to provoke the people in Wangsu Palace. Could it be because he saw a beautiful woman? Then he went up to show his courtesy, but was taken away by the people in Wangsu Palace as troublemakers. This is the most likely thing to happen. Everyone knows Sanji's character. Although he treats women like a gentleman, he will run over to strike up a conversation the first time he sees a beautiful woman. It is also possible to be regarded as a troublemaker. This perverted cook. Soran's mouth twitched, but he narrowed his eyes. But we can't let Sanji be taken away like this, even if they are from Quincy. Well, do you want to do it with the people in Wangsu's temple? Usopp was scared to hear Soran's words. Nami shook her head. I don't know the situation yet. It's best not to have conflicts with the people in Wangsu's palace. If there is a fight, it will not end well. Quincy is Ace's uncle, and Ace is Luffy's brother. If you know this relationship, you shouldn't do anything to Sanji, but you still need to find Sanji first, and clear up the misunderstanding first. What kind of power Wangsu Palace is, they are naturally very clear. He is the uncrowned king of the New World, and they dare not provoke him easily. Moreover, there is still a relationship between Quincy and Ace. With the relationship between Ace and Luffy, if the people of Quincy know about it, they shouldn't do anything to Sanji. Robin looked at Frankie, and said calmly, Frankie, you should have Sanji's life paper, right? See where he is now. Frankie nodded, took out a stack of life papers from the chest of the machine, pulled out the one that belonged to Sanji, and put it in his hand. The life paper was made by Raleigh for all of them. Each of them has one, which can be used to determine the status of the partners and guide the way. It is usually kept in Frankie's hands. Judging from the life paper, Sanji's life is not in danger at this time. Where is the direction? Robin took out the map of Moonlight Island, pondered for a moment and said, it's in the area of the Vinsmoke family. The Vinsmoke family? Is it the legendary underground killer family? It used to be a big family in Bahai, and later joined the Wangsu Palace, and it is one of the 10 blades under the Wangsu Palace. Why was Sanji taken there? Could it be that there are people who are used to detain troublemakers? Several people present frowned. Nami asked an important point, what about Luffy now? Robin shook his head slightly and said, it's better not to let Luffy know now, otherwise, with his character, maybe something will happen. The rest of the people nodded. If Luffy, a weakling, knows what happened to Sanji, then, things will probably get worse. Anyway, let's go over there and have a look. First find Sanji and then, While several people were discussing, a voice suddenly came in. Hey, why are you all here? Are you all here to eat? Ha ha ha, the food here is really delicious, and there is no limit supply. Several people turned their heads to look, and their expressions changed slightly. Luffy looked at the crowd, saw that their expressions were a little strange, and asked suspiciously, huh? What's wrong with you? Several people present looked at each other in blank dismay, not knowing how to speak. What? Sanji was taken away. Luffy stopped doing it immediately after hearing the explanations from several people, and said angrily, where is he now? Chopper was honest, pointing in one direction, over there. After Luffy knew the location, he rushed over there with a whoosh, and left a sentence, I'll go and have a look first. Seeing this, the rest of them opened their mouths, trying to stop Luffy, but found that he had already run away. They knew that if Luffy found out about this, he would definitely blow up his hair. Hurry up and catch up? We can't make the situation more difficult. Nami wanted to slap Luffy, so can't you wait until we finish talking? It's not clear yet. I can't control that much now. Soran also gritted his teeth, and chased over there. The rest of the people are very helpless, and they can only act together. Several people soon came to the area of the Vinsmoke family. Here, it is guarded by heavy soldiers, surrounded by countless clone soldiers, and ordinary people cannot enter. Hey, Sanji, are you inside? Luffy yelled towards the inside, but didn't get a response, and didn't think much about it, and rushed in directly. And those clone soldiers, when they saw someone who dared to make trouble here, they were not polite, and rushed towards Luffy directly. A farce has begun. Come a few chapters to make it easier, fill in a hole by the way, and then directly enter the decisive battle. If it can't be finished at the end of the month, then it won't be too long at the beginning of next month. What happened to the Vinsmoke family naturally couldn't escape the attention of the people in Wangsu Palace. Soon, the news reached Yunya. Looking at the information, Yunya shook his head. These little guys are really making a fuss. How dare you make trouble on your own territory? But he also knew the specific reason. Neji, that guy actually forcibly kidnapped Sanji. No wonder Luffy and others would make a fuss. Yunya called Yachi and asked his subordinates to stop it. It's time for the food festival, and it's not good to make too much noise. Yes. Yachi nodded yes. Regarding this matter, she didn't take it seriously at first, but according to Yunya's meaning, don't make things too difficult for them? The Straw Hat Pirates? Do these have anything to do with adults? Yachi couldn't help but feel a little puzzled, but he didn't think too much about it. When he wanted to go down to deal with things, Luo walked in, saw Yachi, nodded to her, and then reported, "My lord, there is a warship coming over there. It seems to be someone from the Neo Navy, and we need to stop it." Are they Neo Navy? People from Yeblade? Yachi stopped and looked at Luo in surprise. Regarding what happened in the first half, she naturally knew that all members of the Neo Navy had entered the New World. But, how did the people from the Neo Navy come here? Yunya waved his hand and said, "Don't pay attention to them, just come. Moon Knight Island will not prevent anyone from landing." Yes. Luo nodded slightly, but there were many thoughts in his mind. The conflict between Yuan and the world government is also great. Could it be that he came here for the world government? Luo's mind was very quick, and he soon discovered an important point. The relationship between Nightblade and the world government is now well known in the world, and it can be said that it is similar to their Wangsu Palace. All see the world government as an enemy. Now that the people from the Neo Navy came to Moon Knight Island, it should not be as simple as a vacation and fun. Do you want to talk to adults? Luo guessed in his heart. It is worth mentioning that after Yunya ate the soul fruit, Doflamingo also extracted his soul. Through the memory of the soul level, he knew many secrets about the world government, but they were all insignificant information. It may have been useful to Yuni before, but now, it is no longer useful. Moreover, Doflamingo doesn't know much about Im. There are not too many records in their family. They are nothing more than guesses about Im's ability, and those who have successfully performed ageless surgery. However, there is still a more important point, that is, Im really controlled Uranus, the king of heaven, and Uranus, the king of heaven, is a kind of creature. In the past, he overthrew the kingdom of Joyboy with the help of the heavenly king Uranus. It's just that in the following hundreds of years, Im fell into a deep sleep for a long time, and in the end, the king Uranus never appeared. Their ancestors guessed and recorded that the king Uranus probably died because of that war, and Yimmu himself was probably injured because of that war, and he needs to sleep these things for a long time. After knowing what he wanted to know, Yunya handed Doflamingo to Luo to deal with. As for what Luo did to Doflamingo, Yunya had no intention of asking. The warship quickly landed, and after getting Yunya's approval, no one stopped the Neo Navy's people from landing. However, the landing of Neo Navy personnel on Moon Knight Island still caused quite a commotion. Although the Neo Navy is not an orthodox navy, their influence is no less than that of the Navy headquarters. It's all about fighting criminals? Now that there is actually a navy landing here, the people around are a little surprised when they see this. Moonlit Island will not prohibit people from the Navy or the world government from coming, but those who really have the courage to come here are also a minority. And it was so swaggering that it shocked countless people's jaws. A group of Neo Marines landed, and an area at the port was immediately emptied. At this time, most of the people on Moonlight Island were pirates and villains. When they saw the Navy, they had a natural sense of fear. Is this the Moon Knight Island? How imposing. Wearing a Neo Admiral's cloak, Xiao looked heroic. Looking at the whole picture of Moon Knight Island with her big shining eyes, she couldn't help but get excited. Although Xiao is no longer a little girl who has never seen the world, but such a magnificent island is rare for her. More importantly, this place is her brother Yunyi's property. Okay, don't play tricks, let's go in together. Yunya, who was also wearing a navy cloak, patted Xiao on the head, then looked at Zifa at the side and said with a smile, "Teacher, let's go together too." Saying that, Yunya walked towards the center of Wangsu's palace. Yeah, Zifa was also very curious. After knowing that the Quincy master was also Yunya, his heart was very uneasy. This disciple of himself is really a monster among monsters? Both identities are so powerful? This time Zifa came along with him to confirm the relationship between Quincy and Yuan. Okay, Xiao nodded and followed behind Yunya. And the people around, after seeing the people coming down from the warship, all gasped. Yeah, Nightblade. A Neos naval staff officer, former Admiral Zifa of the Navy headquarters. That's Lizzie Yunya from Neo Navy. Hey, am I dazzled? How could the senior management of their Neo Navy come here? Could it be that he wants to attack the Quincy? How is this possible? They have no reason to conflict. Is it possible that you are here for the world government? Hiss. If that's the case, things will get worse. Quick, follow up and have a look. After seeing Yunya and the others disembark, many people rubbed their eyes, thinking that they had misread it, but after a closer look, they were right. They were the top executives of the Neo Navy. Immediately, the people around showed disbelief. Surprise, fear, shock, all kinds of voices resounded around, each one seemed to have seen a ghost. What did they see? Yuan actually came to Moon Knight Island. Is it to deal with the world government? It's not impossible. However, if it is true, then, this will definitely be a sensation in the whole world. Big news, absolutely big news. Boy Yun, is this really alright? Zifa frowned when he heard the discussions of the people around him. Yunya smiled. What's the problem? The world government should be the one to worry about. Seeing that Yunya's expression didn't look abnormal at all, Zifa knew that coming to Moon Knight Island was definitely not just because Sayawa wanted to come here. Among them, it is very likely that they are revealing a piece of news to everyone in the world, that is, the Nightblade and the Quincy may reach some kind of alliance to attack the world government together. This matter is terrible, and it will definitely make the people of the world government extremely vigilant. The three of them ignored the comments of other people around and walked straight towards the palace of Wangsu Palace. It didn't take long for the news of Yuan's entry into Moon Knight Island to spread throughout Moon Knight Island, and everyone who knew the news was in an uproar. And guess, what is the purpose of Yuan going to Moon Knight Island this time? On Gulan Tizalo's ship, the red-haired party on the island also knew the news. The red hair frowned. Yeblade? Why is this guy here? Ben Beckman took a puff of cigarette, exhaled white air and said, Yeblade and Quincy are enemies of the world government. If this news gets out, the world government won't be able to sit still. Yuan, I've heard of this name. Is it because you came here this time to trouble your lord? Yuta at the side remembered the name Yuan, knowing that he was as famous as the Quincy master, inevitably worried. She said, No, I want to go over and have a look, and I can't let Yuan destroy this place. With that said, Yuta got up and ran towards the headquarters of Wangsu Hall. This girl. Seeing Yuta's expression, the redhead felt a little jealous, as if her daughter had been abducted by others. Let's go and have a look together, Ben Beckman said. Alright, I'll also meet Yuan by the way. Although I know him, I haven't had much contact with him. The red hair also looked in the direction of Wangsu's palace. With that said, the group of people also walked towards the palace of Wangsu Palace. On the other side, the Whitebeard pirates and others in the duel area were a little surprised when they heard the news. Yuan and Quincy, these two are the most unprovoked existences in the world right now. No matter where it appears, it will be shocking. Not to mention that this is still the palace of Wangsu, the headquarters of the Quincy division. And the purpose of Yuan's coming here is very clear. He went directly to the palace of Wangsu's palace. He probably didn't come here for fun, but came to find the Quincy for other purposes. What will happen when these two meet? This is something no one could have expected. Whitebeard held the wine glass in his hand, took a sip and laughed. Gulala, what is Yuan doing here? Is it for the world government? Now the world government is going to have a headache. Father, I'll go over there and take a look. Ace was a little worried in his heart. When he was in the Shambord Islands, he had seen the Nightblade fight against the Quincy. There have also been conflicts between the two parties. Moreover, the two didn't decide the winner in that battle, but Quincy said that the winner will wait until Yuan goes to the New World to fight again. Could it be that Nightblade came for this purpose? Seeing that Ace's face was serious, Whitebeard narrowed his eyes slightly, and said with a smile, the duel field hasn't started yet, so let's join in the fun. And the members of CP0 who were hiding in the dark quickly passed the news to the world government through the hidden phone bug. The complexions of the 5 old stars in the holy land of Marijoa changed slightly. What did you say? Yuan is on Moon Knight Island at this time? What's going on? Tell me in detail. Damn it, keep investigating, don't let go of any information. Hang up the call with CP0. At the meeting, the faces of the 5 people were extremely serious. One person said with a sullen face, it's not good, if these two join hands, even Master Yim may not be able to annihilate them. Yuan and Quincy joining hands is the last thing they want to see. They are very clear about the strength of these two people. They are already very overwhelmed by one person. If they join forces, they would never want to see it. The other person took a deep breath and said, not necessarily, there is no conflict between these two people, and, from the past experience, they have no intersection, and they have fought more than once. It should not happen like this matter. Skull Island and Shambord Islands, both of them have fought before, and the possibility of joining forces is very small. However, even if it is small, this possibility cannot be ruled out. Headache, 5 people are very headache. Another person also spoke. Master Yim said that this time of deep sleep will be the last time to sleep, and when he wakes up again, Lord Yim should have a way to deal with the two of them. You know, it was Lord Yim who once took action to give that kingdom to. I hope so. Let the people of CP0 pay close attention. Now, we can't do anything anymore. We can only rely on Lord Im. The Navy also needs to pay close attention. They have already come up with other ideas. If necessary, they need to be dealt with. The 5 old stars are powerless to deal with the current situation. They can only entrust the final victory to IM. The news of Yuan's landing on the island was naturally noticed by the people of Wangsu Hall immediately, but they did not choose to stop them because of the orders of their own adults. The island is full of wind and clouds, and those who know the news are all approaching here at the first time. They also want to know whether there will be a conflict between Yuan and Quincy at the first time. At this time, the 10 blades who were relatively close had already gathered in front of the palace, waiting for the arrival of the Night Blade with solemn expressions. Hiss, the 10 blades of Wangsu Palace, the Black Rose Knight 7, the Death Surgeon Terrafalgar Luo, and the 2 former kings of the Dark World. It's such a grand occasion, there are several 10 blades gathered. Nonsense, who is Yuan? This is an existence with the same reputation as the Quincy, so it is reasonable to treat it so seriously. Could it be a fight? It shouldn't be possible. If you fight here, even if the Night Blade is very strong, you may not be able to win. People around saw this ostentation. Several 10 blades from Wangsu Hall were shocked, but they also took it for granted. Yuan, what's your purpose for coming here? Although Yachi knew about Yuan's arrival, he didn't expect him to come here directly, and his expression was very serious. The rest of the 10 blades also looked very solemn, staring at Yuan. It's a big show, but I'm not here to fight with you. Get out of the way. I want to see the Quincy. Yuan looked at the movements of the 10 blades, nodded indistinctly. For them he is still very satisfied with this move. Hearing Yuan's words, several people narrowed their eyes slightly, just as they were about to speak. From the palace, a voice came, let them come in. You guys, wait outside first. Yes. Hearing his lord speak, several people gave way, but they still looked at Yuan and the 3 of them vigilantly. Yuan smiled and led Xiao and Zifa into the palace. Along the way, neither Xiao nor Zifa spoke. Pushing open a door, the 3 of them walked in. Xiao and Zifa glanced around, and finally their eyes stayed on a figure in front of them. That's Yunye's body clone, Quincy Master? Quincy. Zifa narrowed his eyes and looked at Quincy carefully. No matter in face shape or temperament, Quincy is obviously different from Yunye next to him. Are these 2 people really the same person? Before thoroughly confirming the relationship between Quincy Master and Yunye, Zifa was a little worried, so this time, he followed them together. Yun, brother Yunye. Xiao was a little nervous, looking at Quincy, and then at Yunye beside him, trying to see the commonality between the 2. Xiao has always been curious about the Quincy. Seeing that the 2 of them were still a bit vigilant, Yunye stretched out his hand to grab where Quincy was, and then, with a flash of black light, Quincy turned into a black bead, which Yunye held in his hand. Yunye looked at the 2 of them, mainly focusing on Zifa, and said with a smile, Teacher, if you want to explain, if I can tell you, I will tell you. Bead? Doppelganger? What ability is this? Seeing this scene, Zifa's pupils shrank, and his heart was a little shaken. Zifa can be considered a well-informed person, but this is the first time he has seen this miraculous scene. A person turned into a bead? However, the devil fruit ability in this world is also very rare, and it cannot be said that there is no such type of ability. After all, there are still many avatar abilities. After hearing Yunye's words, Zifa pondered for a while. Did he want to know the secret about Yunye? I thought about it a bit, but this is Yunye's secret after all. He sighed, shook his head and said, forget it. Everyone has their own secrets, no matter what your position is, as long as it doesn't endanger the safety of ordinary people. I can tell that people living on Moon Knight Island, the happiness on your face is not fake, you are doing well. Zifa's mentality has changed. It is no longer the previous idea that justice is absolute and evil should be eradicated. Differences in positions cannot be fully explained. In war, it is impossible to explain who is right and who is wrong. After knowing that Quincy Master is indeed some kind of avatar ability of his disciples, he is also completely relieved. As for why Yunye came up with the identity of a Quincy Master, he didn't intend to go into details. I don't understand. It's good that the teacher can understand. Seeing Zifa's appearance, Yunye also smiled, and didn't say anything more. In fact, Yunye didn't know how to explain it. At most, he used the devil fruit ability to fool the past. It was impossible for him to reveal the system, the bead in his mind, and the fact that he was a time traveler. Yai is someone close to him. Throwing the orb of righteousness, he became the Quincy again. Xiao wasn't nervous this time, she just rushed forward, grabbed Quincy's right hand, and said excitedly, Brother Yunye, is this your ability? Quincy patted Xiao on the head, feeling a little helpless, and said, well, it's part of my ability. Then why is the ability of your avatar different from that of the main body? The familiar touch made Xiao squint her eyes slightly, her eyes were shining brightly, and she let go completely, chattering, asking this and that. My ability is quite special. I don't know how to explain the specific reason. Oh, then I won't ask. Xiao is still very sensible. If this is Yunye's secret, she will not ask too much. As long as you know that the Quincy Master is you, Brother Yunye. Okay, let's go out. Now the outside is full of people. Today is the day of the food festival, so don't make people feel scared. Yunye said with a smile. That's right, with your 2 identities, seeing each other is enough to make people feel nervous. Zifa smiled wryly. He could imagine the inner thoughts of the people outside at this time. No matter what the reason was, the meeting between the two strong men, Yuan and Quincy, would make people guess. Even if nothing happened, it is enough to make people think about it. Not to mention that the two have a common enemy, it's hard not to think about it. But who can imagine that these two people are actually the same person? Okay, after I go out, I'm going to eat delicious food. I heard that even Bihai's specialties are available here. I also miss the food of Bihai. Xiao let go of Quincy's right hand and returned to Yunyi's room around. Here, you can eat whatever you want. Yunya smiled. Hey, Xiao showed a naive smile. If people see it, it's hard to imagine that this is the Neo-Vice Admiral known as Lizzie Yunya. In the outside world at this time, after Yaren entered the palace of Wangsu Palace, the scene became quiet. It seems to be waiting for something. What will the Nightblade and the Quincy talk about in the meeting? Why did Zifa and Yunya go in together? Is their meeting this time for the threat of the world government? Many people are guessing in their hearts. Yuda, Hongfa, and the others also rushed over. After seeing the red hair, many people gasped, but they didn't expect the red hair to come too. Immediately afterwards, the people around saw the man with the white beard again, and were shocked again. What happened? Now the strongest forces in the new world are here? Could it be? Many people dare not think about it. Could it be that this food festival is not just a feast? Quincy is about to make a big move? A group of people began to think about it. Of course, things are not what they thought at all. This food festival is mainly because Yunya wants to let the people under him relax in the final decisive battle, and it is not as much as other people think. As for the arrival of the red-haired, white-bearded and others, they are just here to join in the fun. The palace door opened, and the four of them walked out. The people around quickly looked around, but found that there was nothing wrong with the expressions of the few people. What did Yaren and Quincy talk about inside? The people present couldn't help being curious, but no one dared to speak. The red-haired and white-bearded people looked at the four people who appeared with strange eyes. The situation seemed not as bad as they imagined, and the two did not fight. My lord. Several 10 blades gathered around, bowed to Quincy, and remained vigilant about Yuan. Quincy waved his hand, looked at the people around, and said calmly, let's spread out. Wow. After the Quincy master gave an order, the people around him almost dispersed in the next moment, not daring to gather around here anymore, but they were always guessing what the two of them were talking about. They really want to know, but they dare not stay here any longer. Except for the red-haired and white-bearded people who stayed where they were, the rest of the crowd dispersed. The time went back to 10 minutes ago. The residence of the Vinsmoke family. At this time, Sanji was captured and taken to the residence of the Vinsmoke family. Jiaji and others naturally received the news from Niji, knowing that Sanji was caught by him and brought here. Sanji was tightly bound, his face a little gloomy, and after Niji took him to a room, he left a sentence, as the royal family of the Vinsmoke family, you can't go to see your father like this. Get your appearance up quickly. Father wants to see you. Oh, by the way, don't think about it. I know your friends are all on the island, for their lives, you should know what to do. After that, he laughed and left. This tone, this attitude, proper villain style. Damn it. In the room, Sanji slammed the table hard, his face as cold as ice. At this time, a few maids came in from the outside. After seeing Sanji, they were a little timid. They were very familiar with other royal families, but it was the first time they saw the new Third Highness, so they were a little scared. One of the maids said gracefully, His Royal Highness Sanji, please go to the bathroom to take a shower and change clothes. His Royal Highness wants to see you. After seeing a few beauties, Sanji suddenly changed from a gloomy expression to a nympho face, and subconsciously wanted to rush over, beauty sister. Yeah. The maids were taken aback and took a few steps back, a little scared. Seeing this scene, Sanji quickly stopped his movements and his expression returned to normal, but his hands were clenched tightly, and he didn't know what he was thinking in his heart. He lit a cigarette and took a puff and said, I see, put your things down. Yes, your highness. Several maids glanced at Sanji cautiously, nodded, put down the things, and left. But after leaving, the maids started talking in low voices. Although Sanji-sama is very good looking, I didn't expect to show that expression. It scared me just now. His Highness Sanji seems to have been away from the Vinsmoke family for a long time, and he just came back. It is normal to be a little nervous. It's a good thing that no one else can imagine if it can be seen by the royal family of Vinsmoke. The royal highnesses did not put on the airs of the royal family towards us servants. Oh, what are you all thinking? Several maids chatted and laughed and disappeared at the corner of the corridor. Those people still haven't changed. Sanji took a puff of cigarette and let it out slowly. In his opinion, the performance of the maids just now showed that his family still behaved like that. Don't treat ordinary people as human beings at all. But Sanji didn't know that the reason why the maids were taken aback was not because they were afraid that he was the royal family of the Vinsmoke family, but because they were frightened by his expression. At this time, there was a sound of pushing the door, and a tall and beautiful figure walked in. After seeing Sanji, he also smiled and said, I heard Niji talk about it before, and I thought it was fake, but I didn't expect it to be true. You, Sanji. Reiju walked to a sofa and sat down on her own, crossing her legs and looking at Sanji. Sanji remained silent. Reiju looked at Sanji with her chin propped up, and said with a smile, You are so indifferent. Don't you want to say something when you face the sister you haven't seen for more than 10 years? Sanji's face darkened. I have already severed the blood relationship with you. Oh, that's really a pity. I also want you to know about the changes in the family over the years. Reiju still smiled. Change. Sanji sneered, become more ruthless, and become more ignorant of human life. That's not necessarily true. Over the years, my father has changed a lot, and so have the others. All of this is due to the adults. Reiju suddenly realized what Sanji was thinking about, so she didn't say much, but her smile was a little meaningful. Stand up. So this kid thought that the current Vinsmoke family is still the cold-blooded and ruthless family it used to be. Reiju was a little funny, but thinking about it, the behavior of their family was very cruel. However, after being taken under the command of Master Quincy later, Jiaji's character changed. He was no longer as ruthless as before, and he also became very concerned about the children. All of this was due to Yunya. For Yunyi, Reiju is still very grateful. Sanji sneered. He didn't believe what Reiju said. If those people could change, he would eat it. Write his name upside down. Clean up yourself. As the 10 blades under Quincy, you can't dress too poorly. Reiju stood up, waved at Sanji, and left the room. Before coming to the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking at the scenery outside the window, he murmured to himself, I hope this time, they won't make things difficult for Luffy and them. After a brief wash, Sanji changed into the costumes belonging to the Vinsmoke royal family, and led by the maid, went to a room. Pushing open the door, Sanji glanced at a not-so-big round table, and several members of the Vinsmoke family were already seated. Gage closed his eyes and sat on the main seat. The rest of the people also sat down according to a certain pattern, but their expressions were a little helpless and bored. After seeing Sanji coming, Gage opened his eyes and shot at Sanji. The rest of the people, except for Neji who was still lying on the table without looking up, looked at Sanji with scrutiny. Both Iji and Yuji narrowed their eyes, looking up and down. Reiju smiled and waved at Sanji. Sanji, come here. Sanji glanced at the so-called family members who were seated, and sat down in his seat without saying a word. Gage said blankly, is this how you treat your father whom you haven't seen for a long time? Sanji. Father. Sanji sneered, looking straight into Gage's eyes, I don't have a father like you, and even if I did, it wouldn't be you. Hearing Sanji's words, the people who were seated all looked at Sanji with strange eyes, and even Neji raised his head. Several people said to themselves, you are so brave, Sanji. Now Jiaji is not the former Jiaji. As one of the 10 blades in Wangsu Palace, His Majesty has left a deep impression on the hearts of several children, and even they dare not speak to their father like this. Of course, the usual Jiaji is still very talkative. Well, it seems that you are still hostile to me back then. Gage was not annoyed. He changed the subject, looked at a maid and ordered, bring the food. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Several maids responded, and soon, countless exquisite foods were served. Putting it on the round table, Reiju, Iji, Neji, and Yuji all thanked the maid who served them food, and the maid just smiled and went down. Okay, let's start. Gage looked at the children and said lightly, hey, Dad, there was news just now that the Commander-in-Chief of the Neo Navy, Yuan, has landed on the island, and the duel field is about to start. You let us sit down and eat at this time. It's very disappointing. Okay, I still want to join in the fun. Yangji inserted a piece of meat into his mouth and chewed, looking at Jiaji and said with some dissatisfaction. Jiaji glanced at Yangji, curled his lips and said, with your strength, even if you go to the duel field, you won't get a good ranking. Why don't you just patrol for me honestly? For Sanji being brought back this time, he still attaches great importance to it. He forcibly called all his sons and daughters back, and specially prepared this family banquet. As for Sanji, he didn't intend to do anything, just meet and have a meal. Neji also sneered, and said disdainfully, as far as your strength is concerned, it is estimated that you can't even beat Sanji now. If you go to the duel arena to participate in the competition, you will be brushed off soon, so don't embarrass our Vinsmoke family. Already. Iji also nodded approvingly, expressing his agreement. What are you talking about? I can't even beat Sanji? Who do I look down on? Yangji was immediately annoyed, glared at Neji, then looked at Sanji, curled his lips and said, how could I not even be able to beat a crane tail? That's not necessarily true. The current Sanji is very strong. You may not be able to beat him. Reiju stood aside. She was not very clear about Sanji's current strength, but I saw the battle between Neji and Sanji just now. If it wasn't for Sanji's carelessness, maybe the victory and defeat would not be so easy to tell. Among the few of them, Yuji's strength ranks at the bottom. At this stage, he should not be able to beat the serious Sanji. With a snap, Yangji jumped up, looked at Sanji, squinted his eyes. Sanji, come out. I want to fight you. I really don't believe it. I can't even beat you. The tail of a crane. Sanji didn't answer Yuji's words, but raised his brows. He always felt that the meeting this time was somewhat beyond his expectation, and it was a little weird. Among these people, they would actually say thank you to the maid? How could they sit and eat together in such harmony? Although it looked a little quarrelsome, but this feeling gave Sanji a sense of home. But how is this possible? How could these people have feelings? They can't be acting, but for what? For me? Impossible, absolutely impossible? Sanji became inexplicably terrified. Was LSD put in the meal? Is he hallucinating? Okay, even though it's a family banquet, it's not proper to yell and shout during the meal. Jiaji looked at Yangji and snorted coldly. Seeing Geiji getting angry, Yangji could only sit down resentfully, but he was still very unconvinced. He is the fourth son of the Vinsmoke family, an elite warrior of the Vinsmoke family, and he can't beat Sanji, the former crane tail. Sanji has been eating food in silence. The scene in front of him shocked his three views, but not to mention, the food is delicious, although it is not as good as his craftsmanship, but in other places, you can also open a restaurant up. Several people were talking and laughing while eating, and they were almost finished. Sanji was silent the whole time, didn't speak, was still thinking about something unreasonable, and didn't recover. But at this time, the phone bug in Jiaji's arm suddenly rang. He picked it up, raised his brows when he heard the words coming from inside, looked at Sanji and said, "Someone broke in from outside, it should be your friends. Since you are done eating, then you should leave. Don't make too much noise, or the adults will punish me. You want to let me go?" Sanji raised his head in surprise. "Otherwise, let you eat dry food here? My Vinsmoke family doesn't raise waste." Gage glanced at Sanji, and said lightly, "You have your own life, and I will not interfere with you, but, occasionally if you get tired of playing, you can come back. Even if you can't get along in the new world, the Vinsmoke family can support you." After speaking, Jiaji got up and left the room without looking back. Being able to say these words to Sanji is already his limit. But even so, he still felt a little nauseous. Moreover, he doesn't know how to deal with the relationship with Sanji. In the past, my attitude towards Sanji was not so good, and I didn't even treat him as a son. He doesn't know how to ease this relationship. Simply don't think too much what to do, as long as you know that Sanji is doing well now. Sanji was in a daze the whole time. What's the situation? This is, he thought that these so-called family members found him this time and planned to keep him. But I didn't expect, just let him come here for a meal? Gage once told him that the Vinsmoke family doesn't raise waste, but, this time it feels a little different from the last time. Finally, it's over. Father really, he actually asked me to eat with this crane tail, wasting my time. Nig got up cursing, and left without looking back. I still have a task, so I'm leaving first. Yuji glanced at Sanji and said, "Work hard, don't lose our family's reputation outside, otherwise, no matter where you are, I will find you, beat you up." Cut, it's boring. I'm going to the duel field. It seems that a lot of great people have come this time. Yangji also pouted and left. I've said it all, their recent changes are a bit big. How is it? Do you feel different? Reijo looked at Sanji with a smile. "Don't worry. Father didn't intend to do anything to you, he just invited you to come. It's just a meal, but you should go and see your companions first. If there is trouble in Wangsu's palace, the adults will not be happy." After speaking, Reijo waved her hand and left. Sanji sat on the spot without moving, looked at the empty plate with no food left on the table, twitched the corner of his mouth, and cursed in a low voice. I don't know why. After eating the last bite of food, he also left the room and rushed towards the place where the commotion occurred. The Straw Hats had already rushed to the palace at this time, but were blocked by the clone troopers, and a battle was taking place. Seeing Sanji appear, they were also overjoyed and came towards this side. Seeing Sanji, all the clones present saluted Sanji respectfully, His Royal Highness Sanji. Sanji was a little overwhelmed, and quickly waved his hands. "Okay, you all step back." "Yes." The Clone Legion saluted respectfully, carried the injured away, and left here. Several members of the Straw Hats looked at Sanji with some doubts when they saw this scene. Why was Sanji able to order them? "Sanji, are you okay?" Luffy ran over and looked Sanji up and down. What? I'm fine." Sanji didn't know how to explain. "They didn't do anything to you, did they? What's going on here? Why were you taken away by the Vinsmoke family?" Everyone chirped and asked. Faced with the probing eyes of several people, Sanji scratched his scalp, twitched the corners of his mouth, and said awkwardly, "I forgot to tell you, I am a member of the Vinsmoke family, the third son of the Vinsmoke family. Yes, from now on, call me Zishan." Alas. Several members of the Straw Hats showed surprise expressions. Sanji, the royal family of the Vinsmoke family? The royal family of the 10 Blades under Quenching Division? What a joke! Besides, what the hell is Zishan? The movement of the Vinsmoke family's residents naturally cannot escape the perception of the strong present. Yaren looked over there, smiled and said, "It's really interesting that someone dares to make trouble on your territory." Quincy also looked over there, and said calmly, "It's just a bunch of little guys playing around." The red hair also spread the knowledge, and after knowing it was Luffy, he was surprised. "Hey, it's Luffy and the others. It's really him." Ace also spread his sense of knowledge, detecting the aura of Luffy and others. For some reason, after knowing that it was Luffy who made the noise, he was not surprised. Instead, he looked at Quincy cautiously. "Uncle, that Straw Hat Luffy is my younger brother. Now Moon Knight Island is holding a food festival, which is not a big deal for Wangsu Palace. If someone makes trouble, the people in Wangsu Palace will not sit idly by." He is a little worried. The Quincy looked at him, understood what he meant, and said, "I know, but since there is trouble on the island, a small punishment is still required." Quincy showed an inexplicable smile. "Straw Hat Luffy, one of the supernova pirates, should not be weak. Then, let him go to the duel arena to compete." Directed to Luo, who was on the side. "Luo, you are also one of the former supernovas. You should know more or less people from the Straw Hat Pirates. You go and bring all the people from the Straw Hat Pirates to the duel field. Let there it is a small punishment for several main players to participate in the competition." "Yes, my lord." Luo took the order and left the spot in a flash. Looking around the crowd, Quincy said with a smile, "The competition over the duel field is about to start. If you are interested, you can go there and have a look, and those who are interested can also participate in this competition. No matter what you are, everyone can participate. Goo la la, let's go there together, and let's see how noisy the little guys of this generation are." Because of the relationship between Ace and Quincy, Whitebeard has no conflict of interest between the two parties, but they get along relatively harmoniously. Moreover, Whitebeard also faintly intends to abdicate, and he intends to let Ace take his place. Oh? Is Luffy going to participate? Then I'll join in the fun. Ace was also excited. He hadn't competed with Luffy for a long time. I also want to see Luffy's current strength. When they met in Shamboard Islands and Music Island, Ace wanted to see Luffy's strength. However, something was wrong at that time, so they each left after a brief exchange of pleasantries. Now is the chance. Then, how about including me? At this moment, a voice suddenly interjected. When everyone looked around, they saw a blonde young man wearing a top hat walking towards him, and beside him was a petite beauty with a beautiful appearance. It is none other than the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo, and his little girlfriend Kurla. "Hey, Sabo, are you here too?" Ace was a little surprised when he saw Sabo, but soon, a look of joy appeared on his face. After learning that Sabo was not dead, he wanted to meet Sabo, but he never found the opportunity, and the traces of the Revolutionary Army were still hard to find. Later, the Revolutionary Army fell into the sand in the Holy Land, and he wanted to go directly to the Holy Land to rescue Sabo. It's just that before he could act, the Quincy division had already killed the Holy Land, and the members of the Revolutionary Army also ran out in the chaos. "Long time no see, Ace." Sabo looked at Ace with a sunny smile. This is also the first time they met after they left Goa Kingdom, and Sabo was also very happy. After a brief chat with Ace, Sabo looked at the Quincy, and after a salute, he said, "The last time you left in a hurry, you haven't expressed your thanks to you. Reach out. Your Revolutionary Army came to see Vegapunk, right?" Quincy said lightly. Haha, maybe." Sabo showed embarrassment on his face, which was also one of the purposes of his visit this time. Being exposed by the Quincy in public made him a little embarrassed. Yunya didn't care about this, Quincy said indifferently. Then, "Everyone, please go to the duel field. Are the three brothers going to compete? This makes me interested." The red-haired also laughed. He also has some understanding of the relationship between Luffy and Saboese. Yuan said to Xiaowa, "If you are interested, you can also participate. I heard that you still have some friendship with the Straw Hat Pirates. Is it possible?" Xiaowa showed a big smile. When she was in Alabasta, she also met the members of the Straw Hat Pirates once, and they fought together. She even fought against the three main players of the Straw Hats. But the three of them were not her opponents at the beginning. After hearing that Yunyi admired the Straw Hats, Xiaowa naturally had the idea of not admitting defeat. During this period of time, the training was also very hard. Yunyi also saw this, and made this suggestion to Xiaowa. "Then I'll go over there too, with Luffy's personality." Ace knew Luffy's personality. If Luo's attitude was tougher, Luffy would not listen, so, in order not to make things worse again, he also planned to go there. "I'll go there too, I haven't seen Luffy for a long time." Sabo also went there. The big guys are meaningless to this. Faced with this competition, these old guys will naturally not make a move, but if there is a good show to watch, who wouldn't be happy? A group of people headed towards the duel field, and Luo's figure teleported several times, and he also came to the residence of the Vinsmoke family, and met the people of the Straw Hat Pirates. Luo's attitude was neither good nor bad, but with Luffy's personality, he naturally wouldn't listen to others, and the two sides almost fought. Later, Ace and Sabo appeared, and Luffy didn't do anything. Ace also wiped off his sweat, but fortunately he came here in time, otherwise with Luffy's temper, things would probably be a big mess. Sabo is also very speechless. After so many years, Luffy's character has not changed much. The members of the Straw Hats were also relieved to see Ace and Sabo appear, and they finally stopped making trouble. This is the domain of the Quincy Master. If you offend him, what's the deal? Oh, do you want to compete with Ace and Sabo? Luffy immediately became excited when he heard this, looked at the two, grinned and said, "Now I have grown up, and I will not lose to you." The three of them used to compete frequently when they were young, but he was the one who was beaten. As for Ace and Sabo, the two are evenly matched. Now with this opportunity, Luffy naturally wants to rise up. A group of people also went to the duel field. Soon, the competition in the duel field began. The people who appeared on the stage were the captain of the second team of Whitebeard, and Ace the Fire Fist. Sabo, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. The Straw Hat Pirates, one of the Supernovas. Thundercloud Ye of Neo Navy, a member of the Vinsmoke family, a combatant under the Ten Blades banner. There are also other powerful players with high bounties who are well known in the New World, making the people in the field burst into high enthusiasm. Because of the large number of people, it is impossible to compete one by one, but a melee? Ace felt a little helpless when he saw the dense crowd of people in the field. Although he knew that there were many people who came for the Billion Baileys, he didn't expect so many. The venue was almost full of people. I have long wanted to have the three brothers appear in the same frame. It is my own idea. If the readers talk about water, I will also recognize it. Then, let's clear the scene first. Ace's pupils glared, and the domineering look gushed out of his body. Ace, do you really have the Overlord's color? Lu Fei grinned, and the same Overlord's color came out, colliding with Ace's Overlord's color. Huh? Overlord looked domineering? Interesting. In another place, a pirate with a high bounty also frowned and sneered, and the Overlord look in his body also gushed out. Overlord color is not uncommon in the New World, but there are not many who can use it freely, and there are even a few who can be entangled in attacks. With a sound of buzz, another domineering look also burst out. Crack. Several Overlord-colored collisions created purple-black thunder in midair. The chaotic Overlord color was released in disorder, causing nearly half of the people in the field to fall into a coma. The collision of Overlord color. Straw Hat Luffy and Fire Fist Ace actually have the Overlord look. The others are all great pirates of the New World. This is a good show to watch. In the stands, there were also people discussing. Room. Luo opened up his ability to move the fainted person out without being affected. With a bang, the Overlord color conflict stopped, and this time the Overlord color collision was like a flare gun for the start of the battle. The field became completely chaotic, and the scuffle began. Sanji, you really dare to come to participate in the competition, so don't blame me for attacking you. Yuji looked at Sanji, grinning grinningly, and with a click on his body, he put on his combat uniform and stepped on his feet. The jet impact increased his speed several times, and he came to the top of Sanji's head like a teleportation, and punched him down, winch hard hit. The me now is not the tail of the crane I used to be, Yuji. Sanji took a puff of cigarette, and after the family banquet, he could see that Geiji and the others had changed a lot, and it didn't even bring him the kind of after feeling disgusted. He no longer rejected the matter of acknowledging the royal family of the Vinsmoke family. Lean meat kick. His feet were covered with armed domineering, and he kicked towards Yangji. With a boom, a shock wave swept across, and the two retreated at the same time. Immediately afterwards, he rushed out again, and the collision of fists and feet erupted with roars. Who do you think will win between the two of them? On the high platform, Reijo looked at Sanji and Yuji who were fighting on the screen, and looked at Iji next to him. Iji shook his head and said, I don't know, although I have seen the battle between Neji and Sanji before, I have already overestimated Sanji's strength. I didn't expect him to be beyond my expectations. He is not wearing a technical suit. You can still compete with Yuji, and Sanji's armed color seems to be more concise than Yuji's. Reijo smiled and said, it is precisely because Sanji does not have our steel body, so he is more proficient than us in the training of domineering. After all, adults often mention that being beaten can also inspire armed color. Several royal families of the Vinsmoke family, although they have learned two-color domineering at Yunyi's request, their progress is not very fast. It is probably because of their bodies that are comparable to steel that they are not so sensitive in some aspects, and they cannot master the use of domineering in every detail. It can be said that they may not be able to train their armed domineering to a high level in their whole life. Jiaji was also on the side, and did not intervene in the conversation between the two, but at this time he spoke lightly, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. It's time to decide the winner. Reiju and Iji also looked at it. In the field, Sanji spun on the spot, his right leg became red and hot, the devil's crazy feet. Haha, I'm right up here, can you still hit me? Sanji. Yuji laughed loudly, and a shock shot out from his feet, making him levitate in the air, looking down at Sanji below. Sanji popped out the cigarette butt and exhaled, then you should be careful. The terrifying strength of the left leg exploded instantly, causing Sanji to soar into the sky like a bird, and the right leg kicked sharply. You, who have no ability to stay in the air, dare to fight with me in the air. Yangji smiled triumphantly, and another impact erupted from his feet, allowing him to avoid the attack while rushing directly towards Sanji, who said I don't have the ability to stay in the air. Uebu. Sanji exerted force on his feet, and with a bang, there was a sudden explosion in the air, and he stepped on the air, causing his body to disappear suddenly and appear on his face next to Yangji, who was showing a proud look. His right leg was like a hook, and he volleyed towards Yangji's chest, the finishing touch shot. With a boom, this blow hit Yangji's chest hard, and the terrifying impact made Yangji grunt. Fortunately, his body is unique and he was not harmed by the high temperature, but he was also kicked by Sanji. It hit the ground directly and lost consciousness. Sanji landed and lit himself a cigarette. The victory and defeat have been divided. Hey, Haijun, I haven't forgotten the last failure. On the other side, Soran also focused on Xiaowa, and he was very impressed with Xiaowa. Xiaowa was the one who made him understand that slashing can still be used in this way. 36 Trouble wins. The three knives were unsheathed, Soran tied the turban, his eyes became sharper, he slashed horizontally, and a slash came out along the ground, directly slashing Xiaowa. It's you, the green-haired swordsman. Xiaowa also recognized Soran. When he was in Alabasta, Soran challenged her, but she easily defeated her. Now I am very surprised to see the sharp aura on Soran's body. Back then, he didn't have the aura he has now. However, she is stronger. The long sword in Xiaowa's hand was out of its sheath, and the electric pattern was chaotic, and the blade was clear and sharp. It was Lakey, the 21-handed sword, and it was Yunyi's gift to Xiaowa. Slash. Xiaowa smiled slightly, and slashed at random. The same slash pierced through the air, and collided with Soran's slash. With a sound of boom, the two struck and collided, and suddenly shattered, turning into countless sword chi and shooting around, creating ravines. I've improved a lot, you Daolioliki. Xiao's body suddenly surged with the power of thunder, gathered on the edge of the sword, and slashed down with one sword again. The thunder suddenly condensed a little, and then exploded suddenly. A thunder slash burst out, and the thunder shot from the end of the slash in all directions, making a chirping sound, like 1,000 birds singing together. The power is unparalleled. 108 troublesome wins. Soran bit Hidei's words. Golden light burst out from his eyes, his knowledge caught the attack, and he leaped into the air in a flash. Cut out a terrifying slash. Shave. Xiao didn't change her face. The plasma rose from her feet, turning into animal claws. She moved a few times. Her figure disappeared in place like a teleportation, and when she reappeared, she had already reached the top of Soran's head. The sword's edge and thunder raged, and the sword swung down. Huh. Soran came to his senses in an instant, twisted his body violently, and the two knives in his hands danced together, colliding with Xiao's sword. With the sound of boom, Soran only felt a powerful force attacking him. This force overwhelmed him, causing his body to fall from the sky at high speed, and smashed a huge hole in the ground, but soon rushed out again and fought with Xiao. The voice of Qiang came, but Soran became more frightened as he fought. Although he was stronger than Xiao in terms of swordsmanship, he was actually suppressed in terms of strength. One force down 10 times, Soran is still at a disadvantage when facing Xiao. In that case, let me show you my ability. Xiao split Soran with a sword. Her figure was tall and straight, and a few rays of lightning appeared in her eyes, and then, the plasma suddenly exploded on Xiao's body, turned into ears, tail, even the hands and feet were covered in plasma, turning into the paws of cats. There was an electric frequency sound of chirping, and a ferocious aura erupted from Xiao's body and radiated out. This is the phantom beast species of Mau fruit, the white tiger of thunder. You have to be careful. One sword flow thunder's ultimate slash. Xiao smiled slightly, high-energy lightning gathered on the blade, and the thick plasma burst out suddenly, like a blooming flower, roasting everything around her coke. The sword was condensed to the extreme. Yunya's eyes showed a sharp color, and she slashed down with a sharp sword. With a sound of buzz, a lightning strike over 100 meters triggered the strobe thunder, and slashed straight towards Soran. Ghost Chi 9 blades Azura demonic 9 flashes appeared on his body with 3 heads and 6 arms. Soran's body was filled with ghostly aura. When he saw the thunder and lightning attack, he rushed out without fear, and the illusory sword blade at this moment, it seemed as if it was real. Every time the sword was cut, it was a terrifying shock. 9 consecutive swords slashed at one point at the same time, colliding with Xiao's slash. Boom. The surrounding sword chi crisscrossed and swept out, with a radius of 100 meters. They were all cut by the sword chi, and traces appeared. But facing Xiao's sword, Soran only felt that his slash seemed to be slashing on a mountain, and his attack could not be shaken at all. Moreover, the power of thunder and lightning was transmitted along the blade in his hand, making his body numb and stiff for a moment. It is precisely because of this that the next moment, Soran vomited blood and flew upside down. After flying upside down for hundreds of meters, he smashed into the ground, smashing out a huge hole in the ground. Xiao restrained her momentum, touched the hair cut off by Soran's sword energy, and smiled slightly in Soran's direction. Although I have become much stronger, I am not without progress. However, I was extremely surprised in my heart. This green-haired guy became stronger so fast. Last time, I defeated him without any effort. This time, I became serious and even used my ability to defeat him. No wonder Brother Yunyi is so optimistic about him. If it wasn't for the teachings of Brother Yunyi and Teacher Zifa, and his ability to rely on the devil fruit instead of pure swordsmanship, otherwise, it would be hard to say this time. And on a stand, Eagle Eyes looked at the two winners in the field, and an inexplicable look flashed in his eyes. The swordsmanship of these two people is not weak. Moreover, there is the shadow of Yuan on that little girl. Is she his disciple? However, that green-haired kid is also very good. He even surpassed that little girl in terms of swordsmanship. The talent in swordsmanship is obviously better. As long as you give these two people time to grow, one day, both of them can grow to their own level. However, now he is no longer the one standing at the top. There is a Nightblade above him. Hawkeye looked in the direction of Yuan. His eyes were full of light. If possible, he would like to compete with Yuan again, but he knew that the current self would no longer be Yuan's opponent. He also saw in the image, Yaren's sword that spanned half of the sea area. The current him is far from being able to do this. The other side. Second gear, jet pistol. Luffy grinned. His fists were covered with armed colors, and he fought with a tall man. The fists of the two collided, making a bang sound, and the air shook. With one punch, the big man was directly sent flying, and Luffy ignored Sabo. Sabo, look at the trick. Luffy jumped like a monkey, punching a person from time to time, and soon approached Sabo, punching out from behind. Sneak attack is not good, Luffy. Sabo smiled, turned around quickly, and grabbed Luffy's arm, trying to turn him up like a child. Still want to do this trick? But I'm not the same as before. Luffy smiled, and then the characteristics of the rubber rushed out like a cannonball, and the other fist was covered with domineering, and hit Sabo hard. You've grown up, Luffy, but I won't lose to you. Dragon Claw Fist. Sabo was dumbfounded, his left hand was covered with claws, and the armed color covered it, colliding with Luffy's fist. The two attacks collided together, and the next moment, Luffy's body seemed to be hit hard, and he flew upside down, hitting several people one after another before stopping. Okay, so strong. But, it's not that easy to beat me. Fourth gear. Luffy got up, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Sabo is still strong, but he is not his before. After entering the fourth gear, Luffy's quality in all aspects has also been improved to a very strong level. Ape King Spear. There was a bang, and there was a burst of air, which made his speed suddenly increase to the extreme. The fist of his right hand was inserted into it, and he punched out from afar. A direct attack can't hit me. Sabo dodged to avoid Luffy's attack. It's not over yet. Catch up. Luffy shouted. His fist suddenly turned a corner, and he still hit Sabo. It's kind of interesting. Sabo stopped on the spot, with claws in both hands, and when the fist was about to hit him, he grabbed Luffy's arm suddenly, grinned, and threw him up with force, and then moved towards another throw it in the direction and hit the ground. Sabo, what's the point of bullying Luffy? We've been sparring for a long time. This time, we should be able to tell who is the boss and who is the second. Ace descended from the sky, looked at Sabo and smiled. Sabo also looked at it, grinning. Among the three of us, I was the first to go to sea. Counting in order, I am the boss, you are the second, and Luffy is the third. That's not the case, we don't have such a rule. Ace smiled dumbly. Sabo clenched his fist and said with a smile, then we can only see who is stronger. Then you will be at a disadvantage. I am a person with the ability to burn fruits. It's impossible to tell. The two looked at each other, showing fighting intent, and rushed towards each other at the same time. Boom! The fists of the two collided, causing ripples, and the shockwave raged, sweeping around. With the two of them at the center, everything within 100 meters was wiped out. Luffy got up again and laughed loudly. Who are you underestimating? Although I am younger than you, I don't think I will lose to you now. Look at the trick. He also joined the battle. Boom boom boom. The three brothers fought together, and the terrifying news came out. In the battle between the three of Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, Luffy was defeated first. The battle between Sabo and Ace is still going on, and the strength of both sides is no less than that of the Admiral of the Navy. The movement is extremely violent, and the whole venue is shaking. Seeing that he couldn't help Ace, Sabo had no choice but to give up and admit defeat. During this period, Xiao exploded with extremely strong combat power, defeating many strong players one after another. Sanji just fell into Xiao's hands, and stood at the end. The final decisive battle is between Xiao and Ace. Xiao in a normal state already possesses the strength of an elite lieutenant general. After the Mau Mau fruit phantom beast species Thunder White Tiger bursts out at full strength, her combat power also jumps to the level of a quasi-general. You can even fight against the former Peach Rabbit. Ace and Xiao, a fierce battle broke out between the two sides, but in the end, Ace was slightly better and won the final victory. The current Ace is definitely very strong, and the development of the Devil Fruit has reached a very strong point. Although the temperature does not exceed the temperature of the blade, it can compete with magma and can melt rocks. Among the three colors of domineering, the armed color and the overlord color have reached a high level. Generally speaking, they already have a combat power close to that of the four emperors. He is the second only to Whitebeard among the Whitebeard pirates, and even the current Marco may not be able to defeat him. This kind of strength, placed in a battle where the four emperors do not appear, is simply a dimensionality reduction blow, far beyond what other people can deal with. Only Xiao and Sabo can bring some threats to Ace, but in the end, he still won the victory. So far, this competition has come to an end. Winner, Fire Fist Ace. The last appearance, they will not appear again in the following plot. Half-year later. The new world hasn't changed much. Compared with the previous grandeur, the current new world can be said to be much more peaceful. Because after the Quincy declared war on the Holy Land, the development of the whole world seemed to have come to a standstill. Few people make too much noise. The same is true in the first half. Under the purge of the world government and navy, few new pirates have appeared. Not for any other reason, but because of fear. Those who are stronger may be lucky enough to escape from the navy's pursuit and seek refuge in the new world, while those who are weaker, well, they went to prison to pick up soap. It is worth mentioning that although Vegapunk has broken away from the world government, the technology of the pacifist has also been perfected. Even without his existence, the creation of pacifists is not a big problem. Except for the most high-end Seraphim series created with artificial experimental subjects that cannot be copied, the number of pacifist legions has reached a terrifying level. No one can underestimate this kind of army that is not afraid of death, not to mention that everyone in this army has extremely strong combat effectiveness. The appearance of the unified Green Bull General, people will definitely be frightened when they see it. There is another reason why the world government produces pacifists on a large scale, and that is that these robots are not afraid of the restrictions of domineering and domineering. The domineering look of the Quincyus can even affect the strong at the general level, and it is simply unbearable to replace it with a weaker one. Based on this, the world government will spare no effort to create an army of pacifists. Of course, in order to deal with the domineering look of the Quincy Master, they have other countermeasures. The many affiliated countries of the world government are now basically headed by the world government. As the leader, the world government determines the actions of these affiliated countries in every word and deed. The state apparatus is extremely terrifying, not to mention the 100 or so affiliated countries. Together, it is undoubtedly a very powerful force. Now the entire first half is solid, controlled by the world government, and there is no voice of opposition. Such a mobilization of teachers and people will naturally make many franchise countries oppose it, and even cause trouble for the people. However, in this world, big fists are justified, and those who oppose it will be laid down and uprooted. Resist? Non-existent? In order to face the upcoming attack of the Quincy division, the world government is extremely cautious and will do everything possible. Wu Liaoxing has confidence in IM, but he will not underestimate Quincy and Nightblade. Especially after the meeting between Yuan and Quincy half a year ago, they were already ready to fight these two monsters at the same time. Facing these two people, no amount of vigilance is necessary. Although the world government is wary of the Navy, it has no plans to go to war with the Navy. Even if it has, it is not now. The current Navy is still a sharp knife in the hands of the world government, pointing at where to fight, acting as a running dog of the world government. The Navy is also trying its best to implement the orders of the world government, but secretly, it is also preparing with multiple hands. Several high-level officials have made a thorough decision to oppose the world government. The methods of the world government are too tough. Regardless of the death of civilians in the joining countries, a large amount of manpower is used forcibly, working day and night, and countless people are exhausted to death on the assembly line. The behavior of this tyrant has completely blocked the reputation of the world government. The Navy, the sharp knife of the world government, is also. Even many foolish people who don't know the truth point their finger at the Quincy Master. It is because of the Quincy Master's declaration of war that they are living in a situation where life is worse than death. But still the same sentence, resistance is impossible to resist, and countless franchise countries can only bite the bullet and continue. If they don't continue, the end will be even worse. And after the Navy knew about this situation, several high-level officials would make up their minds. If the world government is allowed to continue like this, the world will be over. On the New World side, the headquarters of the Quincy Division, Wangsu Palace. The research of Vegapunk and Gage is still going on. During this period of time, the two of them can be said to have emptied their hair. After half a year, the research in this area finally has some gains. Yunya didn't know the specific manufacturing process very well, so apart from going over to check the progress from time to time, he couldn't intervene. To put it simply, it is to transform the item through the blood factor first, so that the item has the ability to hold a devil fruit like a living body. Because the superhuman type is different from the animal type has a little bit of consciousness of its own. As long as the items are simply modified, it can accommodate the devil fruit of the animal type. But the superhuman system is different. It does not have that little bit of consciousness, so if the object wants to carry it, it needs to be transformed into a special life form first. There is a feeling similar to the spirit of the ship. Only in this way can the item have superhuman abilities. This is a difficulty. What's even more difficult is how to let people use this item freely, instead of being as useless as animal items. How to bring out the true power of this item, instead of a useless item that can only float by itself. Animal type ability items, because they have their own consciousness, can obey the owner's orders, and can easily display their abilities. For example, the few Vegapunk items that appeared in the original One Piece. Although the owner can use it, it is not driven by his own strength, but like raising a pet. Relying on the power of that pet. The user can't exert more powerful power at all. The upper limit has been fixed, and the power of this item can be exerted at most, which is very tasteless. That's why Vegapunk gave up on this research. It's really unnecessary. And Yunyi's requirement is to be able to use devil fruit items freely, and the power depends on the strength of the user. The more powerful the person, the more powerful the power they use. It can be regarded as some kind of special method, and the alternative possesses another devil fruit ability. What acts as a medium between the devil fruit item and the user, so that it can exert its full power. In short, there are many difficulties to meet Yunyi's request. You let him use the blood factor to copy a devil fruit, use the blood factor to create a clone, and make the clone have the ability of a devil fruit. These are all easy to handle, and he already has a mature plan. However, it is necessary to endow the item with a soul and allow the user to unleash the true power of the devil fruit item. These 2 points really gave Vegapunk a headache. Anyway, in order to overcome this difficulty, Vegapunk and Gage spent countless money and time. In the end, it was because of the thought that the soul fruit can give souls to dead things, which inspired Vegapunk. Originally, the homies produced by the soul fruit could not eat the devil fruit, because no matter how it is split, it is a part of the soul of the capable person. One person's soul cannot carry the power of 2 devil fruits. This is one of the basic laws of this world. A soul carries 2 kinds of devil fruits, and it will explode and die, or be eliminated. Unless there is a heterogeneous person like Blackbeard, a person's body has more than 2 souls, and can successfully accommodate 2 devil fruits. But after all, Vegapunk is the world's #1 scientist who claims to be hundreds of years ahead of the current technology. In the original book, Vegapunk fiddled with a lot of magical items, and was even able to copy another devil fruit, and its ability was not much different from the original devil fruit. Momonosuke's blue dragon fruit is one of the successful cases. And the Seraphim Jinpei who appeared in the original book also has the ability to swim like a fruit. This point has broken the laws of this world. There will not be 2 identical devil fruits in the world. Here in Vegapunk, there is nothing absolutely impossible. Therefore, it is not impossible for Vegapunk to find another way to make items without souls possess souls and become the bearer of the ability of devil fruits. The ability of the soul fruit may be able to achieve this feat. After thinking of this, Vegapunk told Yunyi that he wanted to get his blood, the bloodline factor of the soul fruit in him. For this point, Yunyi's consent must be obtained. After all, the bloodline factor may not be of much use in the hands of other people, but it is a sharp weapon in the hands of Vegapunk. He can reproduce a Quincy through the blood factor. Based on this, Vegapunk needs Yunyi's consent. To this, Yunya had no reason not to agree. He believed that even if Vegapunk obtained his own blood factor, he would not be able to create another self. If he could copy his golden finger, Yunya would worship Vegapunk, abandon the golden finger, and turn to the embrace of the science side. Cheat? Gold finger? Fuck it, is there a research science scent? This scene is also impossible to happen. The fundamental source of his various abilities is the bead in his mind. The soul fruit has also been assimilated by the beads in his mind and has become one of his skills. How could his ability be so easily copied? Even if it is the soul fruit, without Yunya's permission, Vegapunk can't see any abnormalities from his blood factor. Yunya has already tested it. After being assimilated by the devil fruit ability, can he eat another devil fruit? The result is not good, the ability will be excluded. However, unlike other people, after Yunya ate another Pio fruit, his abilities did not conflict in his body, but would be directly and slowly dissipated. If Yunyi hadn't been cautious and asked Luo to use his abilities to seal off the space, Pio fruit would probably have been reborn. Therefore, the experiment must continue. But one thing is certain, unlike other ability users, even if Yunya uses the soul fruit in the sea, he will not lose his strength. He will only feel a little uncomfortable, and it will not affect the use of the ability at all. Don't use it, no shit. From this point, it can also be seen that when Yunyi uses the soul fruit, the effect of the devil fruit fearing the sea is also there, but it is insignificant. Because when the soul fruit skill is not used, Yunya is just an ordinary person who has not eaten the devil fruit. Only at the moment of use, the bloodline factor of the devil fruit will be activated in his body, making Yunya a capable person, and will be hated by the sea. It may also be because of this reason that Yunya was unable to eat the second devil fruit, which gave Yunya confidence that Vegapunk could not see the slightest abnormality through his blood factor. With Yunya's consent, after getting Yunya's blood, after some research, Vegapunk was also surprised to find a fact that made his scalp tingle. That is, from Yunya's bloodline factor, he only saw the ability of the soul fruit. Nothing else? At most, it is just a soul fruit ability user with strong physical fitness. Even in terms of physical fitness, it is not as good as the Kaido he has studied. From this point, it can be judged that Quincy is only a single devil fruit capable user, not the outside rumors. He is a different kind, possessing the ability of 2 devil fruits. The Quincy is a different kind, possessing 2 kinds of devil fruit abilities is already a fact affirmed by everyone. But why did he only see the ability of soul fruit? So much so that after knowing this, every time Vegapunk sees Yunya, he wants to dissect him to see what secrets Yunya still hides. It is a common problem of scientists to study and decipher what they don't understand, and the same is true for Vegapunk. Of course, he didn't dare to bring it up, damn. However, with the blood factor of the soul fruit in Yunyi's body, the progress of the experiment was very fast, and Vegapunk copied the ability of the soul fruit to give the item a soul as he wished, and transform an item to make it conscious enough to carry the superhuman ability. If he wants, Vegapunk can even copy a brand new soul fruit. But without Yunyi's consent, he would not dare to do this. The most important step is to endow the item with a soul, and the rest is to combine the ability of Pio fruit with this item. It is not for the item to eat the fluttering fruit, but to extract the bloodline factor of the fluttering fruit and fuse it with the item. This is not difficult for Vegapunk. After half a year, the experiment finally succeeded. He has integrated superhuman abilities into items, and he can use them as he pleases. Moreover, because this item is transformed from the bloodline factor of the soul fruit extracted from Yunya's body, this item seems to be bound by Yunya, and no one can use it except him. It is also because of the same bloodline factor as the medium that the last condition is fulfilled, making the user inseparable from the devil fruit item. This item will display the ability of this item according to the strength of the user. This is a feat that no one has ever achieved. It is even comparable to the feat of performing immortality surgery on people with the fruit of the surgery. No, it's even stronger and more terrifying, because, since one can be made, the second and third can also be made. Just imagine, how strong should a person have several, or even a dozen abilities. What's more, it's still a top powerhouse like Quincy, because, in Vegapunk's opinion, only those with the soul fruit ability can achieve this level. The relationship between the user and the devil fruit item requires the ability of the soul fruit to give the item a soul as a medium, and other abilities have no possibility of meeting this condition. Even if this item is left outside, it cannot be used by others. Others do not have this condition. In other words, if you want to replicate this miracle again, you need another soul fruit capable person. Just like the most important point that the ageless surgery requires the fruit of life ability, there are almost no successful cases again. Of course, this does not include Vegapunk. As long as he wants, he can copy another soul fruit and let people eat it. Therefore, Vegapunk may be the most dangerous person in the world. The amount of reward offered to him by the world government is not wrong, he is worth the price. In the palace, Yuan received Jiaji's report. With a smile on his face, after spending so much time and money, it was finally a success. Arriving at the laboratory of the two, Yuan opened the door and walked in. My lord. Jiaji saluted Yuan. Vegapunk also nodded slightly to Yuan. Finally, it's a success, and all your requests have been fulfilled. This devil fruit item is like an external devil fruit ability. However, you should experiment and see. After all, no one can use it except you, and to what extent it can be achieved in the end is just a literal guess. You need to try it yourself. Vegapunk didn't dare to guarantee it. Although the overall experiment process went smoothly, whether it can meet the requirements Yuan wants depends on the results of Yuan's own experiments. That's right, thank you for your hard work. Yuan nodded in satisfaction, and looked at a ring on the high-tech test bench. This is exactly the item with the ability of fluttering fruit. As a medium, the ring was requested by Yuan. Compared with swords, guns, swords, and halberds, such small objects are easier to carry. Rings, necklaces and other small objects are the most suitable. As for the necklace, Yuan didn't intend to wear it, and it was easy to fall off. It would be better to replace it with a ring that is not easy to fall off. Picking up the ring, Yuan put it on, felt it carefully, and found that there was indeed some inexplicable connection between himself and the ring. Fluttering fruit can manipulate living or non-living objects it touches and use its ability to make them levitate. The specific size of the item depends on the strength of the ability user itself. As strong as a golden lion, it can even float the entire island, suspended in the air all year round. After awakening, objects and life forms can be locked within a certain range. In other words, the step of touching is eliminated. Moreover, Yuan has also dealt with Jin Shishi, the ability user. After awakening, the Piao fruit can make the surrounding air under his control, and even make the slash stronger. Overall, it is a very strong devil fruit. If it is used well, it will definitely be a sharp weapon that no one will ignore. It's just that I don't know what the Golden Lion is thinking, leaving such a powerful ability unused. After escaping from the prison in the City of Advancement, he actually created some kind of man-made beast, trying to use this to overthrow the world government. Simply insane behavior. Using the ability of Piao Guo, occasionally move an island to hit the head of the Navy headquarters, save time and effort, and make the Navy exhausted. Wouldn't it be good to live in the shadows every day? Mobility, practicality, such a powerful ability is wasted. But Yuan also understands that with the character of the Golden Lion, he might not bother to do such a sneaky thing. Of course, if you think about it differently, the current Yuan would not do this either. If it was placed at a time when he was not very strong, Yuan might have done this kind of behavior. But right now, it's completely unnecessary. It's just an island, it can't have much influence on him at all, it's just a matter of punching. Piao fruit is important to Yuan because Yuan has taken a fancy to Piao fruit's mobility, which allows him to attack the Holy Land aggressively. Yuan picked up a small object on the test bench, and used the ability of Piao Guo, as if marking an invisible thing on this thing. With Yuan's thoughts, this thing slowly moved from Yuan's floating in the hand. There was no surprise on Vegapunk's face. This is his proud work. It is normal to be successful, but the important thing is whether it can exert the power that Yuan thought. He said, this thing is just like other works. Like ability users who consume devil fruits, they need to be developed. Although the strong will develop their abilities faster than others after eating the devil fruit, it still takes time. Moreover, I can't guarantee that they can have the strength of the Golden Lion. After all, this kind of thing has nothing to do with abilities. It's still a little different. Vegapunk looked at Yuan and said lightly, no, I can tell that this is no different from other abilities, and the development of the ability depends on the user. Yuan let the object float and move, perceiving it carefully, his eyes flashed. Vegapunk is worthy of being the smartest person in the world. He fulfilled all the requirements that Yuan envisioned. This kind of thing is like a special kind of devil fruit. How strong it can be developed depends entirely on the user himself. What the Golden Lion used to be able to do, Yuan can also do it. Even with Yuan's strength, he can surpass the Golden Lion. Go to the outside world to experiment. Let me see how far it can be done. Yuan put down the small floating objects, left the laboratory, and came to the outside world. Come to a place where there is no one. Here is a mountain range on Moon Knight Island. There are several big mountains towering high. This place is far away from the town, and there are countless powerful beasts in captivity. Few ordinary people come here. The knowledge was swept away, and many subordinates of Wangsu Palace were found inside to hunt those fierce beasts. With a thought, Yuan communicated with these people through knowledge and information, and told them all to evacuate here. Soon, the area will be deserted. Yuan half squatted down, pressed the ground with his right hand, and as his eyes revealed light, the ring on his hand vibrated slightly, and the ability of Piao fruit was activated. With a sound of buzz, this area started to vibrate as if there was an earthquake. The ground was cracked, and the cracks spread out, and the several tall mountains suddenly began to shake slightly, and then, several mountains were shattered. An invisible force pulled up from the ground and floated in the air. This. Vegapunk, who was watching from a distance, opened his mouth wide open. Can he use Piao fruit's ability to this extent after using it for the first time? Gage looked normal. Isn't this normal? With the strength of my own adults, what can't be done? Under Yunyi's control, several mountains hovered in the air like birds, and collided with each other the next moment. Boom! Several mountains collided with each other, and a shock wave swayed out, and the mountains were also shattered in the collision. Although many were still controlled by Yunyi's ability, there were still large pieces of rubble falling down. Can't it be completely contained? And this is already the limit, and the whole island can't be floated yet. Yuan raised his brows. His original intention was to keep the broken mountain from falling, but there was still a lot of rubble out of his control. When several mountains collided, they turned from a whole into countless pieces, and some areas lost the mark of the fluttering fruit and fell from the sky. This result is because Yuan has not developed enough Pio fruit. However, Yuan was not too surprised by this. The development of abilities takes time. After he got the soul fruit, it took a period of familiarization and development before he could create Homais, although this time was very short, and it had not yet reached the level of Charlotte Lingling. Although the soul fruit has been assimilated, it does not show proficiency, but is replaced by. Obviously, assimilated skills cannot be added with achievement points. It can only be developed by Yunyi himself. In the same way, so is Pio fruit. Yunyi's experiments on Pio's fruit ability are still going on. He stretched out his right hand and grasped it in the void. With a sound of buzz, I saw that the mountains that were connected together due to the impact seemed to be imprisoned by some kind of force, and began to squeeze and collapse inside. Finally, a huge sphere is formed, suspended in midair. This huge sphere was suspended in midair, and the ordinary people on Moon Knight Island were dumbfounded, but after knowing that it was written by the Quincy Master, they didn't take it seriously. After all, Master Quincy often makes a lot of noise on the island. Sometimes 5 giant dragons soar into the sky, covering the entire Moon Knight Island. Sometimes it is a beam of deep black energy that blows away the clouds in the sky, and the residents of the island have become accustomed to it. A few hours later, Yunya ended the experiment on Pio fruit's ability. I roughly figured out the situation. The current self is still unable to exert the strength like the golden lion, and the awakening is still out of reach. However, with his use, the use of his abilities has become more and more proficient. I believe that it will not be long before he can reach the level of awakening. Just like the soul fruit. Of course, the awakening of the fruit has its strengths and weaknesses. It doesn't mean that after awakening, the fruit's ability cannot continue to become stronger. Yunya's current soul fruit has also awakened. Creating high-level Homais is a sign of awakening, but compared to Charlotte Lingling who has 4 high-level Homais, Yunya can only have 2 now. There is no limit to ability. What is restricted is only the weakness of the body. Not everyone is like I'm, who has undergone immortality surgery and will not age. As time goes by, the background will become stronger and stronger. That's why I'm is so powerful. If it is a top powerhouse with hundreds of years of accumulated background, it will not be weaker than the current I'm. After eating the devil fruit, the top strong will develop their abilities much faster than the weak. For example, Garb, if he is allowed to eat a devil fruit, he can quickly develop his ability to a very high level. Because the strength of these people has reached the pinnacle of this world in some aspects, all the way through one shot. Of course, it is not that easy to develop the ability to the top level, it will take time. But Yunyi didn't want to surpass Golden Lion in the use of Pio fruit. As long as it is enough, he already has a lot of attack methods. Another few months passed. The situation in the first half has basically stabilized, and it is under the control of the world government. It is impenetrable, and there is no voice of opposition. In the New World, the palace of Wangsu has not moved for nearly a year. The new pirates who were driven to the New World are much more courageous than the old pirates because they escaped the pursuit of the world government and the navy. The world is stirring up wind and rain. The pirates in the New World, who had been dormant, also became active. In the current New World situation, the strongest forces are still those few: Wangsu Palace, Neo Navy, Whitebeard Pirates, Red Hair Pirates, and the Revolutionary Army. These 5 forces control the New World structure. The Revolutionary Army is also in the New World, and they are not low-key. They have overturned several New World government allies. Their ideas have also begun to spread widely in the New World, recruiting countless like-minded companions. And the Neo Navy, after entering the New World, occupied a place, entrenched one side, and tried its best to maintain the order of the New World. Others, nothing changed. Only the Whitebeard Pirates had some changes. Whitebeard announced his abdication, and the former captain of the second team, Fire Fist Ace, took over the position of the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Now it is no longer called Fire Fist Ace, but Emperor Yan Ace. Of course, in the New World, it is not without rising stars. Among them, Straw Hat Luffy, Thor Enel, and Captain Kidd. These 3 have also recently started to make their mark, and they have gained a lot of fame. It is the strongest pirate group under those big forces. The New World, the headquarters of the Quincy Division, and Moon Knight Island, Wangsu Palace. Finally, the Pio fruit has been developed to the point of awakening. He casually placed a large island floating in midair near Moon Knight Island. Looking at the turbulent sea due to the falling of the island, an inexplicable smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Turning her head to look at the location of Holy Land Mary Joa, her eyes narrowed slightly. I'm ready, it's time to get rid of you. That's right, after a period of familiarity and control, the fluttering fruit at this time has been developed to the point of awakening by Yunyi. Although it has not reached the level of the Golden Lion, it is enough. The next day, Yunya summoned all the high-ranking members of Wangsu Palace to gather in the palace. In the hall, all the high-level members of Wangsu Hall's 10 blades were present. Although they were sitting in different postures, the expressions of the people present all looked solemn, because they all expected something. If my lord gathers everyone together at this time, there is only one possibility. Is everyone here? On the highest throne, Yunya's figure appeared as if teleported, with Erlang's legs crossed, and his eyes casually glanced at everyone below. Everyone present didn't realize how Yunya appeared, and they couldn't even catch the sight of it, but they were already used to it. As the chief manager, Mr. Alien got up and said, "Well, we're all here." Yunya nodded, thinking about it. "You should be clear about my summoning you this time, right? Are you going to start a war?" Yechi brushed his long hair on his forehead, looked at Yunya and spoke. "It's time to end all of this." Yunya grinned with a sneer, and his eyes were domineering. "Everyone, get ready and give you a few days to mobilize and gather all the forces under your banner. After a few days, attack the Holy Land of Marijo." Yeah, everyone looked stunned, as expected. However, they had already prepared in their hearts, and there were not many surprises. They have been mentally prepared since their adults declared war on the world government in the Holy Land. It is also secretly preparing for this war, and is in the stage of getting ready to go, ready to deal with the next war at any time. "Okay, let's go down and get ready." Yunya waved his hand, telling everyone to go down and get ready. "Yes, my lord." Everyone present responded, saluted, and then went down. Looking at the backs of everyone leaving, Yunya narrowed his eyes slightly, sitting on the throne with far-reaching gaze. In the next few days, the entire palace of Wangsu began to move frequently like a machine. The forces under the 10 blades began to be summoned back, one after another. Pirate groups, fleets, returned, and the entire palace of Wangsu was ready to go. The storm is coming. With the mobilization of Wangsu Palace and the gathering of troops, the eyes of the whole world are focused on the past. At this moment, the whole world fell into a strange silence, like the calm before the storm, and everyone was enveloped in an inexplicable fear that couldn't go away. Everyone knows what this means. The war, the biggest war, the war between the Quincy and the world government, is coming. In the Whitebeard Sea area, Whitebeard held a newspaper in his hand, and squinted his eyes unconsciously. "Are you finally going to act?" After being dormant for nearly a year, that fellow Quincy finally started to act. Ace also looked a little dignified. "Fight against the world government. I don't know if my uncle can succeed." "Gulala, that kid is not that simple. He won't do things that he is not sure about." "Don't worry." Whitebeard laughed. "The winner is all him. This is a very unbelievable thing. Even when he was young, Whitebeard often suffered defeats. After he became famous, he was not unbeaten in the battles with Golden Lion, Roger, and Redfield. But counting Mikyu's teacher from going to sea to now, he has never been defeated, and he is not the one who suffers every time. This is an incredible thing." Since the Quincy master hibernated for a year before starting to act, naturally he acted only with absolute certainty. "That's right, my uncle is not a simple character." Ace laughed and continued to look at the newspaper. Now, as the new helm of the Whitebeard Pirates, he naturally has to consider the safety of the Whitebeard Pirates, and it is impossible for him to help. This is a matter between the Quincy and the world government. He can't get involved, and now he represents not only himself, but the entire Whitebeard Pirates. Hungfa Haya, Hungfa, and Hawkeye also knew the news. The red hair twitched the corner of his mouth and looked at Hawkeye. "What do you think will be the result of both of them?" Hawkeye shook his head. "I can't see that. When Quincy declared war on the world government, this day will come sooner or later. Even I sometimes wonder what the future of this world is going to be like." The red-haired tone became a little emotional. Before the appearance of the Quincy, he has been committed to the stability of the entire world's situation. Because of stability, the Nova Pirates will emerge and have a chance to rise. The era of rampage should not start at this time. The time has not yet come. This was what Roger told him. As for the timing, the redhead didn't quite understand it at first. But later, he met Luffy, and that fruit chose Luffy, so, in his opinion, Luffy may be the link that made that opportunity come. He is the key to open everything. Therefore, he needs to wait until Luffy grows up to maintain. He has been stabilizing the situation in the world. However, due to the sudden emergence of the Quincy division, the new world was in constant turmoil. Later, with his strength, he was no longer able to stop the rampage. All of this ran counter to his inner thoughts, and he was numb. Hehe, since you're so concerned, don't you plan to take a look? Your daughter, as one of the 10 blades, should also join the battle. Hawkeye squinted at the red hair. The redhead shook her head slightly. This is her own choice, and, in my capacity, this war should not have happened. The red hair is the orphan of the Tianlong people, who was picked up and brought up by Roger. Although not many people in the world know this, but, someone will know. Therefore, it is indeed inappropriate for him to appear in this war in his capacity. Just because of his position, he has some headaches. Therefore, he will not intervene in this war, and there is no room for him to intervene. Oh, is that so? Eagle eyes flashed, but he didn't ask too much. On the other side, Neo Naval Headquarters. In the conference room, Yunyi, Zifa, and Xiao were all there. Zifa frowned slightly and looked at Yunya. Is the war going to start? Well, everything is ready, and it's time to end all of this. You also know the situation over there in the first half. If you don't take action, the life of ordinary people there will be even more difficult. Yunya was wearing a black and white feather. Ya gave it to him, all handmade. In the first half, Yunyi Xie untied Zanyu, and Xiao's eyes lit up in the jet black deadly costume, which is different from this world's costume, and Yunyi's body made Xiao call out so handsome. When she was on Danzig Island, Xiao supported herself by handicrafts in this area, and her skills were good. After her design and manufacture, this set of costumes came into being as the times require, and it is Xiao's proud work. Compared with the clothing of the Justice Cloak in the Navy headquarters, this one definitely surpassed more than one level in terms of aesthetics. Wearing it on the already handsome Yunya, it seems that his temperament has been improved by more than one level. Do we need to take action? Zifa looked at Yunya. Yunya shook his head slightly. This time, the Neo Navy will not interfere, and it will be very troublesome to go there. I will solve everything, teacher, don't worry. Brother Yunyi. Xiao was a little worried, but she also understood that this time was indeed very dangerous, and with her strength, she couldn't help much if she passed. Yunya rubbed Xiao's head to reassure her. Zifa sighed, put everything on you, let me be a teacher, oh. Yunya smiled, if there is no teacher, I probably don't have this kind of strength now, don't bury me. Haha, no. Simply handling the affairs of the Neo Navy, Yunya left the base alone and headed for the first half. Naturally, Wang Xudian's actions cannot escape the eyes of the world government. Soon, the world government also got the news. They also knew that the attack of the Quincy division was coming. Holy Land Marie Joya, 5 Old Stars meeting room. Several people's faces became extremely dignified. One of them said, the Quincy has started to move, is Lord I'm awake? Don't worry, Master I'm has already awakened, and he has already said that when he wakes up next time, neither Quincy nor Nightblade will be his opponent. Is that also recovered? This is not very clear, but it should be. After all, Uranus has a very close relationship with Im-sama. If it weren't for this reason, Im-sama would not have been sleeping forever. Now that Im-sama has fully recovered, then Uranus's state should be completely recovered. That's good. Hehe, with Lord Im and Uranus here, the former kingdom can't stop Lord Im. No matter how powerful Quincy and Nightblade are, can they be stronger than the previous kingdom? However, the preparations that should be made should also be done well, and those high-level officers in the Navy should also be dealt with. Wait a little longer, after all, they haven't done anything too outrageous yet, and if those high-level officials are killed now, the Navy will be in chaos. That's right, don't rush for a while, give them the last chance. If those people in the Navy don't know how to praise them, they can only be wiped out completely. Sora has been repaired, right? Let him be mentally prepared to accept the full transfer of the Navy. The Quincy has the Piao fruit, and it is estimated that his subordinates will eat it. Their attack may come from the sky. However, even if it is eaten by the 10 blades who are not capable users, they will not be able to exert the strength of the Golden Lion. It is not so easy to transfer the combat power of the entire Wangsu Palace. Continue to pay attention to all the dynamics of the new world, and let the people under your hands be prepared. Yaren, don't let it go. He also needs to pay attention. Under the order of the 5 Old Stars, the world government has also made sufficient preparations. The build-up of the Navy, the settlement of the army, and the establishment of the government forces of the allied countries are also gathering in large numbers towards the Holy Land. All forces are mobilized and gathered together. This is a force that cannot be ignored, enough to destroy any force in the world. Even if all the previous 4 emperors are added together, it is impossible to beat the current world government. New World, Palace of Wangsu. The island is under martial law, and no outside forces can enter, but the life of ordinary people is still going on. At the main port, this is the largest port on Moon Knight Island, enough to accommodate all the current ships of Wangsu Hall. Look, it's the snail ship, one of the 10 blades, Germa 60 SIXS Army. Master 10 Knight 7's Black Rose Killer Organization fleet. They are proficient in assassination. I didn't expect to gather this time. The leader is Mr. Allen, who has a bounty of 700 million Baileys, the second in command of the Black Rose Organization. Golden Emperor's small ship, didn't Gulen Tizero move? The pirates of Master Fortuneteller Hawkins. The diving ship of the Heart Pirates. The ship of the former king of the Dark World. All members of 10 Blades forces are assembled. Ordinary people working at the port are watching the ships gradually gathering. Whenever a fleet comes over, they will exclaim with excitement on their faces. At the port, more and more ships gathered, and the port was already crowded. It seems that I'm the first one to come here. A slender voice came like lightning, so fast that the air produced a sonic boom itself, and it fell on the ship with the flag of the Black Rose Killer Organization. People, the top 3 of the 10 Blades, and the 7 of the Black Rose Knight. No, I was the first one to arrive. On Germa 60 SIXS ship, a tall figure walked to the bow and said in a flat tone. One of the 10 Blades, the king of Germa 66, Vinsmoke Gage. Behind him are several children of the Vinsmoke family. I'm not too late. The bow of the golden ship, the gold surged, forming a person, the top 3 of the 10 Blades, the Golden Emperor Tizero. Is it necessary to fight for this? With a swipe, a figure appeared out of nowhere on the diving boat, holding a big sword in his hand, with a cynical smile on his mouth. 10 Blades, Death Surgeon, Trafalgar Row. This kind of scene, how can we miss it? The former king of the Dark World, Felder, you're fast too. Kibsun also arrived? Where is your lord? Haven't you appeared yet? The melodious singing sounded, and Yuta landed on the port from a high altitude. 10 Blades, the world's singer, Yuta? The appearance of 10 Blades one by one brought the scene to a climax. Master Yeki, Lord Tizalo, Lord Gage, Lord Hawkins, Lord Yuta. The 10 Blades are all deployed. It's a rare big scene. Except for Master Aileen, have the other 10 Blades appeared? This is the first time such a scene has happened since the establishment of the Wangsu Palace. The people around who saw this scene all exclaimed, and the excitement on their faces became more and more obvious. These are all big figures that ordinary people like them can hardly see. Some of them just watched their demeanor from a distance, and now these big figures' forces actually appeared together, feasting their eyes and feeling proud. This is the greatest force in the New World, the Wangsu Palace of the Quincy Master. And at this moment, everyone's eyes were looking in one direction, and above the sky, a ship flying the flag of the Palace of Wangsu descended from the sky and landed in the very center. The one on top is the boss of Wangsu Hall, the Quincy Master, Navy Headquarters. At this time, the entire Navy Headquarters was under martial law. The news of the operation of the Quincy Division was naturally known to the people in the Navy. Except for a few high-level officials who have already made a decision, the other navies don't know everything and are preparing for this decisive battle. In the conference room, the faces of several high-level officials were solemn. Aokiji took a deep breath, glanced at everyone present and said, "It's time to inform all subordinates of this news. The world government has begun to deploy troops, but it has ignored the Navy. This battle is about the world. The future of the Navy. Where is the Navy going? We have run out of time." It was said that the few people present were silent, and they also felt a sense of oppression. During this period of time, the world government just issued an order for them to carry out their tasks and suppress all opposing voices. Regarding the specific arrangements for this battle, the world government did not tell them any news, as if the Navy was excluded. No information came. This point has already begun to appear a year ago. And this is very obvious, the world government already has a distrustful attitude towards their Navy. Zhang Guo said in a deep voice, "Yes, it's time to make a decision." The rest of the people were shocked. Is this moment finally coming? Break away from the control of the world government, and even, become an enemy of the world government? Since ancient times, the Navy has been under the banner of the world government. Now, it is about to break away from the control of the world government. For this decision, no one can say whether it is right or not, and no one can predict the future of the Navy. However, at the meeting, there was a person whose eyes were bright, silently pressed a button of a phone bug, and revealed the conversation here. The meeting is still going on. Before, the high-level Navy officials only discussed it among themselves, and the people who knew it were limited to the few people present. But this time, they have already planned to inform the entire Navy. This is something that all naval soldiers should know. Who is the enemy they are about to face must also be explained clearly. King Z still has a lot of confidence. Even if their high-level officials make this decision, there will not be too many voices of opposition in the Navy. After he became the Marshal, he has been silently deploying all this. Even if nothing like this happens, the future Navy will no longer be a running dog of the world government, but a Navy that maintains justice at sea. But at this moment, a voice interrupted their words. Sengoku, Aokiji, have you made a decision? This is a rebellious thing. You guys, I am so disappointed. Hearing this voice, the expressions of all the people present changed drastically, and they all looked in one direction. I saw a few figures descending from the sky, smashing the ceiling of the conference room. The leader was a burly man with a cloak of justice on his back, the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies. His steel bones were empty. Behind him, there are a dozen people wearing white suits and masks. People in this world are tall or low, and have different body shapes, but without exception, their aura is very strong. It can be seen from the costumes that they are all members of CP0. Seeing these people, the face of the Navy changed. Zhang Guo stood up abruptly. Marshal Kong. This is too bad. Garp also looked serious. Oh, it's really not that easy? The world government has planned to do this for a long time. Huang Yuan licked his lower lip, his tone extremely solemn. It seems that all our actions are under your surveillance. Aokiji narrowed his eyes slightly, and he didn't know what he was thinking in his heart. The expressions of the other 3 generals and lieutenant general he changed slightly, and they were ready to fight. There is only one explanation for people like Kong and CP0 coming here at this time, to wipe out all the high-level Navy. The world government is planning to take the bottom line and take action to eradicate all threats. In this way, the Navy will lose their command and dispatch, and it will definitely be a mess. If Kong stood up at this time, the Navy would definitely obey his orders. Kong is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, and he still has this prestige. Kong looked at the warring states, his eyes were extremely indifferent. If he used to think about the old love more or less, now after being completely remodeled, he has become a machine that can only obey the orders of the world government. He said indifferently, since you've already made a decision, so don't blame me for not remembering the past. The power of the world government is beyond what you can imagine. Even without you, the outcome of this battle will not change. There is no need to exist anymore. Traitors, just die honestly. After you die, the power of the Navy will fall on me. The Navy is still the same Navy. It is impossible for the 5 old stars to let what happened to the Night Blade happen again. The empty words fell, and at the same time as the dozen or so people behind him broke out in momentum, they rushed towards the Navy and several people in the Navy, and the attacks and slashes extended by the 6-style physical skills came out. There is one person who is the fastest, with his hands open, and his invisible position spread out, isolating this world. Immediately afterwards, there was a squeak, like the sound of opening a door, and the space was connected, pulling everyone on the Navy side into another space. No, it's spatial ability. Block the attack first. Seeing this, the Navy side was shocked, and it was also a counterattack. The golden light spread, the slash rushed out, the cold air was severe, and the fist wind exploded. And at this moment, the General T. Dolphin also exploded, and saw his right hand muscles soared, the armed color covered it, and punched out. The target was not CP0, but the yellow monkey. Huang Yuan's face changed drastically. Facing the sudden punch of the T. Dolphin, he also resisted in storage, and was blown away by the punch. That is, the next moment, the various attacks of the two sides collided fiercely. Boom! The violent attack collided, and a wave of shocks swept and released. Fortunately, this place is no longer the previous conference room, otherwise, the aftermath of the explosion would definitely smash the conference room to pieces. Among the smoke and dust, more than a dozen figures rushed out, some flew upside down for a while before stopping, and some stood in midair after rushing out of the smoke and dust. After the people in the Navy stopped, they all looked at this weird space with extremely gloomy faces. They were trapped. At this time, this space is a chaotic space, surrounded by dark green and dim colors, and the specific size cannot be seen. Even the spread of knowledge and knowledge seems to be blocked, and it cannot spread too far. Oh, I almost lost my fighting power, the T-Dolphin General. Jin Guang rushed from a distance, turned into the figure of a yellow ape, wiped the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth, and looked at the T-Dolphin. Then he glanced at the surrounding environment, narrowing his eyes slightly. Space ability, this is a big trouble. Garp's domineering energy was boiling, and he wanted to rely on his domineering ability to get out of the space, but after a little attempt, he shook his head. Space ability is different from others. If you want to go out, you need to break this space, but this space is extremely strong. Without Whitebeard's ability to break through everything, it's hard to leave here. Lieutenant General, he also said, unless someone from the outside world detects something is wrong and breaks the node from the outside world, otherwise, the only thing to do is to defeat the capable person himself. Don't resist, you have no chance of winning. The T-Dolphin no longer had the squinting and honest look before, replaced by a playful sneer, and then looked at Dao Tu. General Dao Tu, you too, obediently grab it. On the other side, Dao Tu looked at the T-Dolphin with indifferent eyes and said, T-Dolphin, you betrayed the Navy. Betrayal? I was originally a member of the world government. Where did the betrayal come from? The T-Dolphin grinned, and his seemingly simple and honest expression became extremely ferocious. General Dao Tu, give up. The power of the world government is beyond your imagination. Yes, give up. Maybe there is still a way out. Tao Tutu showed disgust on his face. You make me feel sick even more than before. I really don't know what to do. The T-Dolphin's eyes showed a cold look, and his face also showed a ferocious look, which was completely different from the previous image. Humph. Dao Tu just snorted coldly, without responding. T-Dolphin, you actually. Hearing what the T-Dolphin said, Zhang Guo also looked at the dolphin with an extremely ugly expression. He didn't expect the dolphin to be a member of the world government. Garp looked at the T-Dolphin with an inexplicable tone. I really didn't expect that the T-Dolphin's honesty is actually a disguise. Lieutenant General, he was also very surprised. He did not expect that among the high-level Navy, there is actually an eyeliner of the world government, and he is also one of the generals. But the most important thing at the moment is how to leave this place. She looked at the two people in CP0, and through the perception of knowledge, this space was caused by the abilities of two of them. This is troublesome. Aokiji's expression was extremely serious. In the past, he was not without such concerns. Are there no eyeliners of other world governments among the current high-level Navy? The reason why he didn't tell the other high-level officials that Yuan was the Quincy, but chose to conceal it, was also due to this consideration. The more people who know, the more likely it will be exposed. The three of them, Warring States, Karp, and Lieutenant He, are trustworthy, but there are more or less problems with the three generals, their personality, position, origin. Needless to say, Aokiji, although Aokiji has been his colleague for many years, and his character is very tired, showing a harmless appearance to humans and animals, but Aokiji cannot see what is going on in his heart. And Dao Tu is one of the members of the aristocratic family of the Navy, the Tulip family, but it has stood in the Navy for many years, and even the beginning of their family was the former Marshal Tulip, perhaps with the world government. The relationship between them may be deeper than he imagined. The T-Dolphin, on the other hand, rose from a small soldier, whose identity cannot be verified and has secrets. Of course, Aokiji still trusts these colleagues very much. The main reason why he didn't disclose the news that Yuan is the Quincy is that he doesn't want too many people to know. It's just that I didn't expect that there were really high-level people from the world government. And, it's the T-Dolphin who was single-handedly promoted by the Navy. No wonder the world government's attitude towards the Navy changed after he proposed to go against the words of the world government. It turned out that all this was revealed by the T-Dolphin. The world government also knew about Yuan's attitude in advance. No wonder they would resolutely attack Yuan later. Regarding this, Aokiji also sighed in his heart. The eyeliner of the world government is really buried deep. It is estimated that every move of myself and others is under the surveillance of the world government. Fortunately, I didn't say that Yuan was the Quincy, otherwise, the world government, who knew about this in advance, would definitely take advantage of Yuan still in the first half, and directly suppress the army. No matter how much the loss was, he will also kill Yuan completely regardless of everything? Kong didn't intend to waste time here. The Quincy had already taken action, and he needed to get rid of this place as soon as possible. They stared coldly at the Navy and said in a cold voice, "Okay, stop talking nonsense. This time, you can't run away. If you dare to betray the world government, you have only one fate." In order to be safe this time, the hidden head of CP0 by the world government has been dispatched. Among the CP0, one has a strong space fluctuation. He is the head of CP0 and has eaten the fruit of space. This space was opened up by him and another person. The other person's body size suddenly swelled and changed, and his height increased a lot. The mask on his face was also pulled away, revealing his original appearance. He is a person who ate an animal-type devil fruit. This person is none other than Rob Lucci, who used to be CP9, and is now the leader of CP0, taking over from Dark Owl. And behind him are Gabra in wolf form, Keiku in giraffe form, Califa in rabbit form, Snuggle in lion form, Owl in owl fruit, and Bruno in door fruit form. These people are all one of the people who were asked by the world government to eat the animal devil fruit to provide vitality for the green cow's pacifist experiment. After that, these people also became one of the members of the new CP0 because of their meritorious service. There was another one of them, with the long knife unsheathed at his waist, and a strange and gloomy aura permeated it. The aura of other people is also extremely powerful. CP0 Chief Rob Lucci. Lieutenant General Crane narrowed his eyes slightly after seeing Rob Lucci. She is no stranger to Rob Lucci. This weird feeling, the demon sword Muramasa with the supreme sword, the great swordsman. Momoto looked away from the T-Dolphin and looked at the CP0 with the sword, with a serious look in his eyes. This person gave her a very dangerous feeling, and if he could give her this feeling, the opponent's strength would not be weaker than her. At least he was also a strong swordsman. Your knowledge is good, General Momoto. Your Jinpura is also one of the great fast swords, but I don't know, it's a bit more powerful than my demon sword Muramasa. The voice of the CP0 with the sword came. Even if it becomes a little distorted because of the mask, it can't hide his unique voice at all. This ability is, space ability. You are the chief of CP0, Candle Wolf. Aokiji looked at the person who emitted the space wave, and said in a dignified tone, "I didn't expect the Admiral of the Navy to know me. It really surprised me." Candle Wolf's voice was distorted by the mask, but his tone was extremely calm. The three major commanders of CP0 have all been dispatched. It seems, this time they want to wipe out all of us traitors before the war comes. Lieutenant General, he patted the non-existent dust on his body. His tone changed. Gotta calm down. Among CP0, there is not only one team. Every celestial dragon family has its own guards, which are CP0 externally. However, the total length of CP0 is only 3, and they are the CP0 captains under the banner of the three powerful Wolaoxing. Dark Owl, Candle Wolf, Evil Ghost. The former Dark Owl was also one of the three chiefs, but after being killed by the Quincy, he was replaced by Rob Lucci. The three major commanders of CP0, Kong and Chafa, these 5 are all general-level fighters, and the other CP0 members are also elite lieutenant generals and lieutenant generals. On the Navy side, there are only Sengoku, Garp, Lieutenant Admiral Crane, Aokiji, Momoto, and Kizaru. The number is already at a disadvantage. Lieutenant General He and Warring States are no longer at the peak of strength. Lieutenant General He is barely fighting against elite lieutenant generals. If Warring States breaks out completely regardless of everything, they may still be able to fight against one of the generals, but they will definitely not last long. There are only Garp, Aokiji, Momoto, and Kizaru with general-level combat power. There are 5 people on the opposite side, and the others are not weak. If they fight, they will definitely lose. Now they are blocked in another space, like catching a turtle in an urn. The world government has already calculated everything, just waiting for them to take the final action. Every move is under the surveillance of the world government. Faced with such a killing situation, they are powerless to recover. However, even in the current situation, they will not give up. Thus, the battle broke out. Boom boom boom. In this space, the battle between the two sides is imminent. At this time, Sora and several other CP0 members fought with Aokiji. The cold air was raging, the fist wind was blowing, and the 6-style physical skills exploded. At this time, Sora is a reformed person, and his body is more resistant to cold, so he is the most suitable to deal with Aokiji. The Aokiji devil fruit awakened, the cold air froze the surroundings, and the combat power exploded, barely resisting the attack. During the last battle of the Holy Land, Kong's machinery had been severely damaged, but after repairs, it was almost in good condition. Although there is no Vegapunk, it is impossible to achieve perfection, but what broke out at this time still has the combat power of a general. You know, being able to become the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies is not only because of his meritorious deeds, but also because of his extremely strong combat power. Being able to defeat the Peak Red Earl is enough to prove that his strength is not inferior to the top powerhouses of Roger's era. The 3 commanders of CP0 also have their own opponents. At this time, the strength of the three commanders is also extremely strong, not weaker than the general's combat power. At this time, the Warring States has also exerted its ability, transformed into a golden Buddha, and collided with Rob Lucci and other CP0 members. The current Warring States can only erupt for a short time and cannot last long, but the erupting combat power is also extremely terrifying. In a short period of time, it is not so easy to lose. As a naval hero, Karp is also a key target of the world government. Candle Wolf and several CP0s became the siege. Relying on his strong physique and top-notch use of armed colors, he barely resisted the offensive. Among the Navy, the combat power he displayed at this time is the strongest. The yellow ape fighting with the T-Dolphin and another CP0 is also at a disadvantage, and can only barely compete with the mobility of the shiny fruit. The evil ghost holds the demon sword Muramasa, one of the supreme sharp swords, and fights with Momoto. But judging from the scene, the evil ghost firmly suppressed Daoto, and in terms of swordsmanship, he was slightly better. Lieutenant General Crane can barely resist the attacking CP0 members, Gabra, Keiku, and others, but she has rich combat experience and extremely strong two-color domineering, but she will not be defeated soon. As long as one of the Navy is defeated, then, the battle will become even more one-sided. The people in the Navy also know that they can't last long, but there is no way, facing the attack and killing of the world government, they have nowhere to escape, they can only fight. But at this moment, the whole space suddenly vibrated, and then, the sound of caw-caw came, and the whole space shattered like a mirror, and pieces of it fell off like real space fragments. Naturally, this mutation cannot escape the perception of the people present. The space node was shattered and will be repelled. As the constructor of this space, Candle Wolf was the first to discover something was wrong. Someone broke the space node from the outside world. This space was built by him, and Bruno, who is the fruit of the door, opened a door above the space, trapping the people in the Navy in this space. Therefore, as long as there is the slightest abnormality in this space, he will notice it. Without waiting for the people in the space to clarify what is going on, with a violent roar shaking in the space, the next moment, the entire space is directly shattered, and the two parties who were originally in different spaces are excluded. Swipe. The people in the space suddenly appeared in the original meeting room as if teleported. Then, these people all reacted at the same time, that is, they rushed out of the meeting room. With the sound of a bang, the entire conference room was smashed, and the gravel was shot out. The two sides kept a certain distance, some stepped on moon steps, some stood on high places, and looked at each other's people vigilantly. Oh, it's finally out. Huang Yuan glanced around, his eyes narrowed slightly, he still couldn't figure out the current situation. According to what Candle Wolf said just now, someone broke the space node from the outside. Lieutenant General, he heard what Candle Wolf said just now. Damn it, Candle Wolf, what's going on? Kong said indifferently. Candle Wolf's face is also not good looking. Someone broke the space from the outside world, but how is this possible? How can it be so easy to find the location of the space node? Almost subconsciously, the knowledge of the people present radiated out, wanting to see who did it. With a glance of knowledge, everyone focused their eyes and looked in one direction. Over there, a person wearing a black and white Haori with a slight smile on his face stood there. Nightblade. Is this guy here? Has the Nightblade been hiding in the Navy headquarters? Damn it. On the world government's side, except for Kong, who had no expression fluctuations, everyone else changed color at the same time. Damn it, did Yuan shoot and break the space node? Candle Wolf's face became gloomy. Others may not have this strength. Even if the four emperors come over, they can't easily break his space node, but Yuan is different, he is a monster. Nightblade. The Navy side was also extremely surprised. Unexpectedly, Yuan came to the first half without a sound, and even came to the headquarters of the Navy, and rescued them from the unknown space. Yo, long time no see, everyone. Yuan looked at the Navy side and said hello, then looked at the people on the world government side, with a chuckle at the corner of his mouth. The commander-in-chief of the three armies, Gang Gakong, and CP0's three chiefs? It's really a big deal. With Wang Xudian's current intelligence capabilities, several chief executives in CP0 have been investigated for a long time. After meeting An Xiao for the first time, Yunya has already figured out several chief executives in CP0, even if they are hidden by the world government. But after all, they made a move in the early years, so it is not difficult to find out the news. However, since we have met, then, let's all stay here. Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, raised the silver fiber in his hand, and the golden flame condensed on the blade, and he cut it down with a sudden strike. The scorching golden 1000-meter slash was hot enough to melt everything. Wherever it passed, the temperature rose suddenly, and the mighty sword rushed towards the people of the world government. We can't fight the Nightblade, we can't be his opponent. Bruno, open the space door and leave the headquarters. On the side of the world government, the moment they saw the Nightblade, they were ready to flee. Yuan's strength is too strong, they are not able to resist at all. And, the 5 old stars must be informed of this news? In CP0, Bruno was sweating profusely, and quickly opened a huge space door behind him. This is the space door connected to the Red Earth continent? Block the attack. Kong's mechanical eyes flashed red, and he said, the muzzle of the gun appeared in the palm of his hand, and a powerful laser pierced through it. Space confinement. Candle Wolf's space ability was activated, and the ability confines a piece of space in front of him, turning it into the hardest shield. 6 types of mysteries, 6 king spears. Lanjiao Zhouduan. Ghost sword profound truth Dao cutting. Finger gun explosion. The rest of the people also shot, and all kinds of attacks were blasted out, colliding with the golden slash, and the next moment, boom. The attacks collided together, a terrifying roar erupted, and shockwaves swept out, causing the naval headquarters buildings below to collapse and shatter. Those who stood in front of the Nightblade slash were all swept by this shockwave, with blood spurting from their mouths and flying backwards, crashing into Bruno's opened gate and disappearing. In a year, Yunya has not only been familiar with the Pio fruit, but also has not stopped in terms of physical fitness. He is now stronger than he was a year ago. Door fruit. Yuan was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Bruno from CP9 was there, and opened a space door, allowing them to escape. But I don't care too much, the war has already begun, and sooner or later it will be settled. You are a bit embarrassed, but since the world government has taken action against you, it seems that you have already made a decision. Yuan looked at the Navy side, looked up and down several people, and finally focused on King Z. At this time, several high-ranking officers of the Navy were in a bit of a panic, and some of them were already injured. Especially Dao Tu, who had a hideous wound cut on her body by the evil ghost. Yuan touched her hand casually, and a white light fell on Dao Tu's body, healing her injuries. Thank you, Yuan. Dao Tu thanked Yuan. Aokiji said, well, the Navy is the Navy, and the world government is the world government. Hearing this, Yuan smiled and said, at first, I just wanted you not to intervene in my war with the world government. You can do whatever you want, as long as you don't become my enemy. Yunya just told the Navy not to intervene in this war, but he didn't care much about their attack on the world government. Even without a Navy, he is absolutely sure of facing the world government. Zhang Guo looked at Yuan, you are the only one coming? What about Zifa and the others? In the Neo Navy, although the combat power is not as good as the Navy headquarters, there are still a few strong ones. Yuan said, I don't want them to intervene in this battle. It's too dangerous, and it won't help me too much. Your war? Isn't it the Quincy and the world government? You really have cooperation with the Quincy. Lieutenant General he keenly understood the meaning of Yunya's words. Yuan glanced at Aokiji without any trace, and didn't say much, just nodded. Well, now we both have a common enemy. King Z knew the reason, but he didn't say much, but said, where is the Quincy now? Yuan smiled, we have arrived at the Holy Land. What? On the Red Clay Continent, the Holy Land of Mary Joya? Pango City. At this time, Pango City has also undergone a transformation. The whole body adopts Vegapunk's technological products, which can block domineering prying eyes, and added sea tower stones, which can also block the attacks of capable people. At this time, the 5 old stars stayed in Pango City. The conference room is full of monitoring screens, where all forces can be mobilized. It can be said that this is the gathering point of world power, where all the power of the world government can be mobilized. One of them said, the people below have already completed their deployment, and if they want to use the Pio fruit to come over, it is impossible to escape the perception of the eyeliner. They have already arrived in the first half, and they were caught by the eyeliner on an empty island. Found. What about the specific situation? They have lost their whereabouts. After all, the speed of movement on the empty island cannot catch up. However, from being discovered to the Holy Land, even with the mobility of Pio fruit, it will take half a day to arrive. Half a day? Get everyone ready for battle. I want the people under my command to consume their combat power, and let Lord Im do the finishing touches. Half a day, it's enough to kill those people in the Navy, and it's too late to gather the strength of the Navy. Humph, you guys who don't know good and bad, since they plan to betray, then you can't blame us. If they succeed, it will be a trouble. The power of the Navy should not be underestimated. Fortunately, none of their actions escaped our control. During the conversation between several people, everything has been arranged properly. All that remains is to wait for Kong to take charge of the Navy again. Half a day is enough for Kong to complete the task and bring the people of the Navy to the Holy Land. After that, just wait for the arrival of the army of the Quincy Division. At this time, the Red Earth continent in this area has already deployed countless government troops. This is after Wangsu Palace started to act, the people of the world government began to gather troops. All the CP organizations of the world government appeared at the same time, and this force guarded Pango City, and on the left side of the periphery is the army team on the Red Earth continent. The army is also a very powerful army under the world government. Although it is not comparable to an elite group like the Navy, it has a large number of people, and the total number exceeds the Navy. However, the army is as strong as the Admiral of the Navy. At the forefront, there is a pacifist army with the appearance of a unified green bull. The number is tens of thousands. This is the preparation of the world government in this year. Countless manpower and material resources, sacrificed countless civilians, and created the strongest army. After the pacifist corps, there are more than 100,000 members of the Allied powers who have been selected through selection. The vacant space on the left is reserved for the Navy. As long as Kong completes the task, his reputation as the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies is enough to bypass Aokiji's authority and mobilize the Navy. The overall strength of the Navy is still very strong. It can be seen from the original war on the top that the 100,000 elite naval soldiers all have certain strengths. The weak are not qualified to participate in the war on the top. One can imagine how strong the navy is, and in the front row, there are rounds of cannons, densely packed, almost arming the red Earth continent in this area layer by layer. This is the combat readiness force of the world government, with more than hundreds of thousands of people. In this battle, the world government is bound to win, and at this moment, as a space door opened, more than a dozen people shot out like shells, flying backwards in all directions, smashing through buildings. What happened? Enemy attack. Is it Marshal Kong? Why are they in such a mess? Could it be that the people from the Quincy are coming from below? Master Wu Laoxing's judgment is wrong. The sudden change caused the faces of the government troops who were on alert to change drastically, but the knowledge spread, but it was discovered that they were empty. Kong also ignored these people. After getting up, he hurriedly rushed towards Wu Laoxing's meeting room, and must inform Lord Wu Laoxing of this information. That fellow Yablade has already touched the Navy headquarters below Mary Joya. This time, they may face both Nightblade and Quincy at the same time. But before he rushed into Pangu City to tell Wu Laoxing the news, a terrifying and domineering arrogance came from an unknown distance, and accompanied by a wild laughter. I kept you waiting for a long time. The world government, today, the Quincy, will completely destroy you. Boom. When the terrifying overlord's face was pressed down, it was like Mount Tai was pressing down on the top, and the entire sky and clouds rolled up crazily. The scene was like the end of the world. Come. The destroyer. Why so fast? No, it's overlord color. Get ready to resist. On the side of the government army, after hearing this voice, they saw dark clouds rolling in the sky. Their faces were full of inexplicable horror, and large drops of sweat dripped from their foreheads. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree. In the entire world right now, there is no one who is not afraid of Quincy. Especially under the premise of being an enemy with the Quincy division. A huge pressure hit everyone's hearts. In Pangu City, Wu Laoxing's complexion suddenly changed. Quincy, how could it be possible to arrive at this time, half a day earlier than they expected? Why did you come so fast? Wu Laoxing with the knife stood up abruptly, looking at a screen, where there were countless ships floating, approaching at an extremely fast speed. No, hurry up and activate the force field. You must block the domineering arrogance of the Quincy division, or you will be in trouble. Another 5 old stars also took action, mobilizing the command, the Pacifist Legion, activate the protective force field. Although this 5 old star does not have strong combat power, he is very proficient in command and dispatch. He is in command of all the overall planning and dispatch of the world government, and the overall deployment is also his handwriting. They've already made plans. The Overlord color of Quincy is undoubtedly a powerful weapon. His Overlord color can even compete with Lord Im's Overlord color. Facing this level of Overlord color, even the strong general level will be affected. If they don't make preparations in advance, their hundreds of thousands of government troops are likely to be wiped out by 90% in one face-to-face. Have to guard against. Following his command, the eyes of all the members of the Pacifist Legion in the front row lit up red, and a special force field extended from their bodies, connecting with each other, forming an incomparably huge. The protective force field blocks the front of the government army. Boom. The terrifying Overlord-colored arrogance collided with this force field, and there was a loud bang, and a terrifying impact radiated out. The impact radiated caused the entire holy land of Marijoa to vibrate violently, making people unsteady on their feet, and the government troops that were originally arranged in an orderly manner appeared to be staggering. The protective force field built by all the pacifists vibrated slightly, and even cracks appeared in some places. When the Overlord color hit, everyone in that area was stunned, and the ground cracked and shattered. But soon, these cracks were repaired, and the impact of the Overlord color continued, but it was no longer possible to break through the protective force field. The domineering look of the Quincy Master was resisted. It's a pacifist? It actually blocked the domineering arrogance of the Quincy Master. What level of domineering color is this? It can actually cause damage to matter. Facing such a monster, can we really win? Don't be discouraged. Although it barely withstood the impact of the Overlord's color from the Quincy division, but, is this level of Overlord's color really something that humans can have? Just a round of domineering shock, their side has already suffered a lot of losses, more than tens of thousands of people were stunned. Originally the government army was assembled, seeing such a powerful force, everyone in the government army still had great hope for victory, but the Quincy was just a domineering impact, which greatly affected their confidence hit. In the distance, the ships of the Palace of Wangsu are getting closer and closer, making everyone's minds tense. This is the army of the Palace of Wangsu? Oh, did it actually block my domineering look? Vegapunk's technology is really amazing. On the frontmost ship, Quincy sat on a throne with his legs crossed, looking down from a high position. All the government troops below. Beside him are the 10 blades of Wangsu Palace, all of them are fighting with high spirits at this moment. During the period when Vegapunk stayed on Moon Knight Island, Vegapunk also informed Yunyi of many of the technological achievements he had made by the world government. Yunyi knows that this is one of Vegapunk's technologies, which can generate a protective force field, which can block attacks to a certain extent, and can block the attacks of domineering and devil fruit abilities. Of course, there is only an upper limit. Moreover, if it is only a single protective cover, it is impossible to block this level of overlord color. When he was in the Holy Land of Marijoa, Vegapunk used this protective stance to block the impact of the overlord-colored conflict between Yunya and I'm. However, even his technology cannot resist it for too long. This time, the reason why the Quincy was able to block the domineering look was more because there were too many pacifists. The protective force field built by tens of thousands of pacifists was so strong that even a great swordsman level of slash can be resisted. What's more, the world government specially built this protective stance. Its purpose is to block the overlord's color for the Quincy division. However, how do you block the ones below? On the throne, the Quincy's tone was joking, and he snapped his fingers with his right hand. Following his movements, above the sky, a huge island landed like a meteorite. The island rubbed against the air, emitting light and heat, dragging a long tail of flames, and smashed straight towards the Holy Land of Marijoa. Huh? What happened? What did the Quincy do? Look, heaven. What is that? An inexplicable oppressive atmosphere came from the sky, making everyone feel tightness in their chests. After discovering the abnormality with knowledge and feeling, he suddenly raised his head to look at the sky, and couldn't help but his face changed drastically. More people looked towards the sky. In their line of sight, above the sky, a star suddenly appeared, and then it became bigger and bigger. As it got closer, everyone could see clearly what it was. It's a meteorite with a long flame tail. No, it's an island, an extremely huge island. Island. It's the ability of Pioguo. They moved an island to the sky. Quick, block it, or you will all die. Seeing this scene, everyone in the government army below changed their expressions drastically, showing a horrified expression. If an island of this size is smashed down, if it is not stopped, everyone here will be smashed to pieces. Not good. Quincy, someone among their people has developed Pio fruit to such an extent? Who is it? Why are you talking so much nonsense? You must stop it. The three powerful Wu Liaoxing left the conference room at this time and came to the top of Pangu City. Looking at the falling island, their faces were extremely gloomy, and at the same time they were ready to smash the island. Before, they also knew that Quincy had the Pio fruit in his hands, but they didn't think that someone in Wangsu Palace could develop Pio fruit to a high level in such a short period of time. You must know that the development of devil fruit is very difficult, and it took a long time for Golden Lion to develop Pio fruit to the point of awakening. Among the 10 blades, those with sufficient strength, such as Tizalo, Hawkins, Yeki, Luo, Yuta, and others, are all devil fruit capable users. The other 10 blades who didn't eat the devil fruit, although Kibsun, Feld, and Geiji are not weak, but it is impossible to develop Pio fruit to such an extent so quickly, and Mr. Elian, the 10 blades, can be ignored. So, what's going on here? Who is the ability user of Pio fruit now? No matter how they think about it, they can't imagine that the fluttering fruit is not being used by other people, but the Quincy himself. It is also because of this that they miscalculated a bit. The reason why the army of Wangsu Palace arrived half a day earlier than they expected is because the user of the fluttering fruit is Quincy himself. Shadow Leopard, Evil Ghost, Candle Wolf, attack the island with all your might. Go and command the Pacifist Legion, while the Seraphim attack the island with all their might. The army, the allied forces, crush the falling pieces. Among them, the 5 old stars in charge of the command also saw sweat on their foreheads, and quickly mobilized the general's strength. Following the instructions one after another, the government troops quickly moved into action. Those responsible for smashing the island are all masters among masters. It is not so easy to crush an island of such a scale, unless Master Yumo makes a move. Otherwise, only the strong general level can make a move. I'm is the last hole card. He must reserve all his strength to fight against Quincy and Nightblade. The whereabouts of the Nightblade has been informed by the sky, and the Navy headquarters just below, the Navy, has also completely rebelled, catching them by surprise. The Nightblade Quincy was already a problem for them, and now the Navy may become their enemy. All these situations made Wu Liaoxing feel extremely dignified. Yes, my lord. Sora responded, and quickly used his authority to mobilize all the pacifists. Some pacifists opened up their positions, and the palms of some pacifists lit up with golden light. Immediately afterwards, golden lasers shot towards the island. Landfoot Kybird. Rob Lucci turned into a half-beast form and kicked a swipe into the sky. Evil Ghost slash. The evil ghost's body was full of cold air. Muramasa pulled out his sheath, and slashed out a ghostly slash. Confinement. Candle Wolf clasped his hands in the void, completely controlling and condensing the space in front of him, turning it into an indestructible shield. In the CP organization, several figures rushed out, and all kinds of moves bombarded the sky together. The 3 powerful 5 old stars also shot together. The rest of the government army members with long-range attack capabilities also shot at the next moment. All of a sudden, all kinds of attacks blasted towards the sky. The gorgeous attacks are densely packed, and the colorful impacts are intertwined, and the next moment they directly collide with the smashed island. Boom. After a terrifying roar, the oscillating shock wave repelled everything, impacting all directions, and even the space seemed to start to distort. Crack. Faced with such an attack, even a giant island couldn't bear it. The entire island was like broken tiles, with large cracks appearing, and the cracks became bigger and bigger, until finally, it shattered. Successful. There was excitement on someone's face, and they blocked it. Don't be careless. Wu Liaoxing in the meeting room yelled at the phone bug. He faintly felt that this attack was not over yet. Hearing this, the faces of the government soldiers froze. That's right, but, is it that easy? Quincy glanced at everyone who had shot, spread his 5 fingers, the ring on his right hand shone slightly, and used the fluttering fruit ability again. The large and small fragments left by those islands were all marked by his ability and gathered at one point. Boom boom boom. Countless fragments collided and squeezed together, and finally formed a huge spherical rock, suspended above everyone's heads. It brought enormous pressure to everyone. Countless people swallowed their saliva and showed horror on their faces. Such a large island was easily compressed into a sphere, and at this moment, someone also noticed that the one who used the Pio fruit was none other than the boss of Wangsu Palace, Quincy Master himself. How is this possible? Why does Quincy still have the fluttering fruit ability? 3 devil fruit abilities. How do you fight this? After knowing this, everyone present was shocked. Before, Quincy had already demonstrated 2 kinds of devil fruit abilities, and now, it's the 3rd. Even the 5 old stars also showed disbelief. How did Quincy do it? Moreover, how do you feel? More difficult to deal with than the golden lion. The reason for this, of course, is the existence of Yachi, the Momo fruit ability user. Whether it was the island that fell from the sky just now, or now, Momo fruit's ability has always been blessed on the island. Although with the strength of Yachi, it can only increase the number of islands of this size several times, but the combination of the 2 abilities is definitely an extremely powerful ability. Heavenly Earthquake. Quincy smiled coldly, pointing with his right hand. The huge rock ball suspended in midair was marked with his ability, like a toy in his hand. This huge ball suddenly rose a lot, tightly then, smash it down again. This time, Yachi shot with all his strength, and the power of the Momo fruit blessing was stronger. Compared with before, the speed and force of the impact were stronger and more terrifying. The sense of oppression caused by it is several times greater than before. The air seems to be oppressed and becomes more viscous, making it difficult for people to breathe and move. Shoot again and smash it into pieces. The 5 old stars in the meeting room roared quickly. He could see that if the entire sphere was not completely broken, the Quincy Master would rely on this tricky method to make them exhausted. In fact, Wu Liaoxing thought too much. This kind of attack consumes too much energy. If he wants to use an island as an attack method, unless he falls from a high altitude with the acceleration of gravity, otherwise, it will consume too much energy. Yunya is okay, he can hold on, but Yachi can't last too long. Under the command of Wu Liaoxing, the masters of the government army made another move. This time, no one dared to hold back their hands, because they had the idea of directly detonating the sphere. Boom. There were loud roars, and under the successive attacks of the strong, this hard sphere could no longer bear it, and was penetrated again, turning into countless pieces and falling down. This time, together with those fragments, they were also smashed into powder. Seeing the sphere that was bombarded into powder, many people present were relieved. Finally withstood a round of attack from the Quincy division. The 5 old stars with combat power looked at the countless ships floating in midair, and their eyes were on the head of the Quincy. Their faces were extremely gloomy. If they hadn't been fully prepared, this sudden attack would probably cost them more than half of their troops. The 5 old stars with a knife said indifferently, "Quincient, dare to attack the world government. This will be the most stupid move you make. The background of the world government is not something that mere pirates like you can contend with. Fire." Without too much nonsense, in the current situation, there is no need to spend more interviews. Following his order, the countless rounds of huge muzzles deployed at the forefront turned around, the light spots condensed, and laser beams blasted towards the army of Wangsu Palace. This time the Quincy Master didn't make a move. Several 10 blades acted one after another. Momo 100 times slash. Yachi's slender figure flitted out, the dagger in his hand was covered with armed colors, and he slashed out horizontally. A slash slashed out, suddenly inflated 100 times, and collided with the attacking attack. Room. Luo opened the special space, transferred the laser light that entered his space, and moved it directly to the dense fortress. Golden divine fire. The golden water in Tizalo's hand surged and turned into a cannon, and a thick hot ray shot out from the cannon hole. Straw handle 10,000 blades cut. Hawkins turned into a straw giant, unsheathed the big straw sword at his waist, and slashed out a slash to kill through the air. The 4 of them shot at the same time, each showing their means to resist the densely packed laser beams, and the powerful attack, in turn, directly destroyed countless forts. Boom! In the middle of the air, dense explosions sounded, and in the middle of the confrontation between the 2 sides, light spots like fireworks exploded. The 10 blades of Wangsu Palace have made a move. Black Rose Knight 7, Golden Emperor Tizalo, Scarecrow Hawkins, Death Surgeon Luo, the strongest 10 blades. Seeing the person who made the move, the government army all exclaimed. The 10 blades of Wangsu Palace is also a prestigious existence in the world. Now they've finally done it. Smash all the forts. Grab the foothold. Geiji, one of the 10 blades, opened his eyes and opened a round of muzzles on his snail ship. Thunder and lightning intertwined and turned into swift electric shocks. Bombard the past. Their Germa 66 technology is also extremely powerful. Boom boom boom. A round of volley came down, and countless forts were smashed to pieces. Attack with all members. Yuan was still sitting on the throne, and with a wave of his hand, under his control, all the ships in the Wangsu Hall pressed down on the Red Earth continent. During Yaqi's attack, the forts in an area were almost emptied, which could be used as a foothold. They need a foothold, and it's not a problem to be suspended in midair all the time. It needs to consume energy. Kill me. Ha ha ha, Feld, this time, I will definitely kill more people than you. When the ship got closer, Kibsun, one of the 10 blades, laughed and jumped into the Red Earth continent above. Behind him, his forces also jumped out. Then let's try it out. The other 10 blade Feld also laughed, and rushed out unwillingly. Similarly, behind him were all his former powers. Other forces under 10 blades also rushed out. This time Wangsu Palace mobilized a lot of people. Although there is no detailed count, the number is more than 100,000. After years of development, there are also many fighters in Wangsu Palace. Here, the government army also began to press towards them under the mobilization of Wulaoxing. Pacifist Legion, all members are dispatched. Tens of thousands of pacifists with the appearance of green bulls all took action. Their steps are neat, and every time they move forward, the ground vibrates, but judging from their movements are not so smooth. This should not be the kind of refined product produced by Vegapunk. The action and strength are all inferior, these are at best some iron consumables. However, although the action and strength are a bit weak, but in terms of attack, it still uses the laser cannon that has the same ability as the ape devil fruit, and the threat is not small. It's a pacifist, this number, too many. Seeing this scene, the people in Wangsu Hall gasped, there were too many people? The pacifists are naturally clear, and this is not the first time they have appeared. But this amount makes their scalps tingle. These are just shoddy things, let us Germa 66 solve it. As a scientist, Gage saw the difference between these pacifists at a glance. The details are not perfect, it should be intentional. Otherwise, at the cost of a pacifist like Vegapunk, one needs the cost of a warship. Even with the background of the world government, it can't afford it. His snail ship has also landed, and countless clone soldiers have stepped down from the ship, at least tens of thousands. As the banner of 10 blades, their deployment is the most among all 10 blades. The current clone legion is not as strong as before, and its strength has increased a lot, and some even use domineering. At his order, he went straight to the front and fought with the pacifist army. Both sides are consumables without soul consciousness, and the battle is extremely powerful. It's Germa 60 SIXS troops, let's go together and kill them all. There was a Kibsun fighter with good combat power, mastered two-color domineering, and cut a pacifist in half with one knife, but he didn't wait for him. How long are you happy? In the pacifist army, a pacifist is different from other pacifists. He has the number PX9 on his body. This combatant is blasted down. Boom! The laser exploded suddenly, and a huge pothole appeared, and the shockwave killed everyone nearby. Be careful, they are numbered pacifists, they are different from others. Someone exclaimed when they saw this scene. This should be the first batch of pacifists, right? Interesting. Yizi, the eldest son of the Vinsmoke family, smashed a pacifist to pieces with a single punch. He also saw this scene, and without hesitation, he went straight to rush out over there and fight with it. The numbered pacifists are all written by Vegapunk. Unlike other pacifists who can only be used as consumables, they have extremely strong combat power, not even inferior to the strength of elite lieutenant generals. The two fought together, and it was impossible to tell the winner in a short time. People from the army and the allied army also joined the battle. Naturally, the forces under Wangsu Palace were not afraid. Under the leadership of Kibsun and Feld, they charged forward. Among them, the government army also has not weak masters, and some even reached the level of elite lieutenant generals. In the palace of Wangsu, Alan, Niji, Yuji, Reiju, and other strongest fighters under 10 blades also found their opponents and fought with each other. For a time, the battlefield became extremely fierce. All of a sudden, it entered the white-hot stage. Germa 60 SIXS clone army. The 5 old stars in charge frowned upon seeing this. He is no stranger to the people of Germa 66, and the world government once wanted to obtain their technology. But before it started to act, Germa 66 went to the New World and became a force under the Quincy division. Those clone legions are actually no weaker than their own pacifist legion. Over there, the incoming 10 blades and their forces have all been mobilized to fight with the government army, but after all, the number cannot be compared with the government army, and nothing can be seen in a short time, but after a long time, the government army will definitely win. However, the 10 blades are extremely powerful, pushing all the way. With their combat power, even numbered pacifists cannot be their opponents, and several of them have been destroyed. We must kill a few 10 blades first. Seeing the explosive power of the 10 blades, Wu Laoxing, who was in charge of the battle, narrowed his eyes and immediately contacted Kong. Let Seraphim dispatch to kill Wangsu Palace 10 blades. Yes. Kong received the order, turned his head to look at the 4 tall figures with different costumes, masks, and wings growing from the back, and ordered, you guys, go and kill 10 blades. Yes. All 4 of them nodded, and in a flash, they rushed towards the 10 blades. One of them suddenly disappeared in place, turned into an afterimage, and directly killed Yachi. During the battle, Yachi's knowledgeable color suddenly jumped, and she retreated suddenly after anticipating the danger, avoiding the attack of this tall figure. The man's attack didn't stop, he stopped abruptly in midair, stepped on the air, and there was a muffled bang. He twisted his body abruptly, and shot out again, covering the point of the weapon with one finger. Momo 50 times sword cut. Yachi snorted coldly, the dagger in his hand was like a butterfly wearing a flower, danced the sword flower and then cut it off. Boom! The two attacked and collided, and their domineering confronted each other. The next moment, both of them were shocked and flew out backwards. On the other side, Luo, Hawkins, and Tizalo also met an opponent. And the battle broke out in an instant, and shock waves rushed out, and the surrounding 100 meters became a restricted area, and the weak could not get close. Two masters of the government army also approached Kibsun and felled. One is a general of the army, and the other is a master from the allied countries. They are not weak. Difficulties? The Quincy sits on the throne, looking at everything beside him. It is Yuta. Yuta's ability is not suitable for use on the battlefield. Her singing is an indiscriminate attack, although her physical skills are not weak, but barely at the rank of lieutenant general. Her strength lies in her ability. The Quincy looked over there, narrowing his eyes slightly, the unique breath, and the kind of flames that are similar to the fire embers. This should be the last Seraph series produced by Vegapunk, right? The former Seraph Arpu, White 2, and Capone Becky have been defeated by him, but later, Vegapunk also improved the technology of Seraph. They are no longer made of strong bodies, but artificial humans cloned through blood factors, and he also integrated the genes of other races to make them stronger. What's more, Yunya knew that these people were transformed by someone's blood factor. The clones of Green Bull, Kong, and Rob Lucci, and Mariah who has been transformed as a whole. The Green Bull is the first machine of the pacifists, and Vegapunk knows him best, and the blood factor vitality of the Sensen Fruit ability is extremely powerful, which can just be used as the basis for human cloning experiments. Green Bull is also the first new generation of Seraphs to be cloned. And Rob Lucci is a participant, and as the strongest person in the history of CP9, his qualifications are undoubtedly favored by Vegapunk and become the second clone. And Kong was injured after fighting Redfield and was transformed into an artificial human. Vegapunk also knows a lot about him, and he is the third clone. The fourth Moria is a transformation of Vegapunk on the basis of Moria's body, and, through Moria's blood factor, he discovered that Moria is also a special race. The appearance of Moria surprised Vegapunk and made him interested. He wanted to know whether this race could be transformed by mixing other blood factors. These four are the new generation of Seraphim series produced by Vegapunk, and they are also the last four, because, after that, he fled the world government with the people of the Revolutionary Army. And these news were all told by Vegapunk to Yunya. Is it a Seraph made by Vegapunk? Luo Yujian pushed a Seraph back, and cut off the mask on his face, revealing his appearance. The appearance of this Seraphim is like the Steelbone Kong when he was a child, but his body is larger than the normal Steelbone Kong. His skin is brown like that of the Lunalia family, and his hair is white. When fighting, there will be the flames rise up. This looks like Marshal Kong. The people around the government army who saw this scene were all dumbfounded. As the commander-in-chief of the three armies, Kong was the commander-in-chief, and everyone here knew him. That face is very similar to Sora, even though he is younger, the color of his skin and hair is also different, and more importantly, behind him, there is a pair of wings. Blazing Angel Kong didn't speak, but rushed towards Luo again, punching out, which caused sound waves to vibrate the air, and circles of sound waves came out, turning into the most terrifying sharp blade to cut everything. Luo didn't dare to be careless, and disappeared in a flash, avoiding the attack. The sound waves hit the surroundings, and everything in the fan-shaped area in front was cut to pieces. Fighting against Yachi is Rob Lucci's clone Seraphim, and the battle between the two sides is also extremely fierce. At this time, Seraphim Rob Lucci also used his unique ability. His 5 fingers spread out and turned into beast claws. His nails were long and sharp, and he grabbed Yachi like a dragon claw. Yachi's speed soared suddenly, avoiding the attack. The next moment he avoided it, 5 long cut marks spread along the ground all over his body. Tizalo and Seraph Mariah are also fighting together here. Mariah is still a shadow fruit, but in terms of physique, he has gained the advantage of other races, and the power he erupts is also extremely strong, not even weaker than Tizalo. Both sides come and go, all kinds of attacks and collisions set off waves. The Seraphim Green Bull was also extremely powerful. At his feet, countless bushes and jungles stretched out, blocking the area, and sharp vines pierced towards Luo, blocking his escape route, but it was blocked by the scarecrow in the form of Hawkins was cut off with a sword, and the two sides also fought. On the other side, Yuan looked at the Red Earth continent. His eyes flickered, and after a brief conversation with Kingsley and the others, his figure soared into the sky and disappeared. He was going to find the trace of Uranus, the king of heaven. The last time, Yunya saw that there seemed to be something hidden in the Red Earth continent. If the guess is correct, Uranus, the heavenly king, should be hidden somewhere in the Red Earth continent. After all, this battle is closely related to the future, and the Navy can't just sit idly by. Since it is already hostile to the world government, it's time to make a final decision. After Yaren left, Aokiji looked at the red clay continent. The eyes became deep. Sengoku also took a deep breath and said, "Well, give an order, Aokiji. The Navy has already assembled, but we still have to inform everyone of the situation." "Yes, I know." Aokiji nodded. Several high-ranking officers of the Navy also discussed it, and informed all members of the Navy of the general situation. Inevitably, there was a commotion in the Navy. Aokiji did not force these navies to perform this mission. After all, the world government has always been the immediate boss of their navies. Some people still have a sense of belonging to the world government. However, because of the world government's purge of the first half of the period, let their navy rush to the forefront. During this period of time, the reputation of the Navy among the common people has plummeted. Many people in the Navy have long been very dissatisfied with the world government. It's just not easy to explode. So much so that after the high-level Navy said that the enemy was the world government, except for a few extreme navies who opposed it and strongly protested, others did not express much. Such a situation also made several high-level officials breathe a sigh of relief. Then let's go, attack the world government. Aokiji ordered with cold eyes, their navy, after this battle, no matter whether they win or lose, they are no longer the lackeys of the world government. Going from the headquarters of the Navy to the Holy Land of Marijoa requires a special passage to enter, and some kind of technology is used. If the Navy people want to go up, they need to do it in batches. Naturally, the high-level members of the Navy were the first to go there. After arriving at Marijo, the Holy Land of the Red Earth continent, the war here has entered a fierce stage. The battlefield between Ten Blades and Seraph, the battlefield between pacifists and clones, the battlefield between the government army and the forces under Wangsu Palace, the scene is extremely chaotic. Huang Yuan put his hands in his pockets, scanned the battlefield, and his eyes were fixed. It's really fierce. Has the Quincy not made a move yet? Is it waiting for that person to appear? Didn't Yuan come up too? Why didn't you see him? Zhang Guo also glanced around, but there was no trace of Yuan here. He should have his own purpose. Aokiji's eyes flashed, but he guessed the reason in his heart. Uranus, the king of heaven. Aokiji narrowed his eyes, but he didn't think too much about it. Attack with all members. Aokiji gave the order, and the navy also started to act and entered the battlefield. Their target was not other government troops, but the army belonging to the world government and the tens of thousands of pacifist legions. The sudden appearance of the navy naturally couldn't escape the perception of everyone in the field. The government army's heart was shocked, and joy filled their hearts. On the other hand, Wang Xudian's face changed drastically, even the faces of the 10 Blades were solemn, and the people from the navy also came. This is troublesome. However, after seeing the navy attacking the pacifist army from the other side, both the enemy and the enemy in the field were stunned. The people of the navy are actually attacking the people of the world government? What's the matter? Countless people in the arena were puzzled. This situation greatly exceeded their expectations. Damn it, the people in the navy really dare. The 5 old stars in charge of the command's face was extremely gloomy, and the guys in the navy actually turned against them? He shouted angrily at the phone bug, and the radio broadcast, Aokiji, Sengoku, are you really determined to be an enemy of the world government? You traitors. King Z heard the voice spreading throughout the battlefield, and his voice also raised a little, and said coldly, the navy is not a lackey of the world government. We have had enough of your dictatorial thinking. From now on, the navy it's the navy, the world government is the world government. Your actions during this period have already caused the first half of the people to suffer unspeakably. You are the biggest evil in this world. After King Z finished speaking, he ignored the 5 old stars, but stepped forward, using his ability, and directly frozen a large number of pacifists. The rest of the high-level navy also shot at the same time, and their targets were also the pacifist corps and the army. The army of the Allied powers, after all, was selected from civilians with strength, and they were forced to join the battlefield. However, on the battlefield, is it so easy to distinguish? Casualties are inevitable. This point, the navy cannot completely avoid. However, with the addition of the navy, the pressure on Wangsu Palace has suddenly decreased, but in terms of numbers, the government army still has the upper hand. The war is not over yet, but it has become more intense. On the throne of Wangsu's palace ship, Quincy looked at King Z, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but hang an arc. Aokiji, you really have courage. Yunya naturally didn't care much about the direction of the world after the war. It is enough to establish order again, but naturally he will not show up to do these things. This kind of thing will only fall on the navy and the revolutionary army. The navy's appearance at this time to express their position can increase their prestige among the civilians in the first half. It seems that Aokiji is also considering matters after the war. Do you have confidence in me? The Quincy smiled. After knowing that Yuran and Quincy are the same person, Aokiji already has great hopes for the world government's victory. Facing such a monster, it will be very difficult for the world government to win. Even if there is I'm on the world government side, what he has to face is Yuran and Quincy. Damn it, I would have killed them when I knew they had these signs. Wu Laoxing, who was in charge of the overall situation in the conference room, couldn't help but hammered the table, feeling extremely angry. These damned navies actually turned their backs at this critical moment. Damn it. The rest of the 5 old stars also had a very bad face. If they had known about it, they would have executed those dissident high-level officers of the Navy as soon as possible. They are still too arrogant, thinking that every move of the Navy is under their control, and they can't make waves. It's just that at the last moment, Yuran stepped in and disrupted their plan. Now the Night Blade has not appeared yet, and I don't know what it is doing. The Night Blade is also a huge threat. The current situation is becoming more and more unfavorable to their world government. The 5 old stars who were in charge of the command saw that several high-ranking officers of the Navy had taken action, so they quickly picked up the phone. Kong, T-Dolphin, Candle Wolf, Shadow Leopard, Evil Ghost, you go and block Aokiji and the others, and don't let them go too far. Presumptuous. Yes. After being repelled from the Navy headquarters, these people stayed around Pango City, guarding against the Night Blade. Here in Pango City, it is the gathering place of the 5 old stars, and it is also the place where the orders are issued. Nothing can be lost. Almost all the people from the CP organization are here, firmly protecting Pango City. There is no need for them to take action on the battlefield, and they are also the last line of defense. At this moment, upon hearing Wu Laoxing's order, these people also rushed out, each choosing an opponent to fight out. The 5 old star then picked up another phone bug and shouted, "All members of the government army, the Navy has betrayed, treat them as enemies, and kill them all. Peach Rabbit, since you have chosen to be the enemy of the world government, then you can't blame me. I will not kill you, but will imprison you and torture you." The T-Dolphin approached Tao Rabbit, with a stern look on his face. The color, stepping on the moon step, rushed out, the muscles in his right hand swelled, and he punched out with a powerful punch. Humph. Dao didn't talk nonsense, there was no need for it. She raised her hand and slashed down with a sword, colliding with the T-Dolphin's fist. Zhangguo, you will pay the price for your stupid behavior. Sora charged towards Zhangguo with an indifferent expression, and smashed down with a ferocious punch. Marshal Sora, I didn't expect that you and I would become enemies one day. Anyway, you once told me that people with different ideas, in the end, only one battle can decide who is right and who is wrong. The same is true for Aokiji Chiken and you and I. Sengoku facing the former boss, he also shook his head slightly. The difference in philosophy has led to the current hostile situation. With a loud shout, the golden light on his body flourished, turning into a giant Buddha and launching a shockwave with his palm, which collided with Kong's fist. Yellow Monkey, let's see if my space can confine your light. Candle Wolf let out a grinning grin, and punched out. Ripples in the space appeared, rushing out like ripples. Oh, the ability of space is really terrifying. Huang Yuan stretched out a golden sword from his hand, stabbed it out, collided with the ripples in space, and made a bang sound. You kid once seemed to beat my grandson very badly. Let me learn your tricks and watch punches. Garp grinned and found trouble with Rob Lucci. No, I was the one who lost that time, but next time I meet him, I will let him die in my hands. Rob Lucci turned into a half-orc, and rushed towards Garp with a terrifying haze. Haha, then I can't let you leave even more. Although that bastard is very restless, he is my grandson after all. Garp smashed Ian's foot with a punch, and the foot kicked out. The evil ghost waved Muramasa repeatedly in his hand, slashing and shattering the incoming ice, and a strange voice came from behind the mask. It's a pity you don't use a sword, Marshal Aokiji. Aokiji didn't speak, just drove the ice to spread over, the air temperature plummeted, and the attack was extremely powerful. Boom, boom, boom. Several masters fought together in an instant, shaking the area. On the throne, Quincy glanced at the battlefield, then looked at the 3-5 old stars above Pango City and said indifferently, "Then, let's kill you all before I'm appears." He snapped his fingers with a snap, and 3 figures suddenly appeared behind him. A burning golden blazing sun on one body, thunder surges on one body, and ice crystals on one body congeals cold air. Go, my homies, Quincy said without getting up. With a sound of swipe, 3 figures rushed out suddenly, with great speed. Be careful, the Quincy master has made a move, this is the product of the soul fruit. Boss, have you finally acted? Same as Charlotte Lingling's advanced homies. The movement here naturally cannot escape the perception of other people. Seeing the Quincy attack, everyone present was silent, with unstoppable horror on their faces. That man finally made his move? Have you finally made a move? Seeing the 3 figures attacking, Wu Laoxing snorted coldly, but his face showed a serious expression. Homies, who used to be a Quincy division, is extremely powerful, and can even block him's attack. They dare not be careless. Here, the 3 homies have already reached the frontier and launched an attack at the same time. The flames danced on Flame Homies' body, and a fireball hundreds of meters fell in the air. The thunder on Homies' body exploded, the thunder surged in the palm of his hand, and a thick pillar of thunder rushed out. An ice knife appeared in Hanbing Homies' hand, the cold air condensed a little, and a cold 1,000-meter slash pierced through the air. Is this the slash of a great swordsman? A mere homies can make such a powerful slash? Quincy is still a great swordsman. The expression of the 5 old stars with the sword suddenly changed. Could it be that Quincy is still the same? Great swordsman? They do have records of Quincy masters using swords, and they used swords to kill ghost spiders. But after that, Quincy never used swordsmanship, so they didn't take it too seriously. But now, even his homies can make such a powerful slash. What this means is self-evident. Quincy is still a great swordsman. Although the mind was shaken, the 5 old stars with the sword still reacted extremely quickly. The first generation ghost at the waist came out of the sheath, and slashed a 1,000-meter slash. The slash was magnificent and mighty. 3. Is the target the 3 of us? What an arrogance. Air Wu Laoxing shouted, the air was compressed in his palm, and then he punched out a powerful air cannon, which collided with Leizu. Gravity rebuke. The gravitational 5-old star also had a gloomy face. The powerful gravitational force converged a little, and then bounced out, colliding with the fireball that fell in the air. Boom! 3 explosions exploded suddenly, and the terrifying shock wave hit all directions, causing countless people in the field to watch the show, and they all gasped. It's really a great swordsman? How is this possible? And, this kind of swordsmanship, why is it so similar to the Night Blade? Wu Liaoxing with the sword and Hanbing Homais fought together, and the sword moves of the two sides exchanged each other attacking. Sword energy is raging in the field. The more he fights with a knife, the more shocked the 5 old stars are. The strength of this Homais is beyond his imagination. Strong, strong? But this wasn't what shocked him, but he saw an extremely familiar shadow in the opponent's attack. That is the shadow of the ice death god among the 3 forms of the Night Blade. The same extreme cold, the same ability. Frost Homai slashed down with a sword, and an ice dragon shot out from the edge of the sword, and the lifelike ice dragon roared to kill. Damn it, what's going on here? Wu Liaoxing with a saber stepped on the moon step, turning around and chopping the ice dragon with a sword, but the raging cold air hit him, and he couldn't help shivering. The battles between sword lords are all changing rapidly. Wu Liaoxing with the knife froze for a moment, but Hanbing Homai seized the opportunity to come to his head and cut him off with a sword. Although the Wu Liaoxing with the knife reacted instantly, come here, and greet him with a backhand sword. With a boom, the two retreated separately. Ice Homai stepped on the air and slashed out again. The sword brought down endless cold air. The face of Wu Liaoxing with the knife changed drastically, and his body was filled with ghostly aura. The first generation of ghosts collided with him from an extremely tricky angle. With a sound of clang, although he blocked the attack, a bloodstain still appeared on his body, and the terrifying cold air invaded, making his body stiff. This time, the cold air surged from Hanbing Homai's body, and a stronger cold air burst out, reaching the foot of Wu Liaoxing with the knife. The ice froze to hinder his movement, and Hanbing Homai's high-raised sword cut it down. Boom! This sword was blocked by Wu Liaoxing with the sword, but he was still sent flying by the force of the sword. He crashed into the ground from a high altitude like a meteor, smashing the ground into a huge hole. This kind of flame, the fire of the sun? This is impossible. On the other side, the gravitational 5 old stars who fought with flame Homais also discovered the clues. Even his armed color can't resist. He has only seen this kind of flame in Yuan's flame death. Moreover, the colors of the two flames are almost exactly the same. What exactly is going on? The flames on flame Homai's body boiled, and the surrounding temperature suddenly rose. Even the ground under his feet began to melt and gasify. Flame Homais punched out punch after punch, and the terrifying flames carried the fist wind, making the gravitational 5 old stars only able to barely parry. Repulse. The gravitational 5 old star roared. Using the ability, the whole body repulsion burst out suddenly, with one point as the center. All the flames that swept over the body were repelled. He roared again, and an inexplicable gravitational force pulled Flame Homai's body, pulling towards him. Flaming Homais didn't speak. A long flaming sword appeared in his hand, and a sword swept out a scorching golden slash, colliding with the attacking repulsive force. With a bang, 2 different forces collided with each other and cancelled each other out. Flame Homais shot out again, and the flame-wreathed long sword stabbed out, forcing the gravitational 5 old stars to use repulsion again to bounce the flame away. However, Flame Homai seized the momentary gap and punched out again. The terrifying force vibrated the air to form ripples, turning into the most powerful attack and directly blasting the gravitational 5 old stars out. On the other side, the thunder on Thunder Homai's body exploded, and every punch he punched made the air condense into air, attacking each other with the abilities of the 5 old stars of the air. Air cage. The 5 elders of the air shouted loudly, the surrounding air vibrated, and a vacuum appeared around Thunder Homais, hindering Thunder Homais' movements. Burn. He yelled again. The oxygen content in the air suddenly increased, and the thunder on Lei Ting Homais ignited the high content of oxygen in the air. The booming explosion suddenly exploded all over Lei Ting Homais, and the shock wave blasted out in circles. It's not over yet. Air cannon. The ability of the air 5 old stars makes the air thicker, the fist rolls the air and oscillates, and a punch blasts out, and the more powerful air shock wave strikes out. The electromagnetic force of Thunder Homais pulls the iron sand into a shield, blocking the killing move of the 5 old stars of the air. The iron sand turns into tentacles and rolls towards the 5 old stars of the air. The lightning on his body explodes with high energy, melting part of the iron sand to form a huge iron ball suspended in front of him. Knowledge locks on the 5 old stars in the air, predicts the future, and predicts his trajectory in advance. Circles of high-energy currents jump from his arms, and the electromagnetic force pushes the iron ball out. Super electromagnetic gun. A terrifying shock erupted suddenly, breaking through all the obstacles in front of him, and rushing straight towards the 5 old stars in the air. Feeling the impact, the 5 old stars of the air could not help but change their complexion. Their scalp became numb, dangerous, extremely dangerous. Air cannon. The ability made the air thicker, and finally the high-pressure air condensed a little and exploded suddenly, but he underestimated the horror of this blow. Thunder Homai's attack broke through everything, hit him directly, and sent him flying. Boom boom boom. Almost one after another, the 3 Wulaoxing were blasted out, and fell to the ground like ordinary meteorites. 3 large craters appeared in different positions, and the cracks spread and connected together. There was silence in the field, and countless people gasped. He even easily suppressed the 3 powerful Wu Liaoxing, Ice Slash, Extreme Flame Slash, Extreme Lightning Slash. In midair, the 3 Homai's attacks continued unabated, sword blades of their respective attributes appeared in their hands, and the sword power of the great swordsman erupted on his body at the same time. 3 figures, thunder raging, flames roaring, cold air raging, the terrifying aura made everyone swallow their saliva. And, why is this kind of slash so familiar? The next moment, the 3 figures slashed towards their respective targets at the same time. After cutting off the sword, it seemed that the energy on their bodies was exhausted, and the 3 Homais suddenly turned into light spots and dissipated. Thunder, flames, and ice, the 3 terrifying 1,000-meter slashes with the power of different attributes are like cutting through layers of space, and they are as powerful as a bamboo, as if they are powerful enough to destroy the island? That kind of slash is Yaren's move, right? Why can Quincy use it? Get out of the way. It's too late. Damn it. In the pothole, the faces of the 3 5-old stars changed drastically. When they looked up, their scalps were numb, and the premonition of danger struck. If they were hit, they would die. However, facing the oncoming slash, they sank deep into the ground, and they were hit by Homais just now, and they were all wounded at this time, so they couldn't slow down for a while, and couldn't avoid it. The slash was swift and powerful, and it was about to kill the 3 5-old stars here. But at this moment, a high-ranking cold snort came, and then, a terrifying armed force turned into the most powerful attack, colliding with 3 slashes in midair. Boom. After a loud bang, waves of shock waves radiated across the battlefield, causing everyone to stop and resist the terrifying shock waves. The shock wave raged, and the unlucky ones who were closer were carried by the shock and flew out backwards, smashing out huge potholes one after another. This impact is so strong that even if it is on the periphery of the battlefield, it will be affected, so it can only stop and resist the impact. And this cold snort seemed to explode in everyone's minds. Countless people felt their heads were stunned and stopped their movements to look around. They also guessed the identity of the person who snorted coldly. The legendary master of the world, and only he has this strength, saved Wu Liaoxing at the last moment. However, many people were also shocked by the strength of the Quincy. Just 3 Homais forced the 3 5-old stars to be so embarrassed. If it wasn't for Im's shot, they might have died in the attack just now. Middle, is that person finally going to appear? The Lord of the World. Have you been forced out by the Quincy Master? There was silence in the arena, there was not a single sound coming from Yoda battlefield, the arena was terribly quiet, even the familiar slash that Homais of the Quincy used just now seems to have forgotten. Has it finally appeared? On the throne, Quincy stood up, stood at the bow, and looked at the position of Pango City. Since it has appeared, don't hide, and hide, Lord of the World. The Quincy grinned, a dark light flickered between his fingers, and a deep black ray blasted straight towards the position of Pango City from here. Out, Wang Su's flash. Quinciant, last time I let you run away, this time, you can't run away. With the indifferent voice, the whole world changed. The sky was overcast with clouds, lightning, and thunder, and all kinds of visions appeared around. With a sound of click, a thick thunderbolt over 100 meters fell from the sky, and directly collided with the attack of the Quincy division in midair. Boom. With the collision point of the 2 attacks as the center, the terrifying impact scattered, and the space over there seemed to be unable to withstand the impact, and black cracks appeared. The collision is still going on, and the impact is endless. The red soil continent in this area has started to crack due to the impact, and the cracks are spreading more and more, and then there is a tendency to collapse. Large chunks of red rock protruded and sank, and then were swept by the impact, and suddenly shattered into powder. On the battlefield, people turned their backs on their backs again, and countless people were carried away by the impact and flew out. No, get away from there. What kind of attack is this? Even the shockwave has such a powerful force. Block the impact. Damn it. Together with those strong people, they couldn't maintain stability in such an impact, and began to use their abilities to resist the impact. The 2 attacks were entangled with each other, the terrifying energy impact collided, and circles of energy fields suddenly expanded, and the ground, buildings, everything was reduced to dust under the impact of this energy field. Boom. Finally, after reaching a threshold, the originally diffused energy field suddenly shrank, and the next moment, a more powerful impact struck, and the originally shrunk energy field shook out again. When the energy field passed, everything was destroyed. Explosions, endless explosions resounded throughout the entire battlefield. Everything within a kilometer disappeared invisible under the terrifying impact. A huge dark mushroom cloud suddenly lifted into the sky, and around the mushroom cloud, there was this jet black electric current raging. Thousands of meters of potholes appeared, and dense and thick cracks spread out. The blow of the 2 directly changed the entire battlefield. You are stronger than a year ago, Quincy Master. Above the hard Pango City, a figure slowly floated high in the sky, wearing a black cloak, a white mask on his face, and a 4-fingered crown on his head. In the direction of the Quincy. Behind this person, there are endless visions flashing, and the thick thunder from the sky strikes down, making him look like a god. The Quincy also slowly floated up into the sky. You too, Lord of the World. Get ready, the Overlord-like conflict is coming. Wu Liaoxing, who was in charge of the command, changed his face drastically, as if he saw something. He picked up the phone and roared. At this moment, the eyes of all the pacifists are glowing red, and the special force fields are built together to form a huge translucent shield, covering all the people in the government army. On the other side, Yechi also yelled at his own people, "Get out of here quickly! The farther you back, the better." At this time, the expressions of those who possess high-level knowledge and knowledge enough to meet the future all changed drastically. They saw an extremely terrifying scene. On the battlefield, the army began to retreat like a tide, not daring to stay where it was. Although due to the attack collision just now, an open space has been cleared in the field, but it is not enough. Here, Quincy and I'm looked at each other, their pupils suddenly twitched, and a turbulent overlord's color gushed out from their bodies, and then they collided fiercely. Boom, boom, two equally powerful domineering colors collided together, as if two auras visible to the naked eye collided with each other. Above the sky, purple-black thunderstorms raged, and the powerful impact radiated out. The chaotic and intertwined overlord's color cover is more terrifying than the release of a single overlord's color. In just a split second, the protective force field built by the Pacifist Legion was broken, and those pacifists were also scrapped due to overloaded use. Everyone below was swept away by the domineering look, and a large number of government troops rolled their eyes and fell into a coma. The same is true for the people in Wangsu Palace over there. A large number of people are like reaping wheat to the end. The same goes for people on the naval side. Even if everyone is as far away as possible, but the domineering look of the Quincy is enough to cover the entire battlefield. The two intertwined overlords' color caps pressed down, almost making everyone on the battlefield fall into a coma. Those who can stay awake under such domineering oppression are only those who have the strength of a lieutenant general or above, or those who also have the domineering look. However, even if they can stay awake, under the oppression of such a domineering look, they still feel that their movements have become slow, and some even can't move at all. Only the strength of the general level will not completely lose the ability to act. But this is already very scary. Those who have never seen such a scene are all dumbfounded at this moment, with their mouths opened wide. This is a domineering look. Are you kidding me? This level of overlord color, no matter how many people there are, they can't affect them. God, they are gods. Only those who have seen this kind of scene once did not show an overly shocked expression. But at this time, they were also terrified. The two of them seemed to have become stronger. Hey, they have become stronger than before. Huang Yuan pouted, his brows twitched. He had experienced it once before. It was not enough for the feeling now. These two domineering looks, compared to stronger than before. If there is no Yunyi, overthrowing the world government would be an ambition. King Zi pondered in his heart, with a serious expression on his face. Seeing his strength, he couldn't imagine who else could defeat him besides Yunyi. I am afraid that everyone in the whole world needs to be united to have a chance. Damn it, even the protective force field can't resist. The complexion of Wu Laoxing, who was in charge of the command, completely changed. He had already made sufficient preparations to deal with the domineering look of the Quincy master. However, he still underestimated the conflict between these two domineering colors. He didn't expect those force fields to be useless at all. Even those pacifists are scrapped. To the two of them, the number of people is just a bunch of numbers, which is of no use at all. In the end, I still can only hope for Lord Im. This battle will determine the ownership of the world. Are you ready? I'm the Lord of the world. The Quincy's voice spread throughout the Red Earth continent, and the thunder beat behind him, and he shot out directly under his feet. With a boom, the figure of the Quincy appeared not far in front of him as if passing through layers of space, and Yao Yao punched out, bombarding the void, and the powerful force made the air condense into a pillar. Shi Xiang 9 speeds. After a year of training, his physique has now reached the pinnacle of this world. Although it is impossible to compare with physical monsters like Kaido and Big Mom, it is also close to that of ordinary people like Garp and Roger. Peak. For him now, it is not so difficult to start the fourth stage of instant coaxing, and he can maintain it for a long time. However, at this time, he didn't directly explode the fourth stage as soon as he came up, but just used the Thunder God battle form. However, it is only a single Thunder God battle form now, and its strength is close to the time when the fourth stage was opened a year ago. Determine the ownership of the world? You are too arrogant, Quincy Master. There is only one master in this world, and that is me. The huge amount of armed color on him's body boiled, covering his fist, and also met it. Boom! The two attacked and collided in the air, erupting with terrifying power. With their attack point as the center, the ground 100 meters below was directly sunken, and dense cracks spread out. Thunder punishment. Im's eyes were cold, and he pointed at Quincy. Above the clouds in the sky, thunder rolled, and several thick thunderbolts suddenly shot down, covering Quincy. Thunder spear. The Quincy laughed loudly. Behind him Taigoguyu and thunder intertwined, and several thunder spears appeared, and with the movement of his thoughts, they collided with the thunder that fell from the sky. Boom! Thunder raged in the sky, and the thunder light illuminated everything around. The two attacks collided and impacted, and finally annihilated each other. This time you are completely awake, compared to the previous half awake, but much better. Quincy charged out, and this time came to Im, his fists covered with weapons, and he looked like a king, pulling the plasma to bombard Im's chest. Whether it's Niu or Yuan, if you face me, you will lose. Im said coldly, stretching out his right hand quickly, covering it with armed colors, and bursting with force with a boom. Heavy waves of air swept across. However, he actually relied on a momentary burst of armed color to remove the strength from the Quincy's fist. Clasped the Quincy's fist with his backhand, moved forward, clenched his left hand and blasted out. Humph. The Quincy snorted coldly, without dodging or dodging, raised his left leg and threw it towards Im's head. There were two muffled thunderous sounds, and the attacks of the two hit each other at the same time. The powerful force was transmitted, and the air was stirred up. The two flew backwards in different directions, like a sharp blade cutting through the air. But the next moment, the two of them lost all their strength, stepped on the ground and rushed towards each other again. Boom! Like two meteors colliding together, there was a deafening explosion. The two elbows collided in the air, and they were deadlocked with each other. The clouds rolled in the sky, and the purple-black thunder exploded. Centered on the two of them, waves of air radiated out, causing the ground below to collapse again. Although I don't know why your domineering color is so powerful, but, in terms of armed color, it is much weaker. Im's face was calm, and the sky was full of thunder, and a 100-meter thunderbolt was like a spear. Kushis Jr. raised his left fist at the same time, and the black and bright color covered it. This huge armed color actually made the space faintly distort. With a quick punch, the armed color was so intense that it even overflowed from the fist, like flames beating, bringing a strong sense of threat to the Quincy. After all, no one has hundreds of years of accumulation like yours. Armed color is not the key to determining the outcome. Perhaps in the eyes of others, they cannot break through this level of armed color, but I am the Quincy Master. Quincy didn't intend to resist, and with a movement of his fingers, 6 beams of light bided Im's left fist, causing him to pause for a moment. But just this instant of effort is enough for Quincy to launch an attack. Spread the 5 fingers of the right hand, the power of thunder gathers in the palm, and press it with one palm. Thunder roar pow. There was a boom, although Im reacted in advance, but the terrifying explosion also shook him out. Duan Kong. Quincy didn't look back. Behind him, a wall of air suddenly appeared, blocking the thunder's bombardment. With a boom, the thunder exploded, but it only blasted Duan Kong into cracks. Black Coffin. A skill with a proficiency of 100 can already exert its greatest power without chanting. As soon as the Quincy pointed it out, a black cube suddenly formed, enveloping Im. 5 dragons turned to extinction. The Quincy knew that although the Black Coffin was a high-level breakthrough, it was not enough to trap Im for too long. The next moment his figure had already rushed out, and at the same time, the 5 thunderbolts behind him the dragon roared and rushed out. 5 heads and 10 eyes locked on the Black Coffin, and swooped down. Humph, you have quite a lot of moves, but they are still useless. Im's cold snort came from inside the Black Coffin. The part swelled suddenly, and then, it exploded. A powerful shockwave swept out. However, the Thunder Dragon with its teeth and claws is coming head-on. Aurora Slash. As if predicting the arrival of the Thunder Dragon in advance, an Aurora sword blade appeared in Im's hand, which was more than 10 meters tall. With one sword slash, the 1,000-meter large multicolored slash pierced through the air. Collide with the Brontosaurus? Boom! A terrifying storm raged in the arena again. This sword completely wiped out the Thunder Flame Dragon and cut the clouds in the sky in half. At this time, the Quincy had already reached the front of the border, and the thunder behind him dissipated for a moment, then turned into 2 colors of light colliding and annihilated. The 4th stage was instantly coaxed. At this time, the Quincy Master's aura surged again, and he punched fiercely with various abilities. I don't know what to say. Im remained motionless, and also punched him. The 2 fists collided in the air, but the next moment his face changed slightly, and an inexplicable sense of threat came to his heart. Fly over there for me. The Quincy grinned coldly, and the 4th stage of instant coaxing was activated, making his physique stronger again. This punch directly broke Im's armor, and he staggered a step. The ground under his feet collapsed, and the empty door in his chest was wide open. He was punched in the chest by the Quincy Master. There was the sound of cracking bones, and the next moment, Im's body flew upside down like a rocket launcher, smashing everything behind him to pieces. The Quincy division didn't attack again, but locked on Im with knowledge and knowledge. Over there, Im slowly flew up from the pothole and stood in midair with an extremely gloomy expression. A wave of life emanated from his body, and the chest that had collapsed recovered at an extremely fast speed, and his cold eyes stared at the Quincy Master. It actually hurt me again. The Quincy just smiled and didn't reply. Instead, he used his sense of knowledge to the extreme, exploring the life fluctuations in Im's body. Sure enough, there are some traces over there. Quincy looked at a location in the Red Earth continent, narrowing his eyes slightly. Charlotte Lingling once saw the strangeness of her own soul, and now she also has the soul fruit, and she also saw some clues about Im's body. When there were a lot of life fluctuations on Im's body last time, Yunya had a premonition that his vitality might be related to some kind of creature. However, he didn't observe carefully at that time. Now, relying on the perception of the soul, he found that Im's soul is connected with other things like his 2 clones. In this world, the soul is linked to vitality? There is no doubt about this. Soul fruit is the best proof. Here. At this moment, Yuan, who had arrived in the Red Earth continent early, looked at a place in front of him and smiled slightly. The silver fiber in his hand was unsheathed. Crescent Sky Rushes. The half-moon slash that was more than a kilometer burst out from the edge of the sword and slashed towards that area. With a sound of boom, the slash slashed straight down, turning over the red ground, but after slashing a distance of 100 meters, his slash was shattered as if he had hit some hard object. Chi. Scattered slashes rushed out from the ground, plowed the area, countless gully incisions appeared, and the red earth boulders buried everything. Tisk, it's so hard. Then, try this. Everything is ashes, and the blade is like fire. A golden flame spread from Yuan's body, and the surrounding temperature suddenly increased, adding red the ground was directly melted, and some even directly gasified. Fiery hell. Yuan inserted the tip of the silver sword into the ground, and with a bang, endless flames poured into it. Immediately afterwards, from the ground, pillars of fire shot up into the sky, burning this area directly. Terrible high temperature shrouded the surrounding area, everything was burning under the high temperature. Roar just as the flames invaded the ground, an angry beast roared from the ground. Immediately afterwards, the ground began to rumble, like an earth dragon turning over. This piece of red soil continent far away from the holy land of Marijoa began to disintegrate bit by bit, and large chunks of rocks fell out. Get out of here. Extreme flame slash. A golden light flashed in Yuan's eyes, and the surrounding flames gathered towards the silver fiber sword body. The terrifying high temperature made the air around the silver fiber make a chi-chi sound, and the space was full. It seems to be twisted. A sword slashed downwards, the scorching slash broke through everything, and penetrated fiercely. Ho ho ho, a more horrific beast roar came, turning into waves of sound waves and impacting all directions. Immediately afterwards, the ground began to collapse and shatter, and the entire red earth continent began to vibrate. The next moment, the red earth continental strata in this area began to bulge, and then, a huge head emerged from the rock stratum, with blood-red eyes. Boom boom boom, the vibration continued, and a beast claw protruded from the ground, and it slapped on the ground with a boom, and the monster slowly crawled out of the ground. Yuan also saw clearly what it was. This is a western giant dragon-like creature. Its body is blue-gray, its surface is like a rock block, and even its scales have irregular textures like rocks. The exposed half of its body looks as huge as a kilometer. This is a giant dragon made of blue-gray rocks, but behind it, it is not a gray color, but a colorful color with endless visions emerging. At the same time, a powerful wave of life gushed out from its body. The moment it appeared, the red soil continent in this area became lifeless, and there was a sense of sight that the power of the dense fruit was activated. At this moment, the people who were still awake on the battlefield were all looking at this side. According to their perception, something seemed to have revived. Is that Nightblade guy aiming at Uranus? Im's always indifferent face suddenly changed, and he moved his feet and shot towards that side. Where are you going? The Quincy grinned coldly, raised his hand and shot a false flash. However, didn't dodge, he took the attack hard, ignored the flesh and blood that exploded on his body, and rushed out without turning his head after a muffled grunt. During the flying, his injuries were recovering very quickly. TCH. It seems that Uranus is very important to you. The Quincy sneered and rushed over. What's going on? What happened over there? Aokiji squinted, but without hesitation, he rushed out with his feet. Oh, what a terrifying aura. It seems that something terrible has happened again. Besides, that aura, is it Yeblade? Huang Yuan also turned into a golden light and rushed out. The rest of the high-ranking navy also looked at each other, and rushed over there at the same time. Follow. I really want to feel the night blade and another powerful breath. The 10 blades of Wangsu Palace looked at each other, and also rushed towards that side. The night blade really came here, and the target is Uranus? How could he know where Uranus is hiding? Damn it, let's go together. The 3 powerful Wu Liaoxing didn't die because of Im's shot, but were injured, but they still have fighting power. The chief of CP0, Kong, Seraph, and other masters who were still awake also made the same movements and rushed towards that side. Here, Yuan looked at the exposed half and even gathering, his eyes narrowed slightly. This is, the dragon's eyes also saw the night blade, and the scarlet eyes stared at the night blade. A terrifying coercion came down from the body of this western dragon, like a domineering, but it was a little different. This is the coercion of a top predator, Heavenly King, Dragon. Did the slash just now hit it? Yuan grinned, looking at a white mark on the dragon's head, which should be the place he just slashed. Moreover, there are many burns on this giant dragon at this time, but it is recovering visibly with the naked eye, and, this oppression, is it the power of the dragon? Yuan looked at it, his pupils froze, and the same powerful domineering color collided with the pressure of the dragon. Rumble. When the two momentums collided, purple-black lightning burst out like a domineering collision. The giant dragon crawled out of the ground completely. Its body was at least several thousand meters in size. Its wings fluttered, the wind howled, and it was suspended in midair after a few beatings. The huge size brings a strong sense of oppression. The giant dragon glanced around, and finally landed on Yuan's body, opening and closing his mouth. This kind of oppression is what they call the Overlord's color. Huh? My lights are revived? No, I'm not reincarnated. What's going on? And, this life force? The disgusting breath. Like a creature that just woke up, this giant headlong was still a little confused about the situation. But the giant dragon didn't think much about it, because at this moment he was extremely angry. Looking at the Yeblade whose body was beating with golden flames, the pain in his body made him realize that the tiny human in front of him attacked it just now. In the past, human beings were just its food. When it was injured by the food, it was extremely angry, and it opened its mouth to spit out a thunderous bombardment. Although I don't know who you are, and I don't know what the situation is now, but you dare to hurt me. Then let me die. The thunder pierced through the space and bombarded the Nightblade. The attack is not weak, it's about the same power as I'm, and, thunder, it seems that Im's natural disaster abilities should come from you. Yuan watched the attack, his eyes flickered, and he raised his sword sweeping the scorching flames, shattered the thunder, and bombarded the dragon, causing its huge body to shake. It's so hot. What kind of flame are you? The same evil ability as those moon people? Ants, you damn it. There were scorched black marks on the dragon's chest, but it quickly recovered under the blessing of a huge amount of vitality. The coercion on his body exploded, and he stared at Yuan, but the next moment, it seemed to see something frightening. The pupils shrank suddenly. Your soul, who are you? No, impossible, how can there be a monster like you in this world? The dragon seemed to see through the essence of the Nightblade. In its eyes, the guy in front of him was no longer a human being, but a god? A real god? It was a man wearing a jet black coat, and his face could not be seen clearly. The black coat on his body seemed to be able to contain everything in the world. Countless galaxies and stars like light spots were rotating on the coat, as if it contained a universe, a world. His eyes are so cold and ruthless, high above, as if he can see through everything. Just a random look, it is like a sea of vicissitudes. Time turns. In front of him, I was as insignificant as an ant. Impossible, this must be an illusion, you are deceiving me? I am the first creature born in this world, the first creature born from mother. Even if you have those powers, it is impossible to bring me this feeling. I am the most powerful god in this world? Human, you are just an insignificant human. I am the only god, damn it, you all damn it. Joyboy like this, I'm like this, human beings damn it, you are just food. The giant dragon started to roar loudly as if it was crazy, his eyes seemed to lose his mind, and the sound waves oscillated into shock waves and radiated out. It was extremely angry, and rationally told him that the person in front of him should not be provoked, and would die. But the anger and fear in his heart drove it to attack the Nightblade. Under its roar, countless visions appeared, gusts of wind rolled, thunder exploded, aurora emerged, cold air radiated, and the visions turned into the most terrifying attack, attacking the Nightblade indiscriminately. Mother? First creature? Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and was puzzled in his heart, but he opened his mouth and said, the evil power of the moon people refers to the ability of the devil fruit. Devil fruit? That is indeed the ability of the devil. The evil power that draws the origin of the mother is the power that only Poseidon and I have. They should all be damned. Ho 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 ho, go to hell. The dragon roared like crazy, and all kinds of attacks bombarded the Nightblade. I lost my mind? But, why only the king of the sky, the king of the sea, and those giant sea kings can see the abnormality of my soul? Yuan murmured, and through the words of the dragon, the Nightblade also judged that this giant dragons, like Pluto and those giant sea kings in Murloc Island, can see abnormalities in their own souls. And what is the mother in the dragon's mouth, the origin, the source of devil fruits? Yuan was puzzled, but looking at the attack, Yuan raised his hand and swept out the scorching fire pillar with a sword, the scorching hell. Boom boom boom, from the ground, pillars of flame pierced out and surrounded Yuan. The scorching flame pillar is like a wall, resisting all attacks. Song Ming. With another wave of the sword, the flame roared and rushed out to attack the giant dragon. The flame tornado swirled and danced, directly surrounding the dragon in the middle. Ho ho ho, it hurts me to death. The terrifying high temperature burned the dragon's skin, and the severe pain caused the dragon to roar. With a flap of its wings, it rushed out of the vortex of flames, creating a gust of wind. After rushing out of the flames, part of the dragon's body was scorched black, like a scorched rock, but soon, with the surge of life in the body, the scorched flesh and blood began to fall off, and it became intact as before. With a strong physique and vitality, it can resist the blazing temperature. Yuan was slightly surprised. The physique of this giant dragon is really terrifying, even stronger than Kaido. At least Kaido didn't say that he could fight with his body directly when facing Ruohuo, and he needed to cover his armed color to barely resist. Moreover, compared to before, the current self is much stronger, and the temperature of the blade is even stronger than before. Although there is no solution at this time, the temperature of the flame is still stronger than before. However, it's just a little more resistant. Yuan smiled slightly, the scorching flames condensed on the edge of the sword, and the sword slashed out 1,000 meters of scorching slash, and everything that slashed was burned to death. Low temperature cold current. The dragon's perception is very keen, like the intuition of a beast. When the Nightblade slashed out to attack, it twisted its huge head, opened its bloody mouth, and spit out a blue low-temperature torrent. Boom! The two attacks collided in the air. Ice and fire are mutually restraining. The moment the two attacks collided, they collided violently. The center of the collision was rumbled and vibrated continuously, and shock waves radiated out one after another. Facing Yuan's slash, the low-temperature torrent couldn't resist at all. After a brief stalemate, the scorching slash broke through the low-temperature torrent, and rushed over with lightning speed. How is it possible? The giant dragon was taken aback and wanted to dodge, but its size was too huge. How could it be so easy to dodge? Boom! After a roar, the slash hit its body, and an extremely high temperature suddenly erupted, burning its scales and making a chi-chi sound. Fortunately, its physique is really strong, stronger than Kaido, and it can barely resist the attack of this flame. Immediately afterwards, there was an even more terrifying explosion. The condensed slash hit the hard object, and the scorching flames contained in it exploded suddenly. The flame roared and boiled, and the next moment it directly swallowed its huge body. Ho ho ho. In the flames, a heart-piercing scream came from its mouth. The sound waves shook the flames, but they couldn't dispel the attachment of the flames. The next moment, its huge body fell from the sky and hit the ground hard. With a bang, a huge pothole appeared. At the bottom of the pit, the flames burned violently, melting the rock, and Uranus' screams never stopped. At the bottom of the pit, the giant dragon rushed out again. The burning of his body made him extremely painful, and he slammed left and right like a headless chicken, plowing that area all over again. It wanted to shake off the flames on its body, but it was useless. The flames were like tarsal maggots. No matter how much it struggled and twisted, the flames were still attached to its body surface. Even with the passage of time, some parts of its body began to carbonize, as if it was about to be completely burned. If it weren't for the powerful vitality in its body that was continuously repairing its injuries, it would probably be even worse at this time. Is Uranus the source of Im's natural disaster-like ability? But, is this the ability of a devil fruit? Yaren didn't rush to make a move, but locked on the giant dragon with knowledge and knowledge. After careful perception, he found that there are some strange places. The ability displayed by this guy in front of him is exactly the same as the natural disaster ability displayed by Im. Although the use of it is very rough, it is just released and used indiscriminately, but the power is not weaker than that of Im's display. Moreover, judging from the perception, this should be a kind of devil fruit ability. Im and Uranus definitely have a very close relationship, even allowing Im to use Uranus abilities. Im and Uranus. It's like a symbiotic relationship, similar to me and the Quincy. Uran thought to himself, but the next moment he did look in the other direction. Over there, Im has also rushed to this side, and the Quincy is right behind. Im and the Quincy were the fastest, and they had already arrived here after hearing the movement. After that, came the high-level navy, the world government's masters, the 10 blades from Wangsu Palace, and others. However, their speed is not as fast as Quincy and Im, and there is still a distance from here. Roar? What kind of flame is this? Why can't you break free? The giant dragon roared in pain, and various visions appeared around it. An extremely cold air spread from its body, trying to extinguish the flame, but found that it didn't work at all. The low-temperature cold air couldn't do anything to this burning golden flame. Yeblade. Im had arrived at this time, stopped his figure, and glanced at Yeblade with red pupils. This temperature, the fire of the sun, even Uranus' body will be burned? Huh. Then he looked in the direction of the dragon and snorted coldly. The armed color on his body fluctuated violently. The armed color was shot in the air, directly dispelling the flames on the dragon's body. Huh. Uranus breathed a sigh of relief humanly. At this time, it was extremely embarrassed. On its huge body, there were countless scorched marks, and even some parts, including bones, were exposed. The most serious part is the wings, which have been partially burned by the flames. The reason why it fell from the sky just now is because a small part of its wings were burned, making it lose its ability to fly. But at this time, Uranus, under the blessing of that huge vitality, soon began to recover from his injuries, and it didn't take long for the injuries on his body to recover. Uranus looked at Im, his pupils contracted violently, hatred flashed in his eyes, and he roared loudly, "You are Nefertali Im? You thief who extracted the source of mother, you the damn guy is still alive." At this time, Uranus was extremely angry. After seeing Imma, his eyes turned red instantly, and he stared at Imma. The anger drove it to attack Imma, and he opened his mouth and spat out a thunderbolt, thunder and lightning. Nefertari Im, this guy, relying on Joyboy's evil technology, extracted the origin of mother, and forcibly enslaved himself, making him, a noble god, a weapon in the hands of others. Humph. Uranus, do you want to attack your former master just after waking up? Im also seemed to have expected that Uranus would launch an attack, raising his palm to gather thunder. The same powerful thunder bombarded out. Boom, click. 2 terrifying thunderbolts collided in the air, and they shattered each other during the collision. Countless electric arcs exploded in all directions, and every falling electric arc caused a loud explosion. Master? Roar? No one can enslave a god? You and Joyboy deserve to die. No, humans deserve to die. They are only worthy of being my food. Uranus's vicious aura became even stronger when he heard Im's words. Shang, as if he saw the murder of his father and enemy, the 5-color brilliance reflected on his body, and the terrifying pressure shook out. Like the awakening of the devil fruit ability, there are frequent visions all around. Earth fires are surging, thunder is rolling, cold air is raging, storms are sweeping, aurora radiation. Then these visions turned into countless attacks, killing Im? A beast is a beast. I still can't see the reality clearly. Im snorted coldly, and raised his hand to caress. Under the fluctuation of a certain ability, the attack that came towards him dissipated invisible in the next moment, as if it had never appeared before. How is this possible? Why do you have my ability? Also, what did you do to me? Why does my body have your disgusting aura? Uranus attacked. I'm easily dissolved. A look of astonishment flashed across his face, and then roared loudly at I'm again? Since you've woken up, then, become my strength again. Im's red circled eyes suddenly flashed red, and a wave of strange art radiated out. This kind of light is not the fluctuation of knowledge color, but another special kind of fluctuation. Damn it, you still want to enslave me? Impossible, I won't let you succeed. Roar. Damn Joey boy, damn I want, eat, you. Just when a strange red light flashed in Im's eyes, Uranus over there seemed to have sensed something, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Then he began to struggle frantically, and his huge figure moved around, causing the area to vibrate. But it didn't take long before Uranus's scarlet eyes became dull, and finally flapped his wings a few times, and landed beside I'm. Neferutari I'm? If I remember correctly, this should be the surname of the royal family of Alabasta. Was I'm the first king of the Neferutali kingdom? And, the relationship between Uranus and I'm is not as harmonious as I imagined. There are conflicts between the two sides. What happened in the past 100 years? Neither Nightblade nor Quincy made a move. Hearing the conversation between Uranus and I'm, he guessed. Here, after I'm used some means to control Uranus, he also looked at Nightblade and Quincy, and said indifferently, you even found the location of Uranus, Nightblade. I'm also heard the roar of Uranus just now, and it was because of this that he rushed towards this side recklessly. He didn't pay attention to what Uranus said just now. The power of the Nightblade is indeed a monster in a certain way. Uranus is not the opponent of the Nightblade, and it is normal. After all, although Uranus is very powerful, he didn't know how to use it. Even if he wasn't himself, he couldn't even beat Joey boy. Yeah Blade, Quincy, you too, the life fluctuations on your body are exactly the same? Is it some kind of technology hidden by Joey boy? Split the soul to control two bodies with different abilities. I'm looked at the two people in front of them frowned slightly. In his perception, the life fluctuations emanating from Yuan and Quincy were exactly the same. When he shot Yuan before, he had a faint sense of familiarity, but because of the distance, he couldn't judge it exactly. Now that I can sense it at close range, I can finally be sure that the life fluctuations of Yuan and Quincy are exactly the same. There is definitely a deep connection between these two people, even. Maybe they are the same person, but they were divided into two people by some ability, and the divided soul controls different bodies? Neferutari I'm, if you remember correctly, this should be the surname of the royal family of Alabasta, right? Are you the first king of the Neferutari royal family? One of the 20 kings. Yeah Blade ignored Im's question, but said lightly. Quincy grinned and said, I discovered it when I was in the Holy Land before. When you sensed the royal family of Alabasta, you once showed killing intent. Is this also the reason? I'm was silent for a moment, and slowly took off the mask and cloak on his face. Under the cloak, I'm was wearing a white and luxurious veil, revealing a face slightly similar to the current queen of Alabasta. I'm said lightly, you know that period of history in great detail. Sure enough, you are a remnant left over from the former kingdom of Joyboy. You seem to have known about my existence from the very beginning. During the period of becoming a navy, I have never been to the Holy Land before. That ability of ice and fire should come from your race, right? The bipolar race of the Joyboy kingdom. Bipolar? Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. What is this? Is I'm thinking too much? Yunya didn't know about this name, and he didn't even mention it in the original work of One Piece. I don't know much about the history that was buried by you, but you guessed right. I did know about your existence a long time ago. Yeblade didn't mean to explain, since I'm thought he was that what kind of bipolar race, then I am. I'm has known about this for a long time and is not surprised. Although his existence is hidden, if he has something to do with Joey Boy, he should be aware of it. The Quincy Master and the Night Blade have two bodies, but they share a soul. Have Joey Boy and the others researched the soul to this extent? The King of Heaven and the King of the Sea are the firstborn gods in this world. The soul will never dissipate. This is the continuation of the lights. Joey Boy once said to me before he died, his will never go out, and when he will return again, I know, Joey Boy, that guy, I have thoroughly studied the souls of Neptune and Uranus. In order to prevent him from returning again, I have tried to erase the traces of that kingdom as much as possible during these hundreds of years, but I still cannot completely cut off his influence. But, even if he returns again, it might be my opponent. Im's eyes were calm, as if he was talking to himself. Neptune and Uranus are the first and second creatures born in this world. They are the lives conceived by Eve, the tree of life. At the beginning of their birth, they possessed extremely strong strength. Because they are unique creatures conceived by Eve, their vitality is very strong and they have a long lifespan. And, most importantly, their souls are immortal. Even after death, one will wake up at a certain moment and retrieve the memories of the past. Then, the tree of life, Eve, gave birth to different lives again, and as time went by, all kinds of biological blowouts erupted. These species are strong and weak, but those who stand at the top of these creatures are still the original Poseidon and Uranus. They are the first life conceived by Eve, born with powerful abilities. One is born to control the movement of ocean currents and seasons, and can command thousands of Neptunes. The other is born to control the movement of continental plates and various natural disasters, and has the power to overwhelm all creatures. These two seem to be under certain rules, they check and balance each other, and jointly rule the world. With the passage of time, there are more and more species in this world, and even any area in the world has life. At that time, the whole world was wild and savage according to the law of the primitive jungle. The law of the jungle preyed on the strong, and the powerful races preyed on the weak ones. And around this time, an ambitious race called humans appeared. Although human beings are weak, they possess wisdom, have a strong learning ability, and have formed a civilization. Relying on the strength of the group, they have defeated countless races and ate their vitality-rich flesh and blood. Because of this, they learned to use the power in their bodies. Some humans even mastered the coercion of powerful beasts, and they were ambitious, as if they would never be satisfied, and finally set their sights on Eve, the tree of life. They wanted to know all the secrets. As Uranus in charge of the world, Poseidon, after knowing the ambitions of human beings, in order to punish those greedy humans, one used his ability to control the continent, causing the continent where humans are located to fall apart. The other set off a great flood, drowning countless humans and the King of Heaven used his own ability to make a wall surrounding the whole world stand up and divide the world. Neptune, on the other hand, used his own abilities to completely stop the flow of the two sea areas, turning them into windless belts and dividing 4 oceans. Later, in order to protect their common mother Eve, the tree of life, Uranus lived on the crown of Eve and called himself the King of Heaven, while Poseidon lived at the root of Eve and called himself the King of the Sea. And guard the tree of life Eve in the endless reincarnation? This is where the names Neptune and Uranus come from. Regarding the history of ancient times, actually doesn't know much. It was only after establishing a bridge of life with Uranus that he learned something from the memory of Uranus. But one thing is certain, that is, the two beings, Uranus and Neptune, even if they die, will return one day. As for the reason, he is not very clear. But it must be related to Eve's origin, and Joyboy has a close relationship with Neptune, and their technology is extremely powerful, and they may have researched a way to allow the soul to go through reincarnation and return again. Therefore, I'm worried that Joey Boy would make a comeback again, so that the people of the world government would hide the blank 100 years and destroy everything about Joey Boy. Here, the Quincy Master looked him up and down, and said in a joking tone, "Your appearance is actually somewhat similar to the Queen Nefertari Vivi of the Kingdom of Alabasta. Could it be that Nefertari Vivi Wei is also one of the lights of recovery?" Seeing that Im's appearance was somewhat similar to Wei Wei's, Yunya guessed in his heart, could Wei Wei also be one of the lights that will recover? In the original book, among Im's flowers, there are photos of several people, Wei Wei, Bai Xing, Luffy, and Blackbeard, but the photo of Blackbeard and Luffy was chopped up by him. Obviously, these people are all his focus. Maybe, after all, she looks exactly like my daughter. I'm just glanced at Quincy and narrowed his eyes slightly. During that war, she betrayed my daughter. So that's it. It seems that the war was not as easy as I imagined. The Quincy laughed, and, I'm very curious, the mother in Uranus's mouth, the origin and what? You heard what Uranus said before, right? The mother they talk about is the Yangshu Eve who is now rooted above the Fishman Island. Yangshu Eve is not her real name, her name is, the Tree of Life. In a sense, she is the first life born in this world. Heavenly King and Neptune are just creatures bred by her. Uranus and Neptune, the reason why they have the power to destroy the world is because they were born with Eve's original power. The origin is the root of the devil fruit in this world. All devil fruits come from the mother tree of life, Eve. And the appearance of the devil fruit was caused by me alone. Using the technology and ability of the space pirate, I extracted the origin of the tree of life, Eve, and let the power called the devil fruit appear in this world. Perhaps I hadn't talked to anyone for too long, and it seemed that he was answering the words of the Quincy Master. He told the world's biggest secret. In this world, the birth process of the devil fruit was actually facilitated by I'm alone. The devil fruit was created by you alone, using the technology and abilities of space pirates. Space pirates? That group of foreign forces that once fought against the moon people. Quincy narrowed his eyes slightly. When he was looking at One Piece, the birth of the devil fruit has not yet been written, but he did not expect that it was actually caused by I'm. However, space pirates, One Piece mentioned it in the original book, and Yunya himself has a little impression. I didn't expect you to know this. I'm looked at Quincy, and said indifferently, cosmic pirates are a group of plundering forces wandering in the universe. You can regard them as pirates. But what they plunder is not treasure something like that, but the origin of the planet of life. They can use their technology and ability to turn those origins into origin fruits. As long as they eat this kind of fruit, they can have powerful power. And in this world, that kind of fruit is called a devil fruit. Without me, the power of devil fruit would not be born in this world. Moreover, what I have is the most powerful fruit ability, which is the first devil fruit made with Eve's origin life fruit. I have the majestic vitality of Eve, the tree of life. In other words, I will not die due to injury, I will recover in an instant, and I will not die because my lifespan is exhausted. I have been cast as immortal surgery, my strength is beyond your imagination. Im's eyes suddenly became cold, and a majestic vitality erupted from his body, radiating out from him, and the originally barren red land turned green and became full of vitality. Uranus next to him also exuded powerful life fluctuations, as if they were connected by an inexplicable bridge, roared upwards, and a coercion erupted from his body, covering the entire area. And Im's words were also heard by the Navy, the 3-5 old stars, and the other 10 blades who were driven over. The appearance of the devil fruit. Space pirate. Also, that giant dragon, is it an ancient weapon, the heavenly king Uranus? What a horrible breath. These masters from all sides who arrived here are all looking at the 4 people in the field at this time, and their eyes are on Uranus. They are also very interested in the most mysterious ancient weapons. But what shocked them was that Im's words. The birth of the devil fruit is actually related to Im, the lord of the world. Moreover, what are space pirates? I don't know if it's a coincidence, but these words were also recorded by Morgans on an empty island in the distance with a video phone bug, and spread throughout the world. To say that Morgans was also unlucky, when he started to act in Wangsu Palace, he also received the news in advance and wanted to rush to the Holy Land one step earlier. However, they encountered a storm on the way, and the trajectory of Sky Island was shifted. It took them a lot of effort to break free from the storm, but when they came here, there was no battle scene. I only saw the conversation between Quincy, Nightblade, and Im. Morgans is also a chicken thief. When he saw him and Nightblade Quincy were there, he let Newsbird approach, transmitting the situation over there with a video phone bug. He has already missed the initial war, and now he can't miss anything? But what he didn't expect was that he heard such important news from the mouth of Im among the video phone bugs. This world, the birth of a devil fruit? His words almost spread Im's words throughout the whole world. As long as there is an island with a big screen, everyone heard what Im said before. All of a sudden, the whole world became a sensation. The birth of the devil fruit is not born, but man-made. Cosmic pirates? Was it a certain pirate force? How can this be? Yangshu Eve, isn't it the tree that took root on the Fishman Island? How come there is such a big background? Countless people started discussing in shock. For such a magical thing as a devil fruit, some people naturally want to know its source. However, many scientists have searched for a long time, but there is no clue at all. I don't even know why this magical fruit appears in this world, why devil fruit has so many strange abilities. It turns out that all of this is the origin of World Tree Eve, and in a sense, it is also the origin of this world. Now that they heard Im's words, they suddenly realized that the birth of the devil fruit was man-made. This is really shocking. Vegapunk, who was far away at the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, started to think, and whispered in his mouth, the tree of life, Eve? The source of all power? The origin of the world tree. No wonder the devil fruit ability will follow people's wishes and expectations and become all kinds of abilities. Are they all given by the mother of this world? Life, evolution. Unlike other shocked people, Vegapunk, the most powerful scientist, could no longer suppress the thoughts in his mind after hearing Im's words. Once sorted out, Vegapunk also studied the origin of devil fruit, but only had a clue. Regarding the birth of the devil fruit, he actually has guesses. The birth of the devil fruit appears in people's wishes and expectations, and it is a possibility of evolution that people are looking forward to. Now he can finally confirm that the origin of the appearance of the devil fruit is the gift from the Mother Eve, the tree of life on this planet. Uranus, the king of heaven, Poseidon, the king of the sea, the source of the power that can destroy the world, is also the mother of the tree of life, Eve. The reason why capable people are afraid of the sea is because this kind of evolution is passively given by the mother. Violating the laws of nature, will it be subject to certain restrictions? The sea gave birth to the mother tree of life, Eve, which is the origin of all life. Any evolution that violates nature will be cursed by the sea. So, Vegapunk's eyes were shining, and he analyzed Im's words and his own guess one by one, and strung them into a thread. He also finally figured out the source of the world-destroying abilities of Uranus and Neptune, as well as the appearance of devil fruits, all of which are given by the Mother Eve, the tree of life. Uncapable people are afraid of sea water, because this kind of passive evolution is against nature, so they will be cursed by the source of everything, the sea that gave birth to the tree of life. The naturally bred Uranus and Neptune obviously have the same ability, but they are not afraid of sea water. The reason is that they are the lives conceived and born by the mother, which conforms to the laws of nature, so they will not be cursed, are not afraid of sea water, and are born with abilities. And evolution is not the privilege of one person, so devil fruits can be copied. The reason why only one type of devil fruit can be born is because there are a certain number of scattered origins, one radish and one whole, so two identical devil fruits cannot be born. The mystery that has troubled me for more than 10 years has been solved. Vegapunk's eyes were still shining, and he suddenly realized. In the kingdom of Alabasta, the former King Cobra and the current Queen Vivi stared at the screen dumbfounded. Although they knew that their country was once one of the 20 kings, but, unexpectedly, the Lord of the World turned out to be the first king of their country. And, they left the Holy Land of Marijoa for this reason. Were they not refusing to go to the Holy Land of Marijoa, but exiled? And Wai Wei pointed at herself, with a puzzled expression on her face. Lights? Recovery? What do you mean? Cobra and the guards looked at Vivi and shook their heads, but they couldn't understand. No wonder you've survived until now. It seems that the key to the success of the ageless surgery is the fruit of life. The Quincy grinned, but looked at Im and Uranus beside him. It's exactly 2 against 2, let me see the power of you and Uranus. As he said, the 2 colors flickered behind the Quincy, and the next moment he rushed directly towards Uranus, punching far away, and the air-condensed Chengzu, Zixiang 9 speeds. Even Joey Boy, who has transformed himself and possessed those space pirate abilities, can't do anything to me when he is here, let alone the remnants he left behind. Im's eyes flashed, and there was a red light in his pupils. Uranus beside him suddenly spread its wings, whipped up a gust of wind and raged, opened its bloody mouth wide, and a thunderbolt blasted out, colliding with the Quincy's attack, creating a terrifying blast. Joey Boy is Joey Boy, and I am me, so don't confuse me with him. Yuan also chuckled, cutting out an endless curtain of golden flames with his sword and bombarding I'm, destiny, fate. These things are not worth mentioning in front of Yun Yi. He never believes in such things as fate, even if there is, just smash it. Even Mrs. Xylee's prophecy was based on his thoughts, and there were 2 different results. It's all the same in front of me. You can't kill me, because I'm immortal. The armed domineering energy on Im's body boiled, and he swept it away with a palm, turning it into a torrent of terrifying power, and directly blew the golden flames. Scatter? Immortal? In this world, there is no truly immortal thing. You can't kill, just because you don't have enough strength. Yuan slashed down with his sword again, and endless flames roared out, and the pillar of fire on the ground rose into the sky, and the terrifying temperature spread in this area. Compete with the life fluctuations on I'm. One is the fire of the sun that destroys everything, and the other is the life wave that is full of vitality, destruction and vitality, which is stronger and weaker. According to the latest information, the birth of the devil fruit was actually born in the desire and expectation of human beings. It is a possibility of some kind of evolution. Boom boom boom. The final battle unfolded, and the 4 figures collided together like streams of light, causing the entire area to vibrate, and a torrent of energy hit the 4 directions. The red Earth continent in this area began to collapse because it could not bear the aftermath. My lord has a battle for a lord, and our battle is not over yet. I believe my lord can win, but I won't allow other people to intervene in their battlefield. Yachi snorted coldly, and turned towards Seraphim next to him. Rob Luchigo? Ha ha ha, that guy, our battle just now is not over yet, let's continue. The other 10 blades also acted at this moment, killing their respective opponents. Our navy can't just watch. After all, the order of this world still needs our navy to maintain. The navy is also fighting with the chief of CP0. The battle is about to start. However, the battle here is far less intense than the battle of the 4 figures over there, but it is also a battle of the world's top powerhouses, and the battle fluctuations are also extremely powerful. It turns out that the key to the ageless surgery is actually the devil fruit ability on Mr. I'm. No wonder our attempts have failed. The Quincy Master and Yuan, they actually teamed up. Don't worry, Lord I'm and Uranus join forces, no one in this world will be his opponent. The 3-5 stars did not join the battle, but looked at the battlefield between Yunya and I'm from a distance. Their faces were extremely gloomy, as if they were waiting for a shot. And this scene was also seen by Morgan's video phone bug, which projected it all over the world. The Revolutionary Army, the red-haired pirates, the white-beard pirates, all the forces in the world, big and small, are all paying attention to the outcome of this battle. Is it the victory of the world government, or the King Su Palace of the Quincy? This battle will determine the ownership of the future world. On the Fishman Island, the mermaid princess Shirahoshi watched the scene on the screen. Her eyes sparkled with soul fire, as if recalling everything. She murmured, Uranus, didn't you enter reincarnation that time? I'm the thief who stole the origin of Mother, the chief culprit who caused the collapse of the Joyboy Kingdom. But even if you two join forces like you did back then, it is impossible for you to be an opponent of the adults, because, my lord, he does not belong to this world. His rank far surpasses this world. Even if it only recovers the strength of the tip of the iceberg, it is not something you can resist. Mother. Shirahoshi looked at Yangshueve, who was shining above her head, with a slight sadness in her eyes. It was because Nefertari was making trouble in the dark that her mother, Eve, became it looks like this now. The former Eve was a gigantic tree whose crown could even cover half the world. Bai Xing's eyes showed the color of memory, and the scene from the past came to her mind. Before the lunar people went to the Blue Sea, they once had a battle with the space pirates Black Hole Star Bandit. Although the lunar people defeated the space pirates, and through technology, they copied the space pirates' abilities. However, due to technical reasons, they could only copy those abilities that could transform into animals and strengthen their bodies. That is to say, those with animal abilities. Among the moon people, most of them have the ability to transform into various animals. Also because of the perennial wars, the resources on the moon have been exhausted, and even the back of the moon, which was the site of the war, has been beaten to collapse, and because of the magical abilities of those space pirates, it can never be repaired. The ejected rubble turned into meteorites orbiting the Blue Sea planet. Afterwards, in order to allow the rest of the tribe to continue, the leader of the moon people at that time, Joey Boyai, led the rest of the moon people back to their former hometown, which is the Blue Sea planet. The moon people are the human beings who survived the Great Flood that destroyed human beings, and they did not participate in the war against the Tree of Life Eve. Instead, on the eve of the outbreak of the war, they used their technology to go to the moon and settle down there. As time passed, they also broke away from the humans on the Blue Sea, and they also grew wings because of the lower gravity of the moon behind them. After that, they called themselves moon people, although they are also a branch of human beings. For this beautiful and free planet, Joyboy originally had longings. But after traveling around the world, he found that the world is not as peaceful as he imagined, but full of war and discrimination. The human beings in this world are like barbarism, a collection of discrimination, hatred, killing, and war. Just because of different living environments, different looks, and different evolved civilizations, they discriminate and hate each other, and wars break out from time to time. For Joy Boy, who longs for peace, this is simply ridiculous. Obviously, they share a common ancestor. Joey Boy wanted change. So, he started to act, using the abilities he got from those space pirates, as well as his own personality charm. He quickly assembled the leaders of human beings with different looks. He wants to create a world where all races can live together under the sun, without borders, without discrimination, and war. His ideas have convinced countless people, and these people have formed a huge kingdom, exchanging what they have with each other, and conducting trade exchanges. This country has existed for many years, and peace has appeared in this world for the first time. However, due to the existence of the Red Earth continent that separates the two sea areas, Joy Boy's ideas have not spread throughout the world. So he approached the two gods who caused all this, the King of Heaven and the King of the Sea, and asked them to untie the barrier between the Red Earth continent and the Windless Belt, so that peace can spread throughout the world. At that time, Poseidon, the King of the Sea who advocated peace, recognized Joy Boy's ideas very much, and was even willing to untie the Windless Belt for this, so that humans could trade through the Windless Belt and contribute to peace. However, the King of Heaven does not agree with this. He believes that human beings are still the same human beings, and there will never be such a thing as peace. Moreover, in his eyes, human beings are food, and a bunch of food wants to trade with a god like him? Don't even think about it. Without the help of Uranus, the King of Heaven, it would be even more difficult to remove the wall that blocks all races from the Red Earth continent. For this reason, Joey Boy also had a huge headache. However, the leader of the evil space pirates, after his own Star Bandit group was destroyed, used his own ability to change his appearance and hide among the Moon People. He even became one of the top executives of the Moon People. He started his secret operation without telling Joey Boy. First, he deceived Joey Boy, saying that he could create a weapon to control the movement of the ground, which could bypass Uranus' ability, collapse a corner of the Red Earth continent, and allow the two seas to communicate with each other, realizing Joey Boy's dream. But in fact, what he made is a powerful weapon, which he used to avenge the Moon People. Because he is one of Joey Boy's trusted subordinates, and Joey Boy is not a suspicious character, so let him try to create. Thus, on the 7 islands of water, the weapon named Pluto began to be manufactured. Then, this space pirate also made a secret deal with a human careerist above the blue ocean, and this person is I'm. Using their hidden abilities, the two touched Eve, the tree of life, using the technology of the Moon People and the ability of the space pirate leader himself. They extracted the source of Eve, the tree of life, and created a fruit that contained some source of power. That's devil fruit. That space pirate leader, his ability is the ability to extract the origin of other worlds. That is, the predecessor of the dark fruit, the black hole fruit. Therefore, I'm successfully obtained the first devil fruit, the fruit of life. The other scattered origins also broke away from the control of Eve, the tree of life, and flew to all parts of the world. In people's wishes and expectations, they were added with special properties and turned into different types of abilities. This is the origin of devil fruit. And World Tree Eve also lost its previous look because a lot of origins were extracted, and it became what Yangshu Eve is today. Afterwards, the space pirates joined hands with I'm to control Uranus, the King of Heaven, by using the technology of the Moonman, and a war broke out that swept the entire world. In order to stop I'm and Uranus, and to restore peace to the world, Poseidon, the King of the Sea at that time, also took action. But, they still lost. Facing Im's combined army, she teamed up with Joy Boy, but they were still defeated. The reason is that I'm bewitched an island creature that ate the elephant fruit. At the last moment, the island creature walking with the worst battleship pointed the muzzle of Hades at them. That shot extinguished their hopes. Although the island creature came to his senses later, it was too late. In the follow-up, I'm defeated Joy Boy, established a world government, and buried everything in the huge kingdom. Even the Tree of Life Eve was renamed Yangshu Eve. He buried everything. Poseidon, the King of the Sea, fell into reincarnation, and most of those moon people who had combat power were killed in that war. Only a few escaped the pursuit of the world government. Most of the dead moon people, their abilities have not dissipated, but under the laws of this world, they are constantly reborn everywhere in the world. Their fruits, like having their own consciousness, are engraved with hatred for the world government, and those who will subconsciously avoid the world government will not be easily obtained by the people of the world government. Boom boom boom. The battle between Yun's twin body and I'm and Uranus is still going on. The battle here has turned this area into a restricted area. Shock waves hit the surroundings, and various visions erupted. The terrifying high temperature seemed to destroy everything. Burned, but there is a green vitality to compete with this high temperature. Because of the war, this area was roaring and vibrating, and the Red Earth continent began to collapse continuously, and the scene was like the end of the world. The Quincy punched Uranus out of the air, suspended in the air, and said indifferently, although you are controlling it, it is just a beast after all, and it is not as flexible as a human body. In front of me, it is just a living creature. It's just a target. Roar. Although Uranus was manipulated, he still had a little consciousness, and roared to the sky, and the sound waves rolled out. Shut up. A black and red light flickered between Quincy's fingers, and a flash of light pierced through the air and bombarded Uranus, blasting him away again, and a large scale fell off his body, revealing a huge wound with blood splash all around. It's useless, with the blessing of my vitality, as long as Uranus still has a trace of breath, it will not die, because my ability is their origin. Even if they die completely, they will return again. Just like a waking lamp normal. I'm shouted loudly, the bridge between the two sides was connected, and the vitality suddenly blazed. With the blessing of vitality, Uranus soon became alive again, and the huge trauma on his body disappeared. At the same time, countless visions flashed behind him, freezing low temperature, aurora emerging, ground fire surging, storm descending, and thunder raging, turning into attacks and blasting towards the night blade. Yuan raised his sword, and the terrifying sword pressure swept all directions, and the pillar of fire shot up into the sky under his feet, destroying him's attack, and bombarded the past in turn. I'm stepped on the ground, a powerful wave of life suppressed the extremely destructive heat, raised his hand and punched out, the wave of life wrapped in the thick armor, and rushed forward. On the other side, Uranus roared, the light behind him flashed, and he opened his mouth to spit out 5 color rays, and charged towards the Quincy along a trajectory. Boom boom boom, everything the ray passes through is shattered. This is a powerful attack brought about by the fusion and conflict of energies of different attributes. Wang Su's flash. A jet of black light flickered between the Quincy masters, and a ray shot out from between his fingers. Boom. The two rays collided in the air, rolling out terrifying shock waves. The space seemed to be unable to withstand the aftermath, and cracks appeared. Everything has an upper limit, just crush it completely. The Quincy laughed loudly, 2 colors of light danced behind him, and entered the 4th stage of instant coaxing. Press down and collide with the coercion of Uranus. Boom! The ground cracked, and thunder flashed in the void. Roar! Uranus's huge beast claws suddenly shot towards the Quincy, and the Quincy punched straight out. With a bang, beast claws of vastly different sizes collided with their fists, and the Quincy, supported by Uranus' size, shook a tree like a mayfly. Ho ho ho! But at the next moment, Uranus roared and screamed, and the terrifying sound waves shook out. The huge body was directly blasted by the Quincy's punch like a cannonball and flew backwards in one direction. Plowed a gully out of the red Earth continent, and it was still flying backwards. Its right claw, in the collision with the Quincy, was directly smashed to pieces by the terrifying force, and countless pieces of meat were scattered all over the ground with the splashed blood, like a rain of blood. A serious punch. The Quincy didn't stop. With a sneer on the corner of his mouth, he quickly caught up with Uranus, and threw another punch at Uranus who was flying upside down. With this punch, Quincy hit with all his strength. With a boom, Uranus howled again, and his huge body was directly smashed into the ground by this punch. There was a sound of caca, centered on the fallen body of Uranus. The hole sank hundreds of meters down, revealing a dark and deep pit. Wang Su's flash. The Quincy shot again, and the dark red rays blasted down like meteors. The next moment, a terrifying roar was set off, and a mushroom cloud rose into the sky, with dark red flashes beating inside, and the shock wave hit all directions. Ho ho ho! Uranus's miserable howling below turned into rolling sound waves and radiated around. Under the impact of the explosion, the original big pit sank and collapsed again, and the surrounding ground was directly shattered, and thick cracks spread out. The red Earth continent seemed to have been blasted with a huge hole. On the other side, the battle between Nightblade and I'm was equally fierce. My flame is destruction and destruction, even the invisible and intangible life will be burned by me. The ultimate scorching golden flame is hidden above the blade, and the surrounding fire pillars burst from the ground, sweeping towards I'm. Extreme slash. Yuan shouted lightly, and a slash of thousands of meters pierced through the air. The surrounding fire pillars erupted, and the sea of fire swirled and raged, forcibly suppressing the life fluctuations around I'm, and the flames also surrounded I'm. He cannot escape. Can the fire of the sun burn even the invisible vitality? I'm stepped on the ground, green rays of light emerged all over his body, and pushed out the scorching flames. Ability gathered on the fist, mixed with armed, overlord-looking punch, collided with Uran's slash. With a bang, the attack collided in the air, and the impact shook everything around. You are indeed very strong, even surpassing the strength of Joey Boy. The scorching flame roared and boiled, and the slash swung away Im's fist, slashing at Im's body, pushing him back, and the ground under his feet was like paper. It was so mushy, it was broken every inch. The scorching slash pushed him to fly backwards, plowing a gully on the ground under his feet, slashing through the armed arrogance covering his whole body. A sword directly slashed on his chest, and the golden flame kept burning, as if he wanted to kill him. He was completely burned to ashes. However, there is a vitality that suppresses this destructive high temperature so that the raging flames do not completely burn him down. As an existence that has lived for hundreds of years, Im has a strong tolerance for pain. Even if the flames covering his body at this time are enough to make ordinary people die of pain, but Im did not make a sound. Im's eyes were cold, his feet stopped on the ground, and with a boom, the ground within a kilometer was directly shattered. Bridge of Life Fusion. He yelled loudly, his domineering aura and vitality erupted suddenly, the powerful life wave spread out, and quickly repelled the flames on his body. As he approached, his scorched body surface began to recover gradually. At the same time, Uranus, who was blasted into the ground by the Quincy punch, rushed out suddenly, covered in scars, and his body was a little mutilated. One claw was missing, and even one wing was broken. After jumping out for sure, Uranus squatted down with both legs, and suddenly exploded. The ground under his feet collapsed, and his figure was like a green streamer, rushing to Im's position at an extremely fast speed. The speed was so fast that not even the Quincy could intercept it. Uranus fell to Im's side, and there seemed to be an invisible bridge connecting one person and one dragon, and at the same time, there was a strong wave of life radiating from his body. The next moment, I saw green light blooming. This wave of life is so strong that it can even interfere with the perception of color. Visible to the naked eye, the original huge figure of Uranus began to melt like a liquid, and merged into Im's body. An incomparably powerful aura emanated from Im's body at this moment. Nightblade and Quincy stood together, narrowing their eyes slightly at the mutated Im and Uranus. Im looked at the two with a strange look in his eyes. I don't know what you have done to Uranus, but it is a little afraid of you, and even feels frightened. The subconscious fear actually overwhelmed the rejection of me, but it just saves me a little effort. Yuan looked at Im, raised his eyebrows slightly. What are you doing? Feeling this power, Im showed a smile. Do a great thing. The fruit of life comes from the origin of the world tree Eve, and Uranus is also one of the origins of Eve. The two are originally of the same origin. When I built a bridge of life with Uranus, it was not only for saving it, but also for another purpose, which is to make him completely my strength. Even, in this world, all the devil fruits bred by the origin of Eve, they will all be assimilated by me, and all the abilities will belong to me. That kind of ability is much stronger than you aliens. He looked at Quincy and Nightblade who were standing together and said, it's a pity that I ignored the price of saving Uranus, which made my plan postponed for hundreds of years. But it's not too late. My life is infinite, as long as I find the most critical devil fruit, the fruit of the rebirth of the leader of the space pirates in this world. Then, my plan will be successful, and then, I will become the true gods of this world, the supreme gods. The ability of the space pirate leader, being able to extract Eve's origin, could it be the dark fruit that Locke once ate? Quincy narrowed his eyes, as if thinking of something. He said lightly, that's right, you have been in contact with Locke before, and you know his ability. With your wisdom, you should not have missed this. Yes, the dark fruit is the ability of the leader of the space pirates. After his death, his ability it also started to reincarnate in this sea, but the original name of that fruit was not the dark fruit, but the black hole fruit. A black hole that can swallow everything. Im looked at Quincy, and didn't rush to make a move. The guy who escaped from the Whitebeard ship ate the fruit of the black hole. After his death, he should be in the rebirth stage, but there is no rush. As long as he kills you, wait until later and then slowly search for it. So that's how it is. Black hole fruit, your ambition is really not small? After controlling the heavenly king Uranus, you are still not satisfied? Do you want to be the only one in this world? Quincy grinned, in a trance remembering something. He narrowed his eyes and said, so, the Red Earth continent was also created by you later to rule the world. Yuan recalled a scene from Bai Xing's vague memory. A man wearing a four-fingered crown raised his hand, and the Red Earth continent rose from the ground. This should be what Im did after controlling the power of Uranus. Im seemed to feel that he had the chance to win, and answered the Quincy's questions one by one. That's right. The Red Earth continent originally created by Uranus has been shattered under the bombardment of Pluto, but later I will try to use Uranus' strength, making the Red Earth continent stand up again, is also swearing my strength to those people at the beginning. Only when I let those guys know my strength, they will settle down and dare not betray me again. Facts have proved that the actions at that time very effective. Even if I fell into a deep sleep, the world is still under my control. The Quincy grinned, because you have answered so many of my questions. Let me tell you one thing, the dark fruit is in my hands now. As long as you kill me, then, your ambition will come true. It can be achieved. Really? That fruit is actually in your hands. Im looked at Quincy, with a calm tone. After seeing me now, do you still think confidently that you can defeat me? Quincy, Nightblade? No, Patino Yunyi. Who knows? Although you look very strong now, but, have you seen my true strength? Quincy and Yuan spoke at the same time. Huh? Even if your two bodies attack at the same time, it's impossible to be my opponent. Im frowned, and for some reason, he felt uneasy in his heart. No one dared to approach the battlefield here, so they could only watch from a distance. Since Uranus has been integrated into the body of the Lord of the World, damn, what are they talking about? Can you get closer? Morgans also wanted to get closer, and wanted to hear the conversation between them. This Jedi, it's big news. No, boss, their battle fluctuations are too strong. We have already lost a lot of newsbirds, so we can't get close at all. A boy next to him wiped his sweat. Trash. Morgans cursed. Except that at first his newsbird got closer and heard what Im said. When the battle broke out later, his newsbird could only watch from a distance, and he couldn't get close at all. He had already lost a lot of newsbirds. Now I can only use the video phone bug to project the situation here to the whole world from a distance? Do you think that you are the only one who can fuse? Or do you think that one of my bodies can only use one ability? The two bodies spoke at the same time, showing a meaningful smile and looking at Im. The facial expressions are almost identical. Could it be that Im seems to have thought of something, and his pupils suddenly contracted? Yuan and Quincy are two people, and they are the same person, because they are both me. Yuan smiled, and stretched out his hand to paw in the direction of Quincy. With the sound of buzz, Quincy's body suddenly changed, and with the flash of brilliance, it turned into a pitch-black bead, just like that, floating in midair. The next moment, he was caught by Yuan. After putting on the piao fruit ring that had been separated from the Yikuizu, Yuan looked at him and smiled. Immediately afterwards, there was a boom, and behind him, thunder outlined the taiko drum, and his black and white feathers also danced with the wind. Speaking of which, apart from using the two abilities together when I was still weak, there are very few enemies behind me who can let me use this mode. Pointing the sword at Yuan said with a smile, then, go on, Lord of the World, But at this time, everywhere in the world, people who saw this scene, no matter what they were doing, all stopped their movements and looked at the screen with astonishment in their eyes. What did they see? The Quincy turned into a bead and was caught in his hand? And, isn't that kind of move that outlines the Thunder Guyu behind the back the ability of the Quincy Master? Are they dazzled? But soon they discovered that they were not dazzled, the scene in front of them was indeed happening in front of their eyes. Seeing this scene, an incredible thought came to their hearts, that is, Quincy is the clone of Yuan, and they are the same person from beginning to end. It exploded, the whole world exploded. After knowing this situation, no one can calm down. Quincy and Yuan, these two monsters, turned out to be the same person? I was also taken aback, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Although he has speculated that the Nightblade may be related to the Quincy, it is a product of some kind of technology that allows one soul to control two bodies with different abilities at the same time. However, he never thought that Yuan and Quincy were one person from beginning to end. And their separation is controllable, and they can become one person again? This unbelievable ability is simply unheard of. Even after living for so many years, has never heard of such ability? Ability similar to a clone? But how is this possible? How can you have so many abilities? Human fruit, phantom beast, death form, ability similar to elemental fruit, soul fruit, plus the previous piao fruit, 4 kinds of fruit abilities? Could it be that I can be the carrier of the origin like me? Joey Boy discovered my ambition at the end, and you are what he used to stop me. Im's heart was shaken, and his eyes turned cold instantly very cold. 4 abilities never seen before. If Patino Yunyi can really become the carrier of origin, how could such a thing happen to him? Kill you, I must kill you. Im's heart was suddenly in danger. He raised his hand and punched out, a huge amount of life force and armed domineering together, containing the ability of the King Uranus, several kinds of power fusion, burst into shock, and rushed towards Yunyi. With a boom sound, Yunyi stepped a little bit, and the terrifying force caused the ground under his feet to collapse into a pothole of hundreds of meters. The impact of the endless fire curtain, boom, the two extremely powerful attacks collided suddenly, and the next moment, the monstrous shock wave turned into a tsunami and rushed out. Centering on the collision between the two, the red Earth continent in this area collapsed suddenly, and a huge pit thousands of meters suddenly appeared. Shock waves swayed in all directions, and the red soil continent surrounding the entire world began to vibrate. What a strong impact, but the aftermath makes us unable to get close. Get out of here. After the shock wave passed, everything was destroyed. Those strong men who were fighting in the distance did not dare to stay here any longer, and hurriedly fled to the distance. Boom boom boom. Yunya slashed down with his sword again, and the scorching golden flames shot up into the sky. After the blessing of instant coaxing, Yunya's strength at this time need not be repeated. Every attack made the red Earth continent vibrate. However, is not weak either. Every time he makes a shot, the power born from the fusion of vitality, armed color, and Uranus ability turns into the most terrifying impact, repelling the incoming golden flames. The two fought farther and farther away, but the movement did not decrease at all, and even intensified. During their battle, the red Earth continent collapsed inch by inch, and the terrifying aftermath flooded the seas from all over the world. The aftermath swept away, and even the windless zone was full of strong winds. Mrs. Xiaoli, who was far away on Fishman Island, looked at this scene with lowered eyes. Is it the scene that was prophesied? With a sound of boom, Yunyi sent Im flying with a sword, and hit the red soil continent below. Im's whole body sank directly, and the red soil continent in that area collapsed directly, and large chunks of rock fell to the surface of the sea. Set off a tsunami? But the next moment, Im's figure rushed out again, and the terrifying momentum caused the already messy red soil continent to collapse again, and he came to the midair like a teleportation. The sky was cloudy, the aurora and thunder intertwined, heading towards the cloudy night blast. Are you only at this level? Yunya swept out with a light sword, and the slash of thousands of meters directly chopped everything into pieces. The slash only paused for a moment, and then continued to kill Im. When he didn't react, cut him in half. I have to admit that you are very strong, Patino Yunyi, but such an attack cannot kill me. Im, who was cut in half, folded into one body again under the blessing of some kind of power, as if he was not injured. He punched out, the wind howled, the thunder raged, and the terrifying punch was accompanied by various visions. But it was easily broken by Yunya. The impact passed from both sides of him, and the red Earth continent on both sides collapsed. My life force is endless. Although your sunfire is powerful, it still can't kill me completely. My life force can resist that kind of destructive sunfire? Earthquake. I'm shot one after another, and various visions appeared. On the red Earth continent, a 1,000-meter-high hand protruded from the land. Under the cover of the armed color, the black hand slapped towards Yun Yi from the front and back. False flash. At the tip of the sword, a black ray of light emerged, smashing the big rocky hand in front of it, and slashing back with the sword. The big hand split into two halves. Extreme slash. Yun Yi raised his sword and slashed out, slashing through the afterimage in the air at such a fast speed. He slashed down with the sword with all his strength. The golden flames condensed a little, and the golden shattering slashed thousands of meters away, hitting him, pushed him into the sky, and then exploded like the sun. The sun illuminates everything around, and the high temperature directly evaporates the water vapor, and the temperature suddenly rises to an extreme. However, amidst the knowledge, Im's breath is not weak at all. Shattering false flash. The tip of the sword was on point, and a black and red light flashed, blasting into the little sun. Boom! The terrorist explosion destroyed everything, and a mushroom cloud slowly rose. Even people in the new world can clearly see it when they look up in this direction. The shock wave covered everything, the entire space was distorted and broken, and even the distorted space radiated out like ocean waves, and the whole world could see this phenomenon. It's useless. I'm immortal. I'm opened the green life shield, stepped on the air with his feet, and swooped down from a high altitude. The injuries left by Yun Yi's attack on his body were recovering quickly. Even though half of his head is gone, he is still alive and well. Thunder penalty, wind haze, low temperature, aurora, earth fire. With Im's loud shout, visions appeared in the surroundings, and turned into attacks again to attack Yun Yi from all sides. Yun Yi felt as if he was being targeted by the whole world. Countless attacks came out of nowhere and bombarded him. Hot hell. Yun Yi yelled, the flames all over his body boiled, and pillars of fire shot up to the sky centered on him. The scorching heat accompanied by boundless destructive power directly swung away the attacks that approached him, and he couldn't get close, and the pillar of fire enveloped him again, and the scorching heat began to burn his body, almost burning most of his body, but he recovered again the next moment. Yun Yi didn't attack again, but became thoughtful. Are you desperate? Patino Yun Yi, this is the fate of being an enemy of me. The power of the fruit of life is beyond your imagination. What's more, I have also fused Uranus to make my origin be stronger. If you burst out with such an attack from the beginning, I may not be able to resist your flame, and I will be completely burned out. But now, after my fusion with Uranus, the ability to revive the light on my body, I can show it to my heart's content. Moreover, the weakness of sea water is useless to me. Poseidon has the ability and is not afraid of sea water. The same is true for me who merged with Uranus. You are too arrogant, Patty Nyo Yun Yi. I'm grinned with a sneer. Before, his body had been cut off once, but through Uranus's ability to revive himself, as long as his soul is immortal, or there is still a drop of blood or a hair, he can be resurrected again. If he hadn't merged with Uranus before, then his vitality might not be able to withstand this kind of flame, but now it's different. His soul will not be destroyed, but will be revived again. This is the most unsolvable ability? Patino Yun Yi, you are too arrogant. Give him the opportunity and time to integrate Uranus? Hehe, it's indeed a troublesome ability. You won't die if your soul is not extinguished? I can feel that my flame can burn your soul, but the speed is not fast enough. Yun Yi pouted, who are you bluffing? It's not that you don't have perception. Has your soul been burned and you can't perceive it? It's just that the burning speed is not as fast as the recovery. Does the powerful perception come from the soul fruit's sensitivity to souls? Yes, your flame can indeed burn illusory souls. Im narrowed his eyes slightly, but he didn't expect to be discovered. But he didn't care. That kind of sunfire was indeed terrifying, but it wasn't enough to completely burn his soul in an instant, and he would be able to recover soon. You should be familiar with me, right? You should know that my ability can become stronger through liberation. Yun Yi looked at Im, showing a meaningful smile. Then, the surface sunfire, have you seen it? The core sunfire, have you seen it? This move, I used it when I killed the red dog. As Yun Yi's voice fell, Im's pupils suddenly shrank. The remnant fire Tadeo, is it the ability that Yuan used when he killed the red dog? Isn't this kind of flame his full power now? Impossible, you must be lying to me. The current flame is already stronger than the flame you released in the Navy headquarters, and it can't be stronger. M's eyes showed panic. Desperate, he blasted towards Yun Yi to attack. This time, it was the remnant fire sword with a proficiency of 100, which was completely different from the ones he had used before. This is a power that can truly destroy the world. As long as it is used long enough, the sea water in this ocean world will probably be evaporated by the high temperature. This is also the first time Yun Yi has used it in actual combat. It was only tested once on an uninhabited island before. After being liberated for a moment, that island disappeared from the world directly. Together with the sea water in the nearby sea area, it also fell out of thin air. Great cut. Yun Yi held some scorched silver fibers. If he hadn't controlled them, the silver fibers would have been completely evaporated at this time, even if he was covered by his own armed color. Nothing in this world can survive at such a temperature. Can keep it? Im's attack, when it was close to Yun Yi's body, was like butter meeting a flame, and it vaporized and disappeared instantly. The scorching temperature spread from Yun Yi's body, the cloudy sky suddenly dissipated, and there was no water vapor left. The whole world began to dry up, and the sea water below 10,000 meters also began to boil, and the water level dropped a lot. This is the power that can destroy the world. As long as I think about it, the whole world will be destroyed by me, and there will be no life left. It's over. You are the first person who let me use this ability. You are enough so proud. Yunya looked indifferent, and slashed down with his sword lightly. No, I won't die. I'm the god of this world. I'm the only one. Seemed to have sensed something extremely terrifying, and various abilities on his body began to explode, trying to resist Xia Yunyi's attack. Silently, as Yunya slashed down with his sword, there was no fluctuation, just a light stroke of the sword. Everything in front of them disappeared without a sound. Anything that was material, even a space without material, would be wiped out and disappear with this sword. The dark void was exposed. Along a straight line, everything disappeared, dissipating all the strength in his body. Yunya looked indifferent, and as soon as the remaining fire sword was released, everything was wiped out. This scene made everyone who saw it lose their minds and could not speak for a long time. This is no longer a power that humans can possess, but a god. A real god. At the end of 1521 in the lunar calendar, the war between Petino Yunyi and the world government was completely declared over, and the winner, Petino Yunyi, the 5 old stars, CP0, and anyone closely related to the world government were wiped out. Facing Petino Yunyi, they could not resist at all and were easily killed. At this point, the war is completely over. This incident shocked countless people, but the most shocking thing is that since the Quincy and Yuan are the same person, after the world government was destroyed, the entire first half was also in turmoil, but it was quickly restored under the order of the Navy. And in the new world, under Petino Yunyi's suppression, there were no excessive disturbances, and everything seemed like nothing happened. It's just that everyone knows that the sky in this world has changed. The world government that has ruled the world for hundreds of years has been destroyed. There is a person standing on the sky of this world. At the beginning of 1522 in the lunar calendar of the sea, Moon Knight Island, the headquarters of Wangsu Hall, Yunya sat on the tallest mountain, overlooking the sea in front of him, wondering what he was thinking about. After the destruction of the world government, Yunya ignored other things in the past few months, and returned to his own territory, back to his previous life on Moon Knight Island. He didn't want to talk about how the world situation would develop after the world government was destroyed, and let the people in the Navy and the Revolutionary Army figure it out by themselves. It is worth mentioning that during this year, the elephant owner of the mobile island appeared, and the historical text of the road sign on it was also discovered. In order to compete for this red historical text, a war broke out. In the end, it was obtained by Yandy Ace. In the same year, Yandy Ace and Straw Hat Luffy successively obtained 4 historical texts of road signs, found the location of the final island, arrived in Ralph Drew successively, and fulfilled their dreams. For more than a year, the development of Wangsu Palace has been getting better and better, and Yunyi hardly needs to do anything by himself. Anyway, he didn't care much about the development of Wangsu Palace before, and it was all managed by Mr. AI Lean. Although he destroyed the world government, life is still the same as before. There is no big difference. Now there is no one who does not have good eyesight to provoke Wangsu Palace. Brother Yunyi, I'll give you something delicious. At this moment, Xiao ran over and hugged Yunyi's arm, happily handing him a piece of pastry. Yunya touched her hair with a smile, opened his mouth to eat the pastry, and commented, "It's not bad. Hee, this is a special cake made by the giants. It took me a lot of effort to get it from those giants. I even fought with their prince. Of course, I won in the end." Xiao is still the same as before. She likes to cling to him, and Yunyi doesn't hate this feeling either. "Okay, I still have something to do. You go back first." Yunya patted her little head and laughed. "Okay, I'm done eating. See you later, brother Yunyi." Xiao picked up a piece of pastry again and handed it to Yunyi's mouth. After watching Yunyi eat it, she left with a smile on her face. After Xiao left, Yunya sank into the system. Host, Yunya. Achievement points, 666. Cut, swordsmanship, proficiency 100. Zanpakuto, Zainyu, proficiency 100. Ice wheel pill, proficiency 100. Flowing blade if fire, 100. Fist, white fighting, proficiency 100. Elementary style of fighting, proficiency 100. Walk, shunpo, proficiency 100. Ghost, the 4th of the Broken Way Baile, proficiency 100. The 33 of the Broken Way Kanghuo Pendant, proficiency 100. The 63 of the Broken Way Thunder Roar, proficiency 100. The Broken Way 90 of the Way Black Coffin, proficiency 100. 99 of Breaking the Way 5 Dragons Turning Off, proficiency 100. 30 of the Way of Binding Mouth Flashing 3 times, proficiency 100. 60 of the Way of Binding 3. 6 sticks of light prison, proficiency 100, 81 of binding Tao, breaking the space, proficiency 100, returning way, rejuvenation of dead trees, proficiency 100. Special category, instant coaxing, proficiency 100, skeletal clone, 0/3, virtual flash, proficiency 100, virtual mask, 3/3, black cavity, 4/4, soul fruit. After killing Yunya got the title of Lord of the World. The title of Lord of the World allowed Yunya to fully utilize all existing skill proficiencies, as well as obtain the 2 items of Black Chamber and Skeleton Clone. Through the introduction, the Black Cavity is an item that can break through the boundaries of the world and lead to other unknown worlds. As for the clone of Yuku, under the use of Full Point, and the obtained clone of Yuku again, Yunyi has the right to use 2 more Y-skill beads. After using it, Yunyi now has a total of 3 skeletal avatars. Looking at his system panel, looking at the bead floating in his mind that seemed to contain a galaxy, Yunya touched his chin. What the hell are you? But, I will find out everything. With a thought, Yunya used the black cavity 3 times, and with a buzz sound, 3 dark and deep holes suddenly appeared in front of him, as if they could swallow everything, like cracks in the mouth of a demon. In order to be on the safe side, let Yihai's avatar explore the way first. After that, Yunya laughed, grabbed 3 beads, and threw them into the 3 dark cracks. Watching the dark cracks slowly close, Yunya showed a faint smile. Other worlds really make me curious. The anime world, the film and television world, or something else. Where can I go in the end? However, my footsteps will not stop. My goal is the Sea of Stars. Tony Stark, anyone who's seen Marvel movies or comics, knows that his real identity is Iron Man. Why mention real identity? The reason is that the comics are different from the movies. In the movie, Tony exposed his identity, but in the comics, he did not reveal that he was a superhero, but concealed it with an unwarranted bodyguard. This Tony Stark is not someone with the same name and surname. Since Liu Yuan has the same ability as Superman, it naturally includes super hearing and supervision. And at his current level, super hearing can spread to every corner of the entire universe, and if he wants to, he can even receive the sound of the entire universe. Supervision can also see any corner of the universe. So he'd already seen where Tony was, somewhere in the desert on Earth, probably a desert. Liu Yuan saw Tony's figure. He was still just an arms dealer, selling his company's weapons. Liu Yuan is familiar with this scene. Isn't it the plot of Iron Man 1? If this happens, something will happen soon, right? Liu Yuan knew what was going to happen next, and after thinking about it, he flew lightly from the surface of the sun. He was worried that if he used a little strength, he might destroy the sun. So be as light as possible. Fly away from the sun's atmosphere first, then Liu Yuan will speed up and fly to the Earth. The distance between the Earth and the sun, measured at the speed of light, is about 8 minutes at the speed of light. Although the speed of light is the speed, the light year is the length. 1 light year is the distance traveled by the speed of light for 1 year, so the speed of light in 8 minutes can also be regarded as the length of the distance. This means that it takes 8 minutes for the speed of light to travel from the sun to the Earth. But Liu Yuan only felt a trance. He had come to the outside of the Earth's atmosphere. It originally took 8 minutes to complete the distance at the speed of light, but he only used an instant in absolute sense to complete it. Such a speed can no longer be measured, unless he uses the fastest speed to fly again to the furthest distance in the universe. It's hard to measure such a close distance. The current Liu Yuan is actually more than the golden Superman of the 5th dimension, so not only can he manipulate time, space, soul, real matter, etc., but he is almost omniscient and omnipotent, and there is no upper limit of speed. Can appear anywhere at any time. And in the future, there will be an infinite variety of powerful abilities. After all, Silver Superman already has countless abilities, and he is even troubled by the newly acquired ability every day. Boom. At this moment, a loud roar caught Liu Yuan's attention. I saw chaos on the ground below. It was Tony who was escorted away by a country's military when he was trapped and their convoy was attacked. Seeing this scene, Liu Yuan rushed down without hesitation, and instantly crossed the atmosphere and came directly to the ground. Boom. When Liu Yuan landed, it caused an even more terrifying roar. The huge body was even more terrifying than the armored car, and he blocked the armored car that Tony was riding with his body. Tony and his group in the car behind them were already stunned, staring at the tall figure stupidly. But the chaos continued, and countless people suddenly appeared around. They were armed with weapons, and there was a siege against the convoy. Liu Yuan was also unambiguous. 2 golden rays of light emerged from his huge and terrifying eyes, and he violently released Heat Ray. Then he locked everyone's position, turned around quickly in place, and took all the sights. The enemy that arrived was wiped out. Even a mountain in the distance was accidentally cut off by him and collapsed. The scene was suddenly quiet. Liu Yuan put away the heat ray and clapped his hands as if he was knocking out the dust. However, there is really no dust on his body. The pure gold body seems to be surrounded by some special position, and even the surrounding dust cannot be contaminated. Turning around and in front of the armored car, Liu Yuan was 5 meters taller than the car. He grabbed the door handle and tugged. Crack. The whole door was pulled down by him. Liu Yuan scratched his head with the other hand, but still couldn't control his strength. Inside the car, Tony and the 3 soldiers who were in charge of protecting him all looked at Liu Yuan with a demented expression, watching him just scratching his head, but there was a scene of sparks flying between his hands and his skin, and they were just horrified. Devil, he's a devil, a soldier cried out, rushing out of the car, rushing forward without thinking. However, he forgot that this was a trap zone. There was originally a car leading the way, but it was blown away by a mine. Now he is running around so blindly that he accidentally stepped on a landmine. Boom. In an instant, huge amounts of shock erupted around him again. However, the soldier did not die, because Liu Yuan rescued him in time at the moment when the mine detonated. Throwing it into the car, Liu Yuan said angrily, "Don't run around. How many mines are buried around? You just want to die? Also, I'm not a devil, my name is Liu Yuan. I'm just an alien. That's it." He wanted to say that he was from the Earth, but it didn't look like an Earth person anyway. What's more, he did become a Kryptonian after crossing into the DC world. There is nothing to admit. Alien. Several people in the car looked at each other. Especially Tony, whose eyes suddenly lit up, looked at Yuan with interest. There really are aliens. Even a smart person like Tony was the first to get solid evidence that aliens really exist. Yuan rolled his eyes and snorted softly. The universe is so vast, people on Earth haven't even been out of the Milky Way, and you haven't even finished exploring the moon. Do you think that only the Earth has life? This is true. Earth's technology is still far from being able to explore space, and it can't even go out of the solar system. The spacecraft carrying humans to space is at most the moon landing. But this is far from enough. Our understanding of space is too limited. So the mysteries of space have yet to be proven. Everything is possible. Since you're an alien, what's your purpose in coming to Earth? And although you helped us, what purpose must you have? Tony is indeed one of the smartest people on Earth, and this is true approved by many people. So he was the first to calm down, and immediately threw a lot of questions to Yuan. Yuan nodded and agreed. If you have to say it, it's not without it. You can think so. My planet and civilization have been destroyed. At least there is no Krypton in the Marvel universe, and I am an alien refugee who ended up on Earth. It happened that I noticed the situation here, and I also heard about your name, Tony. How? I rescued you once, so you can help me arrange an identity. Wow, your English is so good. Is now the time to say this? Yuan shrugged. Don't look at me like this, but I'm very smart. I have the super learning ability, and I can learn any language after hearing it once. Okay, deal, but you have to promise to send me back safely. No problem. So Yuan came to the Earth of the Marvel Universe and had an intersection with Tony. No wonder the people in the car were afraid of Yuan, it was because his appearance couldn't be complimented. That ferocious appearance, even if Yuan didn't deliberately scare people, it would be hideous enough. That's why they are considered demons. Yuan himself knows that his external image is not good, but what can he do? Can he still make himself return to human appearance? Just as he was thinking about it, he felt a sudden change in his body. Huge amounts of body began to shrink slowly, 5 meters tall, turned into 1 meter 9 in a blink of an eye. And the figure has also shrunk down, although still retains a strong muscle, but it is no longer exaggerated. Especially appearance. Yuan was originally covered with a terrifying layer of bone armor, especially with sharp spikes on the edges, which were terrifying weapons that even Superman's body of steel could easily cut open. It is also a powerful armor that even Superman cannot easily break. Now it's all gone. There are also skin and appearance. Yuan's body is undergoing tremendous changes, from a monster to a human. Yuan himself was stunned, and saw his new appearance through the mirror of the armored vehicle. He has short black hair, a handsome appearance with distinct facial features, black eyes, and yellow skin. Isn't that what he looked like? Since becoming the Day of Doom, Yuan thought that he would never see this face again, but he didn't expect that there would be a day of recovery. Has he stopped being Doomsday and returned as Superman? No, Yuan knew very well that he was still Doomsday, it was just an external change. To put it bluntly, it is because he already has the power and realm of a fifth-dimensional person, and he has changed what he thinks in his heart, but the external image has become like this. But inside has not changed, he is still him. This scene stunned Tony and the 3 soldiers in the car. Wait a minute, put on your pants first. Tony glanced at Yuan's lower body with envy and hatred. Before Yuan was Doomsday, with Doomsday's huge body, how could he have suitable clothes? And he has stayed in the core of the sun for 100,000 years, and he can't bear any clothes. The main thing is that it is covered with armor, and it is nothing without clothes. But it's different now. Tony took off his suit jacket and threw it out. Yuan took it and wrapped his hands around his waist, just to cover his body. Yuan now seems to be no different from ordinary people, but the people in the car have seen the process of his transformation with their own eyes. Knowing that he is not an ordinary person, they looked at each other and didn't know what to do next. Even Tony asked Yuan, then what should I do next? Yuan raised his head, heard something in his ears, and said, someone is here again. It seems that Mr. Tony is very attractive. Tony looked around and said he liked it this way, then he would rather not. At this moment, a group of people suddenly appeared around, and they rushed towards the armored vehicle in full armor. One of them even held an RPG and fired a rocket. RPG. The soldiers in the car still had enough fighting literacy, and Roar was shocked to make an evasive action. As a result, Yuan took the initiative to meet him, floated and flew, blocked in front of the armored vehicle, raised his hand and grabbed the rocket. Since he caught, not blocked, the rocket didn't get hit and didn't explode in the first place. Both parties were dumbfounded by this scene. Immediately afterwards, he saw Yuan grabbing the rocket, throwing his hand and hurling it out the same way again. The opposite side suddenly let out a startled roar. Especially the guy with the RPG launcher, was about to run away, but the rockets had come back. Boom. A cloud of smoke rose, and the man was gone. This is too terrifying. The speed of the rocket thrown by Yuan is actually faster than the speed of the rocket launched by the RPG. The people looked at each other. Shoot him, kill him, the guy in the lead shouted, and took the lead in grabbing the rifle and pulling the trigger. There was a sound of gunfire all around. All the guns were aimed at Yuan, who was flying in the air. The bullets were like a rain curtain, forming a hail of bullets to surround Yuan. In the end, Lu Yuan still didn't care, and flew there with his arms folded, letting the bullets lean on him. Just listening to the ding ding ding, countless bullets fell on Lu Yuan and made a crisp sound, and because there was gunpowder in the bullets, there were countless brilliant fireworks. But until everyone emptied a shuttle of bullets, they found that Lu Yuan was still flying there intact. Can't say it hasn't changed at all. His clothes, the jacket Tony gave him is shattered, and he's not wearing an inch again. Lu Yuan frowned slightly. The 3 soldiers in the car were actually a female soldier in charge of driving. It's my turn to shoot. Lu Yuan waited until everyone had fired their bullets before preparing to fight back. He did it on purpose, not to mention that he is now immortal and immortal. Even if he has not stayed in the core of the sun for 100,000 years, only with the power of Superman he has obtained, and the body of steel of Superman, there is no way that bullets can do anything. That's why Lu Yuan deliberately flew there as a target, and only then did he prepare to fight back. Flying in the air, Lu Yuan's eyes slowly lit up, and suddenly 2 golden rays of light suddenly shot out, like laser eyes, his unique golden heat ray. Heat ray is one of the most classic skills of the Superman family. As long as it is a Kryptonian and has the power of Superman, it can be used. But only Lu Yuan's heat ray is gold in color. He was also red before. Almost all heat ray are red. Maybe it's because of being in the sun for 100,000 years? Heat ray has at least the speed of light, and no one can escape. As Lu Yuan locked everyone, one after another, more terrifying heat rays than lasers, easily cut those people. In the end, even the soldiers behind him and Tony couldn't bear to watch. The female soldier turned her head and started retching. Lu Yuan didn't take it seriously. It was them who started the attack first, and he deliberately let them fight back after they had finished their attack. What's more, the guys behind them, strictly speaking, are not actually in their own country. What little white flowers are you wearing? Going to someone else's house and messing around, and now pretending to be? Lu Yuan didn't bother to talk about them, and he couldn't talk about some things, not even mention them. This is not Lu Yuan's relationship, but the author's relationship. Alright. Lu Yuan solved everyone in an instant, but when he solved the last one, he put away the heat ray and flew over himself. He needs clothes, at least one that can cover his body. So he stripped the man's shirt and trousers, and then threw him a few hundred meters away. Before he landed, he turned into a flame in midair and was burned to death because of the speed. This is a flame phenomenon caused by air friction. It's a trap, a net for Tony. However, with Lu Yuan's aggressive intrusion, 2 groups of enemies were eliminated one after another, and the surroundings suddenly became quiet. When Lu Yuan put on a pair of trousers and clothes, and flew back from the front without even wearing shoes, Tony and the others were much more honest than before. Seeing him indestructible with rockets in his hands, lasers in his eyes, and knowing that if he was the enemy, everyone present would die. Not to mention resisting or escaping, you can't escape, and you can't fight. The only hope now is that Lu Yuan is not hostile. It is better to be honest. What do I do now? Tony asked Lu Yuan. You said there are landmines buried around. Do you want to go back the same way? Don't be so troublesome. Lu Yuan shook his head and walked straight to the side of the armored vehicle. Several people in the car looked at him, not knowing what he was going to do. As a result, he saw that Lu Yuan took the copy, and even held up the armored vehicle. What are you going to do? Roar was shocked in the car. Lu Yuan didn't say a word, just held the armored vehicle with both hands and flew up like nothing. It turned out that he took the armored vehicle in this way and flew directly over this minefield of traps. There is no more reliable way than this, but not everyone can do it. For Lu Yuan, a mere armored vehicle is nothing at all, and he can support the plane. And the Superman family is not only powerful, but also biological. To put it simply, if you are just too strong, you cannot lift the plane. It will be like a nail stabbing tofu. When there is only one point of force, the plane will only be cut into 2 sections. But the existence of the biological stand allows Superman to spread the power over the whole of the plane, so that won't happen, but the whole plane can be held up. Now Lu Yuan is also in the same situation, which is equivalent to turning the entire armored vehicle in his hand into a hole and holding it in his hand. Otherwise the weight of the armored vehicle itself will make the place he grabs unbearable. This is why Superman can fly with others, and the biological stance will protect the people in his hands, otherwise Lois would have died many times. In this way, Lu Yuan easily supported the armored car, and in such an exaggerated way led Tony and the others across the minefield trap. In fact, he can use perspective to find out where those traps are. After all, the world doesn't know that Superman's perspective can't see through lead. But that is not necessary. Since this road is the route of a certain country's army, it is not necessary. On the other route, Lu Yuan put down the car, which was already a safe area. Lu Yuan knocked on the car window. Go on. The people in the car looked at each other. The female soldier acting as the driver said subconsciously, you fly faster. For Lu Yuan, the weight of the armored car is nothing at all, so naturally it cannot affect his flight speed, and the flight speed must be faster than the car's speed. But Lu Yuan said with a smile, then why do you need a car? The car is the means of transportation. He is not. It's as if he can hold the plane, but he can't just rely on him to hold the plane. Flight, why is the plane coming? Besides, Lu Yuan had already noticed. There is a team of convoys coming here not far ahead. They should have sensed the previous battle and came to greet you. So I can't be too exaggerated. It turned out that Lu Yuan had noticed in advance. A convoy was coming quickly. To be honest, the soldiers in the car are not important, but Tony is very important, and the military boss can't let him lose. This guy is one of the smartest people on Earth. He designs weapons that can either fully arm an army or make a country a fortune. History Stark Industries stocks are among the top in a certain country, and almost all employees have bought more or less stocks. So the military bosses responded quickly. Sure enough, the car continued to drive forward for a while, and a convoy came across, which was here to meet and rescue Tony. Tony, are you okay? A black man in a military uniform rushed over and asked Tony's safety with concern. His name is James Rhodes, and he is also a famous Colonel Rhodes. He is famous because he is not only one of Tony's few trusted friends, but also once put on the Iron Man armor. It's just that Rhodes is a soldier, so his armor is not Iron Man, but a so-called Patriot, definitely also called War Machine. In fact, it is called War Machine, but it has been painted with special colors for a period of time, so it is also called Iron Patriot. You know, like Captain America's shield. Colonel Rhodes is now Tony's military advisor, dealing exclusively with Stark Industries' partnership with the military. It can tell Tony what to do and what not to do at any time, and even monitor whether he sells weapons to the enemy. Although a certain country would do the same, it was unwilling to let a businessman be so blatant. After all, he had to ask for a Tory. Definitely, the relationship between Colonel Rhodes and Tony still has nothing to say. Tony was also excited to hug Colonel Rhodes. For him, the previous experience can be said to be a near-death experience. The fact is also true, if there is no Lu Yuan, we all know what will happen next. Tony would be nearly killed by a bomb in his house, shrapnel would get into the bloodstream to the heart, and would have to do that surgery and use an arc reactor to protect the heart. Then he will be captured and locked up by the bad guys, and he has to make the first generation of Mark armor, which is the Mark I Iron Tank armor, to escape. Then there's the Iron Man plot. I don't know whether Lu Yuan's intrusion is a good thing or a bad thing. Tony is saved, and he will no longer face threats to his life, nor will he stay in that cave for nearly 3 months to gain a psychological growth, even the most. The classic hammering sound is gone too. With a chain reaction, maybe the entire Marvel universe will change from this moment on. For all this, Lu Yuan didn't care at all. Who is he? Suddenly, the people around turned their attention to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was wearing the clothes of the previous enemy, and he was still a strange face, which would definitely arouse vigilance and hostility. Wait a minute, he is the one who saved us. Tony quickly stood up and assured Lu Yuan. But others were still vigilant, because they were worried that Lu Yuan might be a spy, and this incident was to break him into a certain country. However, only Tony and the other 3 soldiers know, really not, because Lu Yuan's identity is very special. He is not from the Earth, he does not belong to any force, he is an alien. So how could it be a spy? Anyway, I will vouch for his identity. If something goes wrong, just find me directly. According to the previous agreement, Tony did not hesitate to vouch for Lu Yuan. In fact, the most important thing is that Tony is worried that once a battle occurs here, with Lu Yuan's strength, I am afraid that everyone present will die. Tony is a smart person, and it's easy to be a smart person. He has seen Lu Yuan's power. Although he knows that he is an alien, he doesn't dare to speak out casually. The reason is also very simple, he was afraid that Lu Yuan would kill someone to kill him. There were only a few people present, and it wasn't enough for him to slap a laser. A mountain was cut in the middle before, does he dare? Therefore, Tony not only dared not speak out, but also abides by the agreement and personally guarantees Lu Yuan. With Tony's identity and status, he said so, and others could only believe it and put away their weapons. In this way, Lu Yuan was considered temporary, and he got an identity. He successfully joined the team as the one who saved Tony. Immediately after the convoy escorted Tony, Colonel Rhodes took Tony and Lu Yuan to his car, an intact armored car, and turned the front of the car to prepare to go back. They had a private jet at the nearby military stronghold, Tony's private jet, and that bastard really can't run out of money, if nothing else. Tony's family property can be said to be one of the richest in the entire American comic circle, and only a few people can surpass him, such as Batman and King Black Panther. Black Panther still relies on Wakanda's abundance of vibranium, actually brought about by meteorite drops, to surpass Tony, but if Tony is willing to sell the Iron Man battlesuit, it will not be comparable. Any Iron Man battlesuit, I believe any country is willing to buy it at a sky-high price. It's just that he certainly won't sell it. There were no accidents along the way, and it seemed that the previous trap was the only attack. Back at that base and boarding Tony's private jet, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the plane takes off and returns to the territory of a certain country, there is no need to worry anymore. It is not yet possible for the enemy to break through the defenses of a country, no matter who they are. Tony, who are those people? Colonel Rhodes also asked Tony, wondering if he knew who the attacker was. How can Tony know? Looking at their clothes, it should be the nearby armed forces. But why did they attack you? Colonel Rhodes definitely knew that those people were the armed forces here, but why did they specifically attack Tony? Colonel Rhodes glanced at Lu Yuan with a vague look in his eyes. It seems that he has always suspected Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan smiled. Tony looked helpless. He believed in Lu Yuan because he knew Lu Yuan's secret. But he couldn't say it, couldn't convince Colonel Rhodes to believe Lu Yuan. It's better to keep things simple. It is well known that Tony is a genius in weapons, and the weapons he designed are maddeningly lethal. So maybe those people wanted to capture him as a weapon, Lu Yuan said casually. Colonel Rhodes looked at Tony and saw that he never said anything about Lu Yuan, so he could only give up. He really hoped that Tony could tell who Lu Yuan was. If Lu Yuan was a spy, he would definitely draw his gun immediately. But how did Colonel Rhodes know that Tony was not protecting Lu Yuan? On the contrary, he was protecting Colonel Rhodes. Your broken pistol is useless. Tony watched Lu Yuan grab the missile with his own eyes, and was surrounded by rifles without any damage. So don't make trouble. If Lu Yuan was really an enemy, and it wasn't so troublesome, everyone present would have to die. Okay, let's get the plane off. I'm going back for cheeseburgers, Tony urged. Having suddenly encountered such an experience, Tony also has a feeling of being a human being after the catastrophe, and cheeseburger is his favorite food, and he wants to go back and have a big meal. Colonel Rhodes had no choice but to follow Tony's instructions and let the plane take off. Although this is Tony's private jet, it is the military's stronghold, so he still needs to communicate. That's what Colonel Rhodes is all about. The private jet started slowly from the runway, and finally flew into the sky, heading for a certain country. All the way without words, the plane finally came to the tarmac in New York. Halfway through, Tony had changed into a new, decent suit. Including Lu Yuan also changed into a black suit. This is Tony's private jet, not for passengers, but for him alone. Not to mention the luxurious seats, there is even a bar, even a dance floor, drinks, all kinds of food, and all kinds of clothes. And those clothes are not only for him, but also for the flight attendants. You know, in the past, Lu Yuan would definitely scold a rich man who was evil. But now he doesn't feel anything at all. He once fought to a high position on Krypton, and even has an exclusive army of 100,000 people. He is also a big boss. As far as the technology of the Earth today is concerned, he really does not take it seriously, because the Krypton planet 100,000 years ago has far exceeded the current level of the Earth. There is only one thing to say, the food of the Earth is still remarkable. So Lu Yuan was on the road before and almost ate up the food reserves prepared on Tony's plane. It terrified both Tony and Colonel Rhodes. It's just that Colonel Rhodes is worried that Lu Yuan's support will be broken, and Tony is worried that if he is not full, will he eat the people on the plane? Tony had seen the image of Lu Yuan at the beginning, and he was an alien monster that didn't belong to the Earth. He always thought that Lu Yuan changed into this because he saw the appearance of the people on Earth, but he didn't know that Lu Yuan's appearance before was the same as the people on Earth, and the appearance of Kryptonians was not much different from the people on Earth. So this is Lu Yuan's true appearance. He used to look like this. Well, the plane finally went smoothly and returned to a certain country safely. The cabin door opened, and Tony unexpectedly saw that besides Happy, the driver and bodyguard, waiting for him, his pretty and beautiful female assistant was also there. Potts, also known as Small Peppers. Tony, Little Pepper greeted Tony the first time he saw him, and asked with concern, "How is it? Are you injured? Do you want to go to the hospital for a check?" Tony felt warm in his heart, and subconsciously stretched out his hand to hold the hand that Little Pepper was checking on his body, and said with a smile, "I am blessed with a great life, and I have no injuries at all, but if you continue to touch like this, there is a danger of your heartbeat speeding up." Little Pepper blushed, and quickly broke free. But Tony didn't notice, there was a dangerous look behind him. It was Lu Yuan's. He stared at Tony's heart, thinking, do you want to cut a hole for him? Otherwise, will Iron Man be born? Because of Lu Yuan's influence, although Tony was still attacked, it didn't attract much attention. After all, he didn't disappear suddenly for 3 months. So the news of their return is still a secret, and no one pays attention. On the way, Tony really bought 2 cheeseburgers, and had to pay for Lu Yuan 10 burgers, a few fries and fried chicken, and then he was ready to go home. Tony's home is located by the sea. It is a large villa built on the edge of a cliff near the sea. Not to mention anything else in this house, the built-in high-tech is enough to make people speechless, even a smart housekeeper. It's definitely nothing with Tony's financial resources, and he developed a lot of high-tech himself, including the smart housekeeper JARVIS. When Tony returned home, he sent Chili and Happy away, leaving only him and Lu Yuan sitting on both sides of a table, with some cheeseburgers bought on the road and a lot of junk food in front of each other. "Do you have anything to say?" Lu Yuan said without raising his head while nibbling on a cheeseburger. Tony had deliberately set people apart, leaving the 2 of them, obviously with something to say. Tony didn't detour, looked at Lu Yuan across from him seriously, and said, "I want to apply for you." "Oh." Lu Yuan put down the things in his hand and swallowed the food in his mouth, looking at Tony with a half smile. Tony shrugged and continued generously, "I have seen your strength, and your strength is far from a Superman weapon. If I can hire you to protect me, I don't have to worry about my safety, even if I encounter you again. Like this incident, you can protect me too. But why should I be your bodyguard?" Lu Yuan asked. Now that he has a guaranteed identity, he can find another job. "It's definitely for your identity. Although I have vouched for you, your suspicion will remain for a while, and there will always be people watching you secretly. Even your identity may have been exposed," Tony said. He was right, there were 3 other soldiers who knew Lu Yuan's origin, and they might not help Lu Yuan keep secrets. "Working for me can make you safer and save you a lot of trouble, and the most important thing is that I can give you a satisfactory salary." Tony finally used his trump card. Lu Yuan smiled, "Doing the work for you also includes helping you complete some experiments?" For example, I'm responsible for taking on the experimental body, so that you can do whatever you want on me to study about extraterrestrial things, even dig out what's in my head. Knowledge of alien technology. He is not stupid either. Tony put so much thought into applying for Lu Yuan, apart from the reasons he said. He had no idea of wanting to approach the alien technology mastered by Lu Yuan. There might even be a lot of interest in Lu Yuan originally, right? After all, Tony is also a scientist after all. Now that he has seen the existence of aliens, how can he not be interested? Tony's expression was a little embarrassed, if you will. No problem, Lu Yuan suddenly agreed. Tony was surprised instead. You really agreed? Lu Yuan shrugged. Why not? He didn't really have a place to stay when he first arrived. What's more, because of his influence, Tony's original experience has been changed, which makes Iron Man's story full of uncertainties. And what if Lu Yuan was used to guide Tony to develop Mark's armor? He deliberately pretended that it was alien technology to guide Tony to develop the Iron Man battlesuit. Anyway, Lu Yuan didn't need that thing, but Tony could reproduce the Iron Man plot, right? And given Tony's net worth, he would definitely not treat Lu Yuan badly. In one sentence, he gave too much. It's definitely a good thing for Tony. One is that he can tie Lu Yuan to his side, but he doesn't dare to let this terrifying alien go out and run around, otherwise it might cause some trouble. On the other hand, the two sides have reached an agreement, at least in this way, Lu Yuan is no longer his enemy, and he can feel more at ease. Such a terrifying alien, who can sleep without knowing whether he is an enemy or a friend. In fact, it can be known from the experience of Superman. When a person who can punch the earth at any time is still an alien out of control, it is very scary. Because you don't know when he's going to get out of control, and he's totally out of control. Earth's weapons are completely useless to Superman. Even using nuclear bombs is meaningless, especially Lu Yuan. The nuclear elements he has come into contact with on the sun far exceed any nuclear weapons on Earth. So Tony thought a lot along the way, and in the end he thought that he must not let Lu Yuan leave easily. That's why this scene of dialogue came about. He wanted to keep Lu Yuan by his side, and no matter what the reason was, he had to fight for this opportunity. I thought Lu Yuan would not agree. After all, he was serving as a bodyguard for others, like a little brother. But Lu Yuan agreed. Why not? You take care of the food, give money, eat, drink and laser, and you are responsible for everything. I will protect your safety, and give you a little technology that will not be too much. Guidance, isn't this a win-win deal? Tony opened his mouth wide. What? Besides giving money, do you have to take care of meals? Still have to be responsible for all the food, drink, and Lazarus? Big brother, are you acting as my bodyguard or am I being your nanny? Even Lu Yuan stood up and looked down at the floor under his feet. Just when Tony didn't know what he was doing, he heard Lu Yuan say casually, "And the good car in your garage, can I drive it too?" Tony raised his hand and slapped it on the forehead, only to think that he had led a wolf into the room. Wait a minute, how did you know there was a good car in my garage? Tony suddenly awakening came over and looked at Lu Yuan in disbelief. Lu Yuan didn't hide it, shrugged and said, "Didn't I say it? I have a perspective, otherwise how did you think I discovered the minefield before?" Tony subconsciously folded his arms and shielded his body, looking at Lu Yuan with a wary expression. Lu Yuan found it funny. Even if I want to see it, I'll see that Miss Potts, Little Pepper, I really have no interest in you. And I have to state that my perspective is like an X-ray. It doesn't mean that I can do whatever I want. See-through clothes according to your own ideas. If I use see-through on humans, I can only see your bones and blood vessels. To put it bluntly, you can't see the skin on the surface, only the bones and flesh and blood come into view. The picture is not too beautiful. Tony was relieved. But how does he know that Lu Yuan has actually reached the high dimension of the fifth dimension, and even the ceiling of the fifth dimension? If he wants, he can adjust his ability at any time. For example, the perspective function, you can really perform perspective at will, and even the weakness of lead can be avoided. It's just that Lu Yuan hasn't fully grasped the power of himself that he is now after sleeping for 100,000 years. Because he only woke up today after all. That's it. Tony raised his hand and stretched out in front of Lu Yuan. From today onwards, you will be my exclusive bodyguard. Lu Yuan and Tony shook hands. No problem. Happy cooperation. In this way, Lu Yuan and Tony reached an agreement and temporarily became Tony's bodyguard. Tony is very smart. He took advantage of Lu Yuan's lack of a foothold and a place to stay, and reached an agreement with Lu Yuan in one fell swoop, trying to turn Lu Yuan into his bodyguard. Now he only values Lu Yuan's power and possible alien high-tech. But later he will understand how wise the choice made today. Even the origin story of Iron Man will be related to Lu Yuan. After all, the origin of the original Iron Man has been completely mixed up by him. Originally, Tony will be captured by the previous group and locked up for 3 months, and then he will study the first generation of Mark armor to escape. Now there is no chance to play. And because Tony was a near miss, he didn't suffer the slightest injury, so naturally he didn't attract any attention. It was as if this matter had passed so peacefully. The next morning, Tony took Lu Yuan and drove himself to the Stark building. Lu Yuan was the bodyguard, but it was enough for Tony to be the driver. This work does. Originally, Lu Yuan definitely wanted to drive, but when Tony asked him that he didn't even have a driver's license, he had only one idea, and it would be strange if he dared to let him drive. Tony didn't want to be killed by bodyguards. When they came to the company, the two also met Happy. Happy squinted Lu Yuan, looking a little hostile. Maybe he already knew that Tony wanted to hire Lu Yuan as his bodyguard. Hey, what do you guys know? Happy asked provocatively. Before Tony could stop him, Lu Yuan had already reached out and put his hand on Happy's shoulder, turning his hand. Happy flew out. Before Lu Yuan came, Happy was both Tony's driver and his bodyguard, so he came to find fault, feeling that Lu Yuan threatened his status. Tony covered his face, his reaction was slow, his new bodyguard could even lift an armored car with ease, let alone a person. Happy, are you alright? Tony asked concerned. His relationship with Happy is more than just bosses and subordinates, and Happy is one of the few people he can trust. Happy felt a burst of pain. Roar, he was just an ordinary person, and he didn't even have any fighting ability at all. This fall was not light. Lu Yuan let out a sneer. If you don't have strength, don't provoke others. This is still light. If you are in an illegal place, you are already dead. What he said was true. Tony was very convinced that Lu Yuan could do what he said. This is an extremely dangerous guy, so he has to keep him by his side, otherwise if someone hires him to kill him in turn, who can stop him? Tony quickly helped Happy, let him go to rest, turned around and came to Lu Yuan. Dude, you also know that this is not an illegal place, so don't be so rude. And Happy is still my friend, remember you are my bodyguard. Tony couldn't help but get a little angry and glared at Lu Yuan. It's just that Tony was also a little guilty. He didn't know how Lu Yuan's reaction would be. Lu Yuan looked at Tony in silence, and finally sighed. Okay, you are the boss, you decide. But I'm hungry. Tony breathed a sigh of relief. It would be good for Lu Yuan to give him face, so he quickly agreed. I will take you to dinner when I do something. I really don't know who is working for whom. Am I your nanny? Even when he went out this morning, Tony had to prepare new clothes for Lu Yuan. Where does this make sense? Does he really want to take care of Lu Yuan's food, drink, lassa, clothing, shelter, and transportation? Lu Yuan held back his smile. In fact, he wasn't that unreasonable. Except for showing his hand a little when he was provoked by Happy, he was still very easy to get along with. After all, he is not an irrational monster. Even if it is Doomsday, he still retains his sanity. So he is an ordinary person, not the kind of monster who can't control himself. The Hulk can't compare. So Tony's worry was a bit unnecessary. If it wasn't for Happy to stop pestering him, he wouldn't have shot. But Tony was a little too careful, worried that Lu Yuan would turn into a monster at any time and go berserk. If a laser destroyed the Stark Industrial Building, it would be over. After comforting Happy, Tony took Lu Yuan to his exclusive elevator and went straight to the top floor. Tony has an office on the top floor, and even later he converted the top floor into his own room, and often moved directly here to live. There are two things I came here today. One is that no matter how unreliable Tony is, he will also come to the company to report. Didn't he just go to discuss a deal not long ago? Asian guy explain. Another is to sign a contract with Lu Yuan. On the surface, the contract Lu Yuan signed was just Tony's personal bodyguard, with a monthly salary of $100,000. But secretly he and Tony had their agreement, and it wasn't that simple. This is just to give Lu Yuan a proof of identity. One is to allow Lu Yuan's identity to be certified within the Stark Industrial Group, and he can freely enter and leave this building in the future. Another point is that the official will definitely suspect Lu Yuan, which means that Tony is acting as a guarantor for Lu Yuan. If something happens, if Lu Yuan is not caught, Tony will have to take responsibility. Even if Lu Yuan is caught, Tony will escape. It doesn't matter. This is based on the fact that if Lu Yuan is really a spy, he is definitely not. Okay, you wait for me here first, and I'll go and have a few words with the guys on the board, Tony said in a straight line. Or because of Lu Yuan's relationship, he saved Tony, which caused Tony to lose a chance to grow up. Now Tony is the same as before, still the playboy and uninhibited. There's no way around it either, Tony's upbringing and his desperate experiences, and being in the cave with that important friend. But now it's all gone, it won't happen. So this has a lot to do with me. Lu Yuan took the initiative to take responsibility, this is his relationship. Thinking about it, Lu Yuan honestly pulled out Tony's chair and sat on it. Look, whose bodyguard is so arrogant? Suddenly, the door opened, and Little Pepper in a capable OL outfit walked in with the document in his hand. Tony, how is it you? Little Pepper was surprised that it was not Tony who was sitting in Tony's seat, but Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan also had his legs crossed naturally, leaning against the chair, almost putting his legs on the desk. Little Pepper looked at him with a weird expression, only to think that he and Tony were similar in some respects. They were both so self-righteous and only concerned with their own minds, doing whatever they wanted. And Lu Yuan is also looking at Xiao Chili, because she is very beautiful. Because Tony wasn't there, Chili Pepper left immediately and went to Tony to sign the document. Lu Yuan was the only one left in the room. In the end, he simply put his feet on the desk and lay down on the back of the chair. It looked like he was doing nothing, but Lu Yuan was actually calculating something. For example, he can hear the slightest movement in the entire building with his super hearing. Even in the best soundproof room, even the slightest sound of a needle falling can't escape his ears. At the moment he heard Tony's conversation with the Obadiah on the board. Obadiah Stanap, one of the largest antiques in Stark Industries, is also the chief executive, and he even founded the company with Tony's father, Howard Stark. Therefore, Obadiah has a high status in the company and high qualifications, especially after Howard died. He once became Tony's mentor. But Lu Yuan still knows a real face of Obadiah. Obadiah is still the villain Iron Overlord, but he must not have developed Iron Overlord yet, because Tony has not developed Mark Generation, right? Iron Overlord was developed based on the principle of the Mark Generation. There is no Mark Generation now, so whether it is Iron Man Obadiah or Iron Man Tony, there is no possibility of moving forward. But this did not prevent Lu Yuan from planning any plans in his heart. And Lu Yuan also knew that the mastermind behind Tony's trap this time was designed by Obadiah. Yes, that group of enemies were also Obadiah's people. They were secret trading partners, and Obadiah sold the weapons to those people, and those people helped him get rid of Tony. As Tony became more and more mature, and showed the ability and so on, Obadiah found that he could no longer control this kid and this company. But he was not reconciled. Obadiah had great ambitions and believed that this company was built by him and should belong to him. However, Obadiah has no self-knowledge. In fact, from the very beginning, Howard's mind and technology supported the company. Now it was Tony's turn again. From beginning to end, Obadiah is just a shareholder, only responsible for investing and making money. As for the company's core technology, it has always been history stark. He couldn't see these clearly, and he thought that as long as he grabbed the company, it would be smooth sailing. Why don't I help him? Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he had already thought of a plan. Iron Man needs a different origin story and a growth opportunity, and Obadiah is a perfect fit in every way. Oh, use people's money to help people eliminate disasters. After all, I'm their bodyguard now, Lu Yuan said to himself insincerely, but now there is still a problem, and that is how to approach Obadiah. At this moment, Tony suddenly pushed open the door and walked in. After seeing Lu Yuan's appearance, he leaned against the door frame with his arms folded and complained, "Do you still know it's my bodyguard?" He had never seen such a bodyguard. Lu Yuan put down his feet indifferently and asked, "Can we go out to eat?" "It's uncle, let's go." Tony shook his head, unable to do anything about him. Lu Yuan then stood up and followed Tony to the outside. On the way out of the company, in Tony's exclusive elevator, to Lu Yuan's surprise, they bumped into a bald old man. "Hey Tony, is this the bodyguard you said saved you?" The old man embraced Tony's shoulders enthusiastically and looked Lu Yuan up and down. Lu Yuan was also looking at the man, and suddenly he smiled. "Obadiah." "That's right, this old man is Obadiah," with a smile on his face. Who would have thought that he has a vicious heart, and even the son of a friend wants to kill him. Tony didn't even know Obadiah's true face, and was still talking to Obadiah about Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan has been looking at Obadiah, wanting to know what he is thinking now. It's a pity that although Lu Yuan has many super abilities, he doesn't have the ability to read minds, at least not for the time being. Obadiah asked Lu Yuan strangely, "Why are you staring at me all the time?" It turned out that Lu Yuan's performance was too conspicuous, causing Obadiah's strangeness. "It's nothing," Lu Yuan pretended to have nothing, and said with a smile, "I just feel that I have a fate with you, and I can chat when I have time." Tony was surprised. He always thought Lu Yuan was a dangerous person. He could even put up a sign saying aliens are infested, be careful approaching. How did he feel like a different person when he met Obadiah? It's because Tony doesn't know Lu Yuan. Anyone who is familiar with him will know that this is Lu Yuan's plan to deceive people. But right now he's not going to do anything in front of Tony after all. It seems that he is planning to even take Obadiah with Tony, so when the two of them are together, they can't make small moves. All the way to talk, and soon came downstairs. Tony and Lu Yuan said goodbye to Obadiah and Roar was about to leave. "Tony, wait for me." Happy ran over suddenly. Lu Yuan raised his hand subconsciously. Happy immediately stopped the car in front of him, and it seemed that he had left a psychological shadow. "Try again." This time it was Lu Yuan's turn to provoke. Happy shook his head. He was already a little fat, and the flesh on his cheeks was tossing back and forth, and he didn't dare to compete with Lu Yuan again. "I recognize your skills, but I won't compromise on the driver's job, so it's still me. Come drive." Tony on the side felt dumbfounded. It turns out that Happy was only here to compete for the driver's seat. "Why are you so strong?" Lu Yuan spread his hands. There was nothing he could do. He didn't have a driver's license. If it were a Kryptonian flight device, or an alien spaceship, the technology he mastered was already too advanced. How many years would it take for the Earth to develop to catch up? Sometimes the dimension is too high and it is not omnipotent, because many things at low latitudes are incomprehensible, as if human beings are above ants. But can human beings understand the words of ants? Lu Yuan can drive a flight machine and a spaceship, but he really can't drive, including not having a driver's license in his previous life. Well, then I can only bring Happy together. With Tony's financial resources and years of prosperous life experience, it's no problem to entertain Lu Yuan. So at the end of the day, Lu Yuan had a great time. Originally, Tony had planned to continue taking him out at night. But in the end, Lu Yuan refused. Just kidding, he went to the toilet during the day, and almost ruined other people's toilets when he urinated. The urinals are broken. So for now, let's forget it, and wait until he completely masters his own power in the future. And Lu Yuan and Tony are still different. Tony is a bohemian son, while Lu Yuan is more emotional and wants to find a sincere girlfriend. So they were driven home by Happy. That's right, now Lu Yuan has no place to live, he lives in Tony's house. Do you think such a bodyguard is too conscientious, or too arrogant? As mentioned earlier, Tony has many high-tech products at home, and even smart housekeepers have been researched. In addition, especially downstairs, Tony has his own exclusive studio, where he can usually tinker with some gadgets. Generally, he won't let people get close to here, and even Obadiah can't come down. Before that, only Pepper can come in. But there was an exception today. Lu Yuan was invited in by Tony. Lu Yuan looked around at Tony's working equipment, as well as a classic car that he had dismantled in half. The classic car is red as a whole, with some gold as a foil. Speaking of which is very similar to Tony's Iron Man style, it's better to say that the overall color scheme of Iron Man's equipment is based on this. Seeing this, Lu Yuan made up his mind. It just happened that Tony asked him, "How is it? I still have something to look at here, right?" Lu Yuan scoffed, "I really don't know what you guys think. Obviously there is a reliable energy source, but it's just a display in the company hall." Tony was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up. "You mean arc? Not Noah's Ark, but arc reactor. Arc reactor, also known as arc reactor, or palladium arc reactor, because this is an arc reactor created with palladium as the main element." Why did Lu Yuan suddenly mention this? It's because there is an arc reactor that has been successfully developed on the first floor of the Stark Industrial Building, or it's a large one. But until now, that guy is just a face project to help the history of Stark Industry, and never thought to use it and develop it. Isn't that stupid? Obviously there is a huge amount of ready-made energy, but you just put it there as a vase to look at. Don't you think it's a waste? You should have entered a more advanced technological era, but you have been standing still. Lu Yuan shook his head and smacking his lips. Not to mention, there really is a sense of sight of a high-tech advanced civilization. But Tony thought about it for a long time and didn't know how to develop arc reactor. We also wanted to develop this aspect before, but in the end it failed. Although I don't know how you wanted to develop it in the first place, my suggestion is to use it as pure energy, Lu Yuan said. But how does that apply to weapons? Tony continued to question. Lu Yuan understood. Tony and She Stark Group are weapons businessmen after all, so they only thought about one thing before, and that is how to develop weapons of the new era. But using the huge amounts of power of the arc reactor directly as a weapon is too difficult, and not easy to experiment and test. So even Tony can only stop there, and has always wanted to develop this thing, but he has been unable to do anything. Today, when I suddenly heard these words revealed by Lu Yuan, I was very excited. I want to add money, but Lu Yuan suddenly made an obscene gesture of rubbing his fingers, which was a sign of asking for money. Tony stared at Lu Yuan in a stunned manner. It is not easy to be so straightforward. Okay, how much do you want? Instead of hesitation, Tony asked Lu Yuan how much he wanted. However, Lu Yuan changed his voice and said, "I won't tell you now how much you think it's worth in the future, and how much you can give me." Tony was stunned. For such an ambiguous value, he really didn't want to agree. At the same time, he could hear Lu Yuan's self-confidence. "You can give it as much as you think it is worth. You can give as much as you want." Lu Yuan is definitely confident. That is the core technology of Iron Man. For Tony, who is Iron Man, how much do you think it is worth? Negotiating the price now? Is he stupid? Tony hesitation, indeed hesitation. If he is someone like Obadiah, he will definitely agree to talk about it without hesitation. As for the future, we will talk about it later. But Tony wasn't that kind of person. Once he promised, he would keep his promise later. No matter how reckless he is, he rarely loses his trust. But looking at Lu Yuan's self-confidence, he couldn't help but feel unbearable, and finally he agreed. "Okay, but if your proposal doesn't satisfy me, you have to promise me a condition and tell me, what is your civilization and technology like?" Lu Yuan also happily agreed, thinking that it was a big deal. He took out his smartphone and fooled around. The background of the current era is probably around 2008, and smartphones are far from developed in the future. Maybe this can be posted as well? Definitely, Lu Yuan is naturally not a greedy person, so it doesn't make sense to ask for so much money. So the main purpose is not for money, but to have a plausible excuse to advance the plot. If you don't want anything, why tell these things? If you go to Obadiah later and don't want money, why did you do it? Look at people? Nonsense. So, asking for money can be a reason. Next, Lu Yuan stopped talking about it, but took out a prepared drawing, which was drawn when he first thought of a plan in Tony's office before. "I saw a somewhat crooked Iron Man on the drawing, and the Iron Man was a boxy shape. To be honest, even elementary school students are better than this drawing." Tony held back his laughter, and could see that the drawing on it was a robot, but without the detailed drawings, he really didn't know the mystery. Lu Yuan coughed dryly. Although he couldn't draw, he had enough information. Immediately, he began to fudge. "I call Roar an Iron Man battlesuit." Iron Man. Tony's eyes lit up, as if he was somehow related to these three words. Lu Yuan nodded and continued, "As long as there is enough energy, this will be a set of armor that combines both protective armor and attack weapons, and it is easy to move. One person can stand up to an army. This is no exaggeration. Your ideas are too backward. What's the point of constantly developing pistols and cannons? This armor is developed to the extreme, and you can even travel freely in space. Isn't it sweet?" I have to say that Tony is really a genius. What he lacks is just an opportunity, such as an idea. Like new elements that can replace palladium, he developed it through an opportunity. Although it was indeed his father who discovered it, it couldn't be realized in Howard's time, and it was Tony who finally realized it. So when Liu Yuan proposed the concept of Mark's battlesuit, he immediately acted, and in just one night, with the help of the intelligent housekeeper J.A.R.V.I.S, he drew a more refined and complete drawing. That is the real drawing, and it is completely different from the drawings that Liu Yuan's elementary school students lack. Even Liu Yuan was amazed. The first time he saw the drawing was on the three-dimensional plane displayed by JARVIS. It was lifelike, as if he really saw the battlesuit of the Mark generation. That's right, it was Mark's generation. Tony was developed according to the crude drawings given by Liu Yuan, and he must also be the kind of thick big guy. The drawing is divided into several parts. There is also a device for placing arc reactor on the breastplate, and a flamethrower under the foot, which can play a flight effect. It is completely the first generation Mark battlesuit in the movie. Liu Yuan nodded with satisfaction, but made a request: copy a drawing for me. Tony was pleasantly surprised. He was about to start developing it, but he was skeptical when he heard this. What do you want the blueprint for? It's definitely for someone else. Liu Yuan said something that surprised Tony. Let's not talk about anything else. Can you be so blunt that you want to be a two-sided spy? For a moment Tony didn't know what to do. Liu Yuan laughed, and suddenly said a word: don't you still know who the weapons used by the people who attacked you belonged to? Tony froze for a moment, his expression turning ugly. He didn't feel right at the time, because he was in charge of the weapons department, and it was the primary department of Stark Industries. So he felt it from the beginning, and there may be his own weapons in it. But he didn't feel anything at the time, thinking that it was circulated on the black market. But now Liu Yuan mentioned it. What does it mean? Would you believe me if I said that someone inside had deliberately sold it to the enemy, and that the previous traps and attacks were conspiracies? Liu Yuan asked. Who is it? Tony asked with a cold expression, just wanting to know who betrayed him and who betrayed him. But Liu Yuan was very irritated but didn't say anything, changed the topic and said, you will know sooner or later, and I will let you know too. But now you have to give me a copy of the drawing. Also, this generation the battlesuit is just rubbish. Do you really think I'm going to give you such a bulky big guy? Let's improve it. I just gave you a heads up, but how to develop it depends on your idea. You won't take a route that is your own style. The Mark generation is bound to be eliminated. Since Liu Yuan knows, there is no need to waste time. He simply pointed to the drawings of the Mark generation and pointed to Tony. First of all, the flight device. It is too stupid to use a flamethrower. How much fuel can a single flight device carry? And you are not ready to use the arc reactor as an energy source. Change it. Change it. Also, you can add a flight device on both hands, which can not only increase the flight speed, but also change the direction more flexibly. In addition, the flight device may not be used as a weapon. And also, Liu Yuan spoke out a more advanced concept, and roughly talked about what he saw about the more advanced Mark battlesuit. Not to mention, it's really inspiring. Tony also had a thoughtful look on his face. The flight device really needs to be improved, and he also knows that this is just the initial drawing designed according to the concept Liu Yuan mentioned at the time, not what he wants to make in the end. If you also add flight devices with both hands, you will have 4 flight devices with both hands and feet. Not only the speed of straight-line flight is faster, but you can also use the flight devices of both hands to temporarily turn and change directions, etc. And since the flight device can drive a set of heavy armor, the impact force of the explosion will be no less than that of a small air cannon, and it is also very reliable as a weapon. There are many, many more. Liu Yuan's opinion is not aimless, but very valuable. This made Tony even more confused. What the hell are you doing? He really helped himself, Tony could feel it, so why would he give the drawings to others? Liu Yuan sighed. I am helping you identify the enemy. As long as he is willing to accept this blueprint and take action, then he is the one who really wants to kill you. That trap and attack was someone who wanted to kill you. Damn Tony, we have to get him to the surface before we can fight back and beat him to death. Don't look at how long I've been here, but I'm not stupid. There are such a group of people who not only know all your itineraries, but also prepare deadly traps in advance, and even use your family's weapons to kill you. This must be there's a ghost inside. Liu Yuan is not wronging people, because he has a plot advantage. So who are you going to give it to? Who are you going to give the drawings to? Tony continued to ask. But Liu Yuan avoided it again. I can't tell you directly. If I tell you directly, I'm afraid you will investigate now, and that will only expose the truth. But don't worry, I will definitely be on your side. That's right, Tony thought to himself, or you could just squeeze me to death right now. Tony kept Liu Yuan so sincerely at that time, not because he was worried that he would be hired by the enemy to hurt himself, then Tony would not have the confidence to resist. So when he heard Liu Yuan assure himself, Tony was a little relieved. But he was still dissatisfied. Won't you make my enemy stronger? Liu Yuan said indifferently, I'm your bodyguard. What are you afraid of with me protecting you? Besides, I also reminded you to further update the armor. If you can't beat it, then it's not your problem. Tony's anger, is it my fault? I really thank you. As a result, Liu Yuan continued to speak earnestly. Tony, I'm helping you find out the enemy, and the sooner the better, the better. If you continue to delay like this, it will be too late if he masters these core technologies of yours. Tony knew that too, but he was more worried about. Tony stared deeply into Lu Yuan's eyes. In fact, Lu Yuan was much taller than him, so he had to look up. Tell me, are you my enemy? That's right, there is only one person Tony is most worried about, and that is Lu Yuan. In the end, Lu Yuan laughed. You are an idiot. If I were an enemy, why would I give you the blueprints? Wouldn't it be better to just give the blueprints to others? Do you really think I can't draw the blueprints? Then you draw one. Hurt each other? Believe it or not, I'm going after Little Pepper. Little Chili is really beautiful, but Lu Yuan didn't really want to pursue her, because Little Chili's attention was only on Tony alone, so he wouldn't be so ignorant. In addition, Tony finally printed out the drawings of the Mark generation and handed it over to Lu Yuan. After some discussion, he also agreed with Lu Yuan's statement. Now it's revealed that there is an inner ghost, and he wants to harm Tony, trying to kill him. Lu Yuan obviously already had a target of suspicion, otherwise he wouldn't say that he would give the blueprint to that person. But, for now, it's just suspicion, there's no evidence unless that person actually does something. So Tony gave the drawings to Lu Yuan, and at the same time he started to update the Mark generation according to Lu Yuan's instructions. The original drawing was a big, bulky iron bump, but after some improvements, Tony removed the dross and added new things, and finally revealed the classic Iron Man battlesuit we all know. But this is just the beginning. How to develop it, it still needs to experiment little by little. At this time, Lu Yuan had already come out alone. With drawings in a suitcase, wearing a black suit, tie, and sunglasses, he came to Stark Industries alone. As a result, before going upstairs, he was stopped by a person on the first floor. Sir, are you Mr. Lu Yuan? A man also wearing a black suit blocked Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan had no choice but to stop, nodded, and replied, "It's me." The man immediately said, "We are from the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. Now there is one thing I want to ask you to come with us." Huh? What? Could you say it again? Lu Yuan was taken aback. It's not that he really didn't hear clearly, but this mess is too convoluted, right? Are you talking about tongue twisters? So I want the other party to say it again and see if he can say it again. The other party opened his mouth, but finally gave up. Anyway, please come with us. Lu Yuan shrugged and muttered, "Wouldn't it be better to call S.H.I.E.L.D.?" The other party froze, looking at Lu Yuan in disbelief. That's right, this messy Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, despite its long name, it is actually the famous SHIELD. It's not a predecessor, because according to the setting, S.H.I.E.L.D. has been established as early as the 80s and 90s, when Tony's father Howard was one of the founders. So, the full name of S.H.I.E.L.D. is this, but it was changed later and Roar was called SHIELD. Maybe they also know that such a long name is difficult to remember. But the other party was puzzled. Why did Lu Yuan know about S.H.I.E.L.D? Because the current S.H.I.E.L.D is not so famous, and has not decided to start claiming SHIELD. Lu Yuan just shrugged. He also knew that the guy in front of him was Coulson. Coulson Agent, whose full name is Phil Coulson, is the most trusted person by S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury and one of the few agents with the highest authority. At the moment, it was him who came to Lu Yuan. "I still have something to do, can't I do it another day?" Lu Yuan asked tentatively. He also planned to send the blueprint to Obadi, so that he could get the Iron Overlord out as soon as possible. That's right, although Lu Yuan didn't tell Tony the name of that person, he knew very well that Obadiah was doing the trick. He was Iron Man and Iron Man's original enemy. But Phil Coulson wouldn't budge and said with a smile, "Don't worry, it won't take too long. I believe you are a ghost, you are a bad old man, there are already a lot of agents waiting in the car outside, and Nick Fury is also watching everything here from upstairs not far away, obviously taking him personally. The team commander is here. Even the heavily armed Black Widow Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye Clinton have quietly lurked nearby. All this can't escape Lu Yuan's eyes. Others don't know that he has supervision and super hearing. Even Lu Yuan heard Nick Fury's order, and he had given Hawkeye and Natasha Romanoff instructions on the radio, if he has any changes, shoot him directly and take him down with anesthesia. Yes. Natasha Romanoff agreed with Hawkeye. Then Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but ask again, "Boss, is he really an alien? He doesn't look any different from us." Hawkeye is also curious, there really are aliens? It's really new. Only Nick Fury is the oldest god, and he said that I had dealt with a group of Skrulls who could shapeshift more than 10 years ago, and even met the primordial beast. Can you believe that there are such dangerous guys in the Orange Cat? But he didn't say it, because it belonged to the worldview supplemented by the later Captain Marvel movies. At least for now, so far, maybe Lu Yuan is really the first alien that the Earth of Marvel's world has come into contact with? After hearing these exchanges and conversations, Lu Yuan already understood in his heart that those soldiers must have betrayed him in the end. That's why SHIELD, they have to take themselves for questioning. It seemed impossible to escape. Okay, I see, Lu Yuan can only obey, mainly because he doesn't want to cause too much trouble. Otherwise, let alone the weapons of the Earth today, the weapons that can hurt him in the entire Marvel universe are very limited. Not even including the full set of infinite gems. Exaggeration? It's not an exaggeration. The reason is that Thanos of Infinity Gauntlet once fought with Darkseid, and the result was that Darkseid abused Thanos, and since the concept of Darkseid's body appeared, all the previous Darkseid's strength was automatically reduced by a large level. And Liu Yuan had just confronted Darkseid. Although Liu Yuan lost in Superman state and died once, but after resurrection became Doomsday, even Darkseid was defeated by him. Especially now that Liu Yuan has stayed in the core of the sun for 100,000 years, and now even Darkseid is not enough to see, let alone Thanos? Liu Yuan had been amazed before. In the Marvel world without kryptonite, wouldn't he be invincible? Unless OAA comes out in person. How did that sentence come from? I'm not targeting anyone, but everyone in this universe, garbage. It's just not necessary now. Liu Yuan obviously wants to stay on Earth in the Marvel universe for a while now. He doesn't want to be the enemy of the world. That would be too troublesome. Don't end up conquering the Earth and then have to manage it with all his might, which is annoying. So Liu Yuan obediently followed Phil Coulson, agent of SHIELD. By the way, before leaving, he did not forget to hand the suitcase in his hand to a nearby person, and asked him to give it to Obadiah, and explained, tell him that if he wants to know the mystery of the contents inside, he has to pay more. Liu Yuan still followed Phil Coulson out. He was definitely not afraid of the threat of S.H.I.E.L.D in the dark, and he vaguely guessed what S.H.I.E.L.D was going to do. Now that Nick Fury and the others knew they were aliens, it was obvious they were going to interrogate themselves. Liu Yuan is not afraid of these, but is looking forward to how he will be treated. Will he be served with a severe punishment? Or is it Natasha Romanoff's beauty trick? Did he eat it? Or pretend to be a gentleman? Oh, it's so hard to choose. After all, it's not a real Superman. Even if he becomes a Kryptonian, Liu Yuan still has the mentality of an ordinary person, not a saint. So sometimes, he also has a black belly. Led by Phil Coulson, the two walked out of the gate of the Stark Industrial Building, where a car was already ready in advance. Phil Coulson opened the door for Liu Yuan and let him in first. Liu Yuan pretended not to know that he took the opportunity to make a few insignificant movements around him. This was to convey a signal that someone had already picked up and cooperated very well, so he didn't need to prepare any more arms. Liu Yuan just smiled and sat in the co-pilot, as if he really didn't know how many agents were around and how many weapons had been aimed at him. Phil Coulson came to the driver's seat, apparently alone, and continued to act. A kick of the gas kicked the car into motion, and Phil Coulson landed and drove away. Liu Yuan didn't even ask if Nick Fury was in the hotel room next to him. Why don't he just go there? He just watched Phil Coulson take himself around in a big circle, to buy enough time for Nick Fury and his party, until Nick Fury and his agents, especially Hawkeye and Natasha Romanoff on the other side, were ready. Liu Yuan walked over slowly. Liu Yuan felt amused, but he never broke it. Finally, they came to a secluded residential area, where there was a room that was owned by SHIELD. It was usually used as a safe house, but it was activated today. It seems that this place will be changed in the future. The safe house is activated at the most dangerous and critical time, and even one's own people do not know the location. Once activated, it will be abandoned. It can be seen that Nick Fury still values Liu Yuan very much, and does not want to be known that he has met Liu Yuan and brought him to such a mysterious safe house. Following Phil Coulson, Liu Yuan came. But as soon as he entered the door, 4 hands suddenly stretched out from both sides behind the door, meaning to grab Liu Yuan's arm. Liu Yuan was also unequivocal, grabbing the door handle and closing it hard. The door opened outwards, which allowed 2 people to hide in advance on both sides of the door, and also allowed Liu Yuan to close the door. If the door opens inwards, it will be difficult to close the door with 2 people standing in front of the door, and they will also be brought out. Hearing a bang, Liu Yuan outside the door turned to look at Phil Coulson, who was pulled out by him, and asked, "Did you go to the wrong place?" Phil Coulson is sweating on his forehead, because he didn't know Nick Fury would suddenly shoot, different from the plan. At this time, I heard a hearty laughter from the door. Ha ha ha, that guy is very powerful. You don't believe it, do you suffer? It turned out that when Liu Yuan closed the door, the 4 hands inside the door were the first to be hit. It's just that the agents here are all elites, and this pain can still be endured. The door was opened again, and Nick Fury, a black man, appeared in front of Liu Yuan. And next to Nick Fury, Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye are each holding each other with their hands, with pained expressions on their faces. Obviously, what Liu Yuan bumped into before closing the door was their 4 hands. It turns out that Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye are also the elite of the elite, and even become 2 of the Marvel 6 giants in the movie universe. Now that Fury was called back with an emergency order, and he heard news about aliens, even Fury highly respected Liu Yuan's power. I don't know what Fury knows, maybe everything, about everything Liu Yuan did in the desert before. But Hawkeye and Natasha Romanoff didn't know the details, so they were a little unconvinced and wanted to try Liu Yuan. That's why there is this section all of a sudden, to grab Liu Yuan's arm when he is unprepared. It's not too hostile, maybe it's just a show of power? Fortunately, they didn't have any hostility, otherwise Liu Yuan's side would not be as simple as closing the door. Still bumping? The question is whether you still want it or not. If Liu Yuan felt that they were hostile, 1 person and 1 foot would be enough to send them to the horizon. Fury's image does not need to be introduced, it is already a classic, and it also restores the image in the comics. There are two versions of Fury in the comics, one is a white veteran with a cigarette, and the other is a black man. In fact, Fury in the movie universe is still very restored. Fury has a blindfold in one eye, his left eye, which has lost sight, according to him, during a mission earlier in his life. Even Fury once said something like, "The last time I trusted someone, it was one of my eyes." However, the words of the head of the agent cannot be trusted, because it was later proved in Captain Marvel that he was the price paid by the cat. Maybe he shouldn't believe the big orange? Liu Yuan, the bodyguard brought back by Tony Stark, it is said that you are an alien. Unexpectedly, Fury immediately told the limited information about Liu Yuan as soon as he came up. There's nothing Fury can do. The only news about Liu Yuan that he can get now is this. Apart from that, Liu Yuan was completely as if he had never existed before. With the means of S.H.I.E.L.D, even in remote places, you can investigate the experience you have lived. But it didn't work on Liu Yuan, he seemed to have really fallen from the sky. In fact, S.H.I.E.L.D has been investigating things about Liu Yuan recently. They just didn't contact Liu Yuan, but they have already finished the investigation secretly. Including the previous 3 soldiers, they also obtained confessions and interrogated them in person. So Fury does have evidence that Liu Yuan is an alien. Can we chat? Fury said while letting the door open, meaning to let Liu Yuan in. Liu Yuan didn't take it seriously, he walked in without any precaution. And when passing by Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye, he also asked, "Won't it happen again?" Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye looked at each other with a wry smile, as if they were being ripped off. Liu Yuan looked up again, turned around and said to Fury, "Let's stop talking nonsense. All of your snipers should be withdrawn. Even if the atomic bomb can't kill me, they can't." Fury's expression changed. He didn't expect Liu Yuan to be more direct than him. "I have to explain. We can't trust you for the time being, so we will make some necessary preparations." Nick Fury is already an old fritter, and since the person in the dark has been discovered, he simply confesses directly. Liu Yuan asked with a smile, including the fact that you guys were watching me nearby before, and then specially asked Phil Coulson to take me around the bend, and so many arrangements along the way. "Looks like you've found it all." Fury then realized that all his arrangements had been discovered, but he didn't feel embarrassed, but laughed. "Ha ha ha, it seems that you are also in this area." "What?" This has already begun to be tested, not only to test whether Liu Yuan is also an agent, whether it is an agent of aliens, but also to test whether Liu Yuan is an agent. What is the purpose of coming to Earth? Since you have already asked the 3 soldiers, don't you already know what I said? I said that my hometown has been destroyed. Krypton, we are not yet, don't talk nonsense, so I wandered to the Earth. Liu Yuan was really straightforward, repeating the words and excuses he had previously dealt with Tony in front of the 3 soldiers. Fury nodded and acknowledged that the 3 soldiers had already said so. "But how can I believe that you didn't come with some special purpose? You should have already understood that the technological level of the Earth is not enough to set foot in outer space. If you say any planet we don't know where it is, how can I believe your words?" Fury definitely wouldn't be persuaded by just one word, and took the opportunity to question it. Liu Yuan smiled, opened his hands, and said arrogantly, "I'm here to talk to you with sincerity. If you don't believe me, you can let all your people do it together. See if you can hurt me." Fury looked at Liu Yuan with a headache. He knew it. He was stunned. It was really difficult for a boy with such a problem to deal with. In the eyes of Fury and all outsiders, Liu Yuan's appearance is about 20 years old, definitely no more than 22 years old. However, no one knew that Liu Yuan Guang had been sleeping for 100,000 years in the core of the sun. The people present were not even a fraction of his age. Perhaps only the God King of Asgard, Odin, could match his age. It's just that I might be able to compete with him. "Okay, let's sit down and talk." Phil Coulson came in to smooth things out. On the way, Phil Coulson and Liu Yuan must have communicated, and the 2 of them chatted quite happily. Phil Coulson looks less shrewd on the surface, more like an honest fuck. Definitely, as one of the highest level agents, he is not as simple as it seems. Even Tony will be speechless when he is black. But Liu Yuan could still talk to him, so he was willing to sell his face. This is S.H.I.E.L.D safe house, but it looks no different from ordinary housing. Only those who know the inside story can find the mechanism. There are actually many guns and ammunition inside. The room wasn't too small, there were 5 people in it now, Nick Fury, Phil Coulson, Hawkeye, Natasha Romanoff and Liu Yuan, and it didn't seem crowded. There were a few chairs on both sides. Liu Yuan pulled one at random and sat down like that. Fury also sat down opposite. Phil Coulson and the others also walked around, but they were not looking for a seat. Phil Coulson was standing behind Fury with his arms crossed, Hawkeye was quietly holding the window, and Natasha Romanoff was also quietly come to the side of the door. This posture is very simple. If Liu Yuan wants to escape, both the window and the door will be blocked. If he wants to threaten Fury, there is Phil Coulson on the opposite side. I don't even know how many sights are aimed at Liu Yuan's vital points. Liu Yuan pretended not to know, crossed his legs and looked at Fury opposite. He is a master of art and bold, and his calmness are not pretended. Fury nodded secretly, a flash of admiration flashing in his lone right eye. What an agent wants is this kind of calmness. Only with this kind of good quality can we find solutions to problems in various predicaments. I am also assigned to contact you. I need to get a more detailed information. If you really want to live on Earth, I hope you can cooperate with our work. Fury suddenly started to get business and no longer mixed with his own personal feelings, but said in an official tone. Lu Yuan actually understood that even if Tony had vouched for him, in fact, his identity would not be able to live freely. Even recently, he always knew that someone was secretly monitoring his every move. Moreover, he had long known that the 3 soldiers were unreliable. If nothing else, the first task of being soldiers was to defend their families and the country. The more loyal they were, the more they had to report things about Lu Yuan. Therefore, he has long been mentally prepared to face the current situation. It's better to say that S.H.I.E.L.D. is worse than others, at least much better than F, B, I, and C, I, and A. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan didn't know whether to send S.H.I.E.L.D. away to satisfy them and the people behind them. It seems that it can't be stopped. Okay, then I'll talk a little bit, Lu Yuan replied. The other 4 people in the room twitched at the corners of their mouths, too insincere, right? The key is that he also said it. What does it mean to say a little bit? I want you to say it all. But Fury said nothing and gave Natasha Romanoff a wink. Natasha Romanoff nodded, gave up her position at the door, walked to a table in front, pulled out the chair, and took out a piece of white paper and a pen from the drawer. It seems that there are other functions here? For example, emergency interrogation, or something. Lu Yuan glanced at Natasha Romanoff's back, not to mention, his figure is really good. Cough, cough, Fury coughed lightly, and glanced at Lu Yuan amusingly, not knowing how to hide his eyes. Lu Yuan didn't care, and Natasha Romanoff didn't even feel it. Hawkeye by the window glanced at Fury, only to see him raise his hand and make a gesture. Lu Yuan immediately realized that all the aiming aimed at him had disappeared. Suddenly, Lu Yuan stood up and looked in one of the directions. There was a S.H.I.E.L.D. sniper there. This was not unusual, he already knew that there were countless snipers in the dark. But he noticed something unusual and couldn't help but ask, by the way, U.S.H.I.E.L.D. are really Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, even Hydra people. What? Fury and the others looked at Lu Yuan dumbfounded. Lu Yuan pointed his hand in that direction. A guy in that direction has a Hydra tattoo on his body. Don't you believe me? Take a look. The expressions of several people in the room changed, because Hydra is the worst enemy of SHIELD. Lu Yuan is really not talking nonsense. He does know that S.H.I.E.L.D. has long been infiltrated by Hydra, including the current top officer, that is Alexander Pierce, who is Hydra's top officer in SHIELD. At the same time, he is the highest commander of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra. You think S.H.I.E.L.D. can still get better? The reason why Lu Yuan discovered the Hydra agent was by accident. He subconsciously checked it because the people around him no longer aimed at him. As a result, his fluoroscopy revealed Hydra's tattoo. It turns out that even Fury's team has a Hydra person. Fury was furious, and quickly sent someone to arrest the man. Naturally, this process does not need the big guys to take action in person. Hawkeye will complete it directly by remote control, and send someone to catch the Hydra. I didn't expect Hydra to be a thief. Fury clenched his fists tightly, his face turning blue and white. Because on the surface, Hydra is dead. But Fury never expected that Hydra would be reborn in SHIELD. To speak of the entanglement between Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D., it is too complicated, and may even go back to World War II. Originally led by Red Skull, Hydra was once thought to have perished with the defeat of Red Skull. It turned out to be nothing like that. Hydra was reborn from the ashes with the help of S.H.I.E.L.D. and has been ambushed in S.H.I.E.L.D. for many years waiting for an opportunity. Lu Yuan shook his head. He knew what was going on in the first place. There was a scientist in Hydra named Dr. Zola, who had advanced scientific and technological knowledge. A certain country valued this talent and recruited him. This is simply bringing a wolf into the house. At first, Dr. Zola secretly planted a foreshadowing, and then the people of Hydra invaded in a big way. Now even the highest commander of S.H.I.E.L.D. is a person from Hydra. This is simply the biggest failure. But this has nothing to do with Lu Yuan. He just said something casually because he encountered this situation. As for the grievances between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, let them make trouble for themselves. Fury's side just let people control the agent first, and then when he looked at Lu Yuan again, his eyes were even more profound. How did you know he was Hydra? How did you know Hydra? Fury questioned. Again, on the surface, Hydra has been destroyed after World War II, and almost no one knows that they still exist. Even the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, some people don't know that Hydra still exists. Fury might know something, but he would never have thought that there were Hydra people in SHIELD. So he was very strange and concerned about what Lu Yuan knew. Lu Yuan definitely couldn't say that he had seen the movie, so he made up an excuse. Since I take the Earth as my wandering target, I naturally need to know the situation of the Earth in advance, so I know that there is a special force like Hydra. As for me, how did I discover his true identity? I can actually see through. Natasha Romanoff only felt his hair stand on end, and without looking back he scolded, "Rogue. I haven't had time to see it yet." "Then don't look at it." Cough, cough, Fury, Phil Coulson, and Hawkeye, the three of them with black lines, were speechless when they heard the sudden quarrel between them. But they also know how Natasha Romanoff feels. She is the only woman here, and hearing that Lu Yuan can see through, she will definitely react this way. Then Lu Yuan took out the previous excuse to explain, saying that his perspective is only X-ray, and he won't see things that shouldn't be seen. As a result, Natasha Romanoff asked him, if that's the case, how did you see the tattoo? Revealed. A tattoo is a pattern on the surface of the skin. If it is an X-ray, then only the flesh and bones under the surface of the skin can be seen. How can you see the pattern on the surface? Lu Yuan glared at Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff is more straightforward, picking up the pen in his hand and throwing it at him in the eye. Fortunately, Fury and Phil Coulson quickly stopped them. Fury was still very dignified, glared at Natasha Romanoff and motioned her to continue recording what Lu Yuan said. This is also an interrogation. They have to ask more things from Lu Yuan's mouth, and this is just the beginning. Name. Fury began to get into the rhythm. Lu Yuan knew what he meant, and replied, Lu Yuan, EL Kryptonian, L family. By the way, I was not an agent before, but the first general of the Kryptonian Legion, my legion. At the peak, there were 300,000 soldiers, but because we once carried out the expansion plan of the whole universe, my legion was divided into 3 parts, and I only had 100,000 men left. Speaking of this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but recall his life on Krypton, and there was a touch of pain in his eyes. Those 100,000 subordinates later became 100,000 Doomsday. In order to protect Krypton, his hometown, and his relatives and friends, he had to block the irrational Doomsday army and personally destroyed his subordinates. Moreover, with the characteristics of the Doomsday, not even the slightest hair and material there to leave behind, but completely vanished into ashes. Fury and the others were shocked when they heard this. First of all, because of Lu Yuan's identity, he turned out to be such a powerful general. Secondly, because I heard that Krypton is planning to colonize the entire universe. Are you crazy? We've almost done it. Lu Yuan showed a proud expression. Krypton once set foot in the entire universe, but it was definitely the DC universe, not the Marvel universe. If it weren't for the war with Apocalypse, not even the Asgardian universe of Aura and their Legion of the Ring of Lights would not be enough to see. Krypton almost conquered the entire DC universe. Too bad it failed in the end. But we still failed, so don't worry, we have even perished ourselves. Lu Yuan showed a more painful smile. Krypton, let's just say we're not dead yet, can we talk about it in a few more years? Facing Fury's interrogation, Lu Yuan didn't hide it, but revealed a lot of things. At the same time, he also needs to vent. The 100,000-year sleep alone, and some of the things he encountered when he left, have been pressing in his heart and need to find someone to tell them. Anyway, this is the Marvel universe, not the DC universe. Even if Lu Yuan said some secrets, he doesn't worry about anything. As for what happens if Fury doesn't find Krypton afterwards, let's talk about it later. Maybe he has already left. So take this opportunity now. One is to vent the anguish in my heart, and the other is to really reassure S.H.I.E.L.D. with the truth, and help myself deal with other people. Don't bother him anymore, he's just an alien, what's the matter? In a hurry, believe it or not, tell you that your myths are true? Norse mythology of Asgard, even God exists. Want to listen? By the way, Lu Yuan has the name of Krypton. His name is Lu Yuan Air. Do you know what Air stands for? Represents the L family. And the Superman Kal Air we are familiar with is also the Air family. Lu Yuan is the ancestor of Superman 100,000 years ago. For various reasons, Lu Yuan suddenly became cooperative. This surprised several of Fury, but since he was willing to say it, Natasha Romanoff also forgot some of the unhappiness just now, and quickly picked up the pen and wrote it. In fact, there are already all kinds of high-tech tools, even recording. Perhaps it was to show sincerity and goodwill, so Fury didn't prepare monitors and recorders, so he had to let Natasha Romanoff write it by hand. There are definitely computers, but computers are not favored by agents. The reason is very simple. What if they are hacked into the system? Something so important should definitely be recorded. So Lu Yuan began to tell his own story. He is from Krypton, and he also has the name of Krypton, just called Lu Yuan Air. The L family is one of the oldest families on Krypton, and even the god of Krypton, Leo, is the ancestor of the L family. The legend of the god of Krypton is 150,000 years older than Lu Yuan's, 250,000 years earlier than Superman's story. It is said that Krypton was still in an ancient social state at that time. The L family has existed since then. This is also the reason why Lu Yuan and Darkseid are tough. After becoming Doomsday, they are also special existences, right? It is also the reason why Superman Carol can become a special existence. My planet has been destroyed, Lu Yuan mentioned again. In his opinion, the demise of Krypton is a matter of time, perhaps already destroyed. So you don't have to worry about the threat of Krypton. I came to Earth for only one purpose, and that is to stay here temporarily. I don't have any ambitions for Earth, provided that no one wants to target me or threaten my life. You can't threaten my safety either. Lu Yuan is very confident that he may be able to disrupt his life on Earth, but no one can threaten his safety, or even his life, and no one can do it. Not even the Thanos he knows, not even if the great god of the Marvel Universe comes, even if it is the Supreme OAA, he is not afraid. Maybe he can evolve immune ability after dying a few times, and then beat the OAA. I really want to exciting to think about. I've already shown my sincerity, and now it's your turn to show sincerity, Lu Yuan said. Not completely, but said something he could say in cooperation. His name, origin, and purpose of coming to Earth. This is what Fury wants. Fury knew that Lu Yuan had more stories, but he also understood that continuing to ask questions was like interrogation. That would only make Lu Yuan unhappy. So he nodded and said, as long as you don't want to attack the Earth, we will naturally not be your enemy. Even if you want, I can call the shots and invite you to join us. What? Sir? Phil Coulson and Hawkeye both startled and felt incredible. This man is an alien, and they even wondered if he would pose a threat to the Earth, so he wanted to be recruited into S.H.I.E.L.D. It's too risky. Lu Yuan refused without hesitation. I don't want to join you to work for you. Since I'm an alien, I'm not suitable to join any faction on Earth, and I won't work for any faction. Make him work for S.H.I.E.L.D. Don't be kidding. S.H.I.E.L.D. is ostensibly a subordinate agency of the United Nations, claiming to be working for the United Nations. But actually, S.H.I.E.L.D. is a wage earner working for a certain country, a lackey of a certain country. That's why he didn't want to join SHIELD. No room for negotiation? Fury asked. Lu Yuan nodded. There is no room for negotiation. I have already said that I will not join any forces on Earth, nor will I give my life to anyone, so don't even think about it. But you've already become Tony Stark's bodyguard, haven't you? Natasha Romanoff suddenly turned her head and glanced at Lu Yuan, her words teasing. Saying not to work for others, isn't this still acting as a bodyguard for Tony? First of all, he gave too much, Lu Yuan had to admit. With Tony's worth and financial resources, he gave too much. Fury and a few people felt speechless. You are so frank and straightforward, they don't know how to complain. Is it really a matter of money? Secondly, Lu Yuan continued, on the surface, I am his bodyguard, but he is also responsible for all my living needs. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is my nanny. Before the Earth has adapted, he is helping me, I just protect his safety accordingly, that's all. In fact, the relationship between Lu Yuan and Tony is a little complicated. He is Tony's bodyguard and Tony is his nanny. Moreover, it was not long before Lu Yuan came to this Earth, and he didn't know much about many things. The main reason is that he came to a certain country, and it would be different if he returned to his former country. He has never lived in a certain country, he is not even used to eating pizza, and the people of a certain country are not like us. Most of their kitchen utensils use microwave ovens. You can use microwave ovens for almost everything you eat. Can you believe it? Microwave oatmeal, and microwave anything you heat. Lu Yuan has smashed several microwave ovens. Bored. So his relationship with Tony was not ordinary. Lu Yuan even felt that he owed Tony. Because of his relationship, Tony's origin story and opportunity to become Iron Man were all destroyed. Now he's also responsible for bringing Tony back on track, and even Obadiah on track. There's a lot to do, but it's all helping Tony for free. They are more like making friends than subordinates. Fury and they were all speechless. Natasha Romanoff also has a big mouth and a stunned look, a little cute and a little funny. Such an elite agent was stunned. Tony, that Tony Stark, the famous playboy swinger in the world, actually worked as a nanny for others? After all, he has also seen my power, so it is understandable to compromise a little. Lu Yuan looked away and told the truth. This time Fury and the others understood. When you have to deal with a beast that can eat you at any time, such as a lion or a tiger, you will be cautious and will not dare to starve him. Otherwise you will become food. The last request, can you show us your power? And what abilities you have? Fury suddenly made a bold request, but his word was a request. He wanted to see Lu Yuan's alien power with his own eyes. Are you sure? Lu Yuan asked. Fury looked at Lu Yuan deeply, and the others were secretly on guard. Don't worry, Lu Yuan quickly reassured, it won't hurt you, don't worry. As he spoke, he began to undress. Natasha Romanoff was dumbfounded. Stinky rascal. I don't stink at all. To declare in advance, Lu Yuan is really not playing a hooligan. Fury and the others said they wanted to see his ability. He couldn't blow up the Earth with one punch, right? Or do you really want to show them all kinds of abilities? He's not a juggler. After thinking about it, Tony and the three soldiers saw his Doomsday appearance and simply transformed, so he didn't bother to spend so much time. But what about the clothes after the transformation? From 1.9 meters into a monster over 5 meters, the clothes are definitely out of order, but he has to go back. There is still work to be done in the She-Stark building over there. So he took off all his clothes. Yep, it's all taken off. Natasha Romanoff looked back, and even her elite of the elite was a little embarrassed and uncomfortable. Look at Lu Yuan again, move his neck, and glance at Fury and the others. Suddenly, Lu Yuan's body began to change, and his body was rapidly growing, from 1.9 meters tall to more than 5 meters high. And his body is also growing horizontally, and the already strong body and muscles have become more terrifying. It is simply a muscle monster. And on his flesh and blood, a layer of terrifying bone armor was quickly covered, and there were many sharp spikes protruding from it. It was the most terrifying weapon, and even Superman's steel body could be cut open. Even a multi-universe level god like Darkseid's body has to avoid the edge. In the blink of an eye, Liu Yuan has changed from an ordinary person to a terrifying monster. It is better to say that that is his true appearance, Doomsday. And different from the general Doomsday, Liu Yuan was the first Doomsday when Krypton was born 100,000 years ago. His power was the most powerful, and he could even destroy an army of 100,000 Doomsdays alone. Liu Yuan was the first Doomsday on Krypton, and the next 100,000 Doomsdays were developed based on his successful experience, but they were not as good as Liu Yuan. The height of other destruction suns is no more than 3 meters, and there is a big gap between their strength and Liu Yuan, and even 100,000 destruction suns can't beat Liu Yuan together. And in that crazy battle, Liu Yuan did not know how many times he had evolved, and even the weakness of kryptonite was overcome, and even Darkseid's Omega rays were immune. Also because he was besieged by 100,000 Doomsdays, he was almost immune to punches and kicks, because even he was beaten to death like this before, but he was immune after resurrection. And heat ray, and all kinds of damage. Such a terrifying monster, just standing there, has already made Fury and the others terrified and speechless. Natasha Romanoff didn't care about anything else. She stood up subconsciously, raised her head, and stared blankly at Liu Yuan at the moment. Liu Yuan tilted his head. His head was already on the ceiling, so he had to tilt his head, otherwise the ceiling would pierce a big hole and expand directly upstairs. How can I continue to show my power? Destroy this building? Or destroy the New York? Liu Yuan asked. Because of his transformation into Doomsday, his voice was loud and terrifying. Fury hurriedly reached out to block. Enough is enough. In fact, he was also taken aback. Fury thinks he has a lot of knowledge and has even dealt with aliens. Few people know that there have been alien visitors to Earth, such as Skrulls and Kree. So when he learned that Liu Yuan was an alien, he didn't care too much. But now he realized that he was wrong, very wrong. The threat and feeling that Liu Yuan brought him far surpassed any moment he had ever experienced. Even in the face of the terrifying alien fleet attacked by the accuser Ronan, he did not feel more powerless and panicked than this. He believed that the monster in front of him could definitely do what he said. Ruin New York? He can't afford this responsibility. Okay, please change back to the way you were, Fury said. Liu Yuan shrugged, although he didn't want to admit it, it was actually his true face now. Well, he's already doomed. SHH. In the blink of an eye, Liu Yuan turned into a human again. Unlike other people's transformations, Liu Yuan can transform more freely, and there is no situation of losing control or running wild. He picked up the clothes and quickly put them on, only to look at Natasha Romanoff in distress when he was tying his tie. Natasha Romanoff was the only girl in the room, staring at Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan spread his hands. I don't know how to wear a tie. So you want me to tie you a tie? Natasha Romanoff almost shouted, incredulous in her voice. Fury nodded to Phil Coulson. Just when Phil Coulson was about to come to help Liu Yuan, the latter sighed and quickly fastened his tie reluctantly. Natasha Romanoff's teeth tickled with rage. As expected of someone who can get along with that guy Tony, this bastard. Hawkeye was thinking about something thoughtfully. Hawkeye and Natasha Romanoff have an extraordinary relationship, especially when Hawkeye was once controlled by Loki as a psychic scepter, and she still believes that Hawkeye did not defect. But don't doubt, they are not lovers. Hawkeye already has his own family in secret, and even the eldest daughter should be born. And Natasha Romanoff is one of the few people who knows the Hawkeye family, and is an old friend of theirs, like family. So Hawkeye was not jealous, nor hated Liu Yuan because of it, but thought about something. Because Hawkeye didn't have a high sense of existence, Liu Yuan didn't even pay attention to him. He turned his head and asked Fury, I've already cooperated with you so well, can I go now? All he wanted was for S.H.I.E.L.D. to stop making trouble. He didn't want to continue dealing with them again and again. How could someone like Fury not know what he meant, and said with a half smile, do you think you can really get rid of us even if you don't join S.H.I.E.L.D.? Liu Yuan looked back at Fury, and said with a serious expression, I'll kill you guys, I'm serious, it doesn't take much effort. Fury was startled, and quickly reassured, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to trouble you, but we hope to ask you for help when we are in trouble. By the way, I have a plan for a hero team here, you. Not interested, Liu Yuan interrupted Fury directly. He knew that the plan was probably Avengers, but he really had no interest. At least not now. I've shown enough sincerity and patience, I hope you can understand, and don't take an inch. Liu Yuan stood at the door, turned his back to Fury and the others, made some words that were not a threat, but more than a threat, and then opened the door just left. He'd done enough, and cooperated enough, in the hope that Fury and the others would understand and stop bothering him. But if they still have to move forward, Liu Yuan won't be so polite at that time. Inside the house, Fury and the others looked at each other, and found that each other's faces were covered in cold sweat unknowingly. It went well at first, but when Liu Yuan suddenly turned his face, it was terrifying. Boss, Natasha Romanoff said to Fury, this is an uncontrolled monster, listen to me and stop messing with it. Unless, Fury looked at Natasha Romanoff and said something rambling, someone can handle it. This time, in his contact with S.H.I.E.L.D., Liu Yuan knew in his heart that what he faced was not as simple as the few people in front of him. What he really faced was actually the Earth forces behind them. There is no doubt that with Fury's means and power, Liu Yuan can definitely become the public enemy of the Earth. Just like the predicament Hulk is facing now, Liu Yuan is definitely not afraid. He can blow the Earth with one punch now. But then what? He came to Earth temporarily, and wanted to relieve himself on the Earth of this world, not to fight, kill, and destroy. Although he is Doomsday, he retains his own mind and does not lose control or run away. So Liu Yuan is not here to destroy the Earth. If possible, he didn't want to cause trouble, so he fully cooperated with Fury and expressed his goodwill and sincerity, but he was not easy to mess with, so he made threats before leaving. He's done enough, don't try to push his feet, or he won't be able to talk anymore. To put it simply, I will give you face this time, but don't give face and shame. And don't forget that Liu Yuan's Kryptonian name is Liu Yuan Air. He is a member of the Air family. He was the representative of the Air family 100,000 years ago, and he also became the commander of the strongest legion on Krypton. If it is placed on the current Krypton, even General Zod is far worse than him. Even if he doesn't need to kneel, he is far from being on a par with Liu Yuan. General Zod is already one of the highest generals on Krypton, but Liu Yuan is more like the highest commander of all warriors, and even the general is his subordinate. As a member of the Air family, at least not the kind of bad guy who destroys the civilization of others for no reason. Besides, Liu Yuan was a genuine Earthling in his previous life, so he definitely had to worry a lot. I believe they won't be able to advance and retreat again, Liu Yuan said confidently. He also deliberately showed his power as Doomsday. After seeing his true face, Fury and the others would also consider whether they could provoke him. If nothing else, this should come to an end. Liu Yuan knew even more that only when he had such a contact with S.H.I.E.L.D. could he officially stand on Earth. This meeting will be experienced sooner or later. He is an alien and will definitely be approached. So Liu Yuan was also mentally prepared. After all, he was once the most powerful person on the planet, which is nothing. But after this experience, no one should bother him again, and he's also said something ugly in front of him. It's really unpleasant, and everyone's faces are not good looking. Okay, it's time to make extra money. Putting away these thoughts in his mind, Liu Yuan relaxed a lot, and put his thoughts on Iron Man again. It's the same sentence. After all, it was because of Liu Yuan's relationship that changed the plot, and now his relationship with Tony is pretty good, and he's idle anyway, so he wants to help Tony get back on track. Among them, there is an important character that has to be mentioned, that is the most important villain in Iron Man's first part, Iron Overlord. The Iron Overlord is Obadiah, including the attacks and traps that Tony encountered before, which was also arranged by Obadiah, in order to put Tony to death. It's a pity that Liu Yuan's intrusion has completely disrupted his plans. But it doesn't matter, Liu Yuan has already sent the box to him. It's just that the box of blueprints is not enough. He has to help Obadiah, or at least push him. Otherwise, what's the price? The corner of Liu Yuan's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a wicked smirk. So, he is also very black-bellied sometimes. It was only after Liu Yuan made up his mind that he raised his head and realized, by the way, isn't the distance a little too far? Before Phil Coulson dragged him around, he was getting farther and farther from the Stark building. He could fly, and he could go faster than the speed of light, but he was just like that on the street, in broad daylight. Running down? And that's too fishy, isn't it? Beep. Just then, 2 car horns sounded behind him. Liu Yuan turned his head, his eyes lit up, a sports car slowly came behind him, especially the person in the driver's seat was a beautiful woman. Fragrant car beauty, very seductive at any time. The only bad thing is that the beauty looked reluctant, glared at Liu Yuan, and scolded, "Get in the car, I'll take you back." The driver was Natasha Romanoff, with an unsightly expression on his face, because Phil Coulson was supposed to send Liu Yuan off, but for some reason Fury asked her to send Liu Yuan off. As an elite agent, Natasha Romanoff is not a novice either. She already vaguely knows what Fury is thinking about. Isn't it a beauty plan? She herself is a beauty, and it's not that she hasn't taken the initiative to display it. Rather, she was too familiar. So Natasha Romanoff's expression is even more ugly. What is Fury doing? The beauty trick is just a trick. The ultimate goal is to complete the task. But Fury is trying to win over this alien monster, and if he plays a beauty trick on him, maybe it won't be lifted for a long time. So Natasha Romanoff resisted. Liu Yuan was not polite, opened the co-pilot's door and sat in. Fortunately, the sports car is open top, and the carport can be packed up, otherwise he will be very embarrassed because of his stature. It's also what Natasha Romanoff saw in advance of his size. Thank you, Liu Yuan thanked politely, and was about to glance sideways at Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff stepped on the accelerator, and the sports car roared and shot out in an instant. Ordinary people would definitely be shocked, but Liu Yuan didn't take it seriously. He once won the first place in the spaceship competition, and even dared to car in the meteorite group, which is nothing at all. The most important thing is that he is not afraid of death, nor can he die. Maybe Natasha Romanoff wanted to get rid of Liu Yuan too much, so he drove all the way, sent him back to the front of the Stark building at the fastest speed, and then left quickly without even saying goodbye. Liu Yuan shrugged, although Natasha Romanoff is indeed a beauty, but he hasn't fallen in love at first sight, he just appreciates beautiful things. He once personally led the colonization plan of Krypton, and he was also a high-level executive of Krypton. He had never seen any kind of beauty. so Lu Yuan didn't take any pictures, turned around and entered the building. As soon as he came in, Lu Yuan was immediately stopped by someone. "Mr. Obadiah, please come to the office." Lu Yuan smiled and came. Following that person, Lu Yuan took Tony's exclusive elevator and went straight to the upper floors. Although it is Tony's exclusive elevator, Obadiah, as the board of directors and the company's veteran, is definitely qualified to ride. At least Lu Yuan doesn't care about that. Obadiah's office was also on the highest floor upstairs, just one floor below Tony's. Pushing open the door, Lu Yuan came to his office. Obadiah is already waiting. The decoration in the office is still very particular. There is a large floor-to-ceiling window behind the desk, where you can stand and look at the distant scenery. There are bookshelves around and many other things. Lu Yuan just glanced at it casually and then withdrew his gaze. He didn't come to visit, and after seeing Tony's luxurious office and mansion, these were nothing. Besides, his home on Krypton was more luxurious than this. Not to mention the gap in technology level. Krypton 100,000 years ago is enough to hang the Earth today. "You gave me this suitcase." Obadiah stood up from behind the desk, took out the suitcase that Lu Yuan had brought before, and placed it on the table. It seemed that he hadn't moved, but Lu Yuan knew very well that he had already seen what was inside. "What is this?" Obadiah asked. Lu Yuan smiled and glanced at the closed door behind him, so he stopped pretending, pulled out his chair and sat down, crossed his legs, and said straight to the point, "I want to add money. I didn't say it before." Obadiah hesitation, and suddenly sat down, no longer in a hurry, but said with a smile, "Tony did not disappoint me. This is the latest weapon he designed, right? Great, as long as it can be batched, production can make a lot of money for the company, and the country is more secure." Lu Yuan just smiled without saying a word, watching him perform there. Obadiah frowned slightly. Seeing that Lu Yuan was so calm, he couldn't help but probe, "What? Didn't Tony ask you to bring me the blueprint?" "Definitely not," Lu Yuan said without hesitation, opening his eyes and talking nonsense, and even said without hesitation, "I'm here to ask for money." But he wasn't lying, because Tony really didn't know that Lu Yuan wanted to give the blueprint to Obadiah. Tony only knew that there was an inner ghost who was going to kill him, but he didn't know that the inner ghost was actually his father's friend, or his mentor, Obadiah. When Tony finds out later, I don't know how it will feel. No wonder Lu Yuan said he couldn't let Tony know, otherwise he would be shocked. "What do you mean?" Obadiah's expression turned gloomy at once, and he scolded, "Eating inside and out? You are Tony's bodyguard, and you stole his stuff and sold it to me in turn? What the hell is going on? Aren't you afraid I'll put you in jail?" "Don't say it, it's really like it." But Lu Yuan didn't care at all, and continued to look at Obadiah with the old god, until the latter was more and more uncomfortable. He said slowly, "Why don't you be afraid of being known by Tony?" Obadiah was shocked. This is a common problem for people with a guilty conscience. If there is something in his heart, he is always worried about whether it will be exposed. Obviously Lu Yuan didn't say anything, but he started to mutter, "Could it be said that it has been exposed? No, that's not possible." Obadiah stabilized his mind and shouted angrily, "I don't know what nonsense you are talking about. Hurry up and get out." Lu Yuan was also serious, stood up directly, reached for the suitcase and gestured to leave. In the end, Obadiah still couldn't hold back and held down the suitcase. Lu Yuan asked with a half smile, "What do you mean?" Obadiah raised his head, looked at Lu Yuan seriously, and asked, "Who are you? You don't have to worry about it. You just need to know that as long as you give money, I will give you something," Lu Yuan said with a face of a greedy villain. He didn't make up his mind about being a Ten Rings, the enemies he encountered in the desert, because he knew that Obadiah had a secret deal with that group of people, and it was Obadiah who asked those people to kill Tony. As soon as he lied here, the case would be solved immediately. Rather than play a role just for the money, Obadiah continued to stare deeply at Lu Yuan, and asked tentatively, "What did you mean before? What do you know?" Lu Yuan shrugged, "Actually, I don't know anything, including Tony." Obadiah almost vomited blood. "Are you kidding me?" Really, Lu Yuan knew that Obadiah was the villain only because he knew the plot, but he really didn't have any evidence. Before that, he was frauding. It was Obadiah's lack of concentration, because Lu Yuan was too confident, as if he knew the truth, because he knew the truth, and was deceived by Lu Yuan. In the end, he didn't know what to say. Obadiah even has the heart to kill Lu Yuan, and Obadiah is really cruel enough, he can do it. Seeing that Obadiah was about to get out of control, Lu Yuan knew that he couldn't continue to stimulate him, so he changed his voice and said, "However, the weapons used at the scene were all made by Stark. Those people are enemies of a certain country. How can they have so many weapons of the Stark group? Can you explain? And Tony's itinerary that day is also a secret. How did the enemy set up a trap in advance? It just happened to attack Tony. Tony really has no evidence, but he has already begun to suspect that there is a ghost in the company, and he wants to take this opportunity to get rid of him, and even take away the company. Who is the most suspicious person?" Lu Yuan lowered his head. He was already tall, and Obadiah was still sitting. Such an oppressive aura made Obadiah sweat on his forehead. Lu Yuan's speculation is also very simple, and it is clear in one sentence: who will have the greatest interests after Tony's death? You don't need to ask to know that if Tony dies, it means that the Stark family is extinct. Then Obadiah will get the company, and even annex all of Tony's family property and shares. So why do you still wonder why Lu Yuan found him? Lu Yuan knocked on the suitcase deliberately. This is what he is going to deal with you. It is the latest weapon and the latest armor. Once he develops it successfully, he can use it to kick you out of the company. As for how to retaliate later, he can do whatever he wants. No, he can't do that. Obadiah stood up. Lu Yuan just looked at him like this, knowing that Obadiah was anxious. He was anxious. It's easy to do in a hurry. Lu Yuan opened the suitcase in person, found a blueprint, pointed to the Mark Generation armor and reminded, at that time, new energy will be installed here. The weapons of the old era are outdated, and he will become the only leader of the Stark Group, and lead the Stark Group into a new future. And you? All of you conservative and pedantic old guys will be eliminated. And you know it yourself, once you let Tony succeed, what will he do with you? In fact, Lu Yuan cheated. He obviously took advantage of knowing the plot in advance, and then he took it into consideration and used some specious words to deceive Obadiah. Is there really any evidence? That's definitely not the case, unless the boss of those people in the desert is caught and a confession is obtained. However, his words were not aimless, only Obadiah knew in his heart that he led the previous traps and attacks. In this way, the guilty person will take the bait. Obadiah had no confidence, thinking that Lu Yuan and Tony really knew something and had to deal with themselves. This set of drawings is proof that once Tony really develops new concepts, new era weapons, and even new energy sources, he has every right to expel himself from the board. Then Tony would have countless opportunities and time to slowly investigate what went wrong with Obadiah at the company. So for Obadiah, he has no choice. How can I trust you? Obadiah asked Lu Yuan. Why did he trust Tony's bodyguard? Lu Yuan pointed his finger at the blueprint on the table. Brother, I brought you this thing from Tony, what do you think? But there's nothing about the core here, Obadiah snorted. He had seen it before. The drawings of this armor are easy to understand, but how to drive it? It can't be gasoline, can it? The reason why he believed Lu Yuan's nonsense was precisely because if he wanted to activate this armor, he would definitely need a new concept of energy in a new era, and the old models were not enough. Battery? What kind of battery do you need? Fuel? Less likely. So Obadiah knew very well that Lu Yuan was hiding the most important core secret. Only when he got this, would he believe Lu Yuan's words and take action. Otherwise, he is not a fool, he is a cunning. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuan really didn't mind and told him the core secret. It's very simple, as long as the big thing downstairs can be reduced and researched, the energy of the arc reactor is enough to drive this armored battlesuit. I can even remind you that this battlesuit is only the most basic. It can continue to be developed. For example, to increase the thickness of the armor, it can also increase the tonnage of power, and even carry the most advanced weapons, etc. Lu Yuan did not hide anything, but really gave it all. It's just that what he taught with all his heart was definitely the original design of Tai Ba Wang. Obadiah was the designer of Iron Overlord. After listening to Lu Yuan's suggestion, he couldn't help nodding secretly, feeling very agreeable. But when it comes to arc reactor, Obadiah is hesitation. Are you sure that the ghost thing can really be used? Obadiah showed a hesitation expression. That thing was made by Howard 30 years ago, and it has not been touched for 30 years. It's just for outsiders to see. Lu Yuan was right, that large arc reactor was only used for a facade before. To those outside, we were not only a weapons dealer, but also developing other technologies. But in fact, it has not been developed based on arc reactor for 30 years. As a result, Lu Yuan suddenly brought news today that arc reactor is a new energy source in the new era, and it can definitely drive the steel battlesuit. You are really holding a golden rice bowl to beg for food. Lu Yuan felt speechless. From a more advanced point of view, once a whole new energy system is developed around arc reactor, it can directly overwhelm the world's energy system, and even master global energy. It's more profitable than selling anything. Still thinking of selling weapons? Too stupid. But he also doesn't want to use the knowledge he got on Krypton to change the Earth here, let alone become a so-called pioneer. That's fine. Are you sure I can beat Tony? Obadiah asked again, and finally revealed that he was actually trying to beat Tony's ambitions. Lu Yuan shrugged, but unfortunately he didn't bring a tape recorder, otherwise he really wanted to listen to Tony. But it doesn't matter if there is no recorder. Tony is a genius, and he is also improving the battlesuit. That's why I remind you, as long as you build an armored battlesuit that is stronger and more defensive than his, won't you be sure to win? Lu Yuan said insincerely. To take Obadiah into a ditch. If only strength and tonnage can determine the outcome, why should Tony consider the advanced version of Jingjin and directly develop a big guy with a height of tens of meters? On the contrary, the bigger the guy, the bulkier it is. What's the point of having only Yamatoshige if you can't even touch the enemy? Lu Yuan did it on purpose. Tai Ba Wang was destined to be a failure, and he was deliberately leading Obadiah in the direction of Tai Ba Wang. Let's go. Lu Yuan stood up and was about to leave, seeing that he had finished what he should say. Obadiah watched Lu Yuan go away, and there was still a bit of hesitation in his heart. Suddenly, Lu Yuan didn't forget to remind Obadiah when he opened the door, by the way, my salary card has been completed, don't forget to pay. Obadiah's heart suddenly dropped in half. It is said that people die for money, and birds die for food. Lu Yuan's greed for money is vividly displayed. If he betrayed Tony for money, it is not unbelievable. The most important thing is that Lu Yuan did bring him the thing that Tony was researching, and also brought the news that Tony was suspecting him. If Lu Yuan was Tony's man, he shouldn't have done these things, but should secretly investigate himself, and even steal the data on his computer. But Lu Yuan didn't, but like a real betrayer, he stole important things and came to him in exchange for enough reward. Obadiah has seen too many similar things, but does not feel suspicious. Then next, it's time to think about how to get ahead and create this new era of big guys earlier than Tony. Tony, I'll see how you die this time, Obadiah said with a smug look. On the other side, Lu Yuan was walking on the way to leave, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Obadiah, it was all his own words before, although it was all true, because he knew the plot. But Lu Yuan couldn't deny that he couldn't produce any evidence. So he needs Obadiah to act. Only when he acts can he prove that he is right. Obadiah is the villain. Obadiah's vision is not high enough. What he doesn't understand is that although Lu Yuan is indeed on Tony's side, he doesn't mind helping Obadiah develop the Iron Overlord. So what? If Obadiah can take the initiative to jump out of the water, this is nothing at all. And Obadiah would never have thought that Lu Yuan asked Tony to print it out and hand it over to him. He won't understand until he dies. After walking around outside for a long time today, when Lu Yuan returned to Tony's super villa, Tony was still beating downstairs. Don't tell me you spent your whole day like this. Lu Yuan came to the basement with a bottle of wine. As mentioned earlier, in addition to an underground garage, Tony's basement also has his laboratory. This is also his studio, so Tony can do whatever he wants or develop some gadgets here. For example, 2 robotic arms, which he developed, originally had some intelligence and could help him solve some small things. Lu Yuan also saw that Tony had even developed a robotic arm, although it was only in the most primitive state. Now it's just a steel arm, with no effect other than defense. Tony constantly moved his arm to see if there would be friction and discomfort in the operation of the robotic arm, and at the same time looked back at Lu Yuan, and then he exclaimed, "Roar, that's the best wine I've kept in the cabinet, originally intended to open for my birthday." Lu Yuan shrugged, because he discovered that the bottle of wine was hidden so deeply that he opened it. "It tastes good," Lu Yuan said, and took a sip directly from the bottle, and asked insincerely, "Would you like a cup?" Tony just looked at Lu Yuan like that, and finally sighed helplessly. He drank from the bottle. How could he still have a drink? "Who did you give it to?" Tony asked casually. Lu Yuan smiled. "Don't bother, it's impossible to tell you now, you should hurry up and develop your battle suit." Tony grinned. The guy. It was impossible for Lu Yuan to tell Tony now, otherwise with Tony's impulsive personality, he would immediately find Obadiah's evidence and arrest him. What's the point of that? Dude, is he going to direct the original Iron Man story? No wonder he prepared both hands, which is equivalent to sending scripts to Tony and Obadiah respectively. And Tony and Obadiah are doing what he wants. It is said that with Tony's character, he was able to hold his temper and spend a day at home to develop a steel battlesuit. It can also be seen that he is very optimistic about this battlesuit. At the moment, Tony had already devoted himself to this matter, so he didn't ask who Lu Yuan was going to see today, and dragged him to join in to discuss the battlesuit together. But Lu Yuan knew very well that as long as Tony was busy, he would know after a little inquiry and investigation that the person he went to see today was Obadiah. But it didn't matter, as long as the time passed, it didn't matter if Tony knew. At least it's still going at the rhythm he wants. That's why he didn't hide his whereabouts, and even blatantly went to the company to talk to Obadiah in broad daylight. He did it on purpose. Next, Lu Yuan joined in with a bottle of wine, squatted in the studio with Tony, and helped Tony develop the second generation of Mark's battlesuit. No, it should be said that it is the third generation, because Lu Yuan directly reminded Tony, asking him to consider whether there will be restrictions on the choice of materials. For example, once the environment is too cold, will there be a problem with the battlesuit? For example, after flying to a certain height, will the battlesuit freeze up? This is also the biggest weakness of the Mark II battlesuit, that is, it is not cold resistant. Whether it is flying to a high altitude or a too cold environment, there will be danger of freezing and losing control. Once you fall from the sky, even with the protection of a steel battlesuit, the huge amounts of impact will still make the people inside smash like a can of meat. Tony was taken aback. He didn't know how to fly like Lu Yuan himself. He had also driven a flight machine and a spaceship. At most, Tony was flying or driving a plane. He definitely didn't know so many things to pay attention to. "It's fortunate that you are here," Tony said in a long roar tone in fear. If he didn't know this point, and he really fell during the test flight, it would be over. "So you see, I'm thinking about you," Lu Yuan said proudly. "At least I didn't remind that big guy about this." "Big guy?" Tony raised an eyebrow. Lu Yuan coughed and said a little too much. "I still have a better bottle of wine than this." Tony pointed to the wine in Lu Yuan's hand, saying that it was only for his birthday, but he still had a bottle for Christmas. Christmas in foreign countries is equivalent to Spring Festival. One is prepared for birthdays and the other is prepared for Spring Festival. It is conceivable which is better. Lu Yuan thought for a while, and had to give in. "Okay, I definitely gave the guy some advice, and asked him to improve the Mark generation, increase the armor and tonnage, and also add more powerful weapons, and call it Iron Overlord." Next, Lu Yuan briefly said about Tai Ba Wang. Tony opened his mouth wide and looked at Liu Yuan incredulously. My dear, you are eating both ends. Help him develop a new Mark battlesuit here, and help the enemy develop Iron Overlord over there. Will he benefit from co-authoring? Don't worry, I'll help you if it's a big deal. What you really care about is not whether you can beat it, but whether the opponent will jump out. Only when he shows his true colors will you have an excuse to eradicate him. I think what I said is clear enough. Now, instead of keeping him by his side and becoming a hidden danger, it is better to wipe out all future troubles. But how do we get him to jump out of the water willingly? There is only one way, and that is to make him feel that he is sure to win, only when he thinks he has already won. Only then will I be willing to tear my face off, Liu Yuan reassured Tony earnestly. Tony looked at Liu Yuan suspiciously, always feeling that he was fooled by him. But it is undeniable that Liu Yuan is very convincing. And that's what Liu Yuan said before, when he took away the blueprint. He said that he was helping Tony find out the inner ghost to avoid future troubles. Okay, the wine is in the classic car. Tony had to believe Liu Yuan's nonsense, and instructed Liu Yuan to take out the wine, while he took out 2 glasses to prevent Liu Yuan from continuing to enjoy it alone, while it was poured into a cup, and the two touched it. I really don't know what your technological civilization is like. After taking a sip of wine, Tony couldn't help but sigh. He always thought that the concept of Mark's battlesuit proposed by Liu Yuan was the technology of Kryptonian civilization. Liu Yuan shook his head with a wry smile. Although the Kryptonian civilization is developed, it is precisely because of this advanced technology that it may also kill Krypton. Whether it is the danger of Doomsday, or the various factors that follow, Krypton is always unavoidable. What if I said that the end of technology is theology? Tony, what would you think? Liu Yuan said suddenly. Tony was dumbfounded. Do high-tech aliens like you think there are gods in the world? As a result, Liu Yuan showed a meaningful smile. It's not that there is a god in the world, but that the end of science becomes a god. For example, the Apocalypse Star has become the new Protoss. Holding a glass of wine, Liu Yuan and Tony just sat on the ground in the underground studio, drank, and chatted. To be honest, the two of them can chat very well, regardless of their different personalities. Tony is a swinger brother, and he is a bohemian all his life. But Liu Yuan is not like this. If Liu Yuan is so unreliable and serious, he will not be the supreme commander of Krypton. Liu Yuan just looks a little black-bellied now, but in fact, when he was on Krypton, he was a ghost that everyone loved and feared. Liu Yuan's subordinates both love him and are afraid to die, because Liu Yuan never jokes, and Liu Yuan, who has been in the military, always speaks the truth. It's just that the life on Krypton now is very different from the previous life, but it is more like returning to the life once on Earth, and it is no longer so strict and self-restraining. But he and Tony were two worlds. Strangely enough, they can talk. Tony is also very strange. Why are you helping me like this? Tony just invited Liu Yuan to be his bodyguard, but Liu Yuan has done a lot. Whether it is to help him develop these Mark battlesuits or take the initiative to help him find out the inner ghost, it is beyond the scope of being a bodyguard. Without Liu Yuan's help, Tony, who has not experienced blows and growth, would still be just an unreliable rich second-generation swinger. It was because of Liu Yuan's guidance that he had to develop battlesuits, and he would grow up in the future. But why? Why does he want to help himself? Tony was puzzled. Liu Yuan shook the wine glass gently, watching the bright red wine swaying in the glass, smelling the wafting aroma of wine between his nose and mouth, showing a satisfied smile. As for Tony's question, he said leisurely after taking a sip of wine, Tony, you thought you were better. Tony smiled and said, full of self-deprecation, I must know myself better than you do. He does not deny that he is bohemian. It is said that he has dated every month except one of the cover girls of a magazine last year. And because the cover girls of 1 month are twins, it is equivalent to not falling for a month. Visible. Really? Liu Yuan glanced at Tony and asked back, if I ask you now, when you encounter a special situation, you need to crawl on the barbed wire and let your teammates crawl over, would you do that? Tony said without hesitation, I'll find pliers and cut the barbed wire. You can only talk about Tony like that, but you will choose to sacrifice yourself. Liu Yuan was so serious, looking at Tony with shining eyes, but there was sadness deep in his eyes, not only for Tony, but also for himself. Liu Yuan was right, Tony just seemed to evade responsibility when he said it, but every time he chose to sacrifice himself for the first time. When he was carrying the nuclear bomb through the wormhole, he never thought whether he could come back. If he made a mistake, he would just die in outer space. He even faced Thanos with a mortal body, and even snapped his fingers at the cost of his life. What Liu Yuan admires about Tony is that he really deserves to be a superhero, just like himself. Liu Yuan, he knew exactly who Darkseid was, and he definitely knew how terrible Darkseid was. But the first time he got the news, he chose to protect Krypton. He knew he was going to die, and he did fight until the very last moment, until he died. Then he was resurrected, turned into a monster, and became the first Doomsday. But the resurrected Liu Yuan did not resent, but returned to the battlefield again, facing Darkseid once again. This time he won. Even if you die, or even die again, you must guard Krypton, and guard your hometown and compatriots behind you. He even did not hesitate to use his own strength to stop the rampage and runaway of the army of the 100,000 Doomsday army, and finally annihilated his former 100,000 subordinates with his own strength. However, the exchange was not a heroic triumph, but a lonely person leaving. But Lu Yuan never complained or resented, or even gave up on it, but completely regained his sanity. Even as a day of destruction, he was like an ordinary person. What a lot of self-control and what a great spirit. So he knew and liked Tony very well. Why does he keep helping Tony get back on track with Iron Man? He just doesn't want Tony to fall because of his relationship. Tony is a superhero, and he doesn't want Tony to deviate from the track. There is only one reason, and that is, they are both superhero. So they cherished each other, so Lu Yuan was willing to help Tony. Besides, although I am your bodyguard, if you become an Iron Man, and your enemy is picked up and killed by you, I don't have to worry about your safety, as long as you get paid monthly. Lu Yuan touched Tony with the cup in his hand, and then took a sip. Tony stared at this shameless guy in a stunned manner, always feeling that he was fooled. Damn, is there such a person as a bodyguard? Pay back, Tony yelled. Lu Yuan ran upstairs with 2 bottles of wine, laughing loudly. Tony didn't chase after him either. Looking at the direction Lu Yuan was leaving, he suddenly felt that he was no longer afraid of Lu Yuan in his heart. If it was said that it was because of self-protection at the beginning, it was because of fear of Lu Yuan's power that he kept him by his side, and would rather buy him at a big price without hurting his life, and would rather be a nanny at all. Now, it seems that gradually, like old friends, they can joke, drink freely, and chat unscrupulously. Think about it, Lu Yuan even said that there is only one way out of becoming a god at the end of science, and he almost took Asgard or the new Protoss of Apocalypse as an example. And Lu Yuan really wanted Tony to become Iron Man. All I can say is that they get along well. As the days passed, Obadiah was still very trustworthy. The next day, he called Lu Yuan a lot of money, more than $30 million. But Obadiah is very bad. He called Lu Yuan directly as himself, which is easy to find out. Lu Yuan was amused. This was warning him not to talk nonsense, otherwise Obadiah would also have evidence. But how did Obadiah know? Lu Yuan showed it to Tony directly, and asked Tony shamelessly, do you think he gave enough money? Tony's eyes rolled around. Isn't this guy unwilling to tell himself who the ghost is? How did you change your face today? But Tony pretended to be ignorant and said, it's definitely not enough. Let him play another 50 million. Okay, Lu Yuan made a direct call and told Obadiah, I asked Tony, this thing is worth at least $300 million. You have to give me another 50 million. Obadiah almost vomited blood, and she could only give money to such a shameless person. Definitely, he didn't believe that Lu Yuan really asked Tony. From this day on, Tony has devoted himself to the development of Mark's battlesuit. First, the steel boots were made in 5 days, and the most important thing was the flight device. The steel gauntlet was suspended first, because the gauntlet was completed, and only the stage of installing the flight device was left, so it turned to develop the boots. And before that, research including the most important arc reactor has also been completed. It was originally a large palladium arc reactor that Tony's father Howard had built 30 years ago. Tony already knew the specific principles, and it took less than 1 night to get it out after he came back. The battery-like energy equipment, which is now made into a circular shape, is put aside. Lu Yuan watched all this with his own eyes, and Tony didn't take any precautions against him, because in Tony's opinion, all this was inspired by Lu Yuan. Tony didn't know it. Lu Yuan only knew about it after watching Iron Man's movie. The specific process was all done by Tony himself. He really didn't know how to do it. After all, Lu Yuan used to be a general, a commander-in-chief, but not an engineer or an electrician, let alone a scientist. And don't look at the fact that it took Tony only 1 night to develop a small arc reactor, but if it is someone else, this thing is very difficult. For example, Obadiah has not noticed how difficult this thing is, and is now developing his Iron Overlord in full swing. Obadiah is in the company's research and development department, with more comprehensive equipment, more scientific and technological personnel, and all kinds of materials. So he perfected the Iron King as much as possible, and added as much armor, tonnage, and weapons as possible. He wants to make Taiba Wang a giant, so he is called Taiba Wang. That will be his turnaround. He has to rely on Iron Overlord to get the support of a certain country. Even if he kills Tony, no one will say anything. This is a country, this is the capitalist. As long as you have enough chips and capital, you have unlimited power and privilege. Look at Tony again. On the 5th day, the steel boots have been built, and even the flight device has been equipped, but the current flight device switch has to be controlled by hand. There is only a pair of boots. Even with the arc reactor energy, the connections are very rudimentary, with only a few lines. But Tony couldn't wait to experiment. Lu Yuan was speechless, holding a video recorder aside to record Tony's experiment. For the first flight experiment, the goal is to rise 10 centimeters off the ground from the recording point and make a circle. Tony placed a square mark under his feet, and wanted to take off 10 centimeters on it and make a circle. Lu Yuan nodded while looking at the camera, still holding an apple in his hand and gorging on it. He didn't take it to heart at all. It was only 10 centimeters flying, so he definitely didn't mind it at all. But Tony cared about it. This was the first time he had personally experienced this kind of flight. It must be cool. Come on. Tony took a deep breath and slowly pressed the switch button in his hand. Right now, he is wearing equipment only on his feet. This is the first test of the effect of flight. Roar. Tony's feet spurted out a wave of air that looked like an ultrasonic wave. It was an arc pulse released by a palladium arc reactor as an energy source. With the power of propulsion, Tony was slowly lifted into the air. I'm flying? I can fly? Haha. Tony couldn't stop laughing. In fact, he just started to take off, because there are only a few simple lines connecting the arc reactor, so the energy transmitted is not much. Therefore, the power of the air wave of the arc pulse is also very small. This is that he can only fly with a pair of shoes. If he is wearing a complete steel battlesuit, he will definitely not be able to fly. This is why Tony has said from the beginning that today's goal is only 10 centimeters off the ground, and it seems that he also has self-awareness. But anyway, he did get his feet off the ground. Even Lu Yuan couldn't help applauding him, because he also understood this feeling, and he was so excited when he flew for the first time. It was just that Tony quickly lost control. It was the first time he experienced the feeling of flight, and he was completely unable to adapt and control the direction. Tony almost slammed his head into a device. Fortunately, Lu Yuan kept watching, grabbing Tony's shoulder and holding him down at the critical moment. Tony breathed a sigh of relief. He had everything in his studio, and it was almost all steel equipment, and if he collided with a pointed edge, it would be life-threatening. You have to be more careful in the future, Lu Yuan had to warn Tony, still remembering his identity as a bodyguard. In the blink of an eye, Tony began to pose to Lu Yuan again. Hey, Lu Yuan, did you see it? I can fly. Lu Yuan nodded with a smile, and floated in the air with his feet. Yes, I know, you can fly, look, I will too. Tony was speechless for a moment. This bastard really knows the right time to throw cold water on people. Lu Yuan has not only driven a flight machine and sat in a spaceship himself, but he has even been able to fly by himself after becoming a Superman. He must have been used to it. But Tony couldn't calm down for a long time. This feeling is great. If he just wanted to get this new technology before, then now, he is developing it with his own interest. He was already unable to extricate himself, and even began to imagine how fast he would explode when all the energy could be transmitted to his whole body after he completed the full set of equipment. It's not the same as driving a sports car, it's a completely different sense. As soon as he said it, Tony got hooked again and started banging. Lu Yuan stood by and witnessed it with his own eyes. Although there was no classic sound of hammering in a cave, he also lost the experience and hardships of growing up. But it's undeniable that Tony at the moment is still the Iron Man in his mind, and when he's in it, it's exactly the same as in the movie. Together with Lu Yuan, who is a man, they all nodded, applauding. Definitely, it also gave Tony a cold fight and got him out of the way. Always feel creepy and goosebumps all over the place. Being stared at by a man like that seems to be very affectionate. Hey, it's so cold. Well, Lu Yuan left, went back to the upstairs room, and drank a bottle of good wine from Tony's wine cellar. At the same time, Lu Yuan did not forget to pay attention to Obadiah. Lu Yuan found that in the past 10 days, Obadiah's progress was not slow, and the Iron Overlord was almost finished. But now they have encountered the most critical problem, that is, none of Obadiah's scientists can reproduce the palladium arc reactor. That is to say, even looking at the large palladium arc reactor, it is impossible to make a small arc reactor. This is the difference between a genius and an ordinary person. Looks like I need to help him. The genius Tony was at home directly, and it took only one night to reenact the arc reactor. On the other side, a group of scientists are in the studio of the She-Stark Industrial Building. Not only is the large palladium arc reactor next to it, they can keep an eye on it for research, and even have more comprehensive equipment and materials. As a result, a group of people can't compare to one person, and they haven't reproduced energy that can be used for more than 10 days. Obadiah was almost out of breath and vomited blood, seeing that Iron Overlord was about to finish his research, but the problem of energy has never been solved. Isn't this a joke? On Tony's side, just one night later, the second-generation Mark battlesuit was finally developed. But it's the second generation, but it's actually the third generation. The second-generation Mark battlesuit was originally the first improved version after the first-generation Mark battlesuit, and was used for various experiments. But the second generation has an Achilles heel, that is, it is not cold-resistant, easy to freeze and lose control. However, under the guidance of Lu Yuan, Tony has made improvements on the second generation, which directly became the version that should have been the third generation. In the evening, accompanied by Lu Yuan, Tony finally put on his battle armor for the first time. At the moment's Iron Man battlesuit has not been painted yet, it's a silver-white metallic color as a whole. But that was already very handsome. With Tony putting on the battlesuit piece by piece with the help of the steel prosthetic limbs, and the cool vagueness around him, even Lu Yuan's blood boiled. Finally, Tony put on the Iron Man battlesuit for the first time, and stood there fully armed, protected by steel armor, full of mechanical feeling, as if he was shooting a future sci-fi blockbuster. Final inspection, Tony instructed. It turned out that he also added a system to his armor, and it was taken over by the intelligent butler J.A.R.V.I.S as an auxiliary system function. For example, at the moment, with Tony's command, Tony doesn't need to check every detail himself, but J.A.R.V.I.S to check and feed it back to him. J.A.R.V.I.S would only notify Tony when there was a real bug somewhere. There are many advanced functions that will not be described one by one, including the auxiliary functions of flight and so on. With Tony's reaction speed, Once the battlesuit speed exceeds the speed of sound, he may not be able to control it in time. Then it's up to J.A.R.V.S to take control. Wait, don't you say you're going to have a test flight today? Lu Yuan on the side heard something wrong with Tony's words, and hurriedly stopped him. Stop joking, you will die. This has only just been developed, and Tony's courage is too big, and he will fall to his death with one miscalculation. In the end, Tony smiled and said unconcernedly, isn't there still you by my side? You are my bodyguard. Lu Yuan was speechless. I knew it wouldn't be that simple to work for you. I knew he couldn't take it easy. It turned out that this was his idea. Okay, I will fly with you. If something goes wrong, or an accident occurs, I will save your life, Lu Yuan assured. Hearing his reassurance, Tony felt even more relieved. Even J.A.R.V.S, who was trying to dissuade him, stopped talking, but gave a reminder. The preparations for the initial start have been made, the tunnel has been scanned, and the nearby conditions and maps have been uploaded, and you can take off at any time. Then what are you waiting for? J.A.R.V.S? Let's go crazy once. Tony didn't want to waste any time, and immediately recruited the Roar Smart Housekeeper to activate the battlesuit, and a total of 4 flight devices under his feet and palm sprayed arc pulses together, turning it into a powerful force. The airwave made Tony fly. The next moment, the 4 flight machines roared together, and Tony turned into a silver figure along the underground garage and rushed out in an instant. And in the first moment of startup, Tony has even reached the speed of sound, and even caused a sonic boom effect. But there is one person who is faster than him, Lu Yuan. He even exceeds the speed of light. He keeps standing with his arms folded, but he doesn't need to move, because he is floating under his feet and following Tony. The two of them walk from the ground together. The garage flew into the sky outside. The two stopped over the villa one by one and looked up into the distance. Tony only felt that his heart was wide, because there was an endless sea in front of him, and this feeling made him extremely excited. Turning back to look at Lu Yuan, who was standing beside him, Tony couldn't help but think of a competition, and shouted, Lu Yuan, compare with me. Saying that, Tony turned into a silver light and shadow, dragging a light behind him, and flew straight to the luxurious city in the distance. At the moment it's late at night, so don't worry about causing a stir. Lu Yuan shook his head. Compared with him? It's too much for him, Tony. It only takes a moment for him to go to the sun, and Tony is still far from that level. It takes a long time to go around the earth. So Lu Yuan deliberately let Tony fly for a long time before catching up. As a result, he led Tony for a long time and entered the urban edge of New York City first and stopped in front of Tony in advance. Tony was dumbfounded and asked J.A.R.V.S, did you see how he got here? Even J.A.R.V.S was silent for a moment before saying in an uncertain tone, he may have exceeded the speed of light, and even satellites cannot capture his trajectory. It turned out that J.A.R.V.S had purposely used satellites to target and monitor Lu Yuan's movements, but still could not judge how fast Lu Yuan was. Tony stuttered secretly, surpassing the speed of light? Is there really anyone in the world who can go faster than the speed of light? Too exaggerated, right? But Lu Yuan didn't care at all, and suggested to Tony, why don't you try how high you can go? Tony asked, are you sure it won't break down? Because Lu Yuan mentioned the problem of battlesuit freezing, he began to worry. Lu Yuan smiled and shook his head. Now you know you're worried? Then you are going to die? Don't worry, I'll watch you. Let's go, Lu Yuan said, already taking the lead in slowly floating towards the sky. Seeing this, Tony was not to be outdone. The flight devices on both hands and feet spewed air waves together, chasing after Lu Yuan and rising quickly. The two of them went straight to the sky with their heads raised, as if they were going to fly to the moon. But they are not Chang'e. In fact, it was also experimenting with the performance of the battlesuit, and they didn't give up until the air was so thin that Tony couldn't take it anymore. Lu Yuan nodded. Tony's battlesuit could be announced. It was time. So Lu Yuan approached Tony, and at such a height, he secretly said bad things. Tony, I need you to make an inferior arc reactor, and I will give this to Obadiah. But you can't give it to him directly. Where is my order? And when he comes to steal, you can also go and copy his computer and system, which contains all the criminal records of Obadiah. Tony looked at Lu Yuan. You mean it's time to close the net? That's right. Obadiah would never have thought that it seemed that Lu Yuan betrayed Tony, stole Tony's most important thing, and gave it to him in exchange for money. But in fact, Lu Yuan is much smarter than his vision, and Lu Yuan and Tony have negotiated to pit him together. Even Lu Yuan still got the blueprint from Tony, and now that he was about to close the net, he simply asked Tony to make another small arc reactor. Because Lu Yuan is useful, he wants to give Obadiah as a gift. Don't forget to make an inferior version, preferably one that only has half the energy and can fry the oven, Lu Yuan said with a black belly. Arc reactor, the full name should be called Palladium Arc Reactor. So why is palladium so important? Because palladium can undergo nuclear fission. To put it bluntly, this is a special nuclear battery. How can such a small thing have so much energy? This is the nuclear energy we have been talking about. This is the nuclear battery. Do you think about this thing suddenly frying the oven? What will be the result? Even if it's not as good as a nuclear bomb, that's about the same. Even Tony has a black line. Big brother, this is in New York. Are you sure this is really feasible? At least Tony didn't dare. So Lu Yuan was really right before. Stark Industry is begging for food with a golden rice bowl. Howard has paved the way as early as 30 years ago, but it is a pity that Howard has not survived until now, otherwise what is Obadiah? Tony, can you go a little farther? You are standing in the way of genius. Tony is genius enough, but still has to be sidelined compared to his father. But there is no if in the world. This can also reflect why the group of Obadiah can't reproduce it, and now I understand that this is the nuclear reactor that Howard developed by the way when he was studying nuclear weapons. This thing, how can it be so easy to reproduce, otherwise the whole world will be a nuclear world. But it doesn't work like this all the time. Yuan has made it clear that he needs Obadiah to jump out of the water, and he needs Obadiah to take the initiative to tear his face. So he didn't hesitate to help Obadiah to bring the blueprints and help him to suggest the manufacture of Iron Overlord. Now it is only the last step, and there is no longer an arc reactor. It's for him, Tony can make it anyway, and it's right in front of him. Tony didn't know whether to laugh or be angry, and felt even more sad. Obadiah would never have thought that his every move was designed for him by Yuan, and even what to do next. Now Yuan is also calculating. Won't he doubt it? Tony asked, thinking that with Obadiah's IQ, he wouldn't doubt it at all, would he? Then let him see how powerful he is. Yuan was not worried at all. He tapped the armor on Tony's body, and said, remember that group of people who attacked you before, you didn't want revenge at all. Tony understood. It turned out that he didn't escape. He was also Yuan's pawn, and he was also calculated. But Tony thought about it. Yuan seemed to be right. He was attacked by that group of people of unknown origin, and he almost died in that desert. How could he just forget about it? He also understood Yuan's meaning and purpose. Since the group of people was probably in ambush and attacked by Obadiah's instructions, it means that they must have colluded. And once he came forward and defeated the group, he could indirectly show Obadiah the power and potential of this battlesuit. This will make Obadiah more anxious and more focused on developing his armor. However, Obadiah couldn't figure out how to recreate the required arc reactor. Going around and around, it was impossible to bypass this new energy source. Without energy, everything is fake. An Iron King without energy is an iron lump. Tony, who wanted to understand this, couldn't help but said, it seems that you're going to make another dent. Yuan smiled proudly. No way, I have to have money to survive, I have to have a good meal. Besides, when Obadiah dies, won't all his shares be given to you? You are the biggest winner. Die? Tony was startled. Yuan nodded without hesitation. He will surely die, including the information on the Iron Overlord must be destroyed before it can be obtained by a certain country or other forces. You don't know how huge amounts of change this thing can lead to. Once your country gets it, the world is over. Even Yuan, who has just arrived in this world, knows that a certain country is too much. Especially Tony. He went to that desert area to sell weapons before, and the weapons were sold to a certain country's military boss, but that area is really not a certain country's area. So they're breaking into other people's homes and creating chaos. For all this, Yuan doesn't want to talk too much, and he can't say much in this book. Tony is also a smart guy, and he obviously knows how serious the consequences are, otherwise he wouldn't have been holding on to the technical secrets of the Iron Man battlesuit and not handing it in. Once the world becomes a war of steel armies, the picture and the consequences are simply unimaginable. So he must die. Yuan unilaterally announced Obadiah's end. From the moment Obadiah got the drawings of the Mark generation and started to develop Iron Overlord, he was doomed. These things cannot be obtained by the people above, absolutely not allowed. Some might be naive to think that it would be enough to expose Obadiah's incriminating evidence and arrest him. Don't be silly, who was Dr. Zola once. Not only is Red Skull's most capable subordinate, he is also one of Hydra's top executives, and even Nahisui from a certain country. But in the end, wasn't it still recruited by S.H.I.E.L.D? Believe in a country? Better to trust a pig. Because country and place names cannot appear, and various things cannot appear, so let's just talk about it here. So from the very beginning, when Yuan planned to invite the turtle into the urn, he had already planned that Obadiah would be killed by him. Not only the money, but Yuan was also ready to kill him. Tony fell into silence. Obadiah was his father's friend after all, and the person who treated him the best after his parents died. After so many years, I was suddenly told that the ghost beside me was Obadiah? Did he want to kill himself? Tony couldn't accept it for a while. I knew it. Yuan showed the expression as expected. I knew you would be like this, so I didn't want to tell you from the beginning. Why don't you do it like this? You just do what I tell you, and don't care about the rest. I know that you will definitely not bear it, so wait for him to take the initiative to attack you, and then you can fight back. If Obadiah doesn't die, no one will kill him. It's up to him. Tony nodded, and that was all. In fact, Yuan knew that Tony was a person who attached great importance to feelings, and it was difficult to suddenly want him to kill Obadiah. But he knew even more that Obadiah was definitely a scourge. Although Obadiah can sell weapons to a certain country's enemies for money, but a certain country's enemies are not good people. At least the people Obadiah contacts are Ten Rings people. Ten Rings is not a kind person, but more ruthless. An enemy of an enemy is not necessarily a friend. Ten Rings is similar to Hydra, both want to conquer the world and are absolute villains and bad guys. In the era and period of World War II, Hydra once supported or took refuge in the great head of state, and it was that person. Later, Hydra went underground, started an agent operation, and competed with SHIELD. The Ten Rings are still doing things all over the world, constantly provoking war and expanding their power. Not a good thing anyway. Speaking of which, Lu Yuan has a bigger opinion on Ten Rings. The reason is that Ten Rings can be said to be a proof of Marvel Black and East. Especially the presence of Mandarin. This can't be mentioned anymore, it's a taboo. But after all, it is a villain, which is understandable. As long as it is not deliberately going to blacken, it is still acceptable. And it's not superhero without an oriental face in the Marvel universe. Not to mention this. Obadiah has secret dealings and collusion with the Ten Rings, and sooner or later he is a hidden danger. Even Lu Yuan didn't plan to let him go, but seeing that Tony's hesitation was undecided, Lu Yuan could only take the next step. Arrange the plan of the arrangement first, just wait for Obadiah to take the bait willingly, and when things get out of control, Tony has to do it even if he doesn't want to. As for why Lu Yuan had to kill Obadiah, isn't the answer obvious? Lu Yuan is worried that Obadiah will take refuge in a certain country, and he is worried that he will give too many things to a certain country. Once a certain country becomes strong, the whole world will be restless. Sometimes Lu Yuan really wants to say that he is a hero, so let's overthrow a certain country. A country is the public enemy of the whole world. Too bad he can't say that. In this way, Lu Yuan and Tony reached an agreement between them. After Tony completed the first test flight with satisfaction, the two returned to the downstairs of the villa through the entrance of the underground garage under the escort of Lu Yuan. Tony had already promised Lu Yuan, so he had to make him another small arc reactor overnight. Look, this is the gap between genius and mortal. Even if the people of Obadiah guarded the large palladium arc reactor, they could not reproduce it perfectly in the end. As for Tony, he beat it all by himself, and it took less than half a night to make it. Moreover, according to Lu Yuan's black-bellied requirements, a low-quality product was specially manufactured. Be careful. Seeing that Lu Yuan was holding it in his hand, Tony warned worriedly, you know what this thing is, and at your request this is a low-quality product, which is not stable from the beginning. Be careful with us. Blast to heaven. This thing is an unstable small bomb, or a nuclear bomb of nuclear elements, which can definitely raise this place to the ground. Lu Yuan didn't take it seriously. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one can hurt you, even if the real nuclear bomb explodes, it doesn't matter. Tony looked at Lu Yuan's self-confidence with a look of surprise, and then he was relieved. After all, he was an alien. At the same time, he has also seen Lu Yuan's true face, and believes that it is far from Lu Yuan's true strength. On Lu Yuan's side, holding the dangerous little thing in his hand, he looked at it carefully and asked, if it is installed on your Mark II, again, although it is the code name of the second generation, the performance is actually the third generation. How long can it be used if it is fully driven? Tony pondered and calculated, and gave a rough figure, 30 minutes. After this time, the energy will be depleted, and there will be the danger of self-destruction. Lu Yuan nodded to show that he understood, and suddenly threw it to Tony and said, from today onwards, you take this with you, and then hide the good one. What do you mean? Tony was startled. He said that this inferior product is in danger of self-destruction. Lu Yuan smiled wickedly, even if you don't wear it, you must put it in an important position on the bright side, otherwise how can people believe that this is your proud work? Tony got it. Lu Yuan is very bad. He is trying to lure Obadiah himself to steal this inferior version of arc reactor. If it was sent by Lu Yuan himself, Obadiah might still doubt it. But if Obadiah was seduced into believing that this was Tony's masterpiece, Obadiah would have no doubts. Another point. Lu Yuan didn't roughly talk about his plan before. He would guide Obadiah to steal the arc reactor, and at the same time, he would also steal Obadiah's information and evidence. Do it all. Tony shook his head, feeling sad for Obadiah. That guy was very ambitious, but he didn't know that he was all calculated by Lu Yuan. The most important thing is that Obadiah never thought that Lu Yuan and Tony would spend such a big price to frame him. First of all, Obadiah didn't know how much Tony knew, and he couldn't believe it. Tony would let Lu Yuan bring such important data and drawings to himself. It is no exaggeration to say that the preciousness of that thing can change the current situation of the world. Think of an army of 100,000 Iron Mans that could sweep through everything. The power of the third-generation Mark battlesuit can already ignore and easily destroy tanks and fighter jets. Who would have thought that something so important would be a bait? Still the same sentence, Obadiah's pattern is not enough. He doesn't understand that Lu Yuan didn't worry from the beginning, because Lu Yuan knew that even if he gave him the blueprint, he couldn't build an arc reactor. An Iron King without energy is a pile of iron lumps, useless and meaningless. What's more, Tony didn't develop the Mark generation from the beginning, but developed the second generation based on that. The most important thing is that, in Tony's opinion, this idea and even the technology was brought by Lu Yuan, which is Lu Yuan's intellectual property. So what Lu Yuan wants to use, Tony has no right to interfere, right? In short, Obadiah has reason to believe in Lu Yuan. Without God's perspective, Obadiah could not know what Lu Yuan was calculating. Obadiah only thought that Lu Yuan was just a greedy commercial spy. So when Lu Yuan came to find Obadiah this day, he still did not doubt Lu Yuan's purpose. Lu Yuan also went straight to the point and said to Obadiah, I think you haven't figured out how to replicate a small arc reactor? But Tony has already succeeded. Obadiah was startled and said subconsciously, "Give it to me." Lu Yuan smiled, "I have to add money." It can be said that Lu Yuan came at the right time, and Obadiah was suffering from headaches and worries, because he was a glutton. It was a palladium arc reactor built 30 years ago. It was built in Howard's time, and it has been here for 30 years. As a result, today, he specially invited a group of guys called doctors, but they told him that there was no way to recreate a small energy source. Just pissed him off. At this time, Lu Yuan came to block him again, and took out the mobile phone with buttons back then, but the mobile phone at that time also had a camera function. Find a photo and send it to Obadiah by Lu Yuan. Obadiah's eyes lit up, and then his pupils shrank. He saw a picture of the shoddy little arc reactor that Tony had built overnight last night. And Tony in the picture is also cooperating, installing it on a pair of steel bodies. Seeing that Tony's side is about to complete the final stage, Tony's steel battle suit is almost complete. Obadiah was anxious, "Bring it to me." Obadiah stared at Lu Yuan with wide eyes. Lu Yuan shrugged, "Definitely no problem, otherwise why would I show it to you? But you have to pay extra." Obadiah asked subconsciously, "How much?" 100 million. Lu Yuan was really a lion and opened his mouth. He directly raised an index finger, and it cost 100 million to open his mouth, and what he wanted was definitely US dollars. Even Obadiah took a deep breath. $1 billion? The dollar was still very valuable back then, unlike it is now constantly falling. And with the value of the era in 2008, it can definitely be higher than the current value of 5 billion US dollars. One is the impact of inflation, and the other is the position of the US dollar in the world's foreign exchange at that time, which is not an exaggeration at all. So Obadiah also hesitation. Lu Yuan saw that his hesitation was undecided, and he didn't rush it. Instead, he put away his mobile phone and turned to leave, but before leaving, he reminded, "You can think about it, but I advise you to make a decision as soon as possible." Obadiah pondered, wondering what he was thinking. On Lu Yuan's side, he went straight back to Tony's house. To say that Obadiah really has no worries and doubts at all? He was still somewhat vigilant and alert, but Obadiah thought that as long as he got the most powerful energy source of the arc reactor, once the value of the Iron Overlord was confirmed, he would have enough bargaining chips to negotiate with a certain country. To put it bluntly, Taiba Wang is the transformation of the Mark generation, but it only increases the armor and tonnage. It is essentially the Mark generation. So if this thing is to be mass-produced, it is more convenient than Mark's other series of battle suits. People Tony is definitely pursuing excellence, but the Iron King series is not. But now the only problem in front of us is energy. Does he really want to spend 100 million in exchange? On the other side, when Lu Yuan returned to Tony's house, Tony was also questioning, is he really going to be fooled? Lu Yuan smiled, if he didn't have this ambition, he wouldn't take the risk to get rid of you. Tony, do you know what Obadiah wants to do most now? That is to kill you and then take away the whole company. What he cares about is not the Taiba Wang, but the benefits that Taiba Wang can bring him. It means that since Obadiah has taken the risk, he has no way to turn back and can only go to the dark one way. However, in order to help him strengthen his ambitions, we have to make him believe that Taiba Wang is his future. Lu Yuan once again showed a black-bellied smile. Tony sighed. Tell me, when do I leave? They actually discussed it last night, and Lu Yuan also talked about his plan. There is another part that needs Tony to cooperate, and that is to let him show the power of the Iron Man battlesuit, so as to strengthen Obadiah's belief. Only by making Obadiah believe that Iron Overlord can realize his ambitions, will Obadiah do whatever it takes to make Iron Overlord a success, even if he tears his face. So the next step is simple. Lu Yuan's request is to let Tony act as Iron Man for the first time, and to go to that desert area and destroy the 10 rings there. 10 rings is Obadiah's partner, and Obadiah will be convinced only if he shows his power in 10 rings. Then get ready to act, Tony said without fuss, as he and the 10 rings still had an unresolved feud. At the moment, Tony started the final preparations. The second generation battlesuit has been tested, and the results are perfect. Except for the details that need to be refined, it can be said to be a finished product. In order to complete this step as soon as possible, Tony asked J.A.R.V.I.S to activate the equipment in the basement and start painting. Since there is no need to build the third generation battlesuit immediately, the process does not take long, 40 minutes is enough. During this period, Lu Yuan and Tony continued to refine their plans. They began to use Tony's means to mark the 10 rings stronghold in advance, especially the 10 rings weapons reserves, which must be destroyed. Tony's teeth itch with hatred. It's his family's weapon, and some of them are the latest weapons he developed and designed, but he almost killed himself last time, which makes no sense. In fact, even if there is no such thing today, Tony will take revenge in the future. But Lu Yuan reminded him, I'll go with you too, but I'll be in the dark. This is your stage, Tony. Go and enjoy the sense of being a superhero. Lu Yuan also took the initiative to promise that he would also go with him. But Lu Yuan would not show up easily, but would follow Tony in secret. Tony originally wanted to ask Lu Yuan how to follow him, but after thinking about it, he didn't seem to need to ask. He already vaguely knew that Lu Yuan's speed could exceed the speed of light, and with the current technological level of the Earth, it was far from being able to track the target at the speed of light. At least in the case of no preparation, Lu Yuan cannot be discovered only by self-monitoring by satellite or radar. Lu Yuan's promise also made Tony relieved, because this was his first action, and it would be false to say that he was not excited and nervous. And when Tony and Lu Yuan were discussing the action plan, something happened to Ten Rings, and a new incident happened. It turned out that the Ten Rings acted, took control of a village, and kidnapped all the civilians in the village. A squad of war correspondents happened to be there at the time, and an urgent live broadcast was going on. Ten Rings is very arrogant, even shouting in front of the camera, saying that they want to kill those people. Lu Yuan and Tony looked at each other. It's really sleepy to send a pillow, what a great opportunity, let's go. To put it more exaggeratedly, Ten Rings at the moment is committing evil in front of the whole world. They broke into a peaceful and impoverished village fully armed, then arrested all men, women, and children and gathered them by force to the middle of the village. It was obvious what they were going to do next. The rebukes of the war reporters kept ringing, but they were just reporters, and even with the most basic defensive equipment, they couldn't beat the Ten Rings. This is because Ten Rings deliberately wanted them to publicize, so they didn't shoot at them. Or they are afraid that those war correspondents are from a certain country, and there is an army of a certain country nearby. Once they are attacked here, it will trigger a larger scale battle. But they didn't care about the people in the village at all. Therefore, regardless of whether they continued to drive the villagers away, no one could escape, and no one dared to resist. The people in the village are just ordinary civilians with no weapons in their hands. Now driven together like cattle by the Ten Rings, he was surrounded by heavily armed men and aimed their weapons at the innocent. A tragedy is about to unfold. At the most critical moment, a figure suddenly flew from the sky in the distance. It was a steel body dyed with fiery red and golden yellow. Iron Man finally appeared. Boom. Tony rushed straight into the middle of the village, posing in a classic superhero shape when he landed, and made huge amounts of momentum. Don't look at the Iron Man battlesuit that Tony built is a normal humanoid, and it doesn't look tall. But this is a sturdy steel battlesuit after all, and its original weight should not be underestimated. It's no wonder that nuclear batteries are needed to drive it. Tony's sudden intrusion made everyone around him feel incredible, because no one knew about such an iron guy who seemed to have come out of the future sci-fi world. All are seen for the first time. Only Obadiah, who was far away in a certain country, couldn't help but stand up when he saw Tony appear on the TV screen. Looking at the Man of Steel on the screen excitedly, Obadiah's heart was extremely excited. Even a little smug, he guessed that the man under that steel battlesuit was Tony, and he was smug that Tony's battlesuit was too weak in his opinion. Whether it is tonnage or defensive armor, or even strength and might, it is completely incomparable to his Iron Overlord. What if at the moment was Iron King? Obadiah couldn't help comparing in his heart, and finally thought that it was definitely the victory of Iron Overlord. However, the current Iron Man is just an iron lump that cannot act. Obadiah couldn't help staring at the arc reactor embedded in the chest of the Iron Man battlesuit, hoping that he could develop it too. It's a pity that he can only watch it now. In front of the camera, Tony didn't stay in a daze after his handsome appearance. Look up and look around. Da-da-da. Without warning, the Ten Rings people didn't talk about martial arts, and just pulled the trigger, which was already a sneak attack. Why is there no opening remarks? But Tony didn't care at all, just heard a crunch of clank, sparks splashed from the surface of Tony's steel battlesuit, but the enemy's weapons couldn't help him. Obviously, ordinary bullets cannot penetrate the armor of a steel battlesuit. It's up to me, Tony naturally won't be passively beaten all the time. The battlesuit system has been incorporated into J.A.R.V.I.'s smart housekeeper system, and J.A.R.V.I.'s has also helped him lock down every enemy around him. Following the activation of the weapon attached to Tony's armor, there was only a light puff sound, and the bullet-like weapon accurately hit everyone in the Ten Rings, and the scene was cleared in an instant. The people on the scene were all at a loss. Even the war correspondents looked at Tony dumbfounded, and the camera was staring blankly at Tony. Everyone didn't dare to move, and they didn't even realize what happened. It was not until a child cried for the rest of his life that everyone finally came to their senses and they were saved. Those innocent people in the village hugged their families one after another. They were almost dying today. Who would have thought that they would survive the catastrophe and be rescued by this sudden Tin Man? The war correspondents also rushed up and surrounded Tony, trying to ask who he was. Tony didn't give them a chance, because he had follow-up tasks to complete. In addition to preventing the tragedy that is taking place here, Tony has to clear all the Ten Rings stronghold here, especially the weapons they obtained through Obadiah, produced by the Stark Group. Those weapons from the Stark Group would end up on Tony's head, something he would never allow. And it's also the perfect opportunity to show off the power of a steel battlesuit. So Tony quickly rose into the sky, inquired about the location that J.A.R.V.I.'s had locked before, and went straight to a nearby cave. The cave was supposed to be where Tony was imprisoned, but Tony was never caught from the beginning, and this was the first time he had come to this stronghold. Before Tony could arrive, someone nearby found him and knocked him down with an RPG, and there were even a few tanks nearby aiming at it. The Ten Rings are so powerful that they even got tanks, but Tony didn't care. He was equipped with a lot of weapons now, because it was the first time to act, and the combat effectiveness of this battlesuit itself could not be determined, so he brought a lot of weapons. For example, a few missiles were thrown from the wrist, which looked only about the thickness of a thumb, but their power was even more terrifying than the RPG just now. Even the armor of the tank was pierced and blown to pieces. Especially near the cave is the Ten Rings arsenal. Tony's armor was fully opened, and countless small missiles emerged from the upper body, and then 10,000 bullets were fired. In an instant, the surrounding area was plunged into a sea of fire. What guns and ammunition, what rockets, all exploded. This is more gorgeous than any firework, mainly because the money must be much more expensive than ordinary firework. And Tony finally rescued a hostage from here, a guy who called himself Ethan. According to Tony's later description, this thin and frail middle-aged man who seemed to collapse when the wind blew, was holding a bag when Tony rushed in. Take the gun and rush to those 10 Rings people without fear of death. If Tony hadn't gone just in time, and J.A.R.V.S noticed signs of life in the cave, he would have been dead. On this day, Tony simply shined, and definitely no one knew that the man in the steel battlesuit was Tony, but they were scrambling to report what happened today. And in the end, I don't know who started first, and everyone started calling this Iron Man. Iron Man. Instead of taking the Mr. Ethan home, Tony took him to a safe place nearby and left. Tony had already attracted the attention of the nearby army, especially when he noticed that he was heading straight for a certain country. The Air Force was ready to intercept it. But don't forget that there is Liu Yuan in the dark. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, Liu Yuan chose to take Tony and disappeared directly at a speed exceeding the speed of light. The world immediately lost track of Tony, and no one knew that Tony at the moment had returned to the basement of his home. Some laboriously took off the battlesuit with the help of the robotic arm. It is still in the initial stage of development, and many areas still need to be improved and improved. So every time wearing a battlesuit requires a very troublesome process, and it is almost impossible to complete without a robotic arm. Unless Liu Yuan is willing to help. Hey, did you see what I did? Tony hadn't calmed down yet, and excitedly showed Liu Yuan what he just did. But he found the wrong person. Who do you choose? Asked Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan looked at Tony with a smile, and sat on Tony's desk honestly with a bottle of beer in his hand. He'd been drinking all of Tony's stash of wine these days. Anyway, there is nothing to do, plus with his current physique, no matter how much he drinks, he will not get drunk. After all, the realm is there. So he drank it all without noticing. Tony looked at his wine cellar in a daze. His wine cellar was not ordinary. The price of the wine in it could buy this villa. As a qualified playboy, how can I do without sports cars, beautiful women, and good wine? But as long as Liu Yuan continues to live here, he will definitely not collect good wine anymore. Give him some beer, he won't get drunk anyway, it's a waste to drink. Should I echo or praise you? Liu Yuan asked. Tony had only left the armor on his feet, and shrugged with open arms. Well, I didn't say it. He remembered that the guy was not an ordinary person, but an alien, and his real face was still a huge amount of monster. Show off with him? Forget it, that guy can fly long ago, faster than he can in a steel battlesuit. Also, as long as he thinks of Liu Yuan's heat ray, he can even cut through mountains, and Tony knows in his heart that there is no comparison. At least with the current level of technology, it is far from being on a par with Liu Yuan. But if he didn't show off with Liu Yuan, Tony was a little itchy, as if he was walking in a brocade at night, not happy. He's not a superhero in the traditional sense. It's better to say that Tony won't grow into a qualified superhero until a long time later, after many, many things. Therefore, he is not the kind of person who does good deeds without leaving his name. He especially hopes that what he does can be known by everyone, and he especially likes the feeling of being admired and praised by others, surrounded by flowers and cheers. Liu Yuan also seemed to know what Tony was thinking, so he glanced outside the laboratory, especially the stairs leading upstairs, but said nothing. The next second, a shadow came down the stairs, opened the electronic door of the studio, and saw Tony's situation. Clap. A coffee cup shattered, and Chili, who was wearing a white shirt and white skirt, stood there blankly, looking at Tony in disbelief. Tony also heard the voice and turned his head to look, a little helpless, but his face was full of joy and excitement that could not be concealed, and he smiled at Little Pepper with such a strange look and spread his hands. Surprise. Little Pepper covered his mouth with one hand, raised one hand and pointed upstairs behind him, covering his mouth in surprise roar. God, Tony? Don't tell me that the Tin Man on TV is you. Tony doesn't seem to intend to hide it at all, not to mention that this has been seen by Little Pepper, and he has seen him taking off his steel battlesuit with his own eyes, and he has already seen such a picture. Is there any need to hide it? How about convincing Chili Pepper that he is not a Tin Man? So Tony simply agreed. It's me? My God, are you not injured? I didn't expect that the first time Xiao Chili reacted. He rushed in front of Tony and raised his trembling hands to rummage on Tony, worried if he had any injury. Tony's heart warmed. Don't think that Tony is just a swinger on the surface. In fact, he is slender and a little sensitive at heart. There are very few people who can be trusted by Tony, and the young man is indeed a rare genius and wise man, which makes Tony almost arrogant. God. In Tony's heart, it's actually hard to look down on a person, even if he is a genius in other areas, he doesn't look down on him. It definitely offends a lot of people too. As for the people who can get close to Tony, and even make Tony trust, Little Pepper is one of them, and he is also one of the few people of the opposite sex that Tony can trust. Liu Yuan looked at the two of them as if they were whispering, and couldn't help but secretly bless them, which was why he thought Little Pepper was beautiful, but couldn't develop other thoughts and ideas. The two of them have had a secret relationship for a long time, but they haven't been sincere, and they are only a layer of window paper away. What else could he do? Jingle bell. At this moment, the voice of the phone rang in Lu Yuan's clothes pocket. Lu Yuan didn't care that he was someone's bodyguard now, and made a mute gesture to the boss. Tony rolled his eyes. This is his house, he's the boss, okay? But in the end Tony compromised and signaled Chili Pepper not to speak. He had guessed who it was, Obadiah. Sure enough, it was him. Lu Yuan picked up the phone and said directly in front of Tony, Mr. Obadiah, have you made up your mind? Obadiah's voice came across the phone. 100 million is too much. That's it. Lu Yuan said that he was about to hang up the phone. Now he wants to show a calm attitude and don't care at all. It is better to say that he didn't care much. Obadiah finally couldn't keep calm, and asked angrily, is the person on TV really Tony? It can't be me, right? Do you think he will give me control of this kind of equipment? Lu Yuan directly criticized Tony in front of him, almost pointing to his nose and saying that he was stingy. Tony opened his mouth, but he couldn't deny that he was a little selfish. He never denied that he had some character flaws. But so what? He's arrogant, he's narcissistic, he thinks highly of himself, and even looks down on everyone, but he has capital. Isn't that enough? Definitely, in front of Lu Yuan, the so-called capital is useless. So he always shriveled in front of Lu Yuan, including now, he had to listen to him scold him face to face. How could he justify this? And the little pepper on the side has also been dumbfounded. By the way, isn't he Tony's bodyguard? Obadiah on the other end of the phone would never have thought that at the moment Lu Yuan was sitting on Tony's computer desk, even chatting with him in front of Tony. And Lu Yuan was still mocking Tony in front of Tony. Who could have imagined this? I agree to the deal, bring it to me. Obadiah finally relented. Bid $100 million and asked Lu Yuan to give him the arc reactor in Tony's hands. In the end, Lu Yuan laughed. That's impossible, you have to get it yourself. You also know that I'm just a bodyguard, and I can't enter his studio. On the opposite side, Tony spread his hands, and Xiao Chili was even more speechless. How could this person speak nonsense with his eyes open and come with his mouth open? Aren't you sitting here now? But Obadiah believed it, because even he couldn't enter the studio without Tony's permission. There are not many people who can come and go in this studio at will, and Little Pepper is one of them, which shows her status in Tony's heart. Then what can you give me? Obadiah asked Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan said without thinking, I will definitely help you get what you want. For example, you can hold a party in the name of the company, and then I will help you keep an eye on Tony's whereabouts, and you can come in and take it away. What you want? Obadiah laughed angrily. I can only get this at a cost of 100 million. You don't have to agree, and I can also imply that Tony keeps such an important thing well. And the most important point, I know what you want to do in the end, compared to what you get after defeating Tony in the end. This 100 million, what is it? Lu Yuan said like a lion. Well, that's 100 million. Did he think it was $1? What does it count? It definitely counts as a lot. Even Tony shook his head. Obadiah was about to bleed heavily, and it was still a blood pit. This guy has prepared an inferior arc reactor in advance, just waiting for Obadiah to jump into this bottomless abyss willingly. But Tony didn't intend to stop it, because he already knew that Obadiah was the insider and he wanted to kill him. Now he's just waiting for Obadiah to tear his face, and if he really does, he's really going to fight himself, and Tony is mentally prepared. Obadiah was silent, considering whether the deal was worth it. Lu Yuan was not in a hurry to urge, but just sat there and waited silently. Only Little Pepper was kept in the dark, and he didn't dare to speak, and he didn't know what was going on, so he could only stand by Tony's side honestly. Finally, Obadiah spoke. How do you make me feel that this deal is worth it? It means that he still doesn't think it's worth it, unless Lu Yuan delivers the things to him in person. Otherwise, he will spend 100 million to have Lu Yuan report to him, and then in the end he will steal the things himself. What a shame this is. But Lu Yuan didn't think it was worth it at all, but the old god said, why don't you have a choice? You have also seen Tony's great power, and the whole world has seen the power of the steel battlesuit. Once Tony reveals it's him, do you think you have any chance? Just wait to be kicked out by Tony. And as long as he knows that the previous ambush was yours and your deal with those guys in 10 rings, do you think he'll let you go? Tony saw those weapons you sold to the 10 rings. You don't want to spit. Obadiah still wanted to quibble. Lu Yuan all laughed. Brother, are you still using sophistry with me? No need. I guessed that you were the one who was playing tricks before, that you were looking for someone to kill Tony. Are you colluding with 10 rings? I do not know yet. Little Pepper is about to startle roar when he opens his mouth. Fortunately, Tony was already prepared, hugged Little Pepper, covered her mouth with his hand, and shook his head slowly. Only then did Pepper know that Tony's attack was planned by Obadiah? Is he the one behind the scenes? But Little Pepper knows that Obadiah is not only one of the founders of the Stark Group, but also one of the largest shareholders. He is also Howard's friend and Tony's mentor and friend. How could this be? She couldn't believe that Obadiah would be such a person, so she almost gave a shock. If Obadiah heard this, it would definitely arouse suspicion and destroy Lu Yuan's plan. Lu Yuan glanced at Little Pepper, but he didn't care about her. With his realm and previous status, he wouldn't care about a little girl, not to mention this was what he had to speak in front of others. Definitely, if Little Chili is his subordinate, you can try again, no matter if you are a man or a woman, kicked and flew out earlier. He ruled the army so strictly. That's why those 100,000 subordinates were willing to follow him to his death to defend their family and the country. Only strict generals can bring out subordinates who are willing to swear allegiance to the death. They must also have convincing charisma and act fairly and justly, and strictness is not enough. Lu Yuan glanced at Tony with a hint of reproach in his eyes, but he was not idle and continued to chat with Obadiah. Obadiah was suspicious. You said Tony would take the initiative to reveal that he was the Tin Man. Lu Yuan shook his head and reminded, didn't I already call Roar Iron Man on TV? Tony seems to be very satisfied with this title, and some people say that he is superhero. Do you think he is arrogant? Do you like Bao's character? Having said that, Obadiah has nothing to say. If Lu Yuan said anything else, Obadiah still doesn't believe it, but Obadiah Asia Pacific knows Tony's character. That guy will indeed take the initiative to reveal that he was on TV before because of the title of Iron Man and the chance to become a superhero. The Tin Man in there. No, it's Iron Man, as the media already calls Roar. There's even a talk show where guests are asked to guess who Iron Man is. Some people say that Iron Man must be from a certain country, because only a certain country can be so great. Lu Yongxin said fart, at least the current Iron Man is all back on the right track under his guidance. Otherwise Iron Man would be dead and Tony wouldn't be a superhero, still a playboy bastard. I said, do you really want to miss this opportunity? Or do you think you still have a choice? Seeing that Obadiah was unable to make a decision, Lu Yuan finally got a little impatient, and said with a sneer, okay then, it seems that I can only turn my head to Tony's arms, you can just go to jail, then I will be very happy to watch Tony embezzle all your shares and turn the company into She-Stark's family business. This sentence can be punished. In fact, the most unbearable thing for Obadiah is that he and Howard founded this company together, but why is the company called She-Stark Group? Wait a moment. It's the same sentence. No matter how Obadiah would never have thought that Lu Yuan was playing so much, he actually colluded with him in front of Tony. Who would have thought of this? The blueprints that Lu Yuan brought to him are indeed real, and they are indeed Tony's core technology, but here it has become an idea brought by Lu Yuan. Also, Lu Yuan was pushing Obadiah to take Tony's arc reactor away. It was impossible for him to think that this was a trap, a game. So it's not that Obadiah is stupid, but he didn't expect that Lu Yuan and Tony would work together to deceive him from the very beginning. It's still a matter of layout. A simple analogy is that the technology that Lu Yuan gave Obadiah is equivalent to a nuclear weapon, so it goes without saying that the value of nuclear weapons. Lu Yuan didn't lie to him, what he gave was indeed true. It's just that Obadiah's subordinates were unsatisfactory and could not reproduce the arc reactor, which evolved into the current predicament. So Obadiah has no reason to doubt Lu Yuan's sincerity, it's just that Lu Yuan doesn't mind giving this to him. What if Iron Overlord is equivalent to a nuclear bomb? It's not a slap thing. A slap in the past is a pile of scrap metal, so Lu Yuan doesn't care. These are things that Obadiah doesn't know, so naturally they won't doubt Lu Yuan. I will call you the money before the afternoon, and I will hold the company's annual meeting 3 days later, but if you dare to deceive me, we will die. Obadiah still agreed to Lu Yuan's conditions. To pay him $100 million. That's a lot of money, an astronomical amount for almost everyone. Even the richest person would feel a pain in the flesh if he just took out $100 million like that. What's more, in terms of the value at the time, this $1 billion can be compared with $5 billion. Inflation, foreign exchange depreciation, and even the status of a country at that time, so the dollar at that time could really be called the dollar. This is also a very important sum of money for Obadiah, so he warned Lu Yuan fiercely that if he dared to trick himself, he would definitely make Lu Yuan pay the price. Even the fish will die and the net will be broken. Lu Yuan didn't take it seriously at all, and didn't take Obadiah's threat to heart at all. He made a successful gesture to Tony and said, don't worry, I will help you watch Tony not let him go. He goes home. And he won't think you'll come to steal things. Can't you get into his house unimpeded? I'll tell you where the things are. Obadiah sighed roar. Now that he has made a decision, he has no choice to turn back. So after putting down the phone, Obadiah immediately asked someone to call Lu Yuan. Looking at the bank card information displayed on the phone, Lu Yuan whistled. Even he likes the feeling of having money in his account, not to mention that the transactions with Obadiah these few times are not small. Putting it all together, he already had $130 million in his hands. In fact, when Lu Yuan went to sell armor blueprints last time, he took $30 million from Obadiah. Another $100 million came in today, and even Tony was stunned. This way of making money is easier than him. At least Tony has to develop and beat it by himself. See how simple it is. Tony, if you don't pay me any more, I'm going to switch to Obadiah. Look at how generous and cute they are. Look at you again. Lu Yuan pointed at Tony with his mobile phone, his expression on his face. Feeling heartbroken, it seems that I really regret it, and I am going to seek refuge in Obadiah. Tony is speechless. Big brother, who is taking care of you now? He was about to be a nanny for Lu Yuan. And Tony's wines were worth tens of millions. They were all drunk by Lu Yuan like boiled water. What did he say? This man is simply unreasonable. Not to mention, Tony countered, not to mention that we have already agreed that when Obadiah is overthrown, will his shares be handed over to you? Isn't that enough to satisfy your appetite? The little pepper on the side was stunned again. In fact, there are two major shareholders on the board of directors of the group. One is naturally Tony, and the other is Obadiah. The entire group can be said to be the two of them, and the other shareholders together will not work. Let's put it this way, Tony and Obadiah are equivalent to one person holding 40% of the group's shares, and the remaining 20% is controlled by the other board of directors. You want to transfer 40% of the shares to Liu Yuan? Why? Little Chili was stunned. It was an exorbitant property. Just look at Tony's financial resources. Little Pepper doesn't understand, but Tony doesn't think it's an exaggeration at all. In his opinion, if he can use this 40% share to buy Liu Yuan firmly by his side, it won't be too profitable. First of all, Liu Yuan is his savior, and he knows how terrifying Liu Yuan's strength is. Secondly, even if the above reasons are not mentioned, the knowledge of alien technology in Liu Yuan's mind alone is enough to make him spend such a big price. The higher tech technology that Liu Yuan might bring is what Tony urgently needs and desires. So Tony's a smart guy, and he's not going to do business at a loss. Once the company has become Liu Yuan's company, will he not help the company develop newer technological weapons? The company will only get better. Besides, Tony just transferred Obadiah's shares to Liu Yuan, and Obadiah was brought down by Liu Yuan, which means that Tony has not only bought people's hearts, but also eliminated the enemy, and the company has not brought new ideas, hope and future. This transaction is simply profitable. It's you, aren't you going to treat us to something to eat? Not to be outdone, Tony in turn wanted to dig a little out of Liu Yuan's hand. Liu Yuan had been eating and drinking his food before, and today it was his turn to find some. As a result, Liu Yuan immediately put away his mobile phone and changed the topic without hesitation. Do you still have time to think about this? It's time to act in 3 days. You should first see if there is any room for improvement and repair in the battle suit. Yes, our previous plan was to guide Obadiah to steal things, and at the same time to collect the evidence that may be stored in Obadiah's computer. Have you thought about what to do? The little Pepper on the side has always looked at them blindly, and she couldn't understand a word anyway. Tony originally wanted Liu Yuan to steal Obadiah's computer information. But Liu Yuan didn't want to be so troublesome. Instead, he constantly gestured to the little Pepper next to him with his eyes. I'm not good at duplication. I have to stare at you. Once I suddenly disappear, Obadiah will definitely know the first time I've been fooled. And you also have to let Xiao Chili know the cause and effect. After all, she is already involved. This guy. After that, Liu Yuan left, leaving the downstairs space for Tony and Little Pepper, letting Tony decide how to explain the situation to Little Pepper. In fact, to put it bluntly, it is nothing more than that. When Little Pepper learned that the attacks and traps Tony had encountered before were designed by Obadiah, he was shocked. If Tony was skeptical at first, it wasn't quite sure that it was Obadiah. Then, when Obadiah stepped into the trap Liu Yuan prepared for him under the guidance of Liu Yuan step by step, his ambitions were already exposed. What's more, Tony also saw with his own eyes that the weapons used by the Ten Rings were from the Stark Group. But Tony doesn't know that his company has a deal with Ten Rings, which is the enemy of a certain country. How could he do such a thing? Is he not afraid of being blocked by a certain country? Obviously there is an insider, and there is indeed an insider who is trading with the Ten Rings behind his back. And this person can already be determined to be Obadiah, and only Obadiah has the ability and qualifications to do tricks in the company without telling Tony. After listening to the reasoning that Obadiah was a bad guy, Little Pepper only felt chills, and felt worthless and sad for Tony. That's the person Tony trusts the most, and the person Tony is closest to. How could he do this? Little Pepper didn't understand. Money, power, status, reputation, and company. No one will think that these are bad things, and no one will think that there is a lot of money. Tony shrugged, and smiled a little self-deprecatingly, because he also felt that these were good stuff. Pepper was silent. But she has no ambition, so she still feels that Obadiah's behavior is incomprehensible. Don't say anything else. Are you making less money now? And Obadiah's position in the company is no worse than Tony's. Why does he have to do this? A person without ambition can never understand the way a careerist behaves. Obviously Tony is a baby who can lay golden eggs. But for Obadiah, this is not the case. He wants to get the entire company, and he hopes that he will lead the company himself, and even let him deal with a certain country. But if Tony didn't die, he would never be able to. So Tony had to die. Only in this way, the She-Stark Group will become Obadiah's thing, and even change its name and surname, and become his family business. Liu Yuan and I have already asked June to enter the urn, just waiting for Obadiah to take the bait. But now I want to ask you a favor, Tony suddenly asked Little Pepper. Little Pepper is surprised. What can she help? You heard it just now. Obadiah wants to get the energy in my hand, a small arc reactor that is reproduced from the palladium arc reactor in the company. If there is a decisive battle, it won't work without this. Tony had already planned to explain everything to Pepper, so he didn't hide anything. Turning around, he took Little Pepper to the place where Liu Yuan was sitting before, and picked up an arc reactor to show Little Pepper. It's not that he is boasting, Obadiah's people really can't do it. This gave Liu Yuan a chance to pit Obadiah fiercely. Obadiah's $100 million has already been called. He is not worried that Liu Yuan is a liar, and Liu Yuan will indeed help Obadiah to steal the arc reactor as agreed. In fact, this arc reactor was specially made for Obadiah. But Little Pepper didn't know, and quickly reminded Tony, since you know that Obadiah's goal is this, you should keep it well and don't let him steal it. Tony was very moved. The first thing that Pepper thought of was to remind him to save the important arc reactor. But he shook his head again. You have heard the conversation between Yuan and Obadiah. In fact, this is also part of the plan. We need to let Obadiah jump out, otherwise if he insists not to admit the evidence, there is no way to get him. After all, that wasn't proof. The only proof was the weapons from the 10 rings, which probably dragged Tony himself into the water and destroyed it himself. So, this step is necessary. And this is what I specially prepared for him. Looking down at the arc reactor in his hand, Tony's eyes became fierce. This is an inferior arc reactor, specially prepared for Obadiah, and even the nuclear reaction is already showing signs of instability. Definitely Obadiah can't see it, unless he asks his scientists to check it carefully. He probably won't be able to check it out. After all, they can't do it. Once this little thing explodes, the consequences and power will be dire. After all, it also has nuclear properties. So instead of hiding, Tony would deliberately let Obadiah get it. Little Pepper showed a thoughtful expression, and finally understood that the previous deal between Yuan and Obadiah turned out to be a play. That guy was really bad, including Tony. But what can I help you with? Pepper became suspicious again, not knowing what Tony wanted to ask of him, let alone what he could help him. Tony suddenly grabbed Chili Pepper's hand with his other hand. Pepper was startled, unprepared, and subconsciously wanted to get rid of Tony. And Tony said, "The only person I can trust is you." Xiao Chili was shocked, lowered his head and didn't speak, and didn't move his hands. But this guy must be lying. At least Tony still trusts 2 people, the Colonel Rhodes and Happy. As for Yuan, not to mention, he has to believe it unconditionally, otherwise he will not discuss and complete the whole plan with him. So I can only ask you, Pepper, only you have the identity and reason to go to Obadiah's office. I need you to help me copy all his information from his computer, Tony said. I want to ask the Little Pepper for the task. Pepper is Tony's assistant after all, so it wouldn't be abrupt to walk around the company or go directly to Obadiah's office. But Happy is different. Happy is Tony's driver and former bodyguard. It's not that Tony doesn't trust Happy, it's that there is no way for Happy to do things. Tony also took out a small thing that was prepared in advance, similar to a U-disc, and gave it to Xiao Chili, and told her that as long as it was connected to the USB interface of the computer, it would run automatically, and it would hack into the computer system and copy it by itself. What little Chili really wants to do is actually very simple, is to wait for the opportunity to mix into Obadiah's office with this USB flash drive, and then bring it back. In the process, Yuan will help Obadiah to steal Tony's arc reactor. Once this step is done, then it's time to start the net. In the end, Pepper still took the USB drive and agreed to Tony's request. After all, Tony had said that, what else could she do? And Pepper still has feelings for Tony. After all, Tony's charm is still very big, or as the saying goes, men are not bad and women don't love. In short, the Little Pepper level is also ready. In this way, after only 3 days, everything will be executed according to the plan. 3 days is not a blink of an eye. In fact, from the next day, Obadiah had already mentioned the company's annual meeting on the board of directors. Tony was there at the time. Other boards were surprised, because it was still summer and fall, and it was nowhere near the time to prepare for the annual meeting. Isn't this a joke? Tony didn't point it out. Definitely later when he came back and mentioned the situation to Yuan also felt speechless. He just made a random excuse, but he didn't expect that Obadiah would actually obey, and he really used the excuse of the annual meeting. Can't we change the wording? There can't be a cocktail party for any reason. Anyway, with Tony's secret cooperation, this early annual meeting was held. Obadiah doesn't care how surprised people outside are. He only thinks about one thing now, that is, if you don't succeed, you will become a benefactor. He also asked Yuan again later, and asked him what he thought of Tony's battlesuit, as well as performance and weapons and equipment. Yuan was also merciless, and in front of Tony, he destroyed his efforts in a mess. With his thin armor, how can he compare with Taiba Wang? The strength and tonnage are far from the opponent, and you can also equip and carry more advanced weapons, and you can definitely shred him, Yuan Zhen said. Tony was pissed. That's not what Yuan said to him at the beginning, and he always praised Tony's battlesuit for being flexible. Really talking in front of someone. There is also a reason for definitely Yuan, which can make Obadiah jump out with more peace of mind. Finally, the 3rd day arrived. Evening party. Since it is a party, it must be held in the evening. I chose a 5-star hotel that day. The Stark Group was not bad for money, and even Obadiah took a lot of money in it. Originally, the company's budget was not enough, because some celebrities and even many celebrities had to be invited, and there would also be live performances on the spot. The money spent is like running water. Is this the life of the rich? I saw all the ladies dressed up in hardcover, and the dresses were not identical, and they were all of great value. Especially the pair of small leather shoes, which tinkled on the ground, were very crisp and pleasant to the ear. Definitely Yuan is definitely not looking at his feet. Yuan also came. He definitely got it. On the surface he was Tony's bodyguard. He couldn't neglect his duty, and he had to show Obadiah a show. He was really staring at Tony. The most important thing is that Tony knew the truth, at least he didn't dare to underestimate Liu Yuan, he really regarded him as his bodyguard. This party can be said to be full of stars, and even many big stars have to be surrounded by various capitalists, and with the ability and status of the Stark Group, almost all capitalists with surnames have come. When Tony entered, he immediately caught the attention of the audience and became the focus. And he is indeed the host of the party. Even Obadiah personally greeted him, hugged Tony with a smile, and then went to hug Liu Yuan. Normally, Obadiah doesn't need to pay attention to Liu Yuan at all, because Liu Yuan is just Tony's bodyguard on the surface, and he has just taken office not long ago, and he has almost no intersection with Obadiah. Their transactions are private, how dare they tell others? But Obadiah did this on purpose. He did it on purpose. While warning and threatening Liu Yuan, he also leaned close to Liu Yuan's ear and whispered, "How?" Liu Yuan pretended to glance left and right, and saw Tony walking towards other people with a smile, as if he had taken his fancy to a female star. But in the end, Tony quickly got to Chili Pepper's side. Pepper is definitely here too, wearing a delicate blue dress, so well dressed that even Tony can't help but shine. Liu Yuan also nodded secretly, but replied softly, "No problem. When Tony came out, I saw him put the arc reactor on the studio table. He would never have thought that you would go there at this time." Steal. Obadiah gave a satisfied smile. He wasn't worried that it was a trap, since Tony's house was highly defensive and unauthenticated people couldn't get in, so it wasn't surprising that Tony had stuff in the studio. Just as Liu Yuan said, it stands to reason that Tony would not have thought that Obadiah would dare to steal, which is equivalent to tearing his face. But Obadiah has no turning back, he is willing to gamble, it is only his own hard work whether it is a blessing or a curse. On the other side, Pepper and Tony got together. Little Pepper looked at Tony unnaturally. He was the focus of the audience. This was the company's annual meeting. He was so close to him, maybe his colleagues would think. After all, her boss is a playboy, you can know without guessing, there will definitely be rumors tomorrow. But Tony didn't care at all, and invited Pepper to dance. Before Little Pepper could react, Tony was dragged into the dance floor by his little hand. "I'll feel bad if you do this," Little Pepper said about her worries. Tony asked, "Do you care?" "I definitely care. I hope to get everyone's approval, that I stand by your side with my own strength and ability." "Not on, definitely that's just because of some words in the discourse." Tony looked at Chili Pepper with a deep expression on his face. In fact, he really wanted to say that the latter can also be used. He definitely knows that girls are thin-skinned, especially small peppers, which can easily set her on fire. Little Pepper turned to look at Liu Yuan, who was still whispering with Obadiah, and couldn't help muttering, "This is too blatant, right? Are they really not afraid of being exposed and known by you?" Tony shrugged nonchalantly, because Obadiah has gone crazy. He has no way to go back. His Iron King is in desperate need of energy to start. He must also take risks. He only has this chance, so he must be so do. Little Pepper looked deeply at Tony in front of him, suddenly feeling a little strange. "Think I'm insidious? But this is a shopping mall. The shopping mall is like a battlefield. We are fighting. Either he will die or I will die. So I can only rely on you, Pepper. Also, pay attention to safety." The wonderful and grand dance continues. Many people who come here, or in other words, except for a few people, do not know that this is just an article on the surface, but in fact there is something in it. After communicating with Liu Yuan, Obadiah wandered around again, deliberately brushing a wave of presents, and then slipped away as early as possible using the opportunity to go to the toilet. He didn't know he was being watched by Tony the whole time. "I'm leaving too." Little Pepper was about to leave immediately. But Tony grabbed his hand because Tony saw Liu Yuan shaking his head at him. Liu Yuan tapped his ears. Tony tacitly took out 2 earplugs from his pocket, which were wireless earphones, one for himself and one for Pepper. Pepper is a little unnatural to hide, and Tony and her get along a little more and more closely. The next second, Liu Yuan's voice came over. Obviously he didn't understand his lips, and even brought a glass of wine to his mouth, not knowing how he did it. In fact, it is super ventriloquism. This trick Superman will also, once used this trick to hide his identity, in front of everyone, but Superman's voice came from elsewhere. At that time, Louise didn't know Superman's identity, and she was deceived a lot. Liu Yuan said on the radio, "Don't worry, the old man is very vigilant. In fact, he hasn't left yet, he is hiding in the monitoring room and watching." Want to avoid Liu Yuan's monitoring? That is impossible. Not to mention that super hearing can track Obadiah's movements throughout. Liu Yuan's supervision has also evolved, and now it can penetrate even lead. Obadiah didn't know, his every move was under Liu Yuan's eyes. Obadiah is indeed very cautious. Obviously it has reached this juncture, and he is still worried that Liu Yuan will leak it to Tony immediately. So he kept staring at Liu Yuan and Tony's every move for half an hour. Liu Yuan wouldn't keep hiding from Tony, and after he and Little Pepper finished dancing, he walked over on his own initiative. Obadiah watched nervously until Liu Yuan and Tony didn't know what to say. The two laughed and separated. Tony turned and walked towards a big star not far away, while Liu Yuan reached out and invited Little Pepper to walk again onto the dance floor. Suddenly, Obadiah's cell phone rang, and the rapid ringing of ding-ling-ling even startled him. When he opened it, it was Liu Yuan who was calling. Taking advantage of Xiao Chili's turn around, Liu Yuan quickly said, "I've held up Tony. and I'll help him and Xiao Chili create opportunities later, but I'm afraid it won't be too late. Long time, you have to do it as soon as possible. Then Lu Yuan hung up the phone. There was a sudden meal under his feet, and Xiao Chili stepped on his feet. Glancing at Lu Yuan, Little Pepper knew that he was trying to fool Obadiah, but why did he involve her? Lu Yuan didn't care either, not to mention that Little Pepper stepped on it, even if it was hit by the earth, it would be fine. So he looked as usual, and opened his hands to the Little Pepper. Little Pepper was stunned. What does this mean? Let's stop waltzing or ballroom dancing. Don't you see Tony's eyes are on fire? Let's be retro, Lu Yuan said with a smile. Pepper also noticed that although Tony had a female star in his arms, his attention was all on the two of them, and he couldn't help being shy, funny, and angry. Are they still nothing? Can she get along with anyone? Then Little Pepper saw that a business card was suddenly drawn in Lu Yuan's palm. Little Pepper was surprised. It's called the Homeland Security Bureau. Anyway, you don't have to remember the name. If you encounter any emergency, you can call him. He can protect you. The business card in Lu Yuan's hand is actually Phil Coulson, yes, and Phil Coulson stands for SHIELD. It's just that the current S.H.I.L.D's name is too long, and even he finds it confusing. It's not that I can't remember it, but it feels like a troublesome tongue twister. Lu Yuan continued to explain a few things that Little Pepper needs to pay attention to. In the end, the Little Peppers started to worry. Why are you so worried about me? It's not that she has other ideas, but Little Pepper noticed that Lu Yuan seemed to have anticipated what she would encounter. Lu Yuan smiled bitterly. Sister, didn't I tell you already? Obadiah will tear his face, and after he takes away the arc reactor, he can't wait to start the Iron Overlord. Although Tony and I will rush in as soon as possible. In the past, but I'm afraid of what will happen to you. But don't worry, I won't let you die. The more he said that, the more scared Chili Pepper became, and his face turned pale. At this time, Tony came forward with his dance partner and asked, "What's the matter?" Lu Yuan shook his head. Just as he didn't intend to really dance with Little Pepper, he turned his hand and let Little Pepper spin and fall into Tony's arms. Then he stretched out his hand here, hugged the beautiful female star, turned around and danced away. This set of smooth movements, even Tony couldn't help whistling. It looks like a veteran. The female star didn't realize that she had been replaced, and she didn't startle roar until she walked far away. "Who are you?" Lu Yuan said shamelessly. "New billionaire, I have 100 million deposits, do you want to develop it?" The female star first took a closer look at his appearance, not to mention, he is still very handsome. But his words were a little too irritating, and he left with a flick of his hand. She is not such a person. Lu Yuan thoughtfully glanced at the extra business card in his palm. Well, maybe some of them have been done tonight. Shaking his head, Lu Yuan came to a bar beside the dance floor, snapped his fingers for a beer, and said on the radio, "Tony, Little Pepper, you can act now. The old fox has taken the bait." Over there, Tony brought Little Pepper, and the two of them danced and leaned closer to the door on purpose. In the end, Little Pepper quietly left while people around them weren't paying attention. The good show is finally on. At the moment, Obadiah had already driven the car himself and rushed to Tony's villa at the fastest speed. Little Pepper had to wait on the side of the road before taking a taxi to the Stark group. Xiao Chili didn't drive herself. Happy drove her there before. Originally, according to the normal process, she would wait until the dance was over before coming to pick her up. Isn't this a temporary leave? So she's tragic. It's hard to get a taxi around here. But it shouldn't delay anything. At the dance, Tony approached Lu Yuan, and the two sat together. Instead of drinking, he asked for a glass of water. Because Tony knew it wasn't going to be peaceful tonight, he was going to have a tough fight. "Do you think I can win?" Tony asked Lu Yuan worriedly. Lu Yuan smiled. "He's stupid and you're also stupid? You have me here, why are you afraid? After all, I'm still your bodyguard, don't worry." As long as he said that, Tony was really relieved. If someone else did this plan, Tony was really worried. Because Tony also heard about the design of the Iron Man from Lu Yuan. It was a heavyweight design. It can be said that in a one-on-one match, it can completely defeat Tony's Iron Man battlesuit. It is very simple that the armor is thicker, the strength is greater, the tonnage is stronger, and the weapon firepower is stronger. The only weakness is that it is not as flexible as the Iron Man battlesuit. But doesn't it make sense to not break the defense? So what is Lu Yuan's confidence? That was definitely his strength. So far, Obadiah doesn't know that he is actually scheming with a tiger. It seems that the description is wrong. Anyway, that's what he means. He doesn't know who he is talking to. Obadiah never knew that the person in front of him had the power to kill him easily, and he was not even as good as an ant in front of Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan really didn't take him to heart. If he wanted to shoot him to death, he could do it at any time. So far, Lu Yuan seems to be looking for a pastime for himself. Anyway, if you are idle, and you can still make some extra money. Why not do it? He has easily earned 130 million. Is there any more profitable business than this? Don't forget to bring me one if you have one. So Tony's worries were nothing to Lu Yuan. You can't beat me, of course, I will protect you. When Lu Yuan said this, Tony was completely relieved and asked for a glass of whiskey. Lu Yuan is speechless. Does this free himself? But he didn't say much. He had enough confidence. The two did not act in a hurry until news came from J.A.R.V.I.S, confirming that Obadiah had arrived. There was also news from Pepper that she had arrived at the company and was going to Obadiah's office. It's time for us to go too. Liu Yuan and Tony got up and left together. In the blink of an eye, all the hosts of the party left. Fortunately, the party is still going on, and the company and the guests from all walks of life are also having a good time. That's enough. They don't need to know anything, they can just be happy. But for others, tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Tony drove the car by himself, rushing home with Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan called Obadiah while he was still on the way to inform him that Tony was coming back and already knew the news of his intrusion. At that time, Obadiah had just entered Tony's studio and saw the arc reactor that Tony had placed on the table. If Obadiah is a little more careful, he can definitely find that there is actually a ready-made arc reactor on Tony's battlesuit. Then, with Obadiah's vigilance, that may be taken away. But he was in a hurry, knowing that this place should not stay for a long time. He quickly picked up the arc reactor specially prepared for him and ran away. Tony and Liu Yuan didn't come back until Obadiah left. The two went around the studio and found that the inferior version of the arc reactor was gone, and they couldn't help looking at each other and laughing. Like a bad boy who succeeded in a prank. Looks like I'm going to perform on stage, Tony said, handing over the car keys to Liu Yuan, and then walking towards the armor. J.A.R.V.I.S has been instructed to control the surrounding robotic arms to start dressing for him. The current battlesuit system is still somewhat lacking, especially when it comes to wearing it. I believe Tony will have time to improve slowly in the future, but not now. Liu Yuan looked down at the car key in his hand and threw it away. There are even bigger changes. After Tony finished wearing a set of equipment, he couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Liu Yuan again. I saw huge amounts of changes on Liu Yuan's body. He was wearing a dark blue tights, and even the boots under his feet were dark blue. If he didn't look carefully, he would think he was barefoot. He was wearing a long dark red cloak that almost dragged the floor behind him, and two large SS were printed on the back of the cloak and on the chest respectively. The S is red, but there is also a gold frame around the S. Liu Yuan stood there with his arms folded and looked at Tony with a smile. Although this is the stage I set up for you, I didn't say that I won't perform. Maybe you really need my strength. Tony opened his mouth to look at Liu Yuan, and suddenly he seemed to remember a comic book he had read when he was a child, in which a character called Superman was exactly the same as Liu Yuan at the moment. In fact, in Marvel's comic world setting, there are DC comics. There is the same setting in DC comics, as well as Marvel comics. It's just that there is no such setting in the movie world. For example, in Thunder Shazam's movie, the characters of children's star chasing have all become superheroes. There has never been a similar comic in a Marvel movie. Superman. Tony pointed to Liu Yuan's chest. But Liu Yuan shook his head. This is not the S of Superman. Superman, I said my full name is Liu Yuan Heir. This is the crest and mark of our Heir family. It represents hope. Our L family is the family of hope. All children of the Heir family are taught the meaning of this S from an early age. Definitely, for Earth, it's just S. Tony shook his head and stopped asking, although he was also curious about how Liu Yuan suddenly changed into such a suit. In fact, Liu Yuan has reached the realm of the fifth dimension. Think about the troublemaker who has transformed into wearing Superman's clothes, not to mention him. This is also his previous battlesuit, but there were more equipment, such as steel protective gear at the joints of the limbs, and various weapons. It's just that to him now, those are meaningless. This is a battlesuit created by Liu Yuan's own ideas and by means of distorting reality, and it is also the first time that the S-Cloak is flying in the Marvel Universe. Get ready to go, then look at my eyes and act. Tony told Liu Yuan like this, meaning that he would go first, and if he died, then Liu Yuan would go on. Liu Yuan said, eyes? Where do I look at your eyes? Tony's battlesuit is full of high-tech, and the eyes are also firmly protected, and there are two probe-like things to scan and observe the external environment for him. So you can't see your eyes at all, okay? Then you can help me when I'm about to be defeated. Tony had to be more straightforward, saying that when he was about to lose, Liu Yuan could go. I'll understand when you said that. Liu Yuan laughed out loud. His feet slowly left the ground, and the cloak behind him rose automatically without the wind. It seemed that this scene was extremely sacred. Tony couldn't help but stunned for a while before he realized it, and slowly flew up. Let's see who's there first. With a loud shout, Tony started the fastest speed and rushed out of the underground garage's exit. Liu Yuan shook his head. I'll give you 10 minutes first. In the building of the Stark Group, which is still majestic, Pepper has successfully sneaked into Obadiah's office. At the moment Obadiah is still on his way back. Open Obadiah's laptop, although she doesn't know what the power-on password is, but as little Pepper inserts the USB flash drive Tony gave her into the USB port, the settings inside start to work. There is no need for Xiaochili to do it himself, and I don't know what system is in the U-disk. In short, the laptop starts to operate by itself. It starts up normally, and then enters one page after another. Every hard drive in the computer was quickly scanned, and Pepper saw some. Even Obadiah's conversation with the Ten Rings gang was recorded. It turned out that after the failure of the Ten Rings plan, there was once contact with Obadiah. Ten Rings suffered heavy losses that time, and they wanted to find Obadiah to reimburse the loss, mainly because they wanted to get a batch of more advanced weapons support. They got word that Tony had brought more advanced weapons this time around. They want to get Regardless of whether Obadiah agreed or not, the video was preserved anyway. It's not that Obadiah recorded it himself. It's very likely that he is too old to control these high-tech products. Maybe it's the recording function that comes with the computer. It may also be automatically saved, and it will be automatically cleared after a period of time. The result is now seen by Little Pepper. Little Pepper only felt cold all over her body. Although she had heard about the cause and effect of this incident, she couldn't help feeling chills until she actually got the evidence that Obadiah was indeed the mastermind behind the attack on Tony. Did he really have the heart to do this? The U-disk is still going to crack the data in the computer, and as the cracking goes deeper, the data you master will become more terrifying. Obadiah is not only ambitious, but also greedy for money. So he even dared to contact and do business with 10 rings. So what else could he not dare to do? With Obadiah's power and status, this guy has actually been secretly doing business with others in private, and behind the company's back, which is equivalent to stealing the company's countless wealth. That's not to say, Obadiah murdered Tony once, and he even has another plan in the works. That is, Yuan contacted him in advance, otherwise Obadiah's next plan would have already started. If there is really no way, Obadiah, who is desperate, will even bribe a woman to Tony. In fact, he had already bought it. That beautiful woman was still by Tony's side, a flight attendant who stayed on Tony's private plane all the year round. Obadiah is desperate to assassinate Tony. Seeing this, Xiao Chili finally had no hesitation anymore. He took the handbag to find his mobile phone, and called the business card given by Yuan. In fact, Yuan gave Xiao Chili Phil Coulson a business card in the hope that Xiao Chili would call him when he encountered a situation, but he did not let her call him at this time. But Yuan should have guessed that the Little Pepper might be hit, right? Phil Coulson arrived as scheduled, neatly and quickly with a small team. And while Pepper was out to greet Phil Coulson, Obadiah had quietly returned during this time. He took the arc reactor he just stole from Tony's studio and quickly got into his studio. The Iron Overlord has already been built. On the basis of the original battlesuit of the Mark generation, according to the direction specially pointed by Yuan, the armor was added to it. The increase in armor also equals an increase in weight. In order for the Iron Overlord to have enough mobility and even fly, it had to improve in other aspects. In short, the Iron Overlord became a big guy in the end, with a height of more than 3 meters, and a shoulder width and a round back in the horizontal direction. This is a big guy, worthy of the title of Iron Overlord. The Iron Overlord was covered in iron gray, exuding a terrifying aura. It's a pity that Tai Ba Wang can't start because there is no energy. Until at the moment, Obadiah carefully put the arc reactor that had been robbed, actually stolen, into the energy chamber that had been prepared from the beginning. Tai Ba Wang's eyes finally slowly lit up with a red light. Obadiah's eyes lit up, and there was an undisguised joy on his face. Suddenly, at this moment, there was a movement outside the door. It stands to reason that the sound insulation effect of the studio is unquestionable. Sometimes there will be banging, and it is absolutely inaudible outside. But Obadiah had a ghost in her heart, so she was naturally prepared. So she saw Xiao Chili at the door through the monitoring equipment, and constantly used her ID card to swipe the door's access control. That is definitely useless, because Obadiah has voided all identities except his own. It's no use including Tony coming. But Obadiah found out that there was a group of guys in black suits behind Chili Pepper. Phil Coulson, who took the lead, saw that Pepper could not open the door, and was still suspicious. Why can't I open this door? Little Pepper already knew in the data that Iron Overlord was about to be completed, and she also knew Yuan and Tony's plan. She guessed that Obadiah was hiding here at the moment, and wanted to arrest Obadiah and bring him to justice in advance. Badia would threaten Tony. Definitely she has good intentions, but good intentions can also do bad things. How did she know that Yuan and Tony were planning to kill Obadiah? Phil Coulson reached out and pulled the Peppers away. Please get out of the way. Saying that, Phil Coulson took something from the person behind him, put it on the door, and put it in the lock position exactly. Obadiah has been watching all this, with an angry look on his face, and muttered, I wanted to kill Tony directly. Since you don't know whether to live or die, let's cut you first. Having said that, Obadiah sat directly in the cockpit of the Iron Overlord, and could finally start the big guy. At the entrance, Phil Coulson also successfully broke the gate, and a group of people rushed in from the outside. But they didn't find Obadiah's whereabouts. There seemed to be no one here. Until, a huge body of steel rushed out from the dark. Even the people from SHIELD, at the moment were already stunned, and were swept away by Iron Overlord with a slap in the face. Even Phil Coulson escaped. What is this? Is anyone shocked? Roar, shape-shifting King Kong? Did you come to the wrong set? Phil Coulson looked thoughtful. In the last few days, they had been focusing on one thing, or one person, the so-called Iron Man. Now that I see this big guy, it looks like it has something to do with that Iron Man? Just when Phil Coulson thought so, suddenly another iron lump came in from outside. This is the real Iron Man. Tony arrives just in time. In the spacious room, 2 Iron Men, one big and one small, stood opposite each other. Tony, look at my armor. I have developed weapons that surpass yours, Obadiah said impatiently. Tony She-Stark? Phil Coulson didn't know what to think. At this moment, another steel body rushed in from the outside. It was Yuan. However, his body of steel refers to his own strong defense. He does not rely on any armor battlesuit, but his own strength. Liu Yuan, who put on the unique battlesuit of the Al family, landed in front of Phil Coulson and Little Pepper with a face full of justice at the moment, and said without looking back, "You can't help anymore, you can." Retreated. Little Pepper covered his mouth and looked at Liu Yuan in disbelief. As we all know, Superman has no mask, and Superman never hides his appearance. Because Superman represents absolute justice and hope, naturally it will not be sneaky. But no one has ever found out that Clark is Superman, so why? In fact, according to the original setting, Clark disguised himself on weekdays, not just wearing a pair of glasses. The original setting was that the glasses were high-tech equipment from Krypton, which could make people ignore Clark's appearance. Later, it became Clark's ability to have super hypnotic ability, allowing others to distinguish themselves from Superman's appearance. Later, even Clark has the ability to super dress up, which can change some of the details of his appearance on weekdays. So no one ever found out that reporter Clark turned out to be Superman. But Liu Yuan didn't make any changes here. He just put on this dress with his original appearance, and then showed his true face directly. In Liu Yuan's view, this is nothing. He doesn't care about revealing his identity at all, because this is not his world, and there is no one who can worry about being attacked by the enemy because of his identity. If there is, then kill all the enemies. In fact, Liu Yuan had already revealed his methods when he first came to this world, and all those 10 Rings people were instantly killed by him. Don't look at how he hasn't done much recently. When he does, he'll understand his character. Because of Liu Yuan's appearance at the moment, Little Pepper is already confused. What's the situation? On the other hand, Phil Coulson nodded to Liu Yuan, not surprised because Liu Yuan had already been in contact with S.H.I.E.L.D, and Phil Coulson took Liu Yuan away. "I'll leave it to you here." Phil Coulson did not reluctantly, and immediately took the people he brought, escorted Pepper, and retreated outside. It was at this time that the Iron Overlord Obadiah also discovered Liu Yuan. "It's you?" Obadiah asked Taiba Wang to turn his head to look in Liu Yuan's direction, and shouted in shock and anger, "You really have been deceiving me." Seeing that Liu Yuan and Tony came in together, and their reaction was so fast, Obadiah could no longer guess that they were working together to calculate their own, and it was really a waste of time. Tony spoke before Liu Yuan and said with a sneer, "The losers are widowed. Obadiah, I believe in you so much, I didn't expect you to kill me." Obadiah didn't care at all. After all, he did what he did, and sneered, "Tony, this company was originally founded by me and your father, but it belongs to you, Stark, and it doesn't even have my signature. And as you grow up, this company will fall into your hands sooner or later. Do you think I'll be willing to throw in the towel?" Tony just felt sad in his heart. He never wanted to take away the company, let alone drive away Obadiah. In fact, he is a playboy. Making money, picking up girls, and having fun are his biggest ideals. The result has become the current situation. "Aren't you going to fight?" Liu Yuan on the side didn't think it was a big deal. He floated up and sat on an operating table with his legs crossed, provoking the two of them. "You can still chat if you're all like this? If you don't fight, you'll die." Obadiah was furious, and finally understood that from the beginning, Liu Yuan was putting himself in a trap, but he always thought that Liu Yuan was a villain who was greedy for money and could not deceive himself. In the end, he was still deceived. From the situation, he knew that Liu Yuan had not betrayed Tony. It was very likely that the two had planned it from the beginning. Thinking of this, Obadiah's hatred for Liu Yuan has exceeded Tony's, and he raised his hand subconsciously. From Taiba Wang's mechanical right arm, a 20mm caliber cannon turned. The next moment, the terrifying weapon let out a roar, and a rain of bullets formed by bullets covered Liu Yuan, and in a blink of an eye, a chain of bullets was released. "Ha ha ha ha," Obadiah laughed smugly, "and this is the end of going against him." However, after the smoke caused by the machine gun dissipated, Liu Yuan's intact appearance reappeared in his eyes, and he continued to sit there without even moving his position. Liu Yuan looked down at the pile of bullet fragments that fell from his body, and shook his head speechlessly. "Shoot this old man. Will you wash my clothes?" But in fact, his clothes are also intact, because this is the clothes that are changed with his ability, which is equivalent to his strength. How strong his defense is, how strong this battlesuit is. Although the battlesuit is very thin, in fact, even if the Iron Man battlesuit and the armor of the Iron Man are added together, it is not comparable. "Tony, if you watch the fun again, then I'll take action," Liu Yuan said to Tony, who was watching the fun while he swept away the fragments of bullets from his body. Tony was about to speak, but saw Iron Overlord activated his weapon again. Taiba Wang has the cannon mounted on his right hand and a 6-shot missile on his left hand, as well as having anti-tank rockets on the shoulders. Now that Obadiah doesn't believe in evil, he aimed the missile at Liu Yuan again, and then launched it. The 6 missiles roared and came to Liu Yuan in an instant. Boom boom boom. Huge amounts of explosions caused a roar and shockwave. Obadiah was not in a hurry to be proud this time, but stared there. Until the dust settled, the intact Liu Yuan appeared there again. He continued to cross his legs, leaned on the equipment behind him, supported his head on a shelf with his left hand, and sighed, "I know it's useless to continue. Should it be called courage or cerebral palsy? And Tony, are you sure you want to keep going all the time?" Watching the fun, Tony finally stopped being silent. In fact, he also wanted to see Liu Yuan's strength, but he only knew that Liu Yuan's defense was terrible. It was a 20mm caliber machine gun, which could already be called a cannon. And the missile can't even explode? While thinking wildly in his mind, Tony stepped closer to the Iron Overlord. Just when Tony was about to say 2 more scenes, Iron Overlord took the lead, slapped Tony suddenly, and even flew out. Obadiah didn't pursue Tony, but rushed in the direction of Lu Yuan and roared, "I don't believe it, I'm going to kill you." Lu Yuan felt helpless and stood up. "You found the wrong opponent." Lu Yuan was speechless. Originally, he only came here as a bodyguard, so he could do Tony a favor at a critical moment or something. But he never expected that he would become Obadiah's first target. The hatred value is too high, right? Isn't that just cheating 130 million? Isn't that the next set? As for, can't you say it? He is too pitted, blood pit. "I'm going to kill you," Obadiah roared, seeing that the weapons on his body were completely unable to help Lu Yuan. He simply rushed over, waving the Iron Bully's terrifying Iron Fist, and went straight to Lu Yuan's face. Hearing a bang, Iron Fist stopped in front of Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan slowly floated up, and just raised his palm slightly to block Tai Ba Wang's attack. Obadiah gritted his teeth, tried his best to continue to push the Iron Overlord's arm, and also controlled the other hand to swing over. As a result, Lu Yuan was at ease, but raised his other hand again to block Tai Ba Wang's attack again. Tisk tisk tisk, shaking his head, Lu Yuan couldn't help smacking his lips. "Are you a fool? Even the weapons you carry can't help me, let alone fists." As he said that, Lu Yuan was about to exert force in his hands and tore off Tai Ba Wang's arms. But suddenly, Tony, who was slapped away, rushed back, quickly hugged Tai Ba Wang's waist, and rushed out from one side. Lu Yuan let go in time, otherwise Tony wouldn't be able to take Tai Ba Wang. Boom. Even the walls of the studio, which was built by the Stark Group, had a big hole pierced through at the moment. The 2 steel monsters rushed to the street. Boom bang bang. There was a sound of steel clashing outside, and you didn't have to think to know that Tony and the Iron King were at war. Lu Yuan was about to sit down here again, thinking it would be fine to leave it to Tony. As a result, the Iron Overlord's body re-entered through the hole. It turned out that Obadiah relied on the tonnage and strength of the Iron Overlord, as well as the powerful armor, and forced Tony to fly again. To be honest, Iron Man has crushed the Iron Man battlesuit in almost all aspects, except for its lack of flexibility. Definitely, Iron Overlord only has the advantage at the moment, and it's not that Tony can't develop heavy armor. Not to mention the bullying of anti-Hulk armor. For example, Mark 38 is a heavy armor, and its performance can also exceed the Iron Overlord. Definitely not the 38th generation now. So Tony suffered small losses one after another. Iron Overlord always ignored his attacks, and Iron Overlord's counterattacks made him suffer. It's just that Lu Yuan didn't expect that Obadiah hadn't given up on himself, and after knocking Tony up, he came back to him again. Lu Yuan felt amused. "Since you insist on courting death, then I will fulfill you." As he spoke, Lu Yuan finally attacked decisively, turning into a phantom and arriving in front of Tai Ba Wang in an instant. Obadiah's Iron King also has an assist system that can help him target enemies and target weapons. But he couldn't capture Lu Yuan's movements, because Lu Yuan was too fast and could easily surpass the speed of light. It takes 8 minutes for light to travel from the sun to the earth, but Lu Yuan doesn't need it. It only takes a moment. At least it can be considered that Lu Yuan's speed has reached the speed of light, which is a multiple of 8 minutes, and his speed has exceeded the speed of light for 8 minutes. 1 minute and 60 seconds, 8 minutes is 480 seconds. It can also be considered 480 times the speed of light. And that's just because the Earth is only 8 minutes away from the sun, which is only what we've gotten so far, maybe faster. Not to mention that Obadiah couldn't keep up with Lu Yuan's speed, even if there are dragons and crouching tigers on the Earth today, that's far beyond the reach, and even Ancient One can't just compare the speed. Unless the Ancient One is playing tricks on magic. Saying they are Sorcerer Supreme, right? Back to the front. Lu Yuan came to Tai Ba Wang in an instant. This time he was no longer showing mercy, raised his hand to hold Tai Ba Wang's head, and slammed it. Whoa. The originally sturdy steel barrier, at the moment, was like a piece of paper, and Lu Yuan pulled the hood off abruptly. The Obadiah inside was exposed in front of Lu Yuan, and looked at Lu Yuan stupidly with a look of bewilderment. The Iron Overlord was built under his own supervision, and the materials used were also determined by him. Except that it has not been tested yet, its armor performance has been tested countless times. Even the current best armor-piercing projectiles and even anti-tank equipment can't penetrate the armor of the Iron Overlord, or even leave traces. This thing is scarier than a tank. As a result, in Lu Yuan's hands, it was no different from the one made of paper. Is this guy too scary? Obadiah was stunned, looking a little overwhelmed. Lu Yuan smiled at Obadiah, not moving quickly. Instead he slowly raised his pair of steel arms, and then raised one foot against the Iron Overlord's breastplate. Just when Obadiah was confused and didn't know what he was going to do, Lu Yuan exerted force with both hands at the same time, only to hear 2 clicks. He actually tore off Tai Ba Wang's hands again. No, Obadiah said sadly. Roar. He was not hurt. His cockpit had nothing to do with his limbs, unlike Tony's body covered in armor. Obadiah is in heartache and despair. If Lu Yuan continues to dismantle the Iron Overlord and turn it into a pile of scrap iron, then he can no longer do anything. Don't talk about threatening Tony at that time, I'm afraid he will be sent to prison by Tony immediately. But Lu Yuan was unmoved, he stretched out his hand and pushed Tai Ba Wang down, and then grabbed Tai Ba Wang's feet with one neat hand. Well, the Iron Overlord, who was extremely powerful before, was torn apart by Lu Yuan in a blink of an eye, and now there is only a huge amount of iron belly left, while Obadiah is still sitting in the cockpit. Lu Yuan clapped his hands and said that he didn't take Iron Overlord and Obadiah seriously from the beginning, so the reason why he was able to deceive Obadiah at the beginning was entirely because he was really sincere. Real technology for Obadiah. What if he developed Iron Overlord for him? In front of Lu Yuan, isn't it a mass of scrap iron needing at will? Tony was back, standing next to the hole in the wall, with a complicated look on his face inside the armor. Since Lu Yuan can dismantle Iron Overlord, he can dismantle his armor, which is beyond doubt. What's more, it was originally his performance stage and home, but now, and Obadiah was his father's friend after all, and he was also his mentor and friend, but as a result, the trouble has reached the point where he is today, and his heart is full of sighs. Leave him to me, Tony felt pity after all. However, Lu Yuan smiled and pointed his finger to the iron belly of Tai Ba Wang. There was an arc reactor, but it was an inferior version. Remember why I asked you to create an inferior version on purpose? Tony's expression changed instantly. Tony definitely remembered and understood what Lu Yuan meant. From the beginning, this design was made to kill Obadiah, and I didn't plan to spare his life from the beginning, did it? But, Tony wanted to say something more. Lu Yuan squinted his eyes slightly and glanced at Tony. The blueprint is my idea, whether it's his Iron Man or your Iron Man battlesuit. Do you think I'll allow him a chance to reveal it? Definitely because of Lu Yuan's relationship, everything Tony should have experienced was disrupted. This can be regarded as a compensation for Lu Yuan. In fact, Lu Yuan just mentioned an idea. His drawings are not blueprints at all. Even children may draw better than him. The drawings of the Mark generation were made by Tony himself. But no matter what, Lu Yuan didn't want Obadiah to reveal it to a certain country, otherwise there would be endless troubles. Because Lu Yuan doesn't like a certain country, and is convinced that once a certain country masters this technology, they will definitely cause a new world-class war. Only a certain country thinks that it is the so-called world policeman who maintains world peace. But actually, stop kidding, when a country dies, the world will be at peace. It's just that Lu Yuan doesn't want to do that. One is from a certain country and there are innocent civilians, and the other is an outsider after all, and he is still an alien now. Once he takes action, many things will deteriorate. Conquer the world? He never thought about it. It's easy to destroy a world, and it's easy to blow up a planet with one punch. But it is not easy to manage a world well, or even save a world. He won't be looking for trouble. He must die. Lu Yuan pointed to Obadiah, who continued to lie there. Obadiah's face was ashen, with despair in his face and eyes. He even seemed to have ignored the conversation between the two people around him, and everything. Ever since Tai Ba Wang was easily torn apart by Lu Yuan, he had already understood that he could only stop there. His ambition, his pride, and even his hard work were all destroyed. He was proud to think that his Iron Overlord had surpassed Tony's battlesuit. But what if it surpassed Tony? In front of Lu Yuan, it was meaningless. So when Lu Yuan said he was going to kill him, Obadiah didn't respond. Tony wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Lu Yuan. I never knew that you are still such a soft-hearted person. Since you are so soft-hearted, why do you sell weapons as a weapons merchant? You know that your weapons kill how many people were there. Lu Yuan felt amused, hypocritical. Tony was speechless. If it was before, he had countless excuses to quibble with. But now Tony is different. He has seen the evil deeds of the Ten Rings, and he has seen with his own eyes that the weapons of the Ten Rings are from his company. It was the She-Stark group who was helping Joe. Even if it wasn't him, it was Obadiah who contacted the Ten Rings behind his back. But can he really feel at ease? So Tony finally took a step back. Lu Yuan nodded with satisfaction, and let him continue to step back until he left the studio. Only then did Lu Yuan refocus on Obadiah. His eyes began to light up slowly, and finally he released 2 golden heat rays, aiming at the inferior version of the arc reactor inlaid in the chest of Iron Overlord. The original plan was not like this, but the plan did not change quickly. Since Obadiah had to find Lu Yuan as his opponent, he could only fulfill him. Maybe it's called begging to die? With the terrifying heat ray touching the arc reactor, the already unstable nuclear element was suddenly excited. In fact, heat ray comes from the heat energy of the sun. It can be considered that the sun's rays usually stored in the body are converted into heat ray and released. So it is very likely that there are also nuclear elements in it. At the moment, the inferior version of arc reactor finally reached its limit, only to hear a huge amount of roar. The whole studio was blown away. The huge amounts of She-Stark also shuddered, and the ground shook. Phil Coulson and others who retreated in advance squatted down subconsciously, and turned to look at the She-Stark building not far away. Their expressions were a little dignified. This is the most prosperous area in New York. If such a terrifying momentum continues to erupt, they will not be able to explain to the outside world, and they are also worried that it will cause a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the explosion only happened once, and then subsided. Phil Coulson breathed a sigh of relief, guessing that the battle was over, and after hesitation, he was going to take someone back to check the situation. Little Pepper strongly requested to go back together. But when they returned to the scene, they found that there was nothing but a mess on the scene. Even if there were still some remaining parts of Tai Ba Wang's body parts, they were later melted by Lu Yuan's terrible heat ray. As for Obadiah, not to mention, the explosion point of the arc reactor was on him, and it was wiped out in the first place. And Lu Yuan and Tony at the moment have also left. Even if their identities have been exposed, it's not so blatant, right? So they left decisively before there was a commotion here. On the way, Tony called Little Pepper to report that he was safe, and also explained that Little Pepper was ready to hold a press conference and how to explain the cause of the explosion tonight. So far, the Iron King Obadiah incident is over. It's just that because of Lu Yuan's intrusion, in fact, Tony wasn't enjoying himself, he didn't do much at all, and Lu Yuan had already solved it. It was agreed at the time that you would shoot when I couldn't beat me, Tony complained after going back to change his clothes. Lu Yuan has also packed up Superman's outfit. Anyway, he changed it with ability himself. After putting it away, he changed back to his original suit and leather shoes. Spreading his hands, Lu Yuan began to shirk his responsibilities. Didn't you get knocked down at that time? Tony was speechless. He really didn't expect Iron Overlord's performance to be so good. Heavier tonnage, more power, stronger armor, and more weapons than him. Apart from being flexible, Tony couldn't find a way to beat the Iron King. Maybe it's time for him to continue developing the battlesuit? For example, also make a big guy like Iron Overlord? Or a more lightweight and flexible battlesuit? As if guessing Tony's thoughts, Lu Yuan said, there is also energy. After all, the palladium element is not stable. Maybe we can find a way to find a new alternative element. Tony smiled wryly. Even if he is a genius, how can it be said that a new element can be discovered? And many more. His eyes suddenly lit up. Isn't there an alien with a higher level of technology than Earth? Maybe he knows something? Lu Yuan smiled. Want to know? Tony nodded. Lu Yuan was also happy. I have to add money. Tony was about to continue his promise, but he stopped immediately and looked at Lu Yuan suspiciously. Are you planning to cheat me too? Very clever. In fact, Tony's father has already discovered a new element that can replace palladium. It's a pity that there is no way to make Tony a fortune, otherwise Lu Yuan's assets will double again. That's a new element, and it's a new element that just happens to replace palladium, which is important. Because in Marvel's world setting, Howard invented the first atomic bomb in a certain country. And Howard has long discovered that the palladium element is unstable, so he searched, observed, and discovered this more stable new element. It's a pity that Howard is limited by generations, and he can only find a way to leave it to Tony. That's why if Howard is still alive today, there is nothing to do with Tony. A genius father who can educate a genius son even after death. I have to say that Howard is really amazing. Definitely, it's not the time yet. It's not that Lu Yuan has to make a lot of money from Tony, nor is there any other reason, but there are still a lot of things to do now. Obadiah is dead. As one of the largest shareholders of the Stark Group in history, Obadiah has been a man of the hour for so many years. But he died suddenly, which always has to be explained to others. Tony had already had enough evidence, including Phil Coulson, who could testify that it was indeed Obadiah who attacked others first. However, in the end, S.H.I.E.L.D. did not choose to publish Obadiah's incriminating evidence and cause of death, but informed Tony that he should publicly state that Obadiah died in a plane crash. Why is this happening? Because history Stark industry has always been one of the important sources of tax revenue for a country and also supports the livelihood of many people. And Obadiah once colluded with Ten Rings. Ten Rings is the enemy of a certain country. Once these evidences are made public, because of Obadiah's position in the Stark Group, the reputation of the Stark Group will inevitably suffer. No matter from which perspective, letting him disappear silently like this is the best choice. It can also be seen from here that S.H.I.E.L.D's overall view and loyalty for a certain country. Lu Yuan sneered and felt disdain in his heart. That's why he won't join S.H.I.E.L.D, because S.H.I.E.L.D is one of the subordinate agencies of the United Nations, and it should work for the United Nations. But actually, they have always taken a certain country as the core, and they are just a lackey of a certain country. Wouldn't joining them be equivalent to becoming a lackey of a certain country? Lu Yuan was still thinking of blowing up a certain country with one punch, so how could he join such an organization? In addition, at the press conference held about the explosion of the Stark Group last night, Tony half-truly said that he was attacked, and finally was rescued by the Iron Man who has been talking about recently. Because of the mention of Iron Man, the reporters who were present at the time excitedly asked, wanting to know who Iron Man really is. Tony was shoved by Phil Coulson before the press conference with a note, the script for his speech, that said he was going to shirk it to the bodyguard. He also said the same, it's my bodyguard. Lu Yuan stood up in time and waved at the crowd. Yes, it's me. Tony, Pepper, and even Coles in the crowd looked at him together. Shameless. Are you Iron Man? Don't you call yourself Superman? But Lu Yuan didn't take it seriously at all, and quietly winked at Tony, meaning that since you don't want this title, then he's welcome. Tony endured and endured, but he wasn't the kind of person who was willing to walk in brocade clothes at night, so finally he couldn't hold back, and he said, actually, I'm Iron Man. Yes, I'm Iron Man. In an instant, the whole room was boiling, and the reporters who were in a commotion had not reacted just now. At the moment turned into a wave one after another, drowning Tony in an instant. After all, Lu Yuan was still acting as a bodyguard, so he had to step up to guard Tony, worried that he would be attacked by the chaos. The result was that Lu Yuan himself was trampled several times in the confusion. Turning to look, it turned out to be a beautiful reporter, and she was very kind. In other words, isn't this the beautiful woman who had contact with Lu Yuan at the annual ball that day? At that time, Lu Yuan thought she was a big star, but it turned out to be a reporter. What the hell is going on here? The reporter got close to Lu Yuan, because the two had known each other before, so they wanted to get some information from him. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes, want to know the inside story. The latter nodded. Lu Yuan smiled, you have to add money. No, you don't need money for your words. Seeing his cheap appearance, the beauty reporter was so angry that his teeth were itching, and he said fiercely, then I might as well go directly to Tony. Well, that seems to be the case. Tony is a playboy, as long as he is beautiful, he will not refuse. And he has already revealed that he is Iron Man, so there is absolutely no need to be concerned. Lu Yuan doesn't care either. Women, there are still some if they want. There are not many other things on Earth, but there are many human beings. He hasn't met a girl who can make him admire, otherwise he will definitely catch up. Don't do it. Since Tony revealed his identity as Iron Man, the press conference obviously couldn't go on. But Tony finally said, because of Obadiah's departure, we decided to transfer the shares held by Obadiah to Mr. Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, a former bodyguard, has now become another giant of the Stark Group, replacing Obadiah as one of the largest shareholders. Others were still shocked. Only Lu Yuan knew that Tony would not make a loss-making business. It would be better to say that Tony was too smart. Since Lu Yuan has become one of the bosses of this company, can he not bring out those technologies that are more advanced than the Earth in order to develop the company? Even if it's just to buy Lu Yuan's powerful strength, it's worth it. Even Taiba Wang looks like a piece of tissue paper in front of Lu Yuan, not to mention Tony's battle suit. Tony is not stupid, even if it is just to protect his own life, he has to firmly tie Lu Yuan to himself. Otherwise, with Tony's character of offending people all over the world, maybe someone would be willing to spend 100 million to kill himself. Obadiah is also stupid, he might as well take out a bargaining chip that can impress Lu Yuan and let him kill Tony, then there will be no such thing. In short, Obadiah's death did not cause much of a stir, and it passed peacefully. And Lu Yuan became the biggest winner, not only cheating Obadiah 130 million, but also getting 40% of the shares for nothing, which was given to Lu Yuan by Tony for nothing. As for the repurchase of these shares, how much money was paid, it has nothing to do with Lu Yuan. Tony had the most money anyway. Then again, just before the press conference was about to end, Lu Yuan was planning to leave with Tony and Pepper. Coles came over and said to Lu Yuan, the boss wants to see you. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows with a smile on his face, but his words were cold. If he wants to see me, I have to go there? It seems that I haven't made it clear last time, or do I have to say it in the comment area? Will you be afraid of my power if I kill a state with one punch? Let him roll over for me. Phil Coulson coughed lightly and said with a look of disapproval, how could that Miss Potts have my business card? Lu Yuan looked at Phil Coulson, isn't it? Are you sure you want to waste my favor? Well, he owes Phil Coulson a favor, and in the end he can only obediently follow Phil Coulson to see Fury. Lu Yuan owes Phil Coulson a favor because he gave Little Pepper the business card. No matter what, he came after a phone call. Can this favor be repaid? Lu Yuan was originally a person who didn't like to owe favors, so he had to follow Phil Coulson on the way to meet Fury again. Originally, this was a business card given to protect Xiao Chili, so it should be found by Tony. However, the relationship between Tony and Chili Pepper has not yet been confirmed. On the other hand, Tony has given a lot of things, even a small half of his own company's shares. Tony's shares are actually only 40%, except for Lu Yuan. The obtained shares originally belonged to Obadiah, and the remaining 20% are held by other shareholders. After thinking about it, I should do something for Tony too. It was the same safe house as before, but this time there was no one else except Phil Coulson and only Fury was waiting for the landing. Oh, is it still preserved here? Lu Yuan looked at the situation in the house and found that except for the equipment that was originally used as a safe house, it was still preserved. As an emergency safe house, a lot of emergency equipment, such as weapons, would have been prepared here. But since it was last enabled, it is no longer available here. The reason why the safe house is called the safe house is that its secrecy is not even known to one's own people, and only a few top commanders hold the position in it. Especially between agents, sometimes even their own people are enemies. So the role of the safe house is even more important. Anything for me. Lu Yuan was not polite, found a chair and sat down by himself, looking at Fury. I already understood my attitude last time. I won't join SHIELD. Fury nodded to indicate that he remembered his answer, but couldn't help but ask, why? You seem to have a lot of resistance to S.H.I.E.L.D. against us. Lu Yuan smiled, nonsense, you don't even know that Hydra exists among you. I don't like being teammates with idiots. Even Lu Yuan knew that the current top commander of S.H.I.E.L.D. was the top commander that Hydra penetrated into SHIELD. Although Nick Fury is the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., S.H.I.E.L.D. is apparently serving the United Nations after all, so there is a position above Nick Fury's director. And that person is the Hydra person. One can imagine what the current situation of S.H.I.E.L.D. is. Liu Yuanxin said that you can't even handle your own internal affairs, so he won't go into troubled waters. The main thing is, one more thing, you said that you are working for the United Nations, but in fact you have been working for a certain country? So don't be useless. I will not join any forces, but say that my country does not like you very much. I won't say more about the reason, you all know it well. Liu Yuan will be rude when he comes again this time. Last time being polite was expressing kindness and not wanting to cause trouble. He didn't want to easily go to war with a country, not because he couldn't, but because he could easily destroy a certain country, and at that time, it would only make other countries become enemies one after another under the fear of dying. At that time, will he hide his tail? Or destroy the whole world in one fell swoop? Liu Yuan himself said that he didn't come to Earth to conquer the Earth, he didn't have such big ambitions. He just wants to live in peace on Earth now, that's all. But if Fury thinks he's going to compromise because of that, and he's scared, he's wrong. Even pay for it. Fury looked at Liu Yuan deeply. Fury understood, Liu Yuan knew a lot, he wasn't an idiot who didn't know anything. It seems that there is no way to cheat anymore. Fury sighed, okay, then I won't force it anymore. But I have one point to make clear. S.H.I.E.L.D. is indeed an agency of the United Nations. Yes, we are not simply working for a country. One thing you want to understand that what we are fighting is the enemy of the United Nations, and the people of a certain country who are doing things in other countries are their military, and it has nothing to do with us. S.H.I.E.L.D's enemies are mainly Hydra and other terrorist prevention. S.H.I.E.L.D will not help one country to infiltrate other countries. The reason why it seems to be doing business for a certain country. It may be because the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D and the United Nations are both in a certain country, so you misunderstood. It's not the case, Fury guessed. Maybe Liu Yuan misunderstood because of this reason. But is it really a misunderstanding? Liu Yuan was too lazy to argue with him and asked, so, can I go back? Don't worry, I know it's not easy for you to come here once, and this is the chance. Fury is the head of the agent, how can he not understand the truth, and even knows that Liu Yuan doesn't like him. So he stopped talking nonsense, took out a document and handed it to Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan raised his eyebrows, first glanced at Fury suspiciously, and then took the document. After just looking at it twice, Liu Yuan immediately threw the document away, stood up, and left. Horse eggs, Avengers? The question is, why did you find him? It turned out that the document was the Avengers' plan. Fury wanted to assemble a team of people with super ability or special ability to form a special team. This team is only nominally related to S.H.I.E.L.D, but it's not actually the same thing. That is to say, the Avengers don't have to obey the command and dispatch of S.H.I.E.L.D, so S.H.I.E.L.D will not pay wages. The team will be ready to handle special events only when needed. For example, in the face of the massive invasion of the Chitauri army, or the mechanical army of Ultron, or even the army of Thanos, etc. But usually the Avengers will maintain their own lives. It is well known what Avengers stands for in the Marvel Universe, just as the Justice League stands in the DC Universe. But Liu Yuan wasn't interested at all, so he threw the document away, turned his head and left. Wait a minute, aren't you interested? Fury yelled from behind. Liu Yuan snorted coldly without looking back. What the hell? What the hell? According to your document, the first person to be dealt with after the formation of the Avengers is Lao Tzu. Walking to the door, Liu Yuan turned his head and pointed his middle finger to Fury. What the Avengers are responsible for is to deal with emergencies and serious situations, and as an alien, isn't Liu Yuan exactly what the Avengers need to face? After co-authoring him and joining the team, not only did he not get paid, but he even helped others beat himself? Stop kidding, go play with it. In this way, Liu Yuan left. He did not join Avengers and chose to refuse. Fury shook his head in disappointment. Phil Coulson leaned forward and asked, am I going to persuade him again? Fury said, if he makes up his mind, I don't think there's any point in you going a few more times. Why not let Natasha Romanoff try? Fury had a thoughtful look on his face, wondering if he was thinking something bad. After Liu Yuan got out of the safe house, he didn't go far, and a car came behind him. It's still that beautiful sports car, and the person driving it is still the beautiful agent Natasha Romanoff. Boarding. Natasha Romanoff drove the car to Liu Yuan, and said to Roar with a displeased expression. Liu Yuan turned his head to look around and shrugged. I didn't provoke you, did I? Why are you pulling your face at him? And I didn't call a car. Liu Yuan was even more amused. Does he need her to deliver it? Goodbye, raised his hand and made a gesture to Roar. Liu Yuan suddenly disappeared without warning. If he wants to, he can go to any corner of the universe, and does he need a car to pick him up? There is no one or anything on Earth that can surpass him now, not even the speed of light. Even if you call back that surprised ant now, it's the speed of light at most, and it can't be compared with Liu Yuan. Natasha Romanoff looked at the location where Liu Yuan disappeared, and did not regain his senses for a long time. After a while she called Fury, boss, he's gone by himself, I haven't had time to speak yet. Fury made a mistake. He originally thought that Liu Yuan was the kind of person who couldn't walk when he saw beautiful women. He thought that Liu Yuan was a beauty lover like Tony. Last time, Liu Yuan also seemed to show his interest in Natasha Romanoff. but today is different. In fact, Lu Yuan also guessed that Fury sent Natasha Romanoff on purpose. The reason why Natasha Romanoff is not a nose or a face is because she also knew that she was playing a disgraceful role. Even if it's not a beauty plan, it's not too bad. Lu Yuan felt amused. Are you kidding me? Krypton would be in danger if he could compromise because of a beautiful woman. In the galaxy where Krypton is located, in addition to Krypton, there is another race, the Dekozam. The two races have similarities and differences. The first is that they have similar abilities, and both can obtain the power of Superman by absorbing the rays of the yellow sun. But Kryptonites are afraid of kryptonite, and Dekozamites are afraid of lead. Although the two ethnic groups are in the same fixed star galaxy, due to the huge differences in racial culture, the two ethnic groups have been at war all the year round. They are not good neighbors, but enemies. Lu Yuan used to be the supreme commander of Krypton, and he also dealt with Dekozam, especially the most tragic one. Lu Yuan led hundreds of thousands of soldiers to completely destroy Dekozam. The Dekozam star 100,000 years ago had to sneak under the surface of the Dekozam star to survive. If Lu Yuan hadn't withdrawn his troops at the end, Dekozam would have even wiped out the family. So as I said before, Lu Yuan actually has no shortage of beautiful women. The women on Dekozam are as beautiful as Krypton, and they can even be regarded as another kind of female Superman. Dekozam and Krypton may have the same ancestor in the more ancient past, so there is no reproductive isolation between the two parties, and they can marry and pass on their offspring. If Lu Yuan could be easily bought by the beauty trick, he would have defected long ago. He's not that kind of person. Definitely if it's meat delivered to your door, it's not polite to eat it. For example, for the beautiful reporter, Lu Yuan didn't go back that day, and didn't go back to Tony's house until noon the next day. Tony is also a veteran of Huakong, and suddenly he saw something different from Lu Yuan, but Lu Yuan looked a little frustrated. Tony wondered, isn't the process going well? Lu Yuan rolled his eyes, this 38, ask such a thing? In the end, Lu Yuan really said it. The process is actually very smooth, but the end is not smooth. Lu Yuan sighed. With his current physical fitness, ordinary people can no longer satisfy his aesthetic. Fortunately, he can already control his strength. Otherwise, when he went to the toilet once before, the force of urinating alone destroyed a urinal. It is a delicate porcelain that even a crowbar is difficult to break, so you can see it. Lu Yuan was very unhappy, because as he continued to shine the yellow sun's rays, the power in his body continued to grow stronger, as if there was no end. If he continues like this, can he still find a wife who fits him perfectly? You won't be single all your life, will you? 100,000 years ago, it was a single dog. Will it continue to be like this after 100,000 years? Why don't you see Little Pepper? Unwilling to talk about himself, Lu Yuan inquired about Little Pepper's whereabouts. Tony looked at Lu Yuan strangely and reminded him, don't you forget that I transferred all of Obadiah's shares to you? But whether it's the company's board of directors or Obadiah's children, they have to someone to deal with. On the contrary, Lu Yuan himself is the same as no one else. How can he justify this? When sending money to others, he has to count the money himself and give it to him. Lu Yuan was a little surprised. Obadiah has children. There is indeed a son. Obadiah's full name is Obadiah Stana, and his son is called Zach Stana. Zach is not a few years younger than Tony. After all, Obadiah and Howard are also friends. But the two of them can't play together because Tony is a genius and Zach is a master who can't help the mud. However, in the comics, Zach once inherited his father's mantle and appeared as the 5th generation Iron Overlord, which almost caused Tony a lot of trouble. There are also several generations of Iron Overlord. The first Iron Overlord is naturally Obadiah, and then there are 4 versions, as well as 4 different styles of Iron Overlord. This is also the reason why Lu Yuan insists on killing Obadiah and completely destroying those materials and parts of Iron Overlord. He is worried that the wildfire will not burn out and the spring breeze will blow again. It was also in my heart that I began to think, would that Zach be a hidden danger? Tony hurriedly stopped. Big brother, don't worry about Zach, that's just a 2nd generation without threat. It's better to let him live than let him disappear. All right. Lu Yuan was almost about to write the word kill on his face. When Tony saw it, he saved Zach's life. The next thing about the transfer of shares seems to have to keep Xiao Chili busy for a long time. And Tony has been busy improving his battlesuit lately. It is said that Tony has developed a new version that can be disguised with a suitcase, which looks like an ordinary suitcase, but can be put on a battlesuit in an instant in case of emergencies. But for the sake of lightness and convenience, the armor of the battlesuit will be thinner than before, including the lack of energy. Tony worries about this. Now Tony no longer puts the arc reactor on his body, but mounts it on the battlesuit. In this way, although the suitcase battlesuit is convenient to carry, it is also the weakest set of battlesuits on the whole. By the way, I also designed a battlesuit for you. Thank you, Tony said suddenly. Lu Yuan turned his head to look. A special armor with dark blue as the main color and a bright red S marked on its chest was quietly placed there. I have to say that Tony has a heart, and Tony is a person who remembers old feelings and knows how to be grateful. Few people know that Tony reciprocates. So he made a battlesuit for Lu Yuan, even if he knew that Lu Yuan didn't need it, but it was his intention. The battlesuit was designed in the style of Lu Yuan's Superman battlesuit, and it was almost the same except that there was no cape. dark blue dyeing, with 2 large red SS on the chest and back, and a gold frame. The difference is that this battlesuit does not have a helmet. I guess you don't like helmets. Tony's observation was also meticulous, and he guessed that Lu Yuan wouldn't care about cover status and didn't need the protection of helmets, so he didn't. Lu Yuan nodded. He really didn't need it, and he had nothing to be afraid of. Speaking of which, it doesn't make sense to give me this thing. Why don't you give me half of your good cars? You won't be able to drive it anyway. Lu Yuan turned around the battlesuit and suddenly looked at him again. To the few good cars parked in the garage not far away. Tony rolled his eyes, really greedy. But he didn't say anything, just asked one thing. Let's talk about it when you get your driver's license. Damn, how can Lu Yuan have a driver's license? By the way, why did you suddenly remember to give me something? Lu Yuan changed the subject, looked at Tony with no deep meaning, and said with a half-smiling, nothing to be courteous, either a traitor or a thief. Tony's heart is really ugly, but he does have something to say. Actually, I thought about it, and you're right. As a weapons dealer, I did develop huge amounts of weapons. Even if those people weren't, I killed them, but they died on the weapons I made. So I wanted to change the company's prospects. Lu Yuan understood. So what do you want to dig out of me? Lu Yuan sat aside and asked Tony what he wanted this time. Tony didn't know what Lu Yuan had in his hands and what he was willing to take out, so he could only tentatively say, why don't you help me think of a way to develop the company? And this is your company too. It is said that Tony's shares were not taken out for nothing. He not only wanted to tie Lu Yuan, but also tied him to the company. In this way, Lu Yuan had to help the company develop. Lu Yuan didn't feel that he was being calculated. The reason is very simple. The current She-Stark Group is also his company, and he is also one of the major shareholders. It's not about helping Tony anymore, it's about helping his own company. Well, he still got caught. Let's think about it. Lu Yuan folded his arms and really started to think. Tony's eyes lit up, and he took the initiative to go to the refrigerator and open 2 bottles of beer. Tony's favorite has never been beer before, and it feels like a drop in price. He loves champagne, he loves whiskey, he loves all kinds of red wine, even sake and white wine, I guess, on our side. But it's been different since Lu Yuan came. All of his good wines were drunk by Lu Yuan, but he didn't feel sorry for money, and he really felt sorry for money, but Lu Yuan would never get drunk, and it would be a waste to drink it to him. Lu Yuan seemed to be almost immune to drunkenness, and he automatically evolved the physique to target. After all, we all know that drunkenness is actually a kind of ethanol poisoning, which is commonly known as alcohol poisoning, but the degree is different. Ordinary drunkenness is fine, just sleep and drink more water. But after all, this can be regarded as a manifestation of poisoning, so Lu Yuan has evolved the corresponding immune effect, and alcohol can still be absorbed, that is, he can taste the taste of wine. But he is the only one who doesn't get drunk. I have to say that Doomsday is real cowhide. The damage that has been killed once will not be damaged again, and it will also self-regulate the surrounding environment. For example, cold. As long as Lu Yuan is given enough time, he can withstand the cold that can freeze the world. For example, the heat is not only the temperature of the sun, but even if the temperature is increased by hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius, he can slowly adapt to it. Simply invincible. At the beginning, there was such a weakness as kryptonite, which might be killed by people. But the first thing he did after his resurrection was to stab himself with kryptonite, and then he became immune. God knows how else to kill him, it's almost impossible. Pull away. Lu Yuan took the beer and drank the bottle as soon as he raised his head. Tony was helpless and had to walk again, this time he directly brought it over. Lu Yuan took a drink and snapped his fingers at the same time. I remember. Tony didn't care about drinking. He put the bottle aside and looked at Lu Yuan brightly. What? Say it now. Smartphone? Lu Yuan said with a mysterious look on the idea he had just thought of. In the end, Tony looked disappointed. What he thought it was, the smartphone had already been born. The so-called smartphone refers to a system with independent system and memory and operation. The specific details do not need to be divided into too much detail. In short, the key presses used in this era are actually smartphones, and although the touch screen is not a human touch screen, it is also the era of touch screens. It's just that the current network is not yet developed, and it is not as developed and advanced as the post-4G era. Even the 4th generation fruit machine will not be released until June 8, 2010. And now it's June 2008. It's June, it's summer, it's good weather. The more Lu Yuan thought about it, the more excited he became, and then he simply slapped Tony, startling Tony. But Tony immediately saw that in Lu Yuan's palm, a new little thing began to slowly appear. It was a palm-sized, thin, and light body with an integral screen, similar to a mobile phone. Lu Yuan, who has reached the 5th dimension, has the power to rewrite and reverse reality, and created a most advanced smartphone, at least the most advanced smartphone he has ever seen, based on his own memory. It was a full-screen phone with a glass back cover. Even Tony took it carefully, feeling like it was a work of art in his hands. Lu Yuan explained the control method to Tony, and explained the benefits of smartphones one by one. It is a pity that the network is not yet developed, and the wireless network signal is not yet popular. In addition, the app era has not yet come, so it can only be connected to the intranet with J.A.R.V.I.S, which cannot be displayed more comprehensively. But even so, Tony was stunned. Once this thing comes out, Stark Industries will lead the world into a new era. And Tony, the mobile phone share doesn't count. Don't forget that the real money is the communication fee. At least we have to grab the network share. What makes money in the new era? Arms? Guns and ammunition. No. Traffic is king. Tony, open an online store with me. Amazon, one of the largest e-commerce companies today, started out as an online book sales business. Later, it began to transform and gradually expanded. In 2020, it ranked 4th in the top 100 global brand value rankings. So don't underestimate the internet age. The era before Liu Yuan's past life travel was 20 years, so he knew a lot about Marvel and DC's plot. At the same time, he has also seen the bright internet age. He knows even more what it means to be in 2008. It means that he can lead the history of Stark Industries into the next era ahead of everyone else. That's a huge amount of cake, and no one has opened the safe yet, only he has the key. Not only the network sales business, but also other electronic businesses, such as the early development of the network age. Network services are also a valuable source of income. Not just a piece of cake, but countless cakes waiting for him to feast on, and even Liu Yuan's eyes began to shine with the light of money. Anyway, it's also for fun. Since you don't want to dominate the world or conquer the universe, let's start making money and start a business empire. This is really exciting. Tony was completely dumbfounded. Not only mobile phones, but also communication companies, and even network companies, as well as a series of businesses. He just wanted to transform the company's weapons department, but Liu Yuan wanted to transform the entire company? But it seems challenging? And this thing is also regarded as the field of technological development, which is exactly the same as his hobbies and interests. Even I can go to MIT to hire people. Tony got excited. And because Tony graduated from MIT, it should be easy to recruit a group of talents. Yes, Tony is a genius and has several degrees. In the setting, Tony was admitted to MIT at the age of 17 and with the highest grades, and then graduated at the age of 21 with an all-time high score. In these 4 years, he not only completed his studies, but also obtained a double degree in mechanical engineering and electronic engineering, which is the so-called doctorate degree. Not only is this guy rich at home, but he is also a genius. The two started to get excited, and they had a long conversation all night while drinking. Later, even Xiaoqili got off work and was called by Tony, who asked her to go to Tang Street to buy roast chicken and roast duck, and then stewed a big goose and brought it. Liu Yuan had read novels before and heard that the taste of Chinese restaurants in foreign countries had been specially adjusted, so he also instructed Xiaoqili to tell her in Chinese that it was for people to eat. Tony was stunned. Co-authoring what he ate before was all for ghosts? Yes, foreign devil. In fact, it doesn't count. Others also made adjustments to take care of local tastes. Not everyone can eat sweet and sour, some people only like to eat sweet and sour. But anyway, Pepper still got the job done and bought Tony 2 burgers. That's his favorite. Little Chili was so angry that she had been busy in the company for a few days, but the 2 uncles hid at home drinking and chatting, and they used her as if they were a little girl. However, when Xiaoqili heard the grand plans of the 2 of them for the future, he was equally astonished. Especially when Liu Yuan proposed to let Little Pepper preside over everything in the new department, she covered her mouth and couldn't hide her surprise roar. Place so big? Is she getting a promotion? That's right, Xiaoqili was the first appointment after Liu Yuan took office as the second largest shareholder, and directly became the CEO, replacing the previous position of Obadiah. It's just that Xiaoqili is not the top CEO yet, but the CEO in charge of the R&D department in the new era proposed by Liu Yuan today. But that's not bad, it's better than her being a little assistant all the time. Don't leave tonight. Liu Yuan took Little Pepper's hand. On the other side, Tony stared at him and nearly lifted the bottle. Fortunately, Liu Yuan was just joking, put Little Pepper's hand into Tony's, and stood up by himself. I'll take a look at the beauty of an adult. It turned out that he was going out to find a place to stay tonight. Tony showed grateful eyes. Good brother, tomorrow I will let someone deliver wine to the wine cellar. Liu Yuan shook his head dumbfoundedly. Beer is good, no matter how good the wine is, I can't drink it, don't waste it. After saying that, he left. As for what will happen to Tony and Little Pepper in the future, Liu Yuan doesn't care. In fact, they have come very close, just separated by a layer of window paper. But Liu Yuan was very worried that Little Pepper would be a tragedy, because Tony had not experienced growth, and God knows if he will be a prodigal son. For this, one can only hope that Tony will take responsibility. Regardless of Tony and Pepper's side, Liu Yuan came out of Tony's house and came to the cliff outside by the sea. He had a smile on his face at first and came out with a bottle of wine in his hand. Standing there, looking out at the sea in the distance. Because there is a bit of night wind tonight, the waves are surging on the sea surface, and it is not very calm. Liu Yuan raised his head and drank the bottle of wine in one breath, then he threw the bottle away, and the expression on his face became much colder. Without a smile, Liu Yuan raised his head and looked at the brightly lit city center in the distance. Suddenly he floated up and disappeared in an instant. The next moment, Liu Yuan came to a large villa in a rich area. It was really a resplendent rich family. He entered silently, he flew in from a window, and floated all the way to one of the rooms, without the slightest sound in the process. There is a study in front, the door is closed, and the sound insulation inside is very good. But he couldn't escape Lu Yuan's ears. He clearly heard the conversation inside. One guy was on the phone, roaring, "Damn, my dad died, got killed by that bastard Tony. I don't care, if you 10 rings still want my help, kill me Tony and his one bodyguard. When I get the She-Stark group, I will do my best to help you." Lu Yuan smiled and stretched out his hand to break the lock of the door. The door handle made a rattling movement, and even the door was shattered. The people inside had heard the voice long ago, and when they looked back and saw Lu Yuan who came in, they couldn't help being stunned. "Who are you? Don't you even know who you are going to kill?" Lu Yuan was amused. He really deserved to be a scumbag. "Are you that bodyguard?" The man let out a startled roar, and his expression changed. "He is Obadiah's son Zack." After Lu Yuan knew the existence of such a person, he had already searched secretly. Finally, his super hearing found the suspected person, and now he is even more directly convinced that it is him. Lu Yuan walked over with a smile, reached out and patted Zack's head, then took his phone. Without even looking at Zack, whose head was shot into the cavity and died, Lu Yuan asked on the phone, "Dare you say it? Where is the location?" Tony was still careless. "Yes, this Zack is indeed a straw bag, but a straw bag does not mean there is no threat. Never underestimate anyone." Lu Yuan didn't have the habit of underestimating people, so he was not afraid of trouble, and identified and finally found Zack's whereabouts in the huge New York. Zack doesn't necessarily know the whole process and the causes and consequences, but only through a series of operations from Stark's company, he can guess that it must be related to Tony and Lu Yuan. Moreover, S.H.I.E.D's arrangement for Obadiah's death is also full of loopholes. At least Zack knows that his father has no plans to fly to where, and there is no flight record of Obadiah's private plane on the tarmac. But Zack never expected that before he started to act, Lu Yuan had already come to the door. After slapping Zack to death, Lu Yuan had no interest in the splendid decoration of his house, or even the safe. Do you really think that Lu Yuan cares about money? How is it possible? Otherwise, whenever he brings something back from the sun, or goes to find something on other planets in the universe, he can exchange for sky-high money. Money is not the purpose, his purpose is just entertainment. There are at least tens of millions of cash in Zack's safe, as well as various precious metals and gems. But Lu Yuan didn't care at all, and he was more concerned about the whereabouts of the person on the other side of the phone. "What? Don't you dare to tell me your whereabouts." Lu Yuan tried to find out the whereabouts of the other party. In fact, he is now monitoring the whole world. As long as the other party makes a sound, he can know the whereabouts of the other party. But the person on the other side did not speak. It seems that the movement just now has let the other party know that Zack is dead. Even if you don't know who the person is now, you know that the other party is not easy to mess with. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows, his eyes began to glance around, but he was not looking at Zack's study, but scanning the world with supervision. Finally, in a cave in a desert, he finally saw a bald man holding a phone and keeping silent. "I found you," Lu Yuan smiled proudly. The other party was startled, didn't know what happened, and subconsciously hung up the phone. But in the next second, Lu Yuan was already in front of him holding the phone. "That guy Tony still left a fish that slipped through the net." Lu Yuan shook his head. It turned out that Tony didn't get rid of the 10 rings people some time ago, but left the fish that slipped through the net. Even this slippery fish is the biggest. The 10 rings are known to be quite a force, perhaps even tougher than Hydra, which has been at least ostensibly destroyed. At the scale of 10 rings, they have many separate teams, and they are distributed all over the world, and the members do not know each other's identities. Only the leaders of the various divisions have access to the upper echelons. And this team in this desert area, their boss is the bald head in front of them. He was somewhere else at the time, so he staggered from Tony. Later, when he returned here, he learned that his team was almost wiped out. The bald head was going to be pissed, so he contacted Zack. He actually knew that Zack had no ability, but the bald head needed the signs of Tony's actions provided by Zack, and he needed this information before he was willing to cooperate with Zack. It's just that the bald head didn't expect that Lu Yuan would have such a skill, and he came directly in front of him. The bald head didn't dare to act rashly, because he didn't know how Lu Yuan did it. On the contrary, the other bald-headed younger brothers in this cave subconsciously took out their guns and fired a salvo at Lu Yuan. Just hearing a ding-ding-ding sound, the bullet hit Lu Yuan accurately, but it didn't make any sense. Lu Yuan sighed, knowing that you can't beat me, it's a waste to have to beat me. As he spoke, Lu Yuan turned his head and glanced at the 10 rings boys around him. A golden light flashed in his eyes, which was more terrifying than any laser rays. He instantly killed everyone except the bald head, and cut them off in the middle. Cut in half. The bald head was startled. He seemed to understand something by this method. The attacker who targeted Tony's trap before was finally killed by this method. It turned out to be you. The bald head finally knew. It was the person in front of him who saved Tony. In fact, the bald head didn't know that the person Obadiah wanted them to kill was Tony, but it didn't make any sense. What do you want? The bald head asked Lu Yuan, thinking about countermeasures quickly in his heart. We are 10 rings. Our goal is to bring peace and order to the world. Lu Yuan knew what he wanted to do. Did he want to turn against him? And it's for peace? Shut up. Lu Yuan impatiently tossed the phone forward in his hand. Puff. The instant Lu Yuan threw out an ordinary mobile phone, it was fired faster than any weapon today, and the bald head was shot in an instant. The ambition of Ten Rings is similar to that of Hydra. They all want to conquer the world and then make rules with their will, but they call it order and peace. Should I say that Mandarin is too demagogic? Or is Ten Rings just too crazy? At least it's quiet here. Lu Yuan walked out of the cave, and it was really quiet behind him. This time it is finally over. Unlike Tony, Lu Yuan has his own way to scan any corners around, even when J.A.R.V.I.S makes mistakes, but he doesn't. Supervision and super hearing can ensure that any corner, even a mouse hole, cannot escape his monitoring. In the end, Lu Yuan nodded with satisfaction. There was indeed no luck. By the way, we can't leave traces. Lu Yuan didn't forget to destroy the corpses when he left, because there were still some weapons of the Stark Group left here. Now that Lu Yuan is also one of the largest shareholders of Stark Group, he naturally has to consider the image of his company. So Lu Yuan turned around to face the direction of the cave, raised his right hand, opened his palm, and then slammed down. The terrifying force drove the air, as if Lu Yuan grabbed the air, and controlled a terrifying mass of air to form an air cannon. Roar squealed and suppressed it. Boom. The cave was flattened, and even a huge deep pit similar to the shape of a palm appeared. Later, it was rumored that it was a miracle, and some people said that it was a palm technique that fell from the sky. In short, it was very lively. But no one knew what was buried under the deep pit of the palm. Lu Yuan moved his shoulders, and the follow-up finishing work was finally completed, and this was the end. By the way, the little pepper is staying at Tony's house tonight, and he took a shameless look. So where should Lu Yuan settle down? After thinking about it, Lu Yuan ran to find the whereabouts of Natasha Romanoff. New York in the middle of the night is not very peaceful. In addition to the liveliness of the bustling city, there are still some people in the dark who are in full swing. Do you still remember that in the first contact between Lu Yuan and S.H.I.E.L.D., Lu Yuan excavated a Hydra agent? I don't know why that guy was so daring. He actually tattooed the Hydra mark on his body, and Lu Yuan recognized it at a glance. Although Lu Yuan didn't care about the follow-up, S.H.I.E.L.D. has been in action all the time, to use that Hydra agent to dig out more things, and even Fury has begun to doubt how many Hydra people are hidden in SHIELD, so they have been following the vine. For example, tonight, they got a message, so Fury sent his most trusted agent team to destroy a Hydra stronghold. Among them, Natasha Romanoff, who recently stayed in New York City, went into battle in person, and has broken through an abandoned factory in full armor. As a result, after Natasha Romanoff brought people in, he found that Lu Yuan was sitting on the second floor of the abandoned factory, boredly looking at himself who came in. Why are you here? Natasha Romanoff frowned, watching Lu Yuan warily. She definitely wasn't suspecting that Lu Yuan was from Hydra, because she knew that Lu Yuan's true identity was an alien, and he was the one who found out the Hydra agent at the beginning. Wouldn't have done that if he was Hydra. Did it do that on purpose to gain their trust? Shouldn't it? Perhaps. Lu Yuan shrugged, because of boredom. It's been a long night, but I don't want to sleep. I've already done it for you here. Find a place to have a drink. Natasha Romanoff rolled his eyes. He had a long night of unintentional sleep, but she didn't have time to sleep because she wanted to sleep because of a task. At this time, Phil Coulson followed from outside with a group of people, and was stunned when he saw Lu Yuan. I've been knocked out, you can take it away. But I guess you won't gain much. This is just what Hydra deliberately exposed to you. In fact, there is nothing. Lu Yuan knew that the real threat was still hidden in SHIELD. It was revealed to divert Fury's attention. This little trick. Phil Coulson glanced at Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff nodded. Phil Coulson hurriedly led him upstairs. In the room behind Lu Yuan, more than a dozen comatose people were tied together by him. Phil Coulson and the others rushed over and took everyone away. No matter what Lu Yuan said, they would also routinely bring people to interrogate. Natasha Romanoff will also follow Phil Coulson and the others. Lu Yuan quickly stretched out his hand and pressed the guardrail on the second floor, falling in front of Natasha Romanoff. Beauty, I've helped you so much, give me a face. Otherwise, I won't have a place to live tonight. Lu Yuan knew very well that Tony's house couldn't go back now, otherwise he would see something he shouldn't see, which would be embarrassing. Although he had actually seen it secretly. Natasha Romanoff looked at Lu Yuan inexplicably. Does it have anything to do with me? You just sleep on the road, but do you have anything to do with others? It's not that I asked you to help. Even if you want to look for it, you should go to Fury, right? Or let Coulson accompany you. Natasha Romanoff continued to walk after finishing speaking. Coulson is Phil Coulson, which is a nickname. People who are familiar with each other prefer to call Roar the nickname. Phil Coulson in front shook his head. Don't get him involved. Lu Yuan sighed and said deliberately, it seems that you don't really want to win me over. How did that plan of revenge come about? Natasha Romanoff stopped, gritted her teeth with hatred, and squeezed out the words between her teeth. You said that earlier. I don't understand after you said it. Come on, where to go for a drink? Yes, she endured. When it comes to the Avengers plan, it's not only because of Fury's orders and instructions, but also because Natasha Romanoff himself cares about that plan. Because Natasha Romanoff himself and Hawkeye are also on the list. That is to say, once the Avengers plan is officially established, the two of them will also become superhero. And now Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye are just agents. Not that the current job is bad, but they also want to be superhero. So Natasha Romanoff compromised, and after being threatened by this shameless one, had to temporarily leave the team. Carlson, the task here is completed, the rest is left to you. I will call the boss and tell him I will do my best to convince this bastard. Natasha Romanoff didn't care that Lu Yuan was behind him, just call him an asshole, who told him that he had to run to disturb him in his mission, and used such a method to make himself submit. However, Natasha Romanoff is not worried that she will suffer a loss. If she wants to do something to her with Lu Yuan's means, she should not be able to resist. At least Natasha Romanoff couldn't figure out how she could resist. In that case, she simply left with Lu Yuan in a generous manner. Phil Carlson watched Lu Yuan sit in Natasha Romanoff's sports car, and the two quickly left. He couldn't help but worried and called Fury in advance. As a result, Fury kept applauding after receiving the news. Phil Carlson was speechless. Boss, aren't you worried about Natasha Romanoff? But I heard Fury say, do you think that when a god comes to the world of mortals, he needs to obey the rules of mortals? Phil, also Phil Carlson, this is his name, Philosophy Phil Carlson, for us and the earth said he was a god. Phil Carlson was silent. In fact, Phil Carlson didn't know how Lu Yuan dealt with Iron Overlord before. But one thing was grasped by SHIELD. When Iron Overlord caused a strong explosion, Lu Yuan was actually in the middle of the explosion. But he was intact. There's a lot more, and with the information on the cobweb horse trails at his disposal, Fury sorts out a scary fact. If Lu Yuan wants to, no one in the world can stop him from doing anything he wants. Definitely, because even S.H.I.E.L.D. and Fury didn't know the existence of Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One and Holy Place. Otherwise Fury would have gone to contact Ancient One long ago. The Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One is known as the Level Godfather, almost on the same level as Odin. And Odin is the priest who conquered the 9 realms, which is evident. That's why it has always been said that as long as Ancient One and Odin don't die, Thanos will not dare to come close to Earth in this life. As for whether it is true or false, the benevolent sees the benevolent and the wise sees the wisdom. Don't go too far. Lu Yuan was taken away by Natasha Romanoff. Although he came to find Natasha Romanoff took him away in the end. The reason is that Lu Yuan said he wanted to drink and play, but he didn't know where to go. He's not as skilled as Tony. On the way, Natasha Romanoff also knew why Lu Yuan didn't sleep at night and ran to trouble himself. It turned out that it was difficult to return home. Okay, then I'll give my life to accompany the gentleman and find a place to chat. Definitely, Natasha Romanoff is not stupid, and finally called out Hawkeye. Lu Yuan was speechless. Natasha Romanoff was very proud. In Manhattan, New York, in a pub, Lu Yuan, Natasha Romanoff, and Hawkeye sat in a row in front of the bar. And between Lu Yuan and Natasha Romanoff, Hawkeye is on the bar between them. Lu Yuan held up the glass speechlessly and glanced at Natasha Romanoff on the other side. Beauty, I just want to find someone to have a drink and chat because I'm bored. Shouldn't I be so vigilant? Don't you think what he wants to do? Thinking too much. He's not the kind of person who can't be tough. Otherwise Natasha Romanoff really thought a Hawkeye could stop him? Hawkeye, whose full name is Clint Barton, couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard Lu Yuan's disgusting words. Natasha Romanoff didn't take it seriously, sipping a cocktail by himself, all eyes on the band not far away. This bar plays soothing music, not the cluttered, disco-like dance music. So she usually likes to come here to relax when she is resting. Lu Yuan shrugged, seeing that Natasha Romanoff seemed to have a prejudice against him, and simply chatted with Hawkeye Barton beside him. Are you married? Barton was about to drink when he nearly choked on himself. Where is this neighborhood aunt from? Not yet, Barton lied. According to the timeline, Barton is actually married and may even have a first daughter. Barton knows that as an agent, and as a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, he has countless enemies around the world. So he kept his family safe, and even his companions didn't know he had family. That was Fury's cover for him, and apart from Fury, only Natasha Romanoff knew his little home at the moment. That safe house was neither on the S.H.I.E.L.D.'s records, nor was it hard to lock down with satellites. It was on a remote country farm with little to no internet. That's why Ultron can't even lock the position. Lu Yuan didn't care whether what Barton said was true or not, and said casually with a smile, if you're not married, hurry up, it's better to have more children while you're young. Don't look for something that can't be born. Natasha Romanoff over there frowned deeply, stopped drinking the wine in his hand, and threw it hard on the table. Well, she can't give birth. Natasha Romanoff was born in the Red House and was once an elite agent trained by the Red House. The female agent who graduated from the Red House has to go through a major process, that is, to prevent the female agent from developing feelings for others or having an accident, so the female agent will be sterilized. And it's the kind that is very thorough, and it will remove a certain one. Does Lu Yuan know? He who has seen the movie will definitely know. He did it on purpose. Didn't you ignore me? Then it will stimulate you well. Barton understands the deepest pain in Natasha Romanoff's heart. Natasha Romanoff loves children, but will never have children of her own. But Barton thought that Lu Yuan didn't know, so he didn't blame him, just picked up the wine glass and changed the subject, asked Lu Yuan to have a drink, and then talked about something else. I heard that Fury approached you? How is it? Did you agree? Barton asked Lu Yuan, referring to matters related to the Avengers plan. Lu Yuan's answer is definitely no. Why? Barton was surprised. Lu Yuan shrugged, Why agree? Did I say it? I won't give my life to your country. He won't join either S.H.I.E.L.D. or Avengers and wants him to work for a country. Don't even think about it. Even Lu Yuan wanted to blow up a certain country more than once. Do you still want him to work for a certain country? Because in Lu Yuan's view, a certain country is the source and culprit of all the chaos. Whether in the real world or in various works, perhaps only a certain country has always thought that it is the savior of the world, right? Just kidding, you have to be self-aware, okay? Natasha Romanoff on the other side finally couldn't hold back. She was the one in charge of persuading Lu Yuan to sign, and then interjected, the Avengers are not working for anyone, but a special operations team that will only be dispatched when necessary. Lu Yuan spread his hands, sister, you are the one who was fooled. Wait until the Hydra in S.H.I.E.L.D. is excavated. Wait for S.H.I.E.L.D. to be destroyed because of this. Will it be the Avengers? What makes Lu Yuan speechless the most is that he has already pulled out a Hydra from S.H.I.E.L.D. But looking at the attitudes of Fury, Phil Coulson, and Natasha Romanoff, they don't seem to suspect that there are more HYDRAs lurking in SHIELD. They thought it was just an accident, but they never wondered how the guy who dared to tattoo his body got in if there was no cover from the top. Someone must have given the green light. Anyway, it has nothing to do with Lu Yuan. It would be better if these guys are dead. If he can destroy a certain country, he will only applaud. Anyway, Lu Yuan will protect the people and things he cares about. Even if Hydra dares to provoke him, he can find them all and shoot them to death one by one. So Lu Yuan didn't care, so he didn't bother to say anything. If you don't want to agree, why did you call me out? Natasha Romanoff was not happy anymore. She had been pissed off by Lu Yuan's words just now, and now that he was still reluctant to enter, she couldn't help standing up and glared at Lu Yuan. Why did she compromise and come here to drink with him? This is a jerk, okay? Lu Yuan scratched his head. Beautiful, have pity on me, I'm really homeless today. Pfft, Barton couldn't hold back. He spit out the drink in one sip, and looked at the two of them in a weird way. Natasha Romanoff's temples throbbed with anger and his head hurt. They have nothing to do with each other, but when you listen to his frivolous tone, those who don't know you think she is going to take him in tonight. Why don't you come with me? Barton asked Lu Yuan. The reason why he was called out by Natasha Romanoff so quickly was because he had just returned from a mission and had not had time to return to his safe cabin, which was in a nearby house. Staying at the hotel. Lu Yuan glanced at Barton. The disgust in his eyes was beyond words. Barton was also so pissed off that he spread his hands, and he didn't want to care. The three of them kept their heads down and drank so hard, and then they didn't speak at all. Barton and Natasha Romanoff have a good relationship. They are old friends, and even the Barton family treats Natasha Romanoff as family. But there are some things they can't say to Lu Yuan's face, such as the mission, or Barton's family. These are all secrets. After drinking this meal, even Lu Yuan lost his interest in the end. If I knew it earlier, I would just find a bar by myself. Maybe I could make an appointment with one, and I would have a place to stay at night. He's not bad for money, he just doesn't want to be alone. That's too pitiful. But looking at the current situation, it is better to be alone. Just when he thought so, maybe it could be dissolved. But suddenly, the pub shook violently. Did an earthquake happen? The next moment, a huge amount of green figure suddenly broke through the wall, breaking through a human-shaped hole and breaking in. Lu Yuan stood up and subconsciously shouted, Hulk! 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 Lu Yuan looked at the big green man who broke in with surprise and puzzlement. Why is he here? And Lu Yuan had actually noticed that the Hulk didn't break in by himself. It was more like being thrown in by someone, like being kicked into the air, and then forced to break through the wall of the bar, flying backwards and crashing all the way. It stopped at the opposite wall. Since Hulk is known as the Hulk, there is no need to say much about his body and physique. After the transformation, his height is more than 2 meters away, and his weight can reach more than 500 kilograms, which is close to half a ton. And the Hulk is not fat, it is really full of tendons, and the bulging is full of large muscles. As a result, such a Hulk was actually beaten and flew in? What exactly is going on? Although Lu Yuan has various super abilities including super hearing and supervision, he will not open it all the time all day long, otherwise the sound of the whole world will pour into his ears together, which will be more distracting than any noise. Irritable. So even Lu Yuan didn't know what was going on, until he turned on super hearing and supervision at this time, and he looked thoughtful. It turned out that when he didn't know it, there was already chaos outside. I don't know what happened, even the army and tanks drove on the street, and a huge monster covered in bright red was rushing towards it. Boom. The next moment, the monster followed Hulk in, and he really did. What's going on? Natasha Romanoff and Barton hurriedly stood up and made a vigilant gesture, but they looked at the two monsters that suddenly appeared, and invariably looked at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was angry, these two monsters had nothing to do with him. Well, he did transform in front of them. But can it be the same? His prototype is 5 meters high. Whether it is Hulk or Hate, it is far from an opponent, right? That's right, the red monster who came in later was Abomination. It turns out that when Lu Yuan helped Iron Man Tony get back on track, other plots were also being staged on the other side. It is the Invincible Hulk. General Ross has devoted his life to hunting down Hulk for some unknown reason. It is clear that Hulk's human identity Dr. Banner and General Ross' daughter Betty are lovers. But he didn't care, and he didn't care that Dr. Banner didn't want to become Hulk. Anyway, he always wanted to capture Hulk. In fact, General Ross has his own selfishness. He wants to capture Hulk as part of his medal, and he also wants to develop a way to make super soldiers from Hulk. The Super Soldier Project, that's the secret plan that created Captain America. Originally because the doctor who made the super soldier serum has died, that plan can only be shelved. But General Ross didn't plan so, but to use the formation factors of Hulk to create a Hulk army loyal to a certain country. Sure enough, a country is not credible. So what happened at the moment was what General Ross did in order to capture Hulk, and he even created the Abomination monster. Abomination was originally a subordinate of General Ross, named Emil Brunski. But when he turned into hatred, he lost control. Brunski was already addicted to the pursuit of power, especially after seeing Hulk's power. He was even more obsessed. Now that he got the power he dreamed of, he just went out of control and ran out of control. Liu Yuan noticed that the street outside was already in a mess, and when Abomination and Hulk fought a terrible battle, the entire Manhattan area was about to be destroyed. The power of these two big guys is very terrifying. If they continue to fight recklessly, it is possible to destroy Manhattan. By then, there will be countless casualties. At this time, General Ross was also panicked. He had no way to control the situation. Even a weapon that could kill an elephant with one shot was useless to the Hulk and hatred. No amount of narcotics can do anything to them. Even the military's tanks and armored vehicles are like toys in front of the two monsters, and they all kick you away. They can even pick up a car and throw it a few hundred meters away. This kind of battle has surpassed the common sense and scope of ordinary people. General Ross regrets it. What kind of two demons and monsters did he release? How to stop them now? Just as General Ross was sitting in a plane hiding at a high altitude, watching nervously below, he didn't know what kind of disaster would turn into next. Suddenly, the wall of the bar that was about to be shattered completely collapsed, and then, a huge amount of body rushed out. In his left and right hands, he was carrying a huge amount of green body on the left. Who else is Hulk? But that huge body is not hatred, because hatred is also pinched by the right hand of the huge amount of body. That huge body was none other than Liu Yuan, who showed the prototype of the Doomsday. Standing in the middle of the street, raised his head, Liu Yuan opened his mouth wide and roared, roar. The terrible sound waves even produced sonic booms and shockwaves, and the cars on the surrounding streets were instantly washed away. The terrible sonic booms were even visible to the naked eye, soaring into the sky, and almost knocked down General Ross's plane. Liu Yuan found General Ross. He planned to kill General Ross, but there was Betty on it, Dr. Banner's girlfriend and lover, so he showed mercy. Bowing his head, Liu Yuan looked at the two big guys in his hands. Whether it's Hulk or Abomination, both guys have massive bodies over 2 meters. But Liu Yuan is more than 5 meters, and his body is even more terrifying. The body is full of terrifying muscles, and is also covered with a layer of bone armor and spikes that shimmers like steel. Huge amounts of hands. Hulk and Abomination are like two children being pinched by adults with one hand. Firmly. It was as if the two little chicks couldn't move. Originally, Liu Yuan didn't intend to get involved. But he subconsciously called Hulk by Roar's name, and the Abomination who came in heard it, and the Abomination turned his attention to him. In the face of the attack from the madness of hatred, Liu Yuan had to consider Natasha Romanoff and Barton around him, as well as other people in the bar. So he could only fight. Even Liu Yuan simply showed his own prototype and slapped his hatred down with a slap in the face. This is hatred for having a terrifying self-healing power, otherwise his facial bones would have been smashed by Liu Yuan in the house. Then Liu Yuan decisively rushed out with hatred and Hulk in one hand and stood on the street. Liu Yuan mentioned the two of them separately, and said with a grin, "I'm not referring to anyone alone, you two are trash." The hatred has gone completely mad. Hulk also rose up and resisted because of Liu Yuan's taunts. Suddenly, two lifelong enemies joined hands. It seems that they plan to solve Liu Yuan first and then decide the winner. Looking at Liu Yuan again, he smiled, took the initiative to let go of the two, and hooked his fingers again. "Come on, let's see how I kill you." Because of the sudden and horrific destruction, the streets were already in a mess. People were frightened, crying, and running around. Cars had been abandoned, and the streets on the left and right sides were blocked. And in the middle of it, 3 terrifying giant monsters stood opposite each other. Liu Yuan was standing here alone, while Hulk and Abomination were standing on the opposite side with a distance. At the moment Hulk and Abomination stopped, but they temporarily abandoned their hostility and looked at Liu Yuan together. Liu Yuan casually pushed the car beside him a little further. He just lightly pushed the car out of the entire street behind him. In the bar, at the moment, not even Natasha Romanoff and Barton dared to act rashly. Not to mention that they don't have equipment and weapons on them. Even if they do, they seriously doubt that the current human weapons are still meaningful to these 3 monsters. Even weapons that can pierce tanks can't hurt them at all, right? Barton smiled wryly, not to mention he was using a bow and arrow. Roar. Abomination suddenly roared and roared. He was originally General Ross's capable subordinate Brunski, but this time, in order to capture Hulk, not only was General Ross injected with something he didn't know where to get it, it was known as a super soldier serum. That's what made Captain America, but according to the setting of the movie universe, after the death of the doctor who created the super soldier serum, only a few samples were left, and they were taken away. including Howard, also died in that incident. So how did General Ross get it? Maybe it's poor quality, so Bronsky is nowhere near as good as Captain America. Moreover, Bronsky also threatened others to inject himself with genes extracted from Dr. Banner's blood. The two things mixed together to create this ugly monster of hatred. Therefore, Abomination can suppress Hulk for a short time. However, hatred does not have the setting that Hulk can rely on anger to increase his power infinitely. So he won't be Hulk's opponent after all. Definitely the current hatred is still terrible, and the mess on the streets is basically caused by him alone. So the hatred was a little confused about the situation, yet dared to provoke Liu Yuan? Not to be outdone, Liu Yuan opened a pair of huge amounts of arms, opened his mouth wide, and let out a terrifying roar. Abomination's roar was completely suppressed, and even Liu Yuan's roar triggered a terrifying air cannon. Hulk and Abomination were fine, but the cars behind them were all washed away. In front of Liu Yuan, these cars were as thin as sheets of paper. In the plane in the sky, General Ross watched all this in shock. He had already guessed that the hatred was Bronsky, but where did the third monster come from? And it seems that the third monster is the most terrifying, otherwise Hulk and Abomination will not show a joint posture. The development of the situation has far exceeded the control of General Ross, and even he can only maintain a wait-and-see attitude. Looking at the street below, the three giant monsters will definitely not just stare. Still disgusted, he was the first to start, with unwillingness and fury, waving huge amounts of iron fists, taking huge amounts of steps, and ran straight to Liu Yuan. Hulk on the side didn't intend to join forces with Abomination, but after Liu Yuan had controlled Abomination before, he even pinched and dragged him out. Liu Yuan was actually worried that Hulk was out of control, and it would be bad if he hurt the people in the bar. And Hulk didn't know Liu Yuan, thinking that this monster, like hatred, was a product created in this incident, so he felt that he was obliged to be responsible to the end. So Hulk rushed over with hatred. The three monsters suddenly fought together. Boom boom boom. With their fist-to-meat fights, the terrifying sound was like a thunderbolt from the blue, and it seemed like a bomb was constantly being set off. But unlike before, the three monsters only fight on the spot, unlike the Abomination that can knock Hulk into the sky and cause terrible damage to surrounding buildings. This is because of Liu Yuan. He was under the attack of Hulk and hatred while controlling his own power, so as not to slap them all to death with a single slap. He's not fighting, unlike Hulk and Abomination, he's enjoying. Ha ha ha, Liu Yuan laughed and shouted happily, that's the truth. Only a monster of this level can make him feel like he is fighting. No, it is fun. Compared to this, the previous Iron Overlord was just a piece of paper, which was torn to shreds by him. Roar, Liu Yuan's ease provoked hatred. He roared angrily, and slapped Liu Yuan in the face with his iron fist. With Liu Yuan's height, hatred was barely able to reach his face. Abomination and Hulk had been beating Liu Yuan's chest before, and Liu Yuan could completely ignore their attacks and strength. But at the moment, Liu Yuan's smile was put away. The fist of hatred meant nothing to him, but Liu Yuan couldn't accept being slapped in the face. So he got serious, and his eyes became cold and full of killing intent. Raising his hand and waving, Hulk was about to attack from the other side, but at the moment was slapped away. This was the first time Liu Yuan had sent them flying. Hulk felt an incomparable force coming, and before he could react, he flew out dozens of kilometers away. That's right, it is dozens of kilometers, and they have even flown out of the city. All of a sudden, in front of Liu Yuan, only hatred remained. Liu Yuan used his other hand to squeeze the wrist that hatred had hit on his face, and only broke it. Crack. From the hateful wrist to the elbow to the shoulder, the bones of the entire arm were forcibly broken, even powdered. Because Liu Yuan's movements were too sudden and too neat, and his strength was unmatched, the hatred didn't react at all, and he couldn't resist, so he was completely broken. Ow. Abomination couldn't help but hurt roar. As a result, Liu Yuan raised his hand and pinched the hatred's neck again, and slammed it and slapped it hard on the ground. Boom. It is no exaggeration to say that the entire New York City trembled, as if there was an earthquake. The previous fight between the Abomination and the Hulk only affected Manhattan, and Liu Yuan's power alone made the entire New York City feel the impact. Visible. It's not over yet. Liu Yuan's fall almost made the hatred go away, but he didn't die, because Liu Yuan deliberately let him take a breath. At this time, he squatted down and looked at him with disgust with cold eyes. I hate being slapped in the face the most in my life, why do you have to kill me? After speaking, Liu Yuan raised his right hand, revealing the spikes of bone armor on his elbow, and slowly pressed it against his hateful chest. Abomination only had one hand left, trying desperately to struggle. Because Liu Yuan's thorns can easily cut through his skin, it is a terrible weapon that even Superman's body of steel can easily break through. Abomination feels his life is at stake, he wants to struggle, he wants to survive. However, Liu Yuan was so unstoppable, little by little, slowly opening his chest and opening his heart. Abomination widened his eyes and left the stage. It wasn't over yet. Liu Yuan grabbed his head again, got up, and flew into the sky and came to General Ross. Is this your little toy? In front of the plane, Liu Yuan did not dare to step on it, for fear that the plane could not bear his weight and would lose control. If even Hulk has half a ton, one can imagine how much Liu Yuan's weight would be. Since the height is more than double, the weight will also be more than double, and there are those bone armors. Liu Yuan weighs at least 1 ton. Look, your little baby. Liu Yuan flew to the side of the plane, holding the head of disgust, showing the head of disgust in his hand to General Ross inside. Betty didn't dare to look, and hid her face and eyes with her hands. General Ross looked at Liu Yuan through the glass of the aircraft cabin, and his eyes were full of fear. He witnessed with his own eyes how Liu Yuan solved Hulk and his hatred like playing a game. Although Hulk was not dead, he slapped him and didn't know where it went. Just like a picture in a cartoon, it turned into a star and disappeared into the sky in the distance. The hatred was even broken open by him, and even his head was ripped off. Liu Yuan will naturally not treat hate like Hulk. Hulk can become a superhero, but hate is really just a supervillain. Liu Yuan also turned his head to look at the ground, his eyes lit up, and he released 2 golden heat rays, burning all the genes and body parts of his hatred. Liu Yuan's heat ray has become golden. He once stayed in the core of the sun for 100,000 years. The temperature of the heat ray is comparable to the temperature of the core of the sun, up to 20 million degrees Celsius. Definitely Liu Yuan would not dare to show such a high temperature casually, otherwise the Earth would not be able to bear it. 20 million degrees Celsius can melt countless glaciers in the Antarctic and Arctic in an instant, and it can also evaporate a lake. The main thing is that humans certainly can't take it. Liu Yuan is reluctant to do that, otherwise he can really turn a certain country into a ghost country in an instant. As long as he increases the temperature over a certain country, once it exceeds 100 degrees Celsius, people will not be able to bear it. The blood in the whole body will boil, the brain will be dried, and the heart will be cooked by the blood. Definitely he wouldn't do that. Even if he does not sacrifice his life for a certain country, he will not murder innocent lives, otherwise what would he become? However, when he aimed at the hated body couldn't bear it, and instantly vanished into ashes. Now, even if the hatred wanted to revive, he couldn't revive. Liu Yuan raised his head of disgust at General Ross again. Is this what you want? General Ross was speechless. Liu Yuan continued to ask, speak up, is this what you want? What you want to build is such a monster army. Then because you can't control it, you turn around and give your own country to the pot. If an abomination can suppress Hulk at first, it will definitely fail later. What about 2? How about 10? Or even 100,000? Hulk is not Liu Yuan, nor Doomsday. Hulk also has a physical limit in theory. Once Hulk faces 100,000 haters, he too will die. Unlike Liu Yuan, Doomsday has endless physical strength, and will evolve in battle, making him invincible. If General Ross really created 100,000 haters, and it got out of control, imagine the world would be destroyed because of it. At least in danger of being destroyed. General Ross was speechless, because Liu Yuan was right, he just wanted to build such an army of monsters. The purpose of his pursuit of Hulk is not for the so-called safety, nor is he for any other purpose or reason. He just wants to capture Hulk and then develop a way to create more Hulk. Liu Yuan sneered and crushed the hated head in his hand, and used heat ray to clean up the traces in his hand and the things that fell from the air. In the end, Liu Yuan knocked on the glass and threatened, don't say I didn't warn you, next time I will let you disappear together. What about you? General Ross is worthy of being a general, but he is not threatened at all, and he dares to ask Liu Yuan, how do I believe that you will not be a threat to a certain country? How do I believe that you are not a bad person? Huh? What are you? Human? We don't even know your identity. Liu Yuan smiled, grabbed the plane and shook it in his hand like a toy. There was a sudden panic in the plane. And this is a fighter jet. A soldier even dared to point at Liu Yuan and pulled the trigger with the Vulcan machine gun carried by the plane. Did he actually shoot? The terrifying machine roared and fired hundreds of bullets in an instant. But Liu Yuan didn't care at all, and blocked the bullet's attack with his own terrifying defense, leaving no trace behind. Liu Yuan glared at the soldier. The soldier fell to the ground in fright and looked at Liu Yuan at a loss. Liu Yuan was too lazy to pay attention to him, looked at General Ross again, and sneered, I can see the true colors of you politicians. You clearly created that monster, look at the losses and damages caused by you below. How many people died in the disaster? Even your soldiers were killed and injured countless times, right? And then? You will definitely not take the blame and admit your mistakes in the future. Who do you plan to let me or Hulk take over this blame? It's not that he hasn't seen it before, and he knows the faces of these people too well. It was obviously the monster you created that almost destroyed the city, and you are still asking me with a face? If I really want to threaten your country, trust me, I can destroy you in a second. Liu Yuan is definitely not exaggerating, because as long as he drags the moon down and throws it on the head of this country, it will be enough to raise it to the ground. And it's as fast as a second. But General Ross didn't understand Liu Yuan's strength. Definitely, he also knew what to do, so he didn't dare to continue to provoke Liu Yuan again. Liu Yuan finally warned, I'll say it one more time, if you dare to do these messy things again, I will definitely make you go to pieces. At this moment, a green shadow suddenly flew in the distance. It was Hulk who had gone and returned. It turned out that after he was beaten out of the city by Liu Yuan, he flew back immediately. When Liu Yuan killed the hatred and came to warn General Ross, it took a little time. He rushed back from a distance in time and looked again. When Liu Yuan was threatening the plane, there was his lover Betty there. So Hulk flew into the air without hesitation, leaping from a building to Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan also seemed to have eyes behind him. When Hulk approached, he turned around and gave Hulk a successful smile, then neatly stretched out his big hand with longer arms, held Hulk down, and took him head to foot. It quickly fell from the sky. Boom. A huge pit was smashed into the ground of the street by the two of them. Liu Yuan stepped on Hulk, and this time he finally couldn't get up. First Abomination, then Hulk, two monsters in the Marvel Universe were defeated by Liu Yuan, a monster from the DC world. Could it be said that Hulk will also be brutally murdered? Betty pushed open the cabin door and said sadly, "No."
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.